Hello and good morning to everyone. Oh no, not that. Hello. Today we are going to be doing a little watch along, so hopefully people will come in throughout the day and join me as we watch the Flesh and Blood World Championship Day 2. I'm pretty sure they're about to get into the pre-show. Hey, Echo. Oh, be nice. Uh, let's see if this works. Okay. Basically, it's just gonna be here the whole time. Echo! I gave you meds! Echo! We might have to move. Oh god.
To become a world championship champion,
It's happening.
More than just a training montage and a run up the steps of City Hall, it is a grueling, precipitous climb through the top tiers of competition. And here in the city of brotherly love, we are putting our best players in the world through their paces.
Oh yeah, this is in Philly this year too, which is pretty exciting.
Day number 2 of the World Championship in Philadelphia. I'm Mitch Leslie, joined by Scott Mines. Yesterday, incredible games. Honestly, 5 rounds CC, 3 rounds Living Legend. Today we're kicking off with 3 rounds of Living Legend to start us off. Some volatile, crazy, sometimes degenerate gameplay gets us here to day number 2, but it has been a wild ride so far.
It has been. I love Flesh and Blood, Mitch. I think it's impossible not to when you stand in a room full of this many impassioned people. The emotions are just in the air, and you can tell that everyone who's made their way back into the room today, this is an achievement of a lifetime. It's difficult enough to make it to a World Championship. It's then even more difficult to make it to a day 2 and take that one step further, push towards top 8 and push towards that eventual title. I can see the nerves this morning. I can see the excitement this morning, and hopefully we can see some games this morning too.
There's a tension. There's also a sense of grim determination out there amongst the tables. But of course, this is only
Also, making them play at 9:30 in the morning is fucking brutal.
We have seen incredible.
That's kind of crazy.
And events in general over the course of this year, and obviously some amazing winners in our callings that have gotten us up to this point. This is our World Tour in review, folks. We kicked off in Florence at that calling with Jacob Clements, obviously a competitor representing here the United Kingdom in Philadelphia, took that one away. But, I mean, this is a star-studded lineup. I mean, I would say all of these players, with the exception of Mr. Nielsen.
Chat, I know this guy. And this guy.
Murderer's row of some of the best players in Flesh and Blood today. At various points,
I've played against this guy and met this guy. Wow. Because he's in the Midwest.
Michael Fung, Brody Spurlock, Michael Hamilton appearing.
Also, I played against Michael Fung in like my first ever calling.
The pleasure of experiencing just how good he is by sitting next to him in the booth. All of these players.
I was playing Riptide, I think, at the time. And he was playing Bravo in the Cincinnati calling or Battle Hardened, and I got absolutely destroyed. It was, I don't even know how I got paired up. I got like paired up into the higher tables. This must have been like in like the first year of me playing the game, and I got absolutely fucking destroyed. It was very funny, very unfortunate.
We covered 2 of his matches yesterday. He's the victor, of course, in home country in Bologna. I mean, man.
My one claim to fame actually is in a PTI event, I beat Mara Ferris. I was on Riptide and she was on Dash IO. I won. That's the best player I've ever beaten was Mara Ferris. Again, I think in a Cincinnati Battle Hardened event.
Huge shout out
Or
to
it was
everyone
like a
who often
Cincinnati
gets
PTI.
involved alongside Pablo Pinto in London for taking Enigma over the line, making that hero to living legend. Evan Tanguy, of course, Gravy Bones had a Conqueror of the High Seas in their limited deck and managed to send it over the line to win a calling. And of course, Tommaso Vecino on the end of that previous slide there as well, taking New to living legend. It's been wonderful to follow all of these stories throughout this year on the World Tour.
Yeah, we had our US national champion Margin Bay crowned earlier this year. He's still alive in this World Championship tournament at 6-2.
Oh,
Shohei
Majin's
Yamamura,
6-2.
unfortunately, had some rough seas to try and navigate there on his Marlin choice in Living Legend. He was on Kasai in CC, so his fates in this tournament mostly determined. Unfortunately, not in the positive sense. Evan Herndon, of course, in Kansas City. That was a calling, I think, that had everybody looking very closely at Gravy Bones and his dominance and exactly what you could do with that hero. I think when you were a truly talented player and could really navigate out of some of those very complex game state scenarios. Hamburg, of course, was Arthur Trahey. Shizuoka, I think, was a really interesting event. We took a close look at that. That's when Syndra sort of put herself back on the map. We realized that she was going to be a top competitor in CC, and hard to argue, I think, with the results that Gordon was also able to put up in Sydney quite recently. I think it was the same 80 between him and Peitang Lau in that final, and Gordon is able to find some level of success. We saw this evolution of the Syndra list that sort of start to pick up some defensive pieces, and shored up some of those weaker matchups with some D-reacts, and Gordon had a great showing for us. Of course,
it's the Pro Tour
Tours
winners.
are, marquee events on our calendar. It was Pablo, of course, on Enigma, but then Shiroi Wu.
I'm so glad that that all of the living legend, or all of the
One of the most
Mist
compelling
Vale heroes
highlights,
are
also
living legend.
an explosion of top French talent onto the scene. People that followed in the footsteps, I think, that Arthur Trahey had started to, pave the way.
Thank you to Paki over there, putting on an incredible showing. Pablo Pinto over in London. It's hard to look at the two-time champion and not be somewhat enamored. That's an achievement no one else has quite managed to match yet. Hopefully somebody else can start their way towards matching their achievement at the World Championship this weekend. Yeah,
we will be tracking a number of players, not only looking for, their World Championship title, but also, want a consecutive win at this level of event. There is a lot on the line here at the World Championship Philadelphia. So, we know that these players have put in months and months and months of preparation. And also, of course, with the wrinkle that we're playing two different formats.
Yeah, the fact that they have to play Living Legend, I think all the players who were not great at Living Legend but great at CC are going to get filtered out, unfortunately. Oh my god, $100,000 for the first place?
And of course, the small issue of being crowned the best player in the world.
Certainly doesn't hurt to add an accolade alongside 6 figures. We're not joking when we say this is life-changing money. Gold foil legendary is going to be available here. Invitations to the
third through. Okay, so also chat. There is a local Flesh and Blood player who is still alive in the World Championship at 5-3. They just have to go 7-0 today.
Have a chance to sort of see the prize cards.
So we will be keeping an eye on Ryan.
Gets given out, the others sort of descend back into obscurity.
And hopefully he's able to get there.
I don't know if
But he has to go 7-0 from my understanding today to get even a chance for top 8.
32 World Tour points. Now, we are tracking very closely our Player of the Year. We'll be getting into leaderboards.
So we'll see. We'll see where Ryan ends up.
Got almost 25% of the total of some of the top players right now.
So also,
it is a huge difference maker in terms of.
I'm gonna do this.
Looking at our regional Players of the Year, but also an overall global Player of the Year, and many of those front runners are still in the running here at World Championship Philadelphia.
I didn't mean to do that.
Acknowledge that we are a little different this time around for our World Championship winner as well. In the past, if you manage to take down a World Championship, you'll get your hero card emblazoned with this Pro Tour invitation stamp. This time, you will get both. If you are a World Championship winner in Classic, Constructed, and Living Legend, you
oh shit, you get 2 heroes?
One of one.
That's cool.
It's going to be keepsakes for our champion forever.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, because you're going to be required to
That's sick.
both of those decks in both formats in the
Top 8 is going to be crazy.
Let's drill down a little bit more, folks, to talk about some of our individuals.
All right, who's in first? Oh no, this is just the. Oh no, Pablo Pintor dropped.
For Shomi Yamamura, Pablo Pintor, Grigors Kowalski. That is a previous world champion and 2 Pro Tour winners. Obviously, Pablo with multiple of those. Well, they have not fared so well amongst the high seas out here in Philadelphia. But Brody Spurlock, player of the year in America, and definitely someone still fighting for that title globally, sitting pretty at 7-1.
If you ever wanted a testament that the World Championship is as difficult as it gets, look at the quality of player who has failed to make the second day of competition here. On the other side of the scale, 2 names you need to be following. Brody Spurlock still in the lead for that Player of the Year race. Jacob Clements unwilling to let go. These 2 teammates decided on 4 different decks between them in the ultimate battle for the Player of the Year race.
Damn, Michael Fung is on Gravy Bones on both
Michael Fung and Michael Hamilton, who were tied for
both of
second
those.
place in the United States race.
Both on Gravy, I didn't realize.
Sitting at 5-3.
Yeah, we
Oh,
had
also.
a chance to check in with Michael Hamilton really early on in the day, and it was actually a Syndra matchup that he fell in against Kasai of a sort of a less known player for now, at least. So
Yeah,
Michael
they
Hamilton was able
there's a
to
lot of
improve
people who
somewhat.
are
Yuki
5-3.
She went 7-0 on day 1 of Pro Tour Singapore and then fell. She might feel more comfortable about this sort of situation. Well, she's not going to, but of course, there's no curse to worry about there. She's had to fight.
Brody is 7-1 still on Dio and Syndra. Jacob Clements is Mario deck I want to look at because it looks cool. Mario looks like a lot of fun.
Amongst our other players that we're spotlighting.
Yeah, Viscerai in a bit of a weird spot. We saw a decent performance from players yesterday. It is still hanging around the top tables. I'm sure we'll see some more of it in Living Legend today. Hopefully able to showcase exactly what Big Purple can do on the biggest stage.
So these are our players to watch, but there are a number of high-profile, star-studded teams that we've also put under the microscope here at World Championship.
Snapdragons. Matthew W dropped.
6-2 right now. But some real
Jude Cornett, Matthew McKinnon.
Down in the trenches yesterday, piling Verdant in CC, Viscerai in LL, Dennis Sang, very known player out of New Zealand, as well as Thomas Galbraith here. So I'd say that the
Whoa, Josh Lynn is on Jarl
very much in the mix.
and Starvo at 5-3. Interesting. Pretty sure all these 5-3 players have to go 7-0 for the rest of the day, which is kind of crazy. It's like such a huge monumental task to try to do.
14 style positions. They are maybe the best player you don't know yet. If you're not following just underneath that, definitely a name you should be watching.
Moving right along here to Team PCG Invasion. Margin Bay and Peter Bedensik joined at the hip.
It's Margin Bay.
Both alive in this tournament. Margin Bay's been getting wheeled around by Peter for most of the weekend here, and he looked to have a bit of a rougher start yesterday as well.
6-2, 5-3, 5-3. There's a lot of 6-2 and 5s and 3s.
At 6-2, of course, a finalist in Sydney, falling ultimately to Gordon Coe. Michael Yasker as well, Jakuza as he is affectionately known at 5-3 here, strong. Of course,
that's pretty good.
Representation. We've got previous calling winner Matthew Dilks at 6.
I'm trying to see if I recognize any of these people.
6-2, same selections as Dilks, so we have a bit more chain representation amongst this contingent.
Certainly something I want to talk about here, looking at the team PCG Invasion at the least. We can see that the majority of players on this team who went down the Chain Avenue or the Dash.io Avenue in Living Legend are the ones that are still having success. And both of those decks did have a pretty breakout performance yesterday. We saw what Dash is capable of on camera. We saw a little bit of what Chain is capable of, but unsurprisingly, there is some more tricks lurking in the shadows with that one.
So what dropped? It was like Dromai, Marlin.
Talk about our Runaways team. We featured a number.
Oh, it's the Runaways. All right.
Cody Williams, got to see him twice in action. He picked up KO Armed and Dangerous in CC, a deck that, many people have felt is pretty contentious. Not necessarily
Cody at 7-1.
Front runner, I think, in terms of the
Nav at 7-1. Lucas Oswald at 6-2.
Also, very high-profile teammates have fallen by the wayside. Noah Bagelman, Daniel Rikowski, Charles Dunn. Notably amongst these, we have national champions. We have world's top.
Oh, it's Raj.
Not quite been able to make the cut in.
I didn't know Raj was on this team. Unless it's the Raj. If it's the Raj, I think it is.
We saw him actually get fatigued by an Arachne Hunter. Huntsman yesterday, but that hasn't held him back. He's still 6-2.
No, I think that game was a fan favorite. It was one of mine. Chat seemed to love it. Seemed to get a great reception on social media overnight as well.
This Zen deck is insane. The Cody Williams Zen deck is kind of disgusting. It's kind of scary.
Still available for the runaways here. All in all, a pretty good conversion rate. Fino Black, Lucas Oswald, Naive Mobus.
I'm very glad that he is out of CC. Just the Artivore, Bonds of Ancestry,
Hero aficionado,
disgusting.
Something that approximates an illusionist. Gravy Bones was something he really took to in CC, and that has served him well. Moving along, we've got Team Table 1. Florian Christenlowen, always someone that you're looking towards in the top cut with a great showing here at 7-1. Jimmy Demis,
There's a lot of 7-1 and 7-1.
That chain win against Ellie Bird's Aurora, a very tight game, some really close decision points. I guess that invert, very, very important in the chain.
Oh, there we go.
That extra bit of damage.
That one broke.
CYK Lionel 6-2. Francesco Giorgio, of course, a really high-profile competitor out of the United Kingdom, and Maximilian Klein, of course, always close to the top tables. A Pro Tour Los Angeles finalist at 6-2.
Really big fan of this team, and I do think.
Oh, that's the guy who is. This is the guy who Arthur Trahan beat, right? Pretty sure.
Have the best deck in the room. Unfortunately for some of them, their performance with KO and Classic Constructed left a little bit to be desired, made it difficult to convert on what they think is possibly.
Whoa, that's a lot of KOs.
A Canadian national champion.
Oh,
so yeah, you have some serious names here. Not all of them have been able to make the cut. We saw Elias Karamanis suffer against that one Bravo showstopper in the room yesterday. Unfortunately, their fortunes did not improve over much. His team's super.
It's Super Armory. Here's all the people.
Still in the running. Brody Spurlock leads the way, not only for Player of the Year in Americas, potentially globally, but at 7-1 here at the World Championship Philadelphia.
Yeah, he is Arthur Trahan 5-3, Evan 5-3, Michael Fung, Michael Hamilton, Brody. This is like the
not unanimous in their choice.
Big team. This is like what the Wolfpack turned into, right?
Which was not something we
Pablo Ventura dropping is unfortunate.
They were doubling up on their Classic Constructed choice. For the rest of them, they feel like it might be the best board state adjacent deck in the format.
Yeah, look, hearing from Evan Tanguy yesterday on social media, struggling in the LL games he felt, but his Syndra performance in Classic Constructed was definitely able to pave him the way. Talked to Michael Fong yesterday in an interview. The guy has been traveling extensively, callings, battle hunted, you name it. He has been there, and he said, "Look, I'm feeling it. It's been a pretty intense year, but these have been very important for my development." He's still at 5-3 on the gravy pick there. And we saw Justin Koo obviously have to navigate a very challenging matchup against Zen in LL yesterday against Cody Williams.
The Zen matchups. Dude, Zen looks so strong.
Oh, yeah. Just gotta stick to
I'm curious how it does against like the Chain and the Viscerize and the Starbows, but Zen is crazy.
All of these players stand to earn.
It's so scary.
If they're lucky enough to have a good finish this week.
I think yesterday on the feature match area, there was someone who did like a 16 Tiger. It was like stubby hammers for 2. For like, it was crazy. They ran out of fucking table. Whoa, Jack Manifold. That's on 7-1. That's sick.
And leveraged Bravo Star of the show and Living Legend to a pretty fantastic result so far. On the other side of things, multiple calling champions still live here in the form of Jason Rolfe and Samuel Braben. Sammy, fantastic champion on Icelander back at the calling in Birmingham.
Little Icelander action. That's pretty sick.
Still in sight in Classic Constructed. Verdus is about as close to Icelander as you can possibly get.
Dirtlander, if you will.
Dirtlander's my name for it. We'll stick with that. Well, maybe it'll catch on. Maybe it'll get buried somewhere else. Who knows? But Marlin doing a fantastic job there for Sam.
The Marlin is such a cool thing that has been figured out. The Marlin LL deck is kind of sick. I'm thinking about building the Marlin LL deck because it looks like a lot of fun, and it's Ranger. You know.
Some of those race matchup has a bit of disruption, but crucially the velocity to keep up with Syndra's and those other high tempo decks in the format. Let's now move along, because something that I've been hinting at a little bit, of course, is something that's been new this year, but of course our race for Player of the Year.
Oh, I do not care.
We examine it globally as well, but it is $1.5 million, of course, on the line in our World Tour in general. Have a look at
Brody Spurlock is so far ahead.
Spurlock, that is unbelievable. This is your America's leaderboard. He has absolutely locked that up. But Michael Fung and Michael Hamilton fighting here for that second place.
Yeah, Brody does have America pretty uncontested at this point.
That is absurd, by the way.
It is great showing.
It's 141 points. My face cam is blocking it, but Brody has 141 points.
Is still fighting off some competitors.
It's kind of insane.
However, in the Americas, the names to watch: Michael Fung, Michael Hamilton, 91 points each. One of them has to finish second, the other one has to finish third. Now that is a $5,000, $10,000 prize pool. So we're looking at, you know, a good hefty chunk of change between these two players, depending on how they can finish this weekend.
Oh,
Neither
nice.
of these players are known for finishing second, but somebody's got to this time.
That's right. In fact, Brody, Michael.
They're talking about finishing
Michael
second.
Hamilton
The fuck?
always seem to be in the mix.
Why are we talking about finishing?
Battle Hardens, like after a calling or something, they're always fighting out in sort of
Ew.
other formats. We've seen them in so many finals up to this point. More recently, Michael Fung was in that calling Singapore final against Shoma Yamamura. Let's move on here and have a look at Europe, because Jacob Clemens, much in the same vein as Brody Spurlock.
Oh yeah, it's him and Brody are fighting for
second place. Obviously, Arthur Trahey,
second
World
place.
Champion here in third. Alex Chitu as well, representing Great Britain at 63 points.
Plenty of names that are still live here. Of course, Jacob Clemens going to have the eyes on their teammate and Brody Spurlock trying to take down the grand overall player of the year race. But
Yeah, it's Brody Spurlock and Jacob Clemens for the player of the year, and it's not close.
Into that format, hoping to have a strong finish to hold on to second place. Arthur Trahey still alive. Evan Tanguy still alive. Unfortunately, Alex Kitsu, Pablo Pintor, not the best day at the office, so unlikely to have much movement. But these players with a World Championship victory can still reach that second place with a little bit of luck.
Now, of course, Asia Pacific. This is the race that is
Oh, it's Pudding
far
Tam.
from decided. Now, for Pudding Tam, unfortunately, disappointment wasn't able to make it here to Philadelphia. Some visa issues interfered. But
Oh, that's
the rest of
unfortunate.
Justin Koo
He
is
couldn't
there.
get into
Chris
America
Gordon
from
Poe
China.
is in the
That's
field. Nick
fucking
Butcher
sucks.
amongst it as well. CYK Lionel's at 6-2 right now. These are all players that could reasonably take.
Or is it China or is it Hong Kong?
$15,000 first place prize.
I don't know what flag that is.
I had the
I am
pleasure of writing
ignorant.
coverage about this leaderboard for the Fab TCG website a little while ago, and was surprised to find in Asia Pacific, if any of the top 23 players won the World Championship, they could theoretically reach first in the region. This race is incredibly tight all around.
Hard.
Unlucky for certain players who weren't able
Please.
to make it and join us this weekend if they were hoping to compete for that crown. But numerous of the biggest names in the game were in the room, did put up a good showing. The likes of CYK Lionel, of course, Nick Butcher, a name to watch at all of these events. Happy to see people coming out and fighting down to the wire.
Yeah, got a forked tongue, Nick Butcher, but I tell you what, he's a shark when he gets down at the table. So this is our overall player of the year leaderboard. So not only, of course, regionally is there a ton of money up for grabs, but also $25,000 will be additionally awarded to our player of the year. In addition, of course, if you have 15K in your own region, you can put it together, folks. Brody Spurlock and Jacob Clemens, those are the two players that we're observing. Those
Yeah.
are the two that are absolutely in the running for this with 32.
Those two are not even close. Everyone else, it's kind of crazy.
To leapfrog Brody or require Brody to kind of crash out here in day two. And I don't think he's showing any signs of slowing down. So right now, Mr. Spurlock appears to have that locked up, but anything could happen here in day two of competition.
Having played multiple World
Yeah.
Championships previously, trust me, sometimes the wheels are on, everything feels comfy at the end of day one. You put yourself into a fantastic position to make a charge, and then suddenly day two is the worst day at the office you could possibly imagine. It happens regardless of player quality, so nothing is guaranteed here. 11 points is the magic number. Jacob admitted in the interview yesterday, no, he
Did he not
understands his
eat it?
race is not in his hands. He's trying to keep it out of sight, out of mind, but it is
Why?
in range. So we've got plenty to watch as the race finally comes to an end.
Yeah, I'm sure it sits in the periphery for these players as they compete here. But the one thing that takes center stage is your standings here heading into...
Yeah, this is what I'm interested in.
We, of course, still have an undefeated...
Whoa, a
World
Jacob
champion,
Allen.
Someone who, by his own admission, has never really put up those big results before.
8-0. Cody Williams is 7-0. There's a lot of 7. There's what?
At 8-0, really
12
high.
8-0s.
You know, a real heart for his community. I'm sure they're getting behind him.
Or,
here
I'm sorry,
today.
7
He
and
had a
1s.
fantastic Bravo star
It's pretty
as
good.
performance to cap us off yesterday.
Absolutely. Jacob Allen.
Cody,
said this yesterday,
Naib,
Canadian Nationals top 8.
Jimmy.
How I got to my World Championship.
Hmm.
However, that is the biggest.
Oh,
result
shit,
of
there's a
my
new
career
in the
so
top
far.
7.
Hopefully, this is the start of a foundation of the best
That's pretty
performance they can
sick.
have moving forward. Big names to follow all the way down.
I wanna
the
see what
bracket.
this new
Unsurprising for the
deck
World
list is.
Championship, though. Cody Williams in second, Naib Mobasir in third.
Brody Spurlock's in 12th. Get fucked.
Showing with Shane on camera yesterday, going to make the most of a 7-1 there. Florian Christian Logan and the Kano of my countryman Noah Hicks sitting there at 7-1. I'm certainly very, very biased in how much I'm rooting for Noah.
Whoa, Noah Hicks is on double Kano? What the fuck?
People are not respecting Kano. That's where we start to see this.
That's so weird. But you know what? The fucking kahunas to bring Kano in both formats, good for him. That's pretty sick.
Going down the list a little bit further, someone who I hope to feature today's
Oh, Lucas Oswald is on 6-2. Lucas was one of the people who was doing well on Riptide like a year ago, I believe.
Further down the list, the Victor choice, in CC for Davidas Asipakatis, excuse me if I butcher the name there, of course, out of Lithuania. That's
out of Lithuania.
Tracking personally very
That's pretty sick.
Sin Chung Ho, we saw him yesterday. First round of Living Legend, absolutely blew Tommaso Vecito out of the water there on that Dash IO. Still very much alive at 6-2. Peitan Lau, finalist at our recent calling there.
There's a lot of 6-2s. The top 20 is...
Lucas Oswald, we mentioned.
Oh, that's so difficult. All the 5 and 3s.
Waving the flag for the runaways at 6-2.
Very impressive looking Verdance.
Yikes.
We'll give a shout out to Luca Kramaric.
Who? So what is it? It's like Verdance, KO, Syndra, Gravy. Okay.
Florian Rotwood Harbinger, the choice in Classic Constructed. Not a popular choice this weekend, but one that is holding its own for Luca.
Majin Bay is in 6-2. Let's go.
Very much alive and in contention in a couple of rounds makes a huge difference in their overall standings. And there's a lot of names that stand out to me. Majin Bay at 6-2. Andrew Cook here of the Card Guys with Prism in Classic Constructed.
Oh, Prism. Oh, Ellie is still alive at 6-2.
In Classic Constructed, she was 5-0 at one point and still looking fine at 6-2.
Yeah, Ellie
that's
really,
pretty good.
Blew my socks off a bit with Fire, to be honest. I was happy to see the last-minute audible. I spoke to them before the World Championship kicked off. I've talked myself out of playing my pet deck. I'm going to register Syndra.
Are they going to do the next? Are they going to do? I assume they're just going to do top 64, right?
For that 5-0 result was the only Fire in the room.
Because I want to see the top 64.
Agiru picked Fire in a pretty unpopular meta for that and took out a world championship and sort of surprised everybody. So history could be set to repeat itself in that regard.
You never know what the
I want to see if Ryan is in the top 64.
They continue through the event. More big names to look forward to, though. Jacob Clements in 27th. That Arachne Marionette pick in Classic Constructed, deviating away.
Yeah, the Arachne Marionette is cool.
Weekend so far. Happy to see him finding success and still chasing.
I want to build Marionette. I have a lot of the assassin stuff from when I was building Slippy, and I have a lot of the new assassin stuff too. It looks like such a fun deck to try to pilot. Like Slippy, I feel like was pretty figured out, but Marionette, I don't know. It just feels different than a lot of the other assassins. No, go to top 64.
Okay. A lot is going to change up after our next few rounds. To remind you all, we're going to be starting with Living Legend for our first 3
Yay!
rounds today.
Okay, it's 3 rounds of Living Legend and then 5 rounds of Classic Constructed.
In Living Legend, what is performing out here in Philadelphia? We're going to break it down for you right now.
71 Bravo, 66 Viscera, 38 Marlin, 33 Dash, 22 Chain, 22 Dromai, 17 Zen, 11 New. God. Who the fuck is playing Victor in LL?
Turnout for Bravo Star of the show a little higher than most expected. People expected Viscera Runeblood to kind of be the best deck in the room heading into
Oh,
the event.
Dash.
That seems to be in some amount of
Ryan Rich is one of the Dash inventor extraordinaires.
Turning up in third, the biggest
That's who we're watching.
the weekend. People aware of Marlin heading in after a breakout performance just before the World Championship cemented itself as the 3rd most popular choice in this event as a result.
Are we convinced about Marlin's potential to break through here in Living Legend? Because I've heard some pretty differing opinions about the true power level of this deck.
I think it's unquestionable the deck is doing powerful things. Cards like Art of War, 3 of a Kind, Cash In, these are fundamentally powerful cards.
Oh, those are great.
Really
3 Prism? Oh, that's original Prism.
Defense reactions weren't playing Chains of Mephitis as these shadow players to have counterplay. It ran free. There was very little interaction with the primary game plan. Now that players are adapting, we're going to see for sure whether
nice.
Survive.
We're rooting for the Dash IO chat.
One hero in Living Legend I want to highlight because we've been yet to feature her here in our match.
dash.
Dromai
Oh, Dromai.
Artist. 22 copies of this deck, and as we saw our leaderboards, plenty of them floating amongst the top tables.
Yeah, there's still a lot of Dromai still.
Dromai Ash Artist is a deck that is near and dear to many hearts, can be built in multiple ways. There's a lot of new tools that were added to this deck that make it very appealing. The Dragon Flight Paths allowing Dominia to attack twice.
Day 2 field.
Pretty big selling point if you're looking to.
Where is he? Where is he? Yeah, the one dash extraordinaire is Ryan. Let's go. Ryan is the 1%.
Seems like it's pretty hard to answer even for decks in Living Legend.
Yep, I've been losing to Chromite.
Ryan is the 1%.
There you have it, of course. This is our meta percentage here. Bravo star of the show, of course, at 22% visible.
Yeah.
Still very much
a lot of the Marlins
rogue deck
have
the tail
dropped out.
I'm not sure how much of an opportunity we'll get to feature them, unfortunately. Dash
Excuse me.
I'm thinking maybe some Tree Frog Dash might be reached for our one Dash player. Icelander Storm by
It's Ryan. I know the guy who's the one dash player still.
High and mighty. I cannot begin to guess what his aim is in Living Legend.
Also, the one Victor made it. That's kind of crazy.
Generating heroes. Had the pleasure of catching up with Dash Inventor Extraordinaire at the end of the day. Turns out Dissolution Sphere really good at shutting down rune chants from these Rune Bay players. So there is some counterplay to be found from Dash. Hopefully manages to find some more success over the course of the weekend. Speaking of Dash, Dash.io, also a really big part of this metagame so far. Maybe a little less than we might have expected, given how ridiculous that deck looked on camera at various points yesterday. But it shows that while this is definitely a
Cincinnati delicacy,
it's going to see that kind of skill check, is the way I'll put it. It's going to force people to know what's happening, make them interact, and if they don't, punish them accordingly.
So there you have it, folks. We've whet your appetites now for our 3 rounds of Living Legend coming at us in just a moment. Our players are preparing to throw down our day 2 of the World Championship Philadelphia. So we're going to step aside very briefly, take a break, and when we return, it'll be time to dive first into round 9. Living Legend here in Philly. You don't want to miss it.
Oh, never mind then. I'm good. All right. Let's see if we can find my boy. Let's see if we can find the one of Dash Extraordinaire on the rolling screen. Arthur Trehey. Yeah, here's all the 5 and 3s. Where is he? There's still so many tables for day 2. That's kind of crazy. I mean, he has to go 7-0, so let's see what his... Oh, wow. Table 65 has a bye. Table 1, the highest table. Jacob, Allen, the singular 8-0 is still crazy. That's kind of wild. But basically, we're just going to be watching. I'm going to start sorting cards eventually at some point. I don't know when. But I've got a bunch of cards to go through still. And try to organize some stuff. I just want to see who Ryan's playing against. We're not going to get to see. It's not going to scroll fast enough. That's a shame. Come on, get to the 5 and 3s. No. All right.
Road to National season kicks off at the start of the new year. From January 3rd, head to your LGS to snag some promos, compete for epic prizing, and secure your qualification for Nationals. Head to fabtcg.com for more info. That, of course, is going to kick us off very quickly in 2026. Competition never really rests here in the Flesh and Blood world. Of course, we are in the thick of it. We're in the crucible, Mr. Scott Mines. It is day 2 of World Championship Philadelphia and round 9.
Oh, yeah.
I cannot wait for this. I think there were some mixed feelings about Living Legend heading into this weekend, from myself included, at various points during the playtesting process, but I wondered how much of that was frustration from my own personal experiences, how much of it was legitimate. I'm finding most of it was frustration so far. I think a lot of the games we had on camera yesterday showcase a lot of what Living Legend is about. There's power, there's raw, unadulterated numbers. We can do some silly, slightly controversial things, but we can also play very interactive back and forth games with cripplingly important decision points. Even decks like Dash.io, we saw how complex the game states can get. You're doing something ridiculous, but if you slip up, you will be punished for it. And that's what I want from a trading card game. I want a format that makes me feel like I'm the one who made important decisions to get me the result that I earned.
Yeah, we've seen players have to tank for extended periods of time just to make sure that they execute some of these more complex lines in Living Legend without any big blunders. And I'm sure we'll be bereft of those for the most part as we're heading towards our top cut of players here. It's round number 9. We're going to head down to the feature match area and get this party started for you guys. It's going to be
Who's the feature at?
7-1 on Viserai Runeblood going up against Jacob Allen.
That's the undefeated.
8-0 out of Canada on Bravo.
All right, let me put this in the sync before this game starts.
Of the tournament to kick things off here, the two most represented decks in Living Legend will be our first battle of the day. Now, notoriously, Bravo star of the show has a little bit of a Viserai problem, but there is active counterplay to make this matchup more interesting. Part of what we're going to see on the side here, Plume of Evergrowth. This card won't enable silly combos like you'd expect from Verdance back in Classic Constructed, but what it does allow you to do is find those pieces of interaction time and time again. If you need another Felling of the Crown, if you need another Plow Under, they're going to be available on demand, and you can force yourself to interact with Viserai when it matters. Otherwise, Jacob...
What is this, Viserai versus Starvo? Some are saying that this is like the matchup of the tournament, huh?
Stifle the bleeding until that big Bloodchief Scalia turn finally emerges from Dylan Ashcraft.
Fair bit of action here on turn 0. Dylan Ashcraft starts with the Malefic Incantation. An aura that is going to allow him to create Runechant tokens when he attack action.
What's up?
He's also pitching to his grasp for the Arknight to create a Runechant to develop some board presence early on. But Jacob on turn 0
oh, it's Malefic.
able just to discard a Fruits of the Forest and go up to 42 life.
Over to Jacob here, did get to filter just a little bit thanks to that Fruits of the Forest, looking for a Yahtzee to start us
off. Oh, he Yahtzeed.
Successfully fuse the BLT sandwich that is Bravo star of the show. Sends a rather large...
It's time to Yahtzee. Dominate, go again for 7.
It's really hard to argue with.
Yeah, I mean, in this format, Bravo quite often is setting the vanilla tall damage to start with. If you can get disruption on it, that's
humongous.
Quite often here, yeah, like a dominate go again attack followed by a Winter's Wail comes on through. Now, Reduced to Runechant is free because Dylan Ashcraft...
Alright, let me see where the best place to put my face cam is.
Frostbite's are not what Viserai wants to have to play through. It's a deck that runs pretty low to the ground in terms of cost curve a lot of the time. There's some machinations of Dominion to open up the attack. Another Malefic Incantation thrown down. We are going to see a Viserai trigger and a Runechant created. So already a lot to work with for the Rune Blood.
I'm very intrigued to see how Dylan chooses to navigate this matchup. There's a few different schools of thought from Viserai players as to how to best attack Bravo star of the show.
Hold on, let me
Running out machinations here for the sake of a Runechant. I don't believe there is going to be an attack following.
There we go.
So we have some gameplay here with dousing Runeblood as the follow-up. So this would suggest Dylan happy to play a more traditional Viserai game. Just simply looking to use that additional...
Alright, let's see if that actually looks good.
Runechants, and hopefully therefore make even more Runechants from Douse with Runeblood. We do see Viserai players sometimes leaning into building a pitch stack in this matchup. A stack of Runechants sending one big volley of damage. But looks like we are more than happy to play a traditional game here if we're Dylan Ashcraft.
Now, Dazzled Runeblood, of course, a card
I'm
that
gonna
hunts
make it a
that
little
wild
bit
Dylan
smaller.
on attack to create rune charms.
Hold
opens
on.
into the number of non-attack action cards played. This obviously still combines with Visorai's ability, so you can see there are going to be rune charms that come in behind this. Machinations of Dominion also allows this to come in with overpower, but it's not exactly an on-hit effect, so that's less, I guess, interesting than the fact that it does give Dazzled Runeblood go again. Many of these Rune Blade attacks.
All right, let's see if that looks better.
Go again, need to have it conferred by some other mechanism. But you'll notice that behind this, there are 5 rune charts already having been created, and room for this Dusk Blade to get in after potentially.
Dazzled Runeblood, a big part of.
All right, that's much better.
In the
Okay, cool.
Legend format. You do find it lining up very well with Mordred Tide to create a rather insurmountable amount of damage. Of course, it is also an additional source of go again when found with Sonata Arcanix for those big pop-up turns. This time, just bread and butter.
5 rune chants already.
For the trouble, and all that arcane just pouring across here. Jacob happy to take the heat. Makes me think we might be heading to the casino once again.
Yeah, the way he's got those cards out right. I'm seeing the colors line up as well. Duskblade has the potential to grow quite large, but if you do have,
Oh my God, he's just saying, "Fuck it, I'm taking the damage."
You lose all
Okay, but he is undefeated. So I guess he knows what he's doing.
Quite powerful enough to be banned in the same way the Duskblade was, that's for sure. We have it again. Bravo ability is online. Lightning,
Yahtzee.
and ice cards revealed to turn on this next attack. Give it go again, dominate, and +2. It's a Fruits of the Forest used on offense.
So far, this game going the way both players kind of want it to. We are seeing a copy of Blessing of the Occult in the hand for Dylan Ashcraft. Would suggest the deck list is somewhere in the middle in terms of these bigger turns and more tempo-orientated turns. And
9 dominate, go again. Holy moly!
Both avenues gives you some resilience if you need to take a more defensive stance.
See the electromagnetic somersault here thrown out to allow Fruits of the Forest to be reused. It will end up bouncing back to the hand. And with go again, that means that Jacob can just sort of send something else out. He opts for the disruption instead. So Winter's Bite's going to follow it up. It's discard a card unless you
Makes
pay 2.
sense.
That is very annoying for Visorai to have to deal with. Although you're priced into it.
Is Visorai like a red heavy deck, I assume, then?
Of Occult in response.
We have talked about this numerous times across the weekend.
Oh wait, this.
Winter's Bite, Plow Under, these disruptive cards are a big part of Starvo's current suite. We're going to see Mordred Tide in to read the runes here, so more of a setup turn.
Oh no, it's way higher actually. Hold on.
Rune chance en masse. Look to go a little bit bigger next time around.
There we go.
Yeah, I mean, Mordred Tide in the past has been a part of these really big, go wide blowout turns, allowing those extra rune chants to be created. But also here, it's a very reasonable way to give yourself a nice stack of 6. That's relevant. Bloodsheath Skeleton will allow Dylan to discount that Sonata Arcanix based on how many rune chants are in play. So 6 is a pretty decent number for that. It's going to be a lightning surge sent out by Jacob Allen.
I do want to take a moment to talk about Duskblade here. Of course, Dylan losing the counter at the end of that previous turn. No attack to be found to trigger those malicious.
I'm gonna bring it over.
Also, that's something that you wouldn't really be worrying about with Visorai. Sometimes this deck is very guilty of never attacking with its weapon whatsoever. The game plan to a deck like Bravo, unlikely to be to build Duskblade to insurmountable heights. Is looking to gain some incidental value from it when you have nothing better than to swing your weapon.
Another one? Oh
and
my.
again, for that reason, maybe a deck less affected by the departure of Rosetta Thorn from the format than others.
Hitting them with all of the disruption.
Weapon in Flesh and Blood was Rosetta Thorn, but
I gotta move it over just a little bit.
As a resource sink. It is that Winner's Bite yet again. This time it's a pitch of the Runic Reckoning.
Just trying to get the layout all correct for the rest of the stream.
Over a blizzard here. Looks like it will be used to fund a Frosty 4. I imagine Fruits of the Forest on discard duty here to fuel up that yard. Worth noting that choosing this line does insulate from a card like Face Purgatory. It is something you have to be slightly mindful of as Bravo if you want to swing Winter's Wail off.
Face Purgatory is a crazy card.
Lines up perfectly to knock that ice card out of the way. Don't need to worry about walking into that here, but something worth keeping in mind as these turns progress.
Pretty wide turn. Lightning Surge into Winter's Bite into Winter's Wail. A little bit more higher action point usage than we expect to see from the Guardian, but he can play on that axis pretty comfortably as well.
All right. Oh my God, another Malefic.
Set up. So once Dylan starts to deploy these attacks,
that's gonna be like
is going to be creating a lot more rune chants in the back. This is Rune Flash that comes in, getting discounted based on how many rune chants are in play. So suffice to say,
That is a lot of rune chants. He's making them.
would go again.
4 rune
Pretty
chants.
premium option when you already have some of those rune chants on the board, and 4 get created behind it.
6 and 4. That's a lot of split damage.
Create those 4 rune chants goes to show the power of sequencing in Viserai, the hero ability creating incidental arcane damage. Certainly not trivial here. Jacob looking at a hand with Channel Lake Frigid, which is the first time I've ever forgotten the name of that card. It's one of my favorites personally, but looking like no fuse as things stand. Multiple ice cards, multiple earth cards here, so a bit of an awkward turn to navigate. Likely to spend some time preventing.
Oh, yeah,
damage,
also,
but
let me see if
Channel
I
Lake
can.
Frigid is a
Where
really
is
important
chat?
tool against a deck like Viserai. The deck runs on very fine margins, very resource tight to
Oh.
make everything come together. So very tempting to take some damage in order to keep
There we go.
those 2 ice cards.
Yeah, I mean, the lines here are deploy Channel Lake Frigid, maybe send like, it's like a blue Autumn's Touch, and there's a blue Fruits of the Forest in hand. Jacob said something earlier in the game. He said, yeah, my hero ability basically says give a Tales of Aria limited card +2 dominate and go again. A lot of the cards on their own, not very exciting. Autumn's Touch is just a vanilla attack action without effects. Fruits of the Forest is much the same. It even blocks for less.
Is he trying to think of how much he's going to pitch into this arcane?
These cards aren't so powerful. It's that they
That's probably what it is.
enable this Star of
He's
the
just
Show ability.
Trying to figure out how much arcane damage he wants to take. Yeah, he's going to pitch 2 yellow or 2 blues into it.
In this situation, gonna lean on Stalagmite to try and shut down the rest of this turn.
God, that's such a cool fucking shield. The art on the shield is so good.
You'll find players prioritizing arcane damage prevention in this matchup.
Oh.
Perseus Succumb to Temptation tends to be a big factor. Can be played as an instant if you have dealt arcane, but no risk of losing a card to that one up that damage. However, you are at risk of getting punished slightly by a meet and greet lurking in the arsenal.
Yeah, Dylan playing around. Essentially, this Stalagmite play was a blue Rune Flash that was held in hand. The action was really in the arsenal. So meet and greet, very reasonable go again option. It also creates that rune chant.
What is meet and greet? When this hits a hero, create a rune chain. If you dealt arcane damage, it gets go again. Gotcha.
Down to 21 points of life. Only 2 rune chants build up in the back of this, but there's a Duskblade follow-up. So all things considered, Dylan's able to navigate this Stalagmite turn perfectly.
Pretty much exactly what you're hoping
Nice.
for as Dylan. Painful interaction point in the form of Stalagmite, the Bastion of Eisenloft. Pretty much wasted there from Jacob. Did not get any value thanks to that blue copy of Rune Flash. Jacob here going to have to rely on Channel Lake Frigid to slow Dylan down pretty significantly.
Channel Lake
Right
Frigid.
window to find one of these big attacks that we know Starvo to be so iconic for. Maybe that's Starstruck in some cases, but we're looking for Felling of the Crown, Oaken Old, some of these big hitters here to really get Jacob back into this game, and hopefully to rebuy one of those heavy hitters with Plume of Evergrowth.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, so far there's just not been disruption outside of some Frostbite creation, and now this Channel Lake Frigid. So finding some disruption staple to one of those attack actions, be able to send something that's not just, vanilla damage across is pretty important for Jacob. So Dylan's game plan's been largely unhindered up until this point. Channel Lake Frigid, though, this is the kind of thing that slows the game down, not just, in sort of fab terms, but also now your opponent really needs to think through their lines as much as they can. Looks like a pretty red-heavy hand with a Sonatic Galaxia
Yeah.
in there.
Channel Lake Frigid is so annoying.
Dylan now has to fight his way out of the freeze.
I assume the red heavy Viserai lists can't really fight through the ice disruption that Starvo brings,
In this matchup by Michael Fung while playing
which is a little awkward.
matchups as Bravo Star of the show. Lets you filter away those extra cards, look for additional ways to fuse if you're struggling to find elements. But in situations like this, allows you to attack and then pitch a second ice card to keep cards like Channel Lake Frigid around. An interaction both Jacob and Dylan will want to be aware of.
Jacob would love to keep that aura around for as long as possible. It's like a Rune Flash in there as well.
What is the... Oh, I guess there's judge question happening.
Oh, yeah. Pending and Sunburst, I know, work favorably for you, but I don't think it works favorably with, like, Banefire. Sure. Okay.
I think that...
What?
I'm not sure. Those are cards I'm not aware of in this particular card game. So I think they're discussing broadly, though, how cost increase is going to work here in Flesh and Blood, and how Dylan has to sort of play this turn, because that is the tax that Channel Lake Frigid imposes. You can see all cards and activated abilities cost Dylan an extra resource here. this could be potentially critical to a Runeblade, whose hands often draw up pretty red heavy. So how much are we pitching to this Nada Galaxia? If this turn gets played, he can only, get a incantation out of the deck here for this?
That is
pretty rough.
Yeah, just to talk about that in a little bit more detail, of course. Sonata
That is
Galaxia
unfortunate.
is a card that is reduced by rune chance you control. However, Channel Lake Frigid makes things cost more. So does that reduction work favorably for you? Is it mitigated by a rune chant existing? And that's kind of what our players were referring to there. How exactly does this cost reduction situation work if I make a rune chant with one of my cards? Found the answer they were looking for. Finds Blessing of Occult. Just a slightly inconvenient turn, I'll say here for Dylan. 4 reds kind of converted into a single chunk of 3 rune chants in the future. Channel Lake Frigid just doing its job.
I think this is about as good as it gets for Jacob Allen. This gives him all the breathing room.
Yeah, that was just a turn skip. He just time walked him.
Send something that can further disrupt Dylan.
That's rough.
Make use of Channel Lake Frigid's presence on the field and turn that into your advantage. And so Jacob gets passed back to him. Yeah, of course, we're fusing. No worries.
All right. You got
BLT
Yahtzee?
out there. Might just be like a cadaverous tilling set with this.
Bad news, that is a BLT without the tomato.
Oh,
there
no.
is no lightning card in our sandwich.
Did we just reveal our cards?
It's just a flex. this is my hand. You're about to eat a cadaverous tilling. I'm going to know before I send it directly in your direction.
It's like, listen, we can play open hand. That's fine. It's only round 9 of a World Championship.
Yeah, these guys are being real coy for
Jacob might not have the ability to actually convert
the World Championship. They're just talking.
Go again on this first attack from Bravo's activated ability means that he might get IP'd.
So I'm hopeful here that Jacob does spot this interaction with Shock Charmers to find both those ice cards into the pitch zone, keep this Channel Lake Frigid around, make the most of the situation we find ourselves in. But yeah, definitely thought their hand was better than unfortunately it was. Looks like that is the avenue we're going for here. Cadaverous Tilling going to be eating some Earth cards for the trouble. Hopefully Shock Charmers joining the party momentarily. For now, Dylan's side.
What does Shock Charmers do again? I forget.
Gloomveil on the other side as well. So pretty bread and butter Runeblade attacks. Going to take a moment to look on through the graveyard here for Jacob, see how much Earth Fuel remains, what targets might be available for a card like Plume of Evergrowth. As this
yeah, Plume is like legal in this format still.
16, so
I totally
spot where the
forgot.
players are in reach of each other. Not surprised to see blocks here from Dylan if the hand is a bit disjointed. Looks like we're reaching for 3 cards as a result. So looking to take a little bit more of a slower approach here once more. Wait out.
Yeah, he just has to block out the Channel Lake Frigid.
So I want to circle back around.
I don't know why you would do anything but just
yeah, that is
let the Channel Lake Frigid.
Yes, okay. Shock Charmers does get pitched to here. And it also allows Jacob to cycle the rest of
Just
his
pass
hand.
through.
So we noticed yesterday as well that Jacob's on a couple of copies of that Trip to Light Fantastic. So when it comes to dealing with the split damage from Viserai, Jacob kind of has some options. Cards he can discard to sort of prevent that damage. Might become relevant because this Blessing of Occult, this kind of setup turn, and then Jacob means that the turn passes back to Dylan, and he can once again go on the offense.
Does he not have to pay for that?
Massive turn will be taken. Love to see the filtration from Jacob. We are seeing those Earth cards.
What about the Channel Lake?
I say go on the offense.
Paying.
There's still Channel Lake Frigid in play, thanks to Jacob pitching to the Shock Charmer. So, yeah, we're going to chill again.
Yep, most offensive thing we see in play right now is that Ice Aura.
At the beginning of your cards inactivated, but he didn't pay for Channel Lake Frigid. He didn't pay through Channel Lake Frigid. I don't think.
Fancy revealing our hand as a
For free?
Yeah,
That's weird.
Sportsmanship once more, perhaps.
So I'm seeing a
Hey, buddy, what's up?
That's some disruption that Viserai does not want to see.
What's up, big dog? You doing big dog things?
There's a lightning surge. Now that needs to be from Arsenal to get that go again. So here comes a plow under.
Hey, buddy, you gotta eat.
Composing and looks like, yeah,
Go
he's
eat.
banished 2 cards quite easily. That graveyard's been filling up here for Jacob Allen, mostly for attacks that he's been deploying.
Jacob acknowledging here, this is a symmetrical plow under. Will lose their own arsenal as a result of doing this, but I
think he
quite
wants
like
this.
that choice.
I think he wants to put that lightning surge in there, right?
I think it's more about what Dylan must have in the arsenal here as well. We saw them having a bit of a disjointed hand.
He is
having to
being
block
weird.
3 cards on defense, likely to have saved the power card to
This
park,
is so cheeky.
and instead We're going to see Face Purgatory being
Oh.
pushed in here to try and filter through.
He's
Find
facing
a slightly
Purgatory.
more proactive hand. Going to lose
That's
a red
hilarious.
Malefic incantation as a result, though.
Yeah, I mean, Jacob was setting this up to try and get the Lightning Surge in Arsenal just to have a turn extender, and now that Face Purgatory will deny him that opportunity. So he loses his own Arsenal and actually doesn't have anything to replace it with, and now that Channel Lake Frigid, it's gone.
He'll be all right.
I just feel like the line from Jacob, you have to earn Face Purgatory eventually. You have to get through. And I also think there is reason to believe the card that was parked in Arsenal for Dylan was a very important one. Again, they chose to filter through a defensive turn, park that card in the Arsenal.
All right, now that Channel Lake is gone, you can actually play the game again, which is good.
Very impactful.
Here comes the restricted Deadwood Dirge. Only one red copy available to Viserai here. And it is going to take the Malefic Incantation down. Rune Chants go up to 6 now. This is pretty insane. A Rune Blood Barrier also going to be deployed off the back of this.
I really like this from Dylan. I think we've reached the stage of the game where they have identified their win condition, which is find my copy of Sonata Arcanix, pop my Bloodchief Skeleta, do the thing, TM, as we prefer to refer to it in these parts. And that
Holy,
big
what is
start
that?
turns, Rune Blood
Great for
Barrier
Rune
with an
Chance.
utter
If you're here to be
boatload
dealt
of
damage,
damage.
instead destroy
Turns
that
out
many
Jacob
rune
goes,
chants you
okay,
control
do
and
your
prevent.
worst. I don't need to
Okay.
keep that
Oh,
many cards in this
felling.
spot. I just need to find my Sonata.
Oh.
My chess piece will do the rest. Unfortunately,
He got
it's like a
fellinged.
crown on the other side of the table, which does make this Rune Blood Barrier a little bit more of a liability.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a May trigger, right? If you would take damage, instead destroy that many Rune Chants you control and prevent damage for each Rune Chant being destroyed while, Rune Blood Barrier is in play. So the upside is that it creates 4 Rune Chants for you, which is amazing, but you have to destroy them, right?
Yes, you do. Wouldn't surprise me here to see Dylan, popping a card on the bottom, and then he's almost certainly, I think, going to use these other cards on defense here to keep these Rune Chants alive and stymie the bleeding. Did not draw that Sonata Arcanix, so isn't losing a copy of that to play defense here. And I think it leans into the plan they've demonstrated so far. They're fanning through the yard here to see the cards they've been through. They know what the win condition is. They just need to buy their time to get there. So dodging this felling, going to be great, and they know that there is probably another one coming in the near future, courtesy of Plume as well. They really can't afford to lose all these Rune Chants to the first felling of the crown.
Yeah, and if Dylan can just, sit pretty for now, block this out. When it comes back to his turn, Rune Blood Barrier is going to be destroyed because those Rune Chants will remain. And then he won't have to use them to prevent damage if it comes in. He can keep them there. He can maybe take some. He's at 20 right now, so still a reasonable life total. Just needs to, look out for those potentially devastating minor turns from Star of the Show.
Is he just trying to combo the Starvo down from 0 or to 0 now?
Just face up what is printed on the card.
Tough decision here for Dylan. Does have 2 block 3s and 2 block 2s in the hand.
Oh, he has the Sonata, doesn't he?
Strong from the
No,
top.
no, he has.
Was the card they were planning to go to the bottom, but if they hold on to these block 2s, I think they're likely to take some damage here. Use these Rune Chants as a cushion to keep these other more powerful tutors around.
Yeah, I guess it's 2-3 blocks, and a 2 block could get there, but then you already have the lose. I mean, your hand is getting folded one way or another if you want to keep these Rune Chants in play, unless you're looking to involve some of your equipment, which I'd expect to be pretty unlikely.
This is a real pain point here for Dylan. I think this is a tough decision. I think they've identified the game plan, but it's hard to navigate what is likely to be multiple copies of Felling of the Crown. I would be curious if there's enough Earth cards left to decompose in the yard. I think we've been through a good chunk of them so far. And if Dylan's aware that this next Felling isn't coming immediately, it's much easier to play a staunch defense here, give up more cards, take the defensive line. If they know it's coming in the immediate following turn, they only have 20 life to work with. Things do get a little more temperamental.
Yeah, like it's worth, noting that Felling the Crown has got 2 pretty distinct aspects to it. If you have those 4 more Earth cards in your banish zone, that's the power bonus that it goes up to 8. But you do need to banish 2 Earth cards and an action card from your graveyard to trigger the effect of both you and your opponent putting a card from your hand on the bottom of your deck. So, one of those sort of aspects could be satisfied, right? If Jacob is not able to, get enough of cards out of his graveyard into banish, but he wants a disruptive effect more than anything. We're actually going to allow some of these Rune Chants to detonate. Dylan Ashcraft still wants to have a functional turn. He's happy to give up some of these Rune Chants to eat this.
He's still at 7 Rune Chants. That's still like half of his life.
Here's a Sonata Galaxia.
So looking at the cards in hand, I actually think that's very clever from Dylan. I got a bit blindsided by wanting to keep these Rune Chants around, but the truth is, both of the cards they kept make Rune Chants for you. You're going to find this Galaxia, another copy of Read the Runes in hand as well. So you may as well use some of the existing Rune Chants in order to soak up damage.
Nice.
Still healthy for you. make some more and thin
Malefic
cards out of the
Incantation
deck this way.
to...
Grab
Well, I
another
guess you
Malefic
don't want to make
Incantation,
any... You don't want to
use that resource
swing.
proactively. Not only do you end up on a higher rune total,
I wonder if he's
but
just trying to
less
build
of
up as many
depth
rune
in
chants as he
fights
can and
and
stay
lots of
alive.
mechanics.
And then just swing the Dusk Blade.
Galaxia is able to tutor for any aura in Dylan's deck with this many rune charts in play, and it gets go again because
Yeah.
X was 2 or more with you know, an absurd number of them in play. So read the runes just makes a bunch more. We are up to 11 rune charts. We have a Malefic Incantation still in play, 2 of them, by the way.
Holy
A lot to
schmoly.
work with now for Dylan, and this is a very large bank of rune charts that are being developed. Jacob definitely has to be getting concerned.
Holy, he's starting to stockpile them.
Hand, I think.
I'm seeing the colors of the rainbow.
I love to hear this here from Jacob. I believe we do have a Yahtzee, but Jacob, taking a moment. I'm just double checking. I don't want to do it again in revealing the hand free of charge, and so double checks to make sure.
Lightning, ice, earth. He's got
We
Yahtzee.
got there, folks.
Cadaverous Tilling here likely to be the attack turbocharged by that Bravo effect, but of course, Ball Lightning, Incidental Go Again, does offer some flexibility as to how this turn is played.
Ball Lightning is such a good card too.
With that Face Purgatory gone, this turn is a lot safer. It's easier for you to sequence that Ball Lightning into your Revelation, into your Winter's Wail
Excuse me.
without risking being punished in any meaningful way.
Okay. So there's the Ball Lightning being met by the machinations of Dominion. Now, of course, the Bravo effect affects the next attack.
Oh, there's an Oakenold.
Oakenold sat on an Arsenal. Wait a minute.
That's
Of course,
scary.
on him. Of course, Ball Lightning not affected by
11,
ability because it's
dominate,
low, but
go
Oakenold
again.
Absolutely is. 11, dominate, and go again. This is as good as it gets. Fused Bravo ability. Jacob is living the dream.
We knew this incredibly powerful.
He just was waiting to find the Yahtzee for the Oakenold. That has been in his arsenal for like 3 turns, I think.
Smoke Screens, one of the most powerful cards in this deck, convinces Dylan the follow-up. Hey, it's going to be Cadaverous Tilling into a Hammer Swing. Bad news, my friend. Your hand is disappearing, and I've got Dominate. Incredibly well played by Jacob Allen.
Oof.
Is it like,
If Oakenold is fused, it gains +2, dominate, and if this hits a hero, put 2 random cards from their hand on the bottom of their deck in any order.
Ball Lightning trigger, of course, on the
Oof.
Oakenold. That should be the least of Dylan's concerns now. It's the disruptive 2 random
Oof.
cards that he put on the bottom of his deck after Oakenold hits him. Wow, spoilers, it's going to hit.
Spoilers, it's gonna hit. How does Viserai come out of this with... Because he's just going to get time walked.
Ball Lightning situation, things get a little sparky.
I think the problem is we have, our Plume of Evergrowth is in Japanese.
I have an English copy in my wallet, is the biggest flex I have ever seen.
Yeah.
This happens to me on the regular.
Listen,
Here's my business card.
If you are going to choose the path of the weeb, you had better have the tools to keep your opponent apprised of the situation. That is totally fine. In the wallet, of all places.
I
though?
respect it.
Also, that poor card.
No, that's normally where the photos of family go, but Jacob Allen's not interested in that. We're all about Plume of Evergrowth here.
Okay. Well, it's like the Wolverine meme, right? He's in bed and the photo frame is a Plume of
I
Evergrowth.
miss him so much.
I mean, importantly, it allows for that recursion of Oakenold, right? Oakenold.
Yeah, he can plume the Oakenold back to his
card, so-
hand.
oh, no, sorry, it's an attack action, so you cannot be pulling that one back, thankfully. But
Oh, I wish Oakenold was
yeah.
Earth card. We'd fuse with it significantly more
it's,
often.
right, it has Earth and Ice fusion, excuse me, folks, but it is not actually aspected by either of those elements. So yeah, it's a elemental guardian.
Oh, so you
Earth and
can't
Ice
plume
fusion.
it, I see.
Worth noting here,
You
we're
have to
talking
plume
time
the
defense,
felling,
so this
right?
Oakenold struck at a pretty painful time. One of the best cards in the Viserai deck being forcefully stripped away, while the other 2 will go to the bottom of the deck in any order. So Dylan requiring those 2 cards a little bit more than the big combo.
Has he put... I don't think he's put a counter on his tunic this whole game.
That Shock Charmer's activation here. If you're unfamiliar with how this little synergy works, Ball Lightning, Shock Charmers.
What is
works the
Shark
way you would
Charmers?
like it to. You're gonna see
The
two
next
edges,
time an
points of
attack
damage
action
swinging
card you
across,
control hits a hero,
and
deal
attack
1
action
damage to
being the
them.
card that does
Oh, and
damage,
Ball
and
Lightning does
therefore
2, so it's
the
Shock
additional
Tremors does
instant damage
2,
is granted to Oakenold, which is then
and then
amplified by
Oakenold
the
does
Ball Lightning.
1, or 1 extra on each.
Down to 7. This is brutal. Feels like potentially a turning point in this game. Jacob was able to set up.
How does he even
Pick
come
it out,
back
of
from
course, the winner's
this?
whale. Normally, on its own, is fearsome. But following up this Ball Lightning, Oakenold sort of 1-2 punch. This is the least concerning part of the turnout of Bravo Star of the show.
Yeah, and he has no cards in hand, so Jacob is just going to get to draw up.
Sonata Arcanics throughout the majority of the game. Now there is not necessarily enough of a life total buffer to hold on to it. If you find one, you're in range of Bravo finding those elements, imbuing his fist, and sending another large dominated attack your way. Plume of Evergrowth means there is going to be a felling of the crown too far.
Yeah, the felling is going to
you can use Plume
come
to
back.
fix the elements in your hand too. Grab that Earth card back.
Oh, and he's going to get a Frostbite, but it doesn't matter. He doesn't have any cards.
Might enable Jacob Allen to steal this one away with a decisive dose of dominate.
Quite an innocuous piece of equipment, that Plume of Evergrowth, isn't it? Yeah, when we saw it in Classic Constructor, we very quickly realized that it could be a problem, especially in those Verdance lists, being able to recur powerful effects. No, I suspect you wouldn't. That is fair. So that went bye-bye, but here, of course, in Living Legend, it's on for young and old, and it's fair, that's for sure. Dylan Ashcroft, well, most of his hand there, still sitting on 11.
That is literally all. That was his entire hand, and now he doesn't have to have a turn. Right.
Access to. Jacob, of course, looking for the colors. Dylan with a fist pump.
Oh, he doesn't have the lightning.
Have you found your crayons? Is the call there from Dylan Ashcraft. Happy to see.
Do you have your crayons?
Cannot be remedied by that Plume activation, and so
can Starvo eat his crayons this turn? I don't think he can.
Jacob needs just to get over the hump of killing the Runeblood here. Needs to finish off Dylan. Obviously, Dylan could get on the defensive.
Pause. He needs to finish Dylan.
There's some big cards in hand here for Dylan.
He's got to finish off Dylan. Holy.
Ninth Blade of the Blood Oath, which alone.
I don't think you could do that on YouTube.
Incredible amounts of damage right now. Jacob Allen needs to interact to strip these cards away. We do see a Winter's Bite on the other side. There is a little bit of card tension to get through here. If Dylan can keep even one card, the return fire is pretty incredible.
Yeah, he's got 11 rune chance.
Winter's Bite doesn't pose any damage, but it's the follow-up. Jacob Allen looking at the hand. Looks like it might simply be an attack action. God forbid it's just a channel like Frigid to follow it up. We'll see where he goes with that. Dylan does not know. He does not know if behind this Winter's Bite is a tall attack, or Winter's Wail activation, some other form of disruption. Kind of like Frigid is the follow-up. It's a Plow Hunter that doesn't really have an application here. Overpitching, of course, to this channel like Frigid. Winter's Wail gets on.
Makes sense. Overpitch to the Winter's Wail. This is lethal.
Chance in play, and this works the way you want it to. That birthday cake going to be reduced by 11. Does only cost 9 at base, and therefore circumvents Channel Lake Frigid. Would still cost 0 resources to play underneath it.
So it gets +1 and then minus the disruption, or minus the Channel Lake.
As well, but we need to make sure we don't take lethal damage to this Winter's Wail. Some cards available for Dylan, but they need to be very careful about how they sequence this turn.
Okay, perhaps it's not a Spellbound Creepers game. Dylan is considering blocking with that Blade Break equipment. The Bloodsheath Skeletor getting in front here. This has to be setting off alarm bells for Jacob Allen.
I love this choice. There's only one block here left on this Bloodsheath Skeletor. Dylan Ashcraft acknowledging that, hey, my 11 rune chants are about to disappear. This isn't a Skeletor game anymore, but it might still be a Spellbound Creepers game.
Yeah, he's at 3. He doesn't really have any time to try to find the pop-off turn if he doesn't have it this turn.
It should be the card I block with. The cost reduction on Runic Reckoning
Holy.
beats through Channel Lake Frigid, as does Ninth Blade of the Blood Oath.
And now this is a terrifying amount of damage.
Okay. He has 2 rune chants in the back for Duskblade if he gets go again here.
And then first and foremost, it's 11 rune chants that Jacob has to
Yeah.
deal with. This is bona fide lethal damage being sent by Dylan Ashcraft, and all of a sudden, just
11 and 12? Holy.
Prepared to deliver a killing blow.
Jacob might find his first loss here to Dylan.
By the Runeblade math, now has to fight to stay alive.
Does he have AB?
Handlehold in the hand for Jacob, but I don't believe there's an ice.
He's got 1 blue.
So regardless of the equation,
He doesn't really have that much AB.
Bravo activation here makes this a much more difficult turn to navigate. With so many rune chants to consider. I mean, there's a Cadaverous Tilling, a Current Funnel, I think a Fruits of the Forest in there, so an abundance of earth. That plume, of course, is
Yeah.
still available if Felling of the Crown is the name of the game, but Jacob here obliged to give up the majority of their hand.
God,
just to survive.
that's like his whole hand, right?
Now, of course,
Does he take 11 and then put in,
arcane barrier, Chucky
take
Allen
11 and then
spell
put
void.
a couple cards in front of the 12
Trans
and
can
go
be-
to
it's
5?
such a high cost to bear. I mean, if you're gonna
Does he have enough
block out these
physical
rooms,
block to do anything about the 12?
Jacob here lucky enough to have
Holy.
a health buffer that they can reasonably choose to accept one of these losses. If you want to eat the Rune Chance or the 12 damage from Ninth Blade of the Blood Oath, you can. The question is what the return actually is. It needs to be meaningful, and it makes me think we are leaning towards Plume into Felling here if the blue cards are available.
He only had one
It might
blue.
have to be Cadaverous Telling if the resources
He's
don't
got like
come
1
out.
blue, 1 yellow, and 2 red, right?
Not a lot of equipment
He doesn't
or
really
left
have
available
anything
for Jacob.
to...
Does have 3 total between Stalagmite,
He doesn't really have
and
anything to
those
get through these
Aphrodite
rune
right
chants,
through.
and he doesn't really have a
It's
turn
not
after he
ending the
blocks
game,
out
but it puts Jacob
this
in a very
12.
difficult to navigate spot because they have to play a very fair turn on the following turn cycle one way or the other, which gives Dylan the breathing room to get back into this game once Channel Lake Frigid has expired.
And he paid through Channel Lake Frigid with all of the
take as well.
cost reduction off of the rune chants. So he doesn't even have to pitch anything because of all the cost reduction because of the 11 rune chants.
Back.
Bro's playing through the channel.
So this will cripple Jacob Allen. This will put him on the edge of Oblivion. In theory, still in the game, but with pretty limited options.
Why is it at 12? Oh, it's the... There was a pump before it.
And
I
then
forgot.
To say nothing about his chances of keeping Channel Lake Frigid in play any longer, that looks like that ship has well and truly sailed. That icebreaker has departed.
I'm so happy to see the deliberation here. This is the sign of the best.
What's the
players
judge? What?
in Flesh and Blood.
Why we
These
got?
are
Why we
players
got a
who
judge
take their
call?
time on the important decision trees. This game has been played at a pretty brisk pace so far, and now that we finally found ourselves in a spot that is ultimately likely to be game deciding, Jacob Allen taking the time, not feeling the pressure. of
Yeah, he
the
can
moment,
only get
making sure they get the
Felling
best
back
of
with
every
Plume
card.
because Oakenold is an elemental. It cannot be
Finding
gotten
Night
back.
Blade and Runic Reckoning. These
with
cost
anything
reductions
else.
Available to Rune Blades. Couldn't really have come at a better time to play through what would be a devastating level of disruption from this Channel Lake Frigid. What do you think Dylan is looking for? Is he concerned about a Felling? Checking the banish makes me think that might be a concern.
I think Dylan's game is likely to be to sight another Starvo fuse if Dylan fails to prevent significant damage.
Oh
on
yeah,
the
he still has the
fire.
stalagmite.
So needs
Oh
to
god, he's
understand
got a
how
lot.
likely that is to happen if they draw a passive hand.
6-7. Sorry. good number.
God, oh.
Lightning Greaves here. Has Arcane Barrier. I don't think we're going to be putting that on. Trying to defend with Jacob. Oh my goodness, that was scary. We are, of course, going to be able to just get that Battle Worn in there. We're fine. Obviously, I don't think Starvo cares too much about giving his instance go again, so...
He survived at 1.
Okay, so we all just
Holy.
is the route taken here. This is the best case scenario.
Does he not have AB?
For Jacob Allen. Gonna present a reasonable threat, decompose some cards away, force some cards away.
Oh no, the Lightning Greaves
It's
has
worth noting that
has
that entire
has it.
mess that we just experienced with Ninth Blade of the Blood Oath. We've got 3 rune chants made behind. 3 rune chants made behind by that
8?
Malefic incantation.
Can he find mana just to swing Dawnblade and force interaction on the rune chants?
And that arcane
Or not
damage
Duskblade,
Jacob
but
Allen
Dawnblade?
to consider, which is
No,
gonna make it
not
much,
Dawnblade.
much
Yes,
harder
Duskblade.
to keep the elements combined
Block
in
3,
one
pitch to
card.
Duskblade, swing 3 and 3 split damage,
Time being...
force the Arcane Barrier, and then force a card out of hand.
Going to stick around.
I think he's got it on lock with the Duskblade plus rune
Front of the
chants.
team, read the runes. Douse and Rune Blood. We're still deliberating on this Rune Rager.
Math is much harder here. Both players just seeing if the Rune Rager Swarm can be kept. 8, of course, a much more palatable number than 6 or 7.
I wonder if Dylan, I try to consider the potential being blown out by like random pings of damage from something like a ball lightning or whatever. He's really trying to make sure he's at a safe life total. This block right now would not be sufficient to keep him alive.
This is currently for 5. It looks like Dylan here debating if Rune Rager Swarm is the block or if Spellbound.
Yeah, I was gonna say it.
Or give up those Iron Rot Jordans.
Do you not just pitch to Duskblade and force Jacob to block the or AB the Rune Chance and then block the Duskblade and see what his hand is, and then you draw 4 new cards?
To stay alive, so the turns get a little bit smaller, and now your angles, the axes you're trying to
Just
play
force him to never Bravo again and keep the Rune Chance online.
If you're the
I guess he doesn't have a Rune Chant maker,
you know, having to pay for a Rune Chant,
which is a little bit awkward.
Dylan is representing 3 damage worth of Rune Chants on the board right now, with a still Malefic in play. So that split damage now becomes a real headache for Jacob to deal with. But again, with Arcane Barrier 1 on the Greaves.
Yeah, he does have AB1 with the Greaves, but he has to give his whole hand to block the physical and the AB. He just never is going to have a Starvo activation again.
This allows you to present 2 attacks courtesy of Duskblade into Jacob Allen and strip those cards away. Did double check, no Shock Charmers left available. Channel Lake Frigid is
going down to 1.
In any way. And
Next damage kills.
Jacob, which is what you need to do to not get dominated out.
Next blow.
2 players at 1-1. Their last dregs of life.
Yeah, he gets to.
Rune Rager Swarm sent across 3 Rune Chants up front, though.
It's like 3 and 3, and then Duskblade and a Rune Chant.
There's a density of blues here for the Guardian that allow him to pay through this, though.
My problem is the Rune Chant behind from the Malefic Incantation. 4 Rune Chants, so much more difficult to deal with.
That's 4 Rune Chants plus the 3 physical plus the Duskblade.
Means Jacob is likely going to have to expend every card just to survive.
Yeah, there's Duskblade, and you have to pitch again, and you have to block again, and you don't get a turn ever again. Yeah, 2 and 1.
You was a Rosetta Thorn, Dylan. That's fair. His Duskblade is just for 2. Still asks for a whole card.
Yeah, that's his whole hand, and then Jacob passes and draws up.
Jacob Allen has to use it all to stay alive. And these sources of split damage are always going to be
This game's over.
On his defensive options. 14 minutes left in the round. This is timed. The possibility of a draw very much is still alive. But you'd think
No, it's not.
This right here, you'd be able to
Rune Rager
at some point.
into.
Rune Rager Swarm showing you why it's such an important part of the Viscerai toolkit. Malefic Incantation making it.
If you played or created an aura. Oh, I guess he plays it, Malefic triggers, and then he gets go again because he's created a Rune Chain off the Malefic. That makes sense.
Here for Dylan Ashcraft to keep stripping the cards away from our star of the show.
3.
Okay, maybe a little later for that one.
1 and 4. He's got to pitch to the AB, so he loses a card. And he has to give 2 here. Unless he just gives. I wonder if this is a Tunic give up this turn. I wonder if this is a use Tunic to get rid of the Rune Chant. Or to AB the Rune Chant and then put a card in Fendal in front of it and then keep your hand on 2.
We have Pulse of Eisenloft in the back of the hand here, which will have to be used to prevent an arcane. Because it will not block alone otherwise.
Yep. Is it a defense reaction?
Can you not just find all? You spring Tunic for resource for the AB on Rune Chant, put a card and Tunic in front of the 4, and then you keep 2 cards if you can throw damage next turn and force cards out of Dylan's hand. Otherwise, Dylan is never going to allow Jacob to have a turn ever again.
Yep.
But just impossible.
What? Oh, they're just fixing his mana.
Cards here to make better use of that plume. Trying to find a way for Jacob to keep more than a card here, and I'm just not seeing one, unfortunately.
Just
breakpoint from Rune Flash.
Does Rune Flash have go again? Oh no, it does. Yeah, it does. Never mind. I didn't know that. I forgot that Rune Flash had go again, so you just don't.
No surprises here. 1-1 is an exceptionally stressful situation. Just making sure the game resolves the way that it should.
Yeah, pretty actively involved just to make sure that the number of resources floating is indeed correct.
Players just confirming this is being ironed out the way that it should. Yep, unsurprisingly, Rune Flash reduced by 1 per Rune Chant, so should cost 2, therefore should have the 1 flowing. Inconsequential to this turn, Duskblade was clearly the plan after this in order to pressure a little bit more damage, so both players just ironing out the details, making sure Dylan is aware of the mistake they made. Yeah, judges are your friends. We'll have to make sure games are clean and friendly, especially at this level. It's important that everyone feels like they are playing good, clean flesh and blood,
What?
regardless of the format.
Oh, I guess
So now we return.
he did not represent his resources correctly, so the judge decided that it was his job to come in and
would deny him any
really
further
tell him that
advancement
he
as
did
Solomon
not
defeated players
represent
in
his
Philadelphia.
fucking resources correctly. Real helpful, judge. Real helpful.
Tense moment.
Really messing up the thought process of
Yes,
Jacob over there.
tunic counter, prevent a one
Yeah, float the tunic
charge.
counter.
Now we've got to answer this 4 damage. There's an Arsenal card there. Oh no, that was
Yeah. This is what I said. See, I'm a good player. That's the line that I said that you should take.
Ice card in hand.
'Cause then you give their-
The Dust Blade and send a Frosty
Yeah.
4. That Frosty 4 is going to earn 2 cards back to Dylan.
Can he send the Frosty 4? Does he have the Frosty? He does have the Frosty 4.
Breathing room to keep 2
Except for it doesn't matter because the on hit will just the on hit kills. Instead of on hit
Jacob says,
create a frostbite, it's on hit, I win the
Doesn't
game.
matter. That's right, because this Winner's Whale also has the on hit of Dylan dying.
Best
Yeah.
on hit in the game. Big fan of that one. Just leave it up whenever.
On hit
you get the
lethal?
opportunity.
My favorite.
What are the cards going to be? We have a 9th blade being put in front of blocks here, but I'm looking towards the hand. It's become the Arknight, Rune Rager Swarm in the back, and a Swarming Gloom Veil.
That's an interesting hand. That is a weirdly textured
Blues
hand.
available here leaves Dylan with the option to go pitch to grasp, send Swarming Gloom Veil, send.
He has to put one more
Blade,
card in
giving
front
up
of
2
it.
Cards, so will again force 3 cards out of Jacob with that selection. So going to be impossible to keep.
Can
2
he
cards
just
on the
always
Jacob
hold?
keeps an ice card and sends a Frosty 4 back though, and we're sort of back in this
He
thing.
could just always hold a card in
That's
Winter's
20
Whale.
seconds left in the game. These guys are bailing that water out as the hulls are breached.
Love to see some contemplation there on which blue is supposed to be done.
Which blue?
I'm still lost. Did you say bagling water?
No, bailing the water out. You know, the holes breached, the water's filling up, they're sinking. You know, both
1 and
sides
1,
trying
or
to
no?
hold
What is that?
one
1 and
edge
4?
above water
1 and
cut mark,
3.
You know what I mean?
God, I'm hungry.
Yeah,
Swarming Gloom
see,
Veil.
I'm not taking the blame for that.
Rune Chant coming as the follow-up. Of
Okay.
course, earns 2 cards from Jacob. Autumn's Touch playing a staunch defense once more.
Is he just gonna always send Winter's Whale?
Bailing, guys.
Yeah.
Bailing.
Nah, I'm on the bagels, man.
Oh yeah. Next thing I'm going to say is that the Autumn's Touch looks like a McChicken.
The Autumn's Touch.
We'll
You've got
see
such
food out here.
such a unique worldview. Winner's
From here-
Whale. Oh no, so there's a reduced to Rune Chant in hand here. So this is going to make sure. Oh, there's no Rune Chant.
There's no Rune Chants to discount
We're
it.
still earning 2 cards once more from Dylan to use the reduced to Rune Chant.
Oof.
Yeah, that is still a 2-card play. Yeah, that defense reaction looks a lot less exciting when you're threadbare in terms of your Rune Chant.
How does? Who wins this stalemate?
Actually, that's double reduced to Rune Chant in hand
Yep.
here for Dylan. So wouldn't be surprised to see 1 pitch to fuel.
Because you always,
Kind of hard to put a turn together otherwise.
yeah.
Have a Rune Flash in there too, so those Rune Chants surprisingly important. So come to tempt. There's only 1 attack.
Yeah, that Rune Blade cost reduction looks
Okay.
of course, on Dylan's big.
Oh, he gets the Rune Chant.
Now it's awkward because he
Now he's got to give a card up on Rune Chants
Grasp
again.
The Arknight, that's expensive. Right? It's going to be 2 resources thrown into it. Succumb pitched for a amplify the Arknight
Ooh.
with a Rune Chant on it. Hey, this is still.
What is that?
going
1
to
and
Jacob.
4? 1 and 6.
So this is again
That's big.
3 cards.
Yeah, you're gonna have to pitch to the Arcane Barrier. Put 2 3 blocks in front of it.
There is
He is a felling.
Pulse and the Ball Lightning.
He has 2. He has a felling.
Keep one of these as
Ball
their
Lightning
only
fell
card.
and an ice card in the back.
Send the Ball Lightning, which will only strip 1 card away from
That's pretty
Dylan.
decent.
Or they can keep a Pulse and
He
strip
has to
none
get
of them.
3
However,
though.
There is no Frosty 4 coming from Jacob this turn.
Yeah.
to survive
No
this
Frosty
barrage.
4. Does he not have the 3 pitch? Can he not? Can he not block in favor of the 3 pitch?
Of Volhaven to eat the Rune Chant and then failing in the crown, getting deployed on
Yep.
defense. 2-3 blocks answer the Amplify the Arknight. The turn is shipped back to Jacob. We're now
And then you
down
just
to
swing
8
4,
minutes
right?
Left in the game.
Oh, he's just gonna Ball Lightning.
Ball knowers around the world, rejoice. So with the Ball Lightning deployed here, 3 damage. Still
Is
gets
it
asked
3?
for a card, but that's it. Dylan actually has quite a lot of room now.
Oh, Ball Lightning doesn't block. That's why he couldn't put it in front and save the blue for the Frosty 4. That makes more sense.
Movrian Skies in hand, drawn to the Dark Dimension. Third card looked at as a potential defensive choice.
He's gonna give him 3-card turn. Yeah, I think Jacob's
Play that one. Not surprised to see it.
Jacob's undefeated run looks like it's ending.
Yeah, another otherwise cost-reduced card, much more useful for its.
Yeah, Mauvern Skies.
Go again to Drawn to the Dark Dimension, also creating a rune chant on hit. Once again, not irrelevant.
It costs 1 less for each rune chain. When this attack, draw a card.
I'm gonna find one here.
3.
Quite fantastic.
There's another felling.
If a breakpoint does arrive,
That is a huge card here.
How does he get go again?
And a additional breakpoint to stay alive. We do see another ball lightning in the hand as well.
Is it a 0 cost in Arsenal for Dylan? Just how far can we go on this turn for the Runeblade player?
We have an unknown drawn card drawn from the Dark Dimension as well. Could be anything.
Oh, does Mauvern Skies give... Mauvern Skies gives it go again.
Rune Flash comes out. Okay, that is
4 and 1. Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Trip the Light, fantastic on discard. Eats the arcane, eats a point of damage.
Yeah,
Allows
eats a
us to
point of
block
damage.
3. We're still going.
I mean, you have split damage. You've now got split defensive potential with this Trip the Light fantastic. Jacob is still unperturbed. He's still alive and kicking.
He's doing it!
Oh, that is brutal for Dylan.
We're still alive. The ball lightning. Trapped
Holy
in there,
moly.
running after Doom, Jacob Allen, and again we will return some kind of aggressive threat. We wish it was a Winter's Whale. Presenting that breakpoint is such a big deal.
There's another ball lightning.
No ball. Only one way to find out.
This time it's Dylan, though, without an arsenal, so he goes down to 3 cards in order to eat this one up. Looks like the meet and greet is being proffered. Is it Amplify the Arknight in hand? What is
Yeah, he
it?
has 2 Amplify the Arknights. It's a blue and a red and a Sonata.
As the final card.
What on earth does that do here? You can do. You can obviously send a bunch of arcane damage. If Sonata can actually find 2 cards to do 2 arcane,
3.
Jacob can't prevent that.
Dylan Ashcraft, are you a gambler? Pitching the blue. Do you know ball?
Okay, pitching the blue, 1 float on the Sonata.
5 cards of the deck.
Oh, he has a discard to the... Yeah, Trip the Light to
Has he found this? Jacob has found the
protect himself from the arcane here.
After the arcane damage that would come out from Sonata Arcanics.
No. You have to, you have to play it in response or there will be no window. Jacob fine. What does Sonata find?
Here we
By the
go.
way, was it
Attack.
swarming? Okay,
Attack.
2 attacks.
Attack.
That's 3 attacks.
Not attack.
Okay, we get 1. We get 1 attack at least. That was almost a disaster.
But still, Jacob made the right call. It could have been.
Okay, those are going to get
But
shuffled.
tries to interact with it
He
there.
still has Prevention 2 floating off of this Lightning card down here. So the Sonata won't do
Would have
anything.
seen Gloomveil. We had some mechanics revealed there, shuffle back in. And of course, the one played has to be banished.
Mm-hmm.
Swarming Gloomveil is going to be the attack that's picked up, though.
Okay.
Unreal. Trip Delight, fantastic. A limited all-star now. Really doing some heavy lifting for Jacob in this matchup.
Trip the Light, fantastic.
In the round.
Discard this to prevent a nuke 2 damage that would be up to you this turn.
I mean,
Is he still floating the
this
2?
one to be such a key role player in this game.
I would argue it's
Looks like it.
fantastic. Swarming Gloomveil.
Oh, he has the fruits. If he needs to, he could discard fruits. Gain 2 life, right?
To keep Winter's Whale around. Fruits of the Forest. A liability on defense, but there's also a blizzard in that.
Why would it be? I guess it's a liability on defense, but can't you instant speed discard it to gain 2?
The turn down and prevent the Duskblade from coming in.
To then hopefully survive?
So 1 prevention is left. Will no doubt eat that rune chant when this first attack finally comes on through.
Okay.
And the blizzard is snapped off.
Windmill slam, that blizzard on the table. Jacob does not want to know what comes after Swarming Gloomveil. He'd gladly shut the book on his turn if he could.
Don't be a blue, don't be a blue, don't be a blue. The only thought that is going through the head right now for Jacob Allen.
We
Maybe,
know what
maybe
that
don't be a
is.
yellow. Also an acceptable thought.
What is a card in hand?
Red
for
Amplify
Dylan?
Not in hand for Dylan.
Oh, it's a red.
We did see 2 copies, I think.
Yeah.
I think the other one is still there.
So I think that would end things here.
So indeed,
The Blizzard is going to
be enough.
steal its go again, right? Which means that Dylan still presents lethal split damage. He still has to take a card.
Fruits of the Forest blocks 2.
But Fruits of the Forest you could discard to gain life, though.
Right, Trip the Lab Fantastic eats up that last point of damage, and
Yeah, there's that.
the ice card needs to
But
get
now
right
Dylan
to the
gets-
Bloom Double. Jacob Allen knows that that's the end of the turn for Dylan Ashcraft. His Blizzard has done its job. Frigid Fingers can't sling cards for
Winner's
Jacob
Whale
Allen.
is going to take
So
2
Jacob Allen
here.
has to come back with a warm forward
And then
and
he's going to
all
get...
of
But he
it
has Arsenal
is
now.
what's important.
There's 2
Gonna
cards.
be covered over by 2 cards from Dylan
Sure.
Ashcraft. The turn gets
But now he
shifted. 2
has
minutes left
3
in the
cards on
game.
defense.
Dylan's still
Oh,
looking for a
Sonata
win.
again.
Time
Sonata.
to gamble.
Does he have it? He has
He
it.
needs to find 2 cards off this.
There is no Trip the Light Fantastic this
Non-attack.
time.
Non-attack.
Attack.
Oh,
Non-attack.
Just missed it. Only 1 point of arcane damage off the
Oh!
Phoenix here.
Okay, and he can AB the 1 arcane, so it's fine.
No, this time around,
Jacob is still
Jacob
alive.
hits to prevent this arcane damage.
Which one did he take? He took the Rune Ragers Swarm? No, he took the Arc Knight.
Is
Yeah.
available here for Dylan as a resource card. I believe the red copy in the Arsenal would be 6 and 1.
Yeah, there's a red in the Arsenal.
Jacob with a card.
That's not going to cut it. Yeah, Jacob has 2 floating as well to prevent that.
Mm.
shutdown.
Meet and greet.
Meet and greet, create a root chant. There's another
Rune chant created. Or rather,
Another
rune chant-
AB.
it won't be rune chant created. First, that rune chant is prevented. It's
meet and greet. Creates a rune chant. Well, if it hits it, you die.
with the card to power the
And he has
rune
not dealt any arcane damage, so does not have go again. So that is going to be in the pitch zone, right?
into Arsenal.
Or not
goes
pitch, Arsenal. I couldn't think of the
Dylan
fucking
Ashcraft.
word.
And back
Once
to
again,
again.
draws
60
filler.
seconds of round
Winner's
one.
Whale. Oh my God, they're at 40 seconds.
Cards once more. I only see a rune flash.
Dylan, you gotta make a choice.
Now we know about that amplifier.
You have 30 seconds.
We're down to the dregs of these decks.
Become the Arc Knight looking like a very favorable 3 block at this point in time.
There's that. Cool.
Mordred also being used
Now
by
we're
Force.
going.
That doesn't tell you where we are in this
Mordred
game.
Tide.
Mordrian Skies.
Into that.
Fire the Arc Knight.
Into that.
Which leaves a resource floating for Dustblade.
2
Another
resources.
rune chant
Oh, 1
to
resource.
force the issue again.
Mordred Tide, 1 arcane. He has to pitch to it, and then he has to block the 6. And he still has the Dustblade behind.
There will be
That's time in the
a
round.
minute or so added for judges.
Yeah, I was gonna say the judges were pretty involved in this game.
Will step in. Breakpoint here on Amplify, of course.
Oh, and he has a Dustblade. Okay, he's gonna discard fruits, gain 2 life.
That is massive.
Oh, I thought he gains 2 life.
Go to 2.
Oh no, he gains 2 life, takes a rune chant, goes to 1. He still has
The only it becomes relevant, I guess. There's
3
no concern
cards.
about what follows up after this, though. This has got
Gives
to
2 cards on 4. He has to Dustblade.
Put the card in front of Dustblade, the rune chime.
He goes to
Go
1.
Jacob is finding the slimmest of margins, the tiniest of margins to stay in the game, but now Dylan gets to come back with a full hand.
What is left in the chain?
He has, yeah, Jacob has no card. Jacob draws 4 and passes. Dylan draws 4s and passes. There is Sonata.
And a pair of blues.
He has to
It's
Sonata.
time to go
He
fishing.
has to
Watch
find
the
it.
triple
Oh my God.
He cannot be serious. Yet another source of damage prevention for Jacob. Allen.
Another prevention.
Flips up the top.
Okay.
So we've had time called here by the judges.
Are they playing it out for the tie?
This trip to Live Fantastic's brutal, so we're going to have to flip anyway.
1, 2, 3,
Oh, no,
all
no, no,
4.
Miss. Nothing added to the handy for Dylan Ashcroft. This 4-card hand has been drastically shrunk down in impact.
2 cards. Duskblade.
Which is not a pleasant experience.
Create a rune chant. Gives it go again. You have Duskblade on the back of it.
Prevention, of course, going to take care of that one.
Okay, 1 prevention left.
Gets the
He
last
then has a
right.
Duskblade and a rune chant. The rune chant's gonna get eaten by the
The rune chant
prevention. Oh, but the
4.
Duskblade's at 4.
Courtesy of these dust
So you have to give 2 cards here.
That 2 cards
And then if he can block out the Winner's Whale on his turn, then they go to tie, right?
It's getting a little problematic. Crippling Crush spent on defense. We'll see another card from Dylan parked in the Arsenal. The last card kept in hand is a blue by the looks of things. We'll
Blue,
see
Winner's Whale, put 2 cards in front of it, and you go to tie here? I don't know how that helps the... I guess it helps the undefeated guy more than the
Dies
one...
to this, or blocks it out, and it will be a draw.
Yeah.
This is the last turn of the game.
Holy. First game of the day going to time.
Dylan Ashcraft is 7-1. Jacob Allen at 8-0, undefeated.
What's happening?
It looks like our players have resolved to take the draw here.
Oh, they're taking the draw.
After a full round of play.
Holy.
And our added extra turns. And so, no victor in this game. Yeah, Jacob Allen and Dylan's matchup between Bravo Star of the show and Visceral Runeblood results in a draw.
That really does not tell us anything about the format.
We don't have one of those, so we're just going to come back to us. That was ridiculous. Obviously, a strange feeling to come out of a matchup like that without a true result in win or loss, but you've got to hand it to our previously.
That was pretty crazy.
Bravo Star of the show player, able to hold off those Triple Eight Fantastics, coming up with the perfect moments.
The 3 triple lights in a row is kind of silly. That's kind of insane.
Mr. Ashcraft not quite able to find the mix of cards he needed to.
What a good
and be done with it.
mixture. God.
That was a phenomenal game. I want to take nothing away from that based on what we saw. I've never felt so fantastic by any stretch of the imagination, but I think it's fair to say this is a world championship. Players earn their wins, grindy attrition battles like that are going to happen. I'm not entirely sure how that was going to play out based on the resources.
Dude, if he did not draw one of those triple lights, Jacob would have lost.
I'm just glad that I got to watch the game that led them there.
Holy.
Yeah, and both these individuals, of course, they are still very much live for the rest of the tournament. And still, I mean, Jacob Allen, technically undefeated there, does
I mean, technically undefeated, yes.
On his campaign for glory for that World Championship title.
Somehow.
Around some really interesting back and forth play between Viscerai and Bravo. We've got more to come, of course, right after this. Now, Living Legend rounds, so don't go anywhere.
Oh, we have 2 more Living Legend rounds to go. My God. That was a pretty good first game of the day, even though it went to time. Still 7 and 2s. Where are the 3? Where's the 6 and 3s? Oh, okay. We're coming back to
Fast, fun, and budget-friendly format using only common rare
advertisement.
cards. Early access events will be running for the rest of 2025 and into January.
We love
The
advertisements.
Compendium in London will mark the official
In
release of
stores
Silver Age
February
Meta.
2026.
Exciting celebration events. From March
Cool.
onwards, you will be able to play Silver Age at local game stores, World Tour events, and even the much-anticipated Pro Tour Yokohama. Get ready.
I'm gonna have
for
to.
the
I'm gonna have to
chapter
build
of
a
Flesh and
Silver
Blood
Age deck.
Silver Age.
This format looks interesting. I have my quorums with it, but we'll
Welcome
see.
back to round 10, folks, here from the Flesh and Blood World Championships. I've been so impressed by the Living Legend rounds thus far, Ponkage, and we've got
It's
another
Ponkage and
thing
Brian.
in just a few, but before we do that, we have to kind of talk about how this tournament has gone so far.
Do we have to talk about how it's gone so far? I've watched all of
About
it.
this Silver Age meta.
Silver Age meta. I
Excuse
think
me,
you mean
I'm
Living
so
Legend.
far ahead of myself. I'm
He
so
really wants to
excited
get
for
the Silver Age, bro.
Let's do it now.
He
right
wants
now.
the next tier 4 event
Yeah, yeah.
right now. I think the Living Legend format has surprised a lot of us. I think the weeks leading up to this, we saw the sentiment shift amongst the higher level players. At first, there was quite a bit of doom and gloom about the Living Legend format, but as people got into their testing houses, as they started actually putting the time into the format, they discovered it was a lot deeper and a lot more complex. than what
First
it seemed
copy of the
surface
day
at first.
completed.
I think our Living Legend rounds so far have
What's up, big
proved it.
guy? What's
I
up,
mean,
big
everyone
guy?
thought it's just explosive, kill your opponent by round 3, like big boy blitz.
Nobody
was-
got killed in that last game.
Exactly. It ended up in a tie in Living Legend. We haven't seen that in CC yet, on stream at least, and it happened in Living Legend over here. Starvo Viscerai, not a matchup I would expect to go to Fatigue, but that can absolutely happen.
Yeah, definitely a possibility of these games being
Echo, how your ears doing?
drawn-out affairs. I think we got really interesting games this go
You got
around. But I'm gonna
dry
talk
ass
about
ears
the
now. You
stage
got the
of
opposite of
tournament
wet ear
as we
problem. You got
are
dry
starting to
ears.
get into it now, Ponkage. We're starting
Let's
to
see. Where's the 6 and 3s?
from the field, and there you see 6 8-1s sitting atop. What names stand out from you here?
Cody Williams.
Jack Mantifold is still 8 and 1 on your. Oh no, on Acilio. That's fucking sick.
Unique. Even KO,
But he's
Ahmed
on-
Dangerous in CC as well, is a very unique choice.
Let's see
for
if Brian's in the
Definitely
top
a
40
little bit
now.
of influence from his team
Majin
as
Bay
well.
7 and 2, jumping up to 17th. Got onto the screen 1.
That is
Pretty
one of the
big.
heroes that Cody Williams got famous for. First, it was Chain from back in
Pretty
the day,
big.
and then it was Zen. He
Also
was one
Cody
of
on
most
the Zen
supported
deck,
of
8 and 1
the Mr.
too.
Ninja hero post
Brody
Brian
Spurlock,
and Chris
unfortunately, 8 and
crushing
1.
in the Living Legend format on that hero.
I got to call out none other than Brody Spurlock. We
No.
talked a lot about Jacob Clemens and his capacity to, with a big result, go ahead and eclipse Brody. Well, that's only true if Brody Spurlock doesn't win this whole damn thing, and he's sitting at 8 and 1
Right now,
Has
our
been
top 8 is
steamrolling
Syndra,
through
Bravo,
thus
Syndra,
far
Dio,
on that Dio
Verdance, Marlin,
Has that
Acilio,
big
Bravo.
in his hand.
Oh, Mario New. That's kind of crazy. I want to see what the fuck this new deck is. KO Chain, KO Zen, Verdance, Starvo. This is pretty interesting.
On that player as well from Team Runaway, Syndra and CC and Starvo and LL, the choice for him. A little bit more stock standard, the most represented heroes in both formats being piloted by him, but knowing Naib Mobis here, I'm sure there's a ton of spice in those deck lists.
Naib has quickly become one of my favorite deck builders in all of Flesh and Blood. Always brings something interesting to the table.
So Naive is the only
for that absolute
7 and 2 in
breakout
top 8 right
result.
now.
Has the talent to be a world champion, just hasn't quite gotten the results to line up. But maybe this world championship will be his big breakthrough. So many other names across this top 20 list. I gotta call out the double Kanos of Noah Hicks, ready to blow up everyone.
Yeah,
in
Noah
every
Hicks dropped
format.
down to
Does not
10th.
care, just throwing fireballs haphazardly around the room.
And
Go to the
you
next
know
page.
There are tons of Kano haters who, despite being Kano haters,
Go to
are
the next page. I
supporting
wanna
Noah
see if
Hicks
Ryan's
at
in the
this
top
tournament
40.
because they want to see the back of that OG Wizard hero. He is currently at 984 Living Legend points. Should Noah
I think he's
Hicks
also trying to
put
play
his
for
whole
top
tournament
64
down,
for the money,
Kano will ascend
which
to
I don't
Living
blame him.
Legend, though I don't think that'll stop him from at least playing Kano.
If
in
he gets
Living
top
Legend
64, he got one. He gets 160, he gets 1,500, which is basically the price to travel to Philly.
Well, you see Justin Koo sitting with the double gravies in 14th place right now. A big finish here basically locks up that title for him with putting Tam not in attendance, Pankaj. But again, the names continue as we move through this top 20. You see LPT, you see Majin Bay still in striking distance.
Yeah, Majin is 7-2 still.
And what a choice from the Wizard main.
It was a little bit of a last-minute pivot. This past week, when Majin Bay entered the testing house, he was actually very close to being locked on Marlin. But the past few days, as people
yeah, is there any Marlins even in sniffing the top 20? There's one Marlin sniffing the top 20.
Marlin, at least amongst the higher players, have fallen a little
She
bit.
was like kind of going crazy.
There's only like one Marlin currently
Yeah.
in our top 20 in LLC.
Yeah.
So Majin Bay made the choice to pivot over to Chain, and it's been serving him incredibly well so far.
Yeah, Evan Herndon, former U.S. national champion, also in the mix in this top 20. Why don't we take a look at the next page?
Let's see it. Let's see it.
And we'll see
Let's see it. Where's Ryan?
All of these folks in range.
So we're 6-3.
None other than Jacob.
No, Ryan is not in the top 40,
That doesn't really
even though
mean
he's
anything
6-3.
if either of these two
It's
goes
Thomas, Lucas, Austin, Luca,
They're in
Andrew,
the
Ellie, Connor,
Player of the Year. But let me paint
and
a
Najee?
picture for you, Pankaj. What if they both make
Damn.
top 8? What if they are battling down to the very stretch? What if they get paired against each other in the
Ugh.
top 8? What an epic conclusion to the race that would be.
It would be such
Ryan
a
is
great
in
match,
this
Ryan.
group,
I love
though.
that you brought that anything
He's just got to
happens
keep
in the
going. He's just got to keep
reminder.
winning.
This is day 2 of the World Championships. This is where things start heating up, and I love day 2s, Brian, because we get an even higher level of caliber of play from our players, and a whole bunch of people are still there in contention, being able to make it to top 8. This is where
Yeah,
things
you
are
just need
firing
like
up.
one or two of the top 20, or you just need a lot of the top 20 to pair into each other, and half of them lose, half of them win. As long as these 6-3 guys keep winning.
And the big names just roll all the way down. You see calling champions all over the place.
Also, Ellie Bird still in contention here.
Black, Tommaso Vecito, Lucas Oswald. There's so many big names all throughout this top 40. All these players still in contention right now, including those 6-3s. They got to put a run together, but they're not done yet. And I think it's still anyone's worlds. I haven't seen anything where I'm like, this player has been dominant. They're running away with the event. It's just not that kind of worlds thus far, Pankaj.
Yeah.
Everyone feels like they're still in striking distance.
Especially now that we no longer have any unblemished records. After the last round with that draw, there's no longer, can't quite say undefeated, because Jacob Allen didn't technically get defeated, but regardless, he doesn't have a sterling 9-0 record anymore.
Yeah, took that first blemish. And the Starvos have looked
Let's see.
impressive thus far.
What's the next matchup, boys?
There's some tough
Show me
matchups
the next matchup,
lurking
Brian.
there for Starvo. And I think as the tournament progresses, we might see some of them. And we're ready for more LL action here from Philadelphia. It sounds like our players are just shuffling up, about to start their turns. There you see
Lucas
on the
and
left
Judd
side, it's
on
Lucas
Bravo
representing
and
Dromai. I talked about
Dromai.
potential matchup as one of the best matchups in the history of Flesh and Blood, a classic 90-90 matchup. Both sides thought they were favored. It's cool to go ahead and
Are we
revisit
good?
this
Are we
one
back?
more
Oh, I'm
time
back.
here
Hold
in the
on.
Living
Here we
Legend
go.
format.
You know what's interesting is that I would actually give more of an edge to OG Bravo than Bravo Star of the show.
Okay.
Because of
that's
the-
not often said, Punkage.
Well, because of the number of poppers, like OG Bravo is 36 to 40 poppers. Bravo Star of the show
Not
plays
receiving
for a
enough
dozen
data.
access
No,
to
not the
Bravo
internet.
does not like being under ice. She's very, very redline.
No,
I wanna
we're
take a
we're
moment and
good.
talk about the narrative between both these players. They both played at Battle Hard in Tacoma just 2 weeks ago, and they both
We're good.
made top 8. Not sure whether they played each other in the top 8, but they were both there, and Lucas Eung eventually took the whole thing down, both from very similar regions, or regions that are close to each other. Lucas Eung from Vancouver and Jude Cornett from the Pacific Northwest.
Hate to see a Pacific Northwest team kill, my former home. Solid defenses here from Lucas. Avoiding the crush, just going to take 3, so no discard. A lot of equipment eaten up early, though, for Jude Cornett. You love to see that as you move into the dominate
Are we
phase
good?
of
You
the
have
game.
not seen this
Lucas,
yet.
it's going to be the dragon phase all the time.
Ugh.
More and more dragons looking to join the fray, and Jude Cornett going to have to do some ally cleanup at some point.
Are we good
He's not gonna
here?
Let this army of dragons run away with the game.
And we spoke about the lack of poppers in the Bravo Star of the show list. Mirror Guy taxing those
There we
poppers
go.
even
Okay.
further.
There's going to be a little bit of go again on
Just
this
a
turn,
little-
though.
just a
Roots
little
of the
rough
Forest getting
patch.
juiced up by the Starvo
Anyway,
energy.
we already have 2 dragons.
9 dominate, go again with the promise of a
9
hand
dominate,
round.
go again, and we
Still
have
Mirror Guy.
these.
So Yinderai can be popped on the following turn, or Lucas
Whoa.
Eung might not just attack with it. That is another aspect of this matchup. It is very much on the Dromai to be careful of when they attack with the dragons. If you don't have the protection of, say, an extra action point from a Chromai, or the lack of Phantasm from Invoke Mirror Guy, or from a passing Mirage, you don't want to just
Oh,
lose
Tome of
the
Fendal.
dragons to 1-card blocks from the opponent.
Here's a Tome of Imperial
Or not
Flame
Fendal,
from
Imperial
Lucas,
Steam.
Picking up an extra card here.
And very important,
Nice.
generate him 2 more Ash. Ash almost similar to the way gold tokens are in Gravy Bones, where when they're sitting on a pile of gold, you might have the life lead, but that gold represents so much more. And Ash,
So
a little bit
true.
similar. When the Dromai is sitting on a bunch of Ash, that represents a whole bunch of Ash Wings, either from Rake the Embers or even cards like Uvia, which is currently sitting in Lucas Eung's pitch zone.
Flame Scale Furnace activated here to get some extra resources. Now it's Asvalai joining the fray.
There we go.
Promise
That's less
of some
invasive.
arcane damage coming in here from Lucas Eung. Jude Cornett, however, prepared for this, has brought in the Lightning Greaves, so does have some arcane barrier.
But here is the Uvia as well, and this board looks problematic.
Holy!
Mirage comes down as well, and the board is well and truly set up. How
That's a
would you
lot of
approach
fucking
this?
allies.
With Lucas at 28, it feels early to start thinking face, but Bravo has this unique
Oh.
play pattern where he can just go ahead, use the go again from the hero ability to go face, and then do a little bit of extra cleanup on these dragons.
And
Holy.
Lucas Eung not attacking with the Ender right there is exactly what we were talking about. You don't want to just sacrifice your dragons to a random popper from the Bravo side. You want to make them deal with the board. He establishes a passing Mirage instead of potentially swinging out with the entire board, saying, you, Guardian Hero, need to keep finding the fuse, otherwise
He
you're just gonna
Yahtzeed.
get overwhelmed
So
with
let's
Spectra
see
and
where we go
dragons.
from here.
Cadaverous Tilling buffed up here. No Decompose. Not enough Earth cards as of yet to get that additional buff, but it is going to have +2, Dominate, and Go again. Crucial defense reaction from the Arsenal for Lucas. Damage leak reduced on this particular turn. Now we would expect maybe a little bit more
Nice.
cleanup duty from this Winter's Whale.
And this is the resiliency of Dromai showing itself over here. Defense reaction, Arsenal only leaked 1 from the Tilling. Also, it looks like this Winter's Whale is
Oh, it's going
to
for his
Lucas Eung's
face.
Yeah. And I wonder if we've just seen Jude Cornett decide to turn the corner, saying, okay, this board is actually already out of control. Cleanup doesn't matter all that much. Perhaps Frostbite more valuable here than actually taking care of a dragon.
Also
Interesting,
remember,
okay.
the Passing Mirage only removes Phantasm from the first dragon attack, so Jude Cornett can say, maybe he's saying, I'll just take the first one that you send, but I'll just pop the second dragon if I need to have some
2
defenses.
Ash Wings.
It is a bit of a risk, though. Jude Cornet so far has found the natural fuse from the Starvo hero ability, but if you start leaving the board alone and you don't find the natural fuse,
Does he
you can
have...
suddenly find yourself
I don't
being
think he has the Earth for the Yahtzee. I think he has the Lightning.
His hand fuses, but there is a popper available in the form of Oakenold.
So this hand is missing an Earth card, but he can
Yeah,
activate
there's
Blue
no Earth.
to go ahead and get that Earth card.
Good call out, Punkage, and there we see is going to be used. Fruits of the Forest picked up again.
And that's because he has an Oakenold as well, so this will be a Starvo fused, fully powered Oakenold.
Yeah, and the decision for Jude to go face
There it is.
with that Winter
He got
Fire
Yahtzeed.
looking good here, and here comes that Oakenold. Fans or haters of Starvo from the past certainly remember what this feels like. Big Oakenold coming through for 11 dominate go again.
11
on
dominate
hit.
go again is so
Discard-
crazy, dude.
Excuse me, put 2 random
That's so
cards to the bottom
strong.
of your deck. Steal your lunch money. Kick your puppy on the way out the door. Just everything terrible that can happen to you comes on the back of this Oakenold.
Certainly remember what this feels like. It's a great way to put it, Brian. I mean, I still have nightmares about it, rather. And Jude's decision to find Fruits of the Forest
I'm so glad I didn't play
is
when
very, very
this was
strong over here because you can
like
still
the
discard it, or you
normal,
might even just choose to send it.
like every
Since
game
the
was
red
just
fruit
this.
or Fruits of the Forest, this Oakenold has go again. You
Every
ponder
game was just, hey,
cards from Lucas
here's
Oakenold
Oakenold,
of its on-hit
and
ability, just send
figure it
wherever you
out.
want to.
Yeah, the damage could be good. Or
That sounds
when you
miserable.
prioritize that Winter's Well, you get some flexibility here. You can respond.
My
to how
God.
Lucas chooses to deal with things. But that Frostbite really slows down Dromai's output.
It gives him 2 lines of play. You can discard fruits, send the Frosty Hammer, or just send 7 to the face. The way Jude has been playing,
A good
also,
old
he just
Frosty
enters 7/7.
Thor.
Looks like that's exactly
Yeah.
what he's going to do.
We're seeing the utmost aggression here from Jude Cornet.
And this is exactly what Starvo has to do, especially when the Dromai gets such an early lead on the board. Starvo just needs to keep finding the fuse.
Yeah, this
But
doesn't even look like a real game.
that's
It's
the
10
point
to
of vulnerability.
35
That is where
already.
Starvo can get bottlenecked. The moment Jude stops finding these fuses, the game can just flip right over. That is so much damage.
True. Does he have the Earth? He has the Earth, he has the Lightning, and he has the Frost. He has it.
Here, Jude happy to take some more damage here, and there's another fuse available to Jude Cornet in hand, so the train's going to keep rolling here.
Yeah, there's the Lightning, the
All
Earth, and the
reason,
Ice.
Starvo pulled forward again. You see the shake of the head from Lucas. He says, not again. And Jude Cornet has quickly forced Lucas into very vulnerable territory. It feels like Lucas is going to need to come up with some more defense reactions from Arsenal to be able to weather the storm here. 'cause the
Dominate,
damage output
plus
just
2,
not
go
high enough yet
again.
from those dragons.
Everything coming up. Jude Cornet over here. Oakenold fused as well on just turn 3 of the game. That is a one-off. Remember that. Lightning Surge coming up from Arsenal to the phase 2. Go again when your opponent's at 4. That is half of Lucas Eung's life total.
There's a Ravenous Rabble, and then a Winter's Wail. This is a
Winter's Wail still
fucking
looking to get
brutal
involved,
beating.
And Jude still with an Arsenal as we head into the next turn. And Lucas Eung only at 4 right now.
Oh my god, it's turn 4.
Arsenal, Fruits of the Forest, a red Fruits of the Forest, and that
Ah,
just tells
excuse
us
me.
exactly what its
Damage.
game plan is.
This is not a real game.
Find those 3 crayons. to
Poor
Let's take a
Dromai.
Look at Jude's hand here.
Did he hit it? He hit
I
it.
think he's done it again, Ponkage. I think he's got.
There's
all the elements
a
going.
Lightning, Earth, and Ice. He Yahtzeed.
That's what he needs in this matchup. She's just
God, this
hard
hero's
to
so
get
good
to
when you
and
just
handle
fucking
yourself
draw
with
the 3
defense
elements
reactions.
every
Also,
game.
based on the way he's been
Every
playing the last
turn.
few turns, that is not a defense reaction in Arsenal, Brian. And I believe he's holding onto a Tome of Imperial Flame, I think, which doesn't block. It's really
Ugh.
forced to get the Flame Scale Furnace. You can go ahead and cast it here. If you find 2 reds, you can just pitch it, get some
Excuse
damage,
me.
and give your dragons go again.
Ash is made here.
2 Ash.
It's just Mirror Guy from
Another
Arsenal,
Mirror
and this
Guy.
could just be it for Lucas on the next turn cycle. As
So-
Jude is going to fuse one more time.
Brian,
That's crazy.
you were there for this. You know a card that Dromai has that can let her survive evasive damage.
I am familiar with a certain card that seems to find its way to the top of the deck routinely in these situations. I'm of course talking about Sigil of
Yeah, it's
Solace.
Sigil of Solace.
Exactly. The Dromai list in CC used to run it. It's no different than LL. That is a way Lucas Eung can survive the dominant. It's about to come his way on the following turn.
And Lucas is getting the damage done this go around.
Well, at
Back
least he
of
got
those
to
dragons,
swing all of his
says,
dragons.
sure,
Good for
so pay
him.
the bill.
And this is what we're talking about when it comes to resiliency. That was a 1 card Lucas had 1 card in hand, 1 card in arsenal.
Does he have
goes
it?
ahead,
He does not have it.
sends so much damage to Jude Cornet's face.
Pankaj,
There's another fuse.
no defensive outs,
He's
no
just shaking his
special
head.
spells to save the day, and that means this fruit is a blue
It's a
one,
blue
though,
one.
Pankaj. And there's just enough defense here
Woo.
for Lucas to stay alive at 1.
But it's the go
At
again.
1 has stolen many a game over the history of Flesh and Blood. I don't know if you know this, Pankaj. 1, not 0.
I was
But
not aware
1
that
is in
you
fact
said
greater
before
than
I actually
0.
thought the game was already over. I was about to go to the winner screen.
Today you learned. Winter's Wail coming through. Now, with the equipment gone, this is going to demand 2 cards, but there's still this army of dragons.
Holy!
ready
Can he
to go
find
ahead
it?
and rumble into the red zone.
Does he have the Yahtzee? Does he have? Can we see his hand? He does not have the lightning card.
Ending the game, should Lucas
On
find a
Jude's
window,
side.
but is he going to get that window? It does look for the first time.
Yeah, there is
Jude
no
has
lightning
failed to
card.
fuse here. I do not see a lightning card in hand.
And no way to produce one out of thin air. There's no plume-like effect for the lightning
Yeah.
cards. So
No lightning plume.
Lucas might be sending a whole bunch of damage, and this board is quite insulated from a popper. Not only does this Chromite not have Phantasm, this Chromite generated an extra action point. So sure, he has 1
Excuse
popper
me.
in hand right now. He can pop the next dragon.
How many
because
action
he still
points?
has
Oh, the
action
Dromai has
and
2
can
action
still
points.
swing the rest of the board and start to pressure Jude's life total. And we spoke about this. When Jude starts to miss a fuse, these dragons can suddenly overwhelm. He had 20
Holy,
points.
I maybe have spoke
Now
too
it might go
soon.
down
This
all
is
the
a
way to
real
this game.
game.
One more turn like this, and Jude might just be out of the game. That is the strength of this Draconic Illusionist.
Dromai turning the corner very quickly in this matchup.
Taking
Jude
3.
falls to 17. This one's still not over.
We
A
have 3
lot
Ash
left to
Wings.
play. Ash Wings coming in. Jude down to 14. Here's Asvalai.
Here's the arcane and the what? 2 damage.
Is Asvalite gonna get popped here? Looks like Jude might be saving the popper, or he might just want to be sending it. Yep, okay, saving
Yeah.
it for the Yenderai. Also, important to note over here, Stalagmite does not generate a frostbite when it is defending an ally attack.
Oh, that's good to know.
It will only
Oh,
pop
he
frostbite
popped it,
if
but it
is
doesn't matter
something
because the
like
Chromite
that.
made an
Also,
extra
Frostbite,
action
which
point.
we know is in his list. He has been blocking with those cards, but does not work on dragons. Look at that, just like this, 7-point life lead from Jude Cornet from what was 20-something.
All right.
Jude's gonna need to
Here
find
we
some
go. He
offense
does
to
not have the
break through
Yahtzee,
this
so he's going to have to just play a
very hard to
normal
play. There's so
spelling.
many, though. Sync
Oh,
low
he's
on
not.
as well. Winter's Bite does give a frost.
Is that 2 E-strikes and a Chromite?
Forces a
And
card.
no, it's
And
like
Jude
a
has
Chromite, a
Felling.
dragon.
However, he has no Earth cards in Banish right now, so that Felling will at most be 4 power. If it was 8, this would be
Ah.
right here. But because this is just 4,
He can put a card on bottom though. I think he cares about
he
the
can keep that Chromite that he
hand
has right now
power.
and just swing out the board once again.
Earth action. And he puts a card on bottom and
Lucas, bottom's the E-strike, sync on the spelling. Play Chromite.
You hate
add
to
the
see it.
Double Chromite Mirror Guy board. Jude needs to start blocking. He needs to find multiple poppers in his hand.
he did not.
Does go down to 0 Ash though, and the block of the Flame Scale Furnace is absolutely non-trivial. Going to 0 Ash is a vulnerable.
He's gonna
option
have
for Dromai.
3 action points.
Taking a look at Jude's hand now.
Because you go Chromite, go to 3 action
Again,
points.
Does have the Felling though. That can basically strip Lucas's entire hand, but can Jude?
So he has to have
only
what,
holding
3,
2
4
cards.
poppers to actually end this turn with the 2 Chromites on
Once
board.
the second Chromite swings, that is 3 action points
Yeah.
for Lucas. which
So
means
I don't think he has
this
enough
team would have
poppers
needed 2 or 3
to
poppers.
get through the.
But currently, I believe has 0. That Felling of the Crown.
Get
not
through
a
it.
Popper, even if he had 4 Earth cards in the Banish Zone.
You see a shake of the head from Jude, maybe wondering where things have gone wrong.
Oh,
Looks like he's
getting
asking some
judged.
questions of our judge staff. We will go ahead and let our players sort this one out.
He's trying to find every single out. I think he's asking about the stalagmite interaction with the dragon,
Smashing those
probably.
crayons together in the early turns, finding time
Yeah.
after time to go ahead and get
Starvo was
those
surely munching on crowns,
but it
and then
only
he
took
then he didn't
several
find it.
minutes for Lucas to go ahead and assert himself
Unfortunate.
in this matchup, and it feels like things are rolling in his favor at this moment.
That was the prediction that we made, right? When the moment Jude decided not to clear that passing Mirage on that early turn and say, I'm just going face, he was taking that risk. He was saying, once I whiff, I might just get overwhelmed by this onslaught of dragons, and it sounds like a
Yeah, he's
plan
getting
where just
fucking
gonna
blown
go ahead
out.
and head back to the feature match area and see how this game concludes.
Stalagmite
Use the
does
stalagmite
not
here,
do anything.
unfortunately. As we mentioned, no frostbite. Here come those ether ash wings.
These ash wings, the
Ugh.
flying Kodachis,
The flying Kodachis.
so difficult to deal with.
Sounds like Jude was inquiring whether a Phantasm Pop would force close the combat chain. That way he could double use the stalagmite on the
Oh, that makes sense. So he could he could get the full 3 block out of the stalagmite.
Not quite sure what the answer is, Punkage, actually.
Cornet currently flicking his cards. If he can get to his turn with a blue and a felling, that felling will take, unless Lucas draws 2 defense reactions, that felling will take all of his cards. And then Jude
What is he
can
looking
have
for?
a moment to breathe. He's doing the math right now to figure out, can he go to his turn with those cards, though?
I'm fairly confident, Punkage, if Jude does find a window to pop and close the chain, he can get an additional block from that stalagmite. And that could be the difference here. This game is so tight. Jude really needs to find a way to keep
There
some
we go.
cards on
I
the
also
table.
haven't even listened to the stream.
And we're on Lucas right now.
Check.
debating
I also haven't
in which these
Okay, there
dragons
we
will
go.
come in.
That's probably better.
Yeah, sorry, I'm thinking about
It's been like 2 hours and I haven't even checked the audio. I was just kind of guessing.
Lucas pointing out we have plenty of time, and this game is not going to time, folks. Unlike the previous match, I think this could very well be decided on this turn cycle itself.
What are they
Lucas also
debating
now
here? What are they
knows
thinking?
That if one of his dragons is popped, Jude gets to block with the
We
Slayer
are
and
thinking
try to
about
see
blocking
if
these
there's
ash
ways
wings
around
currently,
that.
right?
Or present the most awkward numbers to Jude. Also wants to think about the incidental arcane from that Asvalai as well. If you can sequence that at the end, if Jude's already at 1, that
Yeah, what
Asvalai
is
itself
the
forces
Azalai has a arcane damage attached to it. He still has AB on the lightning greaves, right?
Matters so much.
Okay,
And it looks
he's
like they're
going
gonna
to
break
break
the flight
that.
path here.
I don't know what the fuck flight path does.
To get a second attack.
No extra action point from the Chromite, because it does say it once per turn, and that is the dragon that Jude chooses to pop. That is the
Okay,
highest attack
we're now
dragon
at
on Lucas's
3.
side.
No, 1
For
action
Asvalai
point.
as well, kind of, but yeah.
Combat chain has now closed, meaning that stalagmite is going to be available further down the combat chain.
Jude has 5 block remaining, if he wants to keep a blue and a felling. You block with the Channel Lake Frigid, the Tunic, and the Stalagmite.
Oh,
Is that enough?
these board states are so hard to keep track of.
Jude forced back into the tank here.
Ugh.
So he needs to do the math here. He needs to know whether
There's
he's to
3
block with
on
the
offer.
felling,
He
because
did not
if,
regain the
say,
action
felling is
point.
forced, if an additional card is forced from him at the end of this turn, and he can only keep 1 card, he wants to know
Ugh.
that now, so he can still at least block with the felling as efficiently as possible, and just send an ice.
What's the card in Arsenal on Jude's
Yeah, you see
side?
he's doing the math right now to understand.
Okay, he's gonna
that there's
block
be
with Channel Lake on the 3.
Block here.
Took another Ashwing damage, and now we're on the Arcane
As
plus
it does its thing.
2.
Coming in for 2, Muragai comes in for 2, and Uvia comes in for 1. I believe Jude can survive at 1.
Yeah, it looks
But-
like it. Here's the tunic.
Tunic.
And still has the last Stalagmite block. That Phantasm Pop closing
Yep.
the chain
Okay.
was the difference maker.
Jude needed that.
We're back
exactly
to
stay
1-1.
alive here, and now he has
Just like
kept
the
a
last
hand
game.
of felling up
We're
the
back
crown
to
plus
1-1.
a blue, and there's
Felling.
the felling fired. Big attack here from Jude.
There's 2 Earths
Gonna get to
and an
claim the
action.
full
You're gonna
hand, we
have to
suspect.
put that on the bottom.
It would take a miracle draw here.
He's
otherwise
at
I think a
8,
Sigil
right?
in hand for
'Cause he has
Lucas.
And a
plus
defense
4?
reaction, so
Yeah,
it
he does
actually
have 8
ends his
now.
turn higher
So that's
than his
3?
current life total. He gets to block 7,
7.
heal up to 4, and then leak 1.
Sigil.
And then here's where Asvalai gets so annoying in these end states.
And
Brian.
now we're at
Asvalai
3,
looks
and
just
now
like
we
the
just
Phantasm
go
Pop.
Azalai,
He's going to send the arcane
arcane
and two
damage.
physical demands
What are you gonna
production
do about
from
it?
Karmat.
Chromai goes to 2.
I was going to Chromai first, of course, for the extra action points. We can just continue swinging.
Yeah. There's 2. Block there. Chromai, you have to pitch to the Arcane or else you die, buddy.
Here's that Arcane from Asvali. That's going to have to be dealt with first for Jude.
Importantly, Asvali does not have Phantasm. Passing Mirage and Miragai both conferred the lack of Phantasm onto that Chromai.
Okay, 2.
Jude needs to deal with the
Block
Arcane
there.
first and then pops the Asvali. That pesky dragon is gone.
Oh, he
Starvo
popped.
just
He
one
popped
card
the
remaining, one card
arcane
in hand,
damage.
one
That's
card in
good at
arsenal.
least.
Lucas slightly healthier as well.
Pitch.
At 3. It's
Winner's
just
Whale.
the
Kill the
hammer here,
Chromai.
cleaning up
Give
the
yourself a...
Chromai. So we're back on dragon cleanup duty with a bunch of Ashwings, Miragai,
Oh,
Ulia
God.
out there.
There's
in
the
mix.
tome.
And Tome starts things off for Lucas here. Looking to
Woof.
put together a big turn, a sigil in hand as well.
He was low on Ash, and Tome here answers his call, gives him the Ash that he needs to resolve some dragons.
Does he have Yahtzee?
and
He does not have an
slam the door
Earth.
here in
He doesn't have
Jude's.
Earth for that Yahtzee, but I don't think he can
Not
keep
a lot
cards.
of block value either for Jude Cornette here.
Oh,
And Asvali back in the mix again.
Another
talked about that
arcane
annoying
damage.
Arcane damage. Looks like it's going to be offered yet another time.
oh my God!
Here's
What is that
Femi
one?
as
I
well.
forgot that one.
Which means no
Thamai.
hope for a Blizzard or something from Jude Cornette to try and stuff this turn before all
Oh yeah, the
dragons
Thamai
start
is the
attacking.
Kano.
And it gets the fist bump from Lucas. What a
Oh.
match of living legend Ponkage. And boy, did
I
Dromai
thought that the
show off
Dromai was
exactly
gonna
what
lose
drove
for
her
sure
to that
after like
status back
3
in the day.
Yahtzees in a
Until
row.
Dromai
That's
is
fucking
dead,
crazy.
you cannot
Okay.
count her out, and she found
Holy.
the window down to 1 life to overcome the dominating onslaught early on from Jude Cornette Starvo.
Yeah,
The
what that was
very
what like
wise
38
words
to
of someone very
12 at
wise
some
and
point.
handsome. One
Fucking
is
insane.
not 0, and Lucas Erng shows us that at 1 life he can take down the most represented
1
hero
is in fact
today
not
in the
0.
Living Legend format.
This is why you bring Dromai to this event, I think. You are trying to prey on these Starvos. And I'll be honest, Ponkage, I've heard that said before in the Living Legend format. We went to Chicago about a year ago now, and we played a Living Legend Calling. And Dromai was the hot tech leading into that. And this is the thing that was going to keep down Starvo. Starvo ran over that tournament. It was a Starvo mirror in the finals. No Dromais in the top 8. But it was a different Starvo back then. It did have access still to Crown. Crown out of the mix now. Things have gotten just slightly
Yeah, now you
less
just get
consistent,
Everplume.
slightly harder to fuse all the time. And it only took 1 missed fuse turn for Jude Cornette to just fall
Yeah.
apart and fall under the onslaught.
You just gotta
of
have
Lucas
to
Dragons.
That's because those dragons
take
once
the
they
onslaught
just
until they don't
one
fuse
red,
and then
they
like
played
try to
one
just
red, the
force
total
cards out of their
flame
hand for the rest of
with
the
no other
game so they
cards,
can never
and
fuse
then
again,
swung
basically.
10 damage from all the dragons that Jude had just left there because
Pretty
he was sending
impressively,
dominated attacks to Lucas
navigated.
Yeah, there's only 1 singular round of LL left.
There's only one
Start
LL.
and
X and Ford paired into Briar. My Gem Roulette is so bad.
work to decide
Dad, no. Good run, buddy.
world champion.
Ryan is out at X and 4. Unfortunately, the Dash or the Dash inventor was not able
Living legend.
to win it.
Only setting the stage for the march down to the end as we do the work to go ahead and crown our 2025 Flesh and Blood World Champion.
The hometown hero is out. We now literally know nobody.
Season approaches. Head to your LGS
Skirmish
from
season
November 29th through
13,
December 14th to
November
give Blitz
to
a proper
December.
farewell and snag some sweet prizes and participation promos while you're at it. Ring in the holidays with some Blitz gaming. We'll see
Oh,
you
it's Blitz?
at a
Fuck.
skirmish.
That
of
sounds
course,
awful.
Not long away from us, the next couple of weeks here into December 14th, so make sure you check that one out. Welcome back, of course. Round 11 is just around the corner, and of course, here at World Championship Philadelphia, it's hotter than ever, and that's not just because we saw the Ash Artists go to town on Bravo Star of the Show in that previous game. It's crazy what happens if you give that Dromai a little bit of room to send those dragons in.
Only
That's
one
come
health,
running
and the
back to
Dromai
catch the
managed
end
to
of
win
that
it.
game. I was
Kind of
out on the
crazy.
floor trying to find some Trip to Light Fantastics. Turns out the vendors didn't
The
bring too many
buyouts,
of those
yeah.
guys, just everywhere. But thankfully for me, I made it back. We got to catch the tail end of that. I understand there was a lot of fusing going on early, and a pretty significant comeback. So good showing for Dromai. Happy to find a funny
I'm glad that, Senor Brian Gottlieb has gotten comfortable just referring to it as smashing crayons together. You know, when he's adopted that sort of parlance, that it's very acceptable for everyone else to say that. So, yeah, don't hold back, folks, in those Bravo Star of the Show matchups. Now, let's check in with our standings a little bit at the top of round number 11. Remember, only two more.
Tony Williams, 9-1.
Legend here left for
Dude, the
game.
new is
Tony Williams still in the
9-1.
mix, 9-1 here on Zen in
This-
Legend. Curious to see how that
This is
goes
the
side
lineup I would
of
bring.
his
Mario and
combination
New.
performs in the CC rounds a little bit later on.
I am
Florian Christian,
Gachi-
Gaichi Yamada, Brody Spurlock, all having improved.
Oh,
to
Brody's
9-1.
9-1.
No
Oh, fuck.
undefeateds left amongst the field.
I am enamored with the variety of heroes between those.
Jacob
four
Allen is now
players.
8-2,
KO
which is
is
tough.
the only duplicate we see. Rackley, Magnette, Syndra, Zen, Chain, New, Dash.io. Clearly, all kinds of answers were correct for the question, and I love to see that from our top players who are currently performing.
That's so sick.
at the best of their
Echo,
abilities.
Just
Echo,
scratching
don't
that,
scratch
Jacob
your
Allen
ear,
has a
please.
draw to his name there, so still sits at the top of the 8.
Oh, I totally forgot.
bracket, so to speak. Naeem Bob is here. He's still at 7-3, very much in the mix. Fino Black has made his way to 8-2. I'm telling you what, this Runaways representation absolutely popping off.
I'm just doing a quick.
Echo.
I'm very impressed by the amount of chain we see in our top 20 players here. 5 copies of that hero dominating the.
All right, I
AFC
gotta
bracket.
clean off this
Higher.
desk a little bit so I
Very,
can.
very happy to see the people
make
who
some
worked hard on
space
that
for
deck,
this.
finding success and going against the.
I'm just gonna
going
use
against
this
the
binder, I
traditional
think,
wisdom,
for
maybe that hero had
staples.
nothing left to offer.
Yeah, again, I'm still curious to see what Gaichi Yamada has for us. Of course, another new game for him, of course, amidst this matchup. There's a lot of players, crucially, at 8-2. This Living Legend format, we've seen the volatility of it. We've seen how swingy the games can be. Sometimes it's just not in your hands. The best you can do in this format is really set yourself up for the safest game state. I'm glad to see those Dromai decks represented, but there aren't too many here in that sort of top 16. I think it's Lucas that we just saw with a win in that previous game. Will she be a factor in that top 8 or not? Only time will tell. But this Zen, we've seen a couple of Zens. We've seen Cody Williams.
The Zen's
Zen
kind of scary,
a lot of
actually.
those Tiger-centric cards. There's extremely long combat chains, good resilience to disruption, access to blues, being able to, use your deck as a toolbox with that
Alright,
Zen
we're just
ability.
gonna
Seems to have
yellow.
put, those who have put their trust in Zen in pretty good stead.
I think it was a surprisingly efficient choice. Philippe Mikolajic also representing Zen down in 9th there. Well-renowned ninja player. Met with Tommaso Vicido in the finals of the same calling that sent that hero to Living Legend. Also looking at Davidius down in 10th there. Classic constructed choice I want to draw some attention to. Victor Goldmain treated them very, very well.
Victor's in
during
10th
CC
now. The
rounds.
Victor's in
Not a
10th. That's kind
popular
of scary.
choice, but stands to gain a lot of momentum if they can keep things going alongside Chain bound by Shadow.
Yeah, Davidas Chepakatis, impressive performance, finding himself at 10th here at 8-2.
That's kind of crazy.
Very much in the mix. A warrior aficionado, actually, out of Germany, was one of the main pilots of that Hatchet's Dorinthia build last year. Not maybe the most explosive form of Dorinthia Iron Song, but definitely very, very good value. There are your standings after round number 10. We're going to jump into our next match in just a moment. We'll be seeing once again Marlin Treasure Hunter take to the stage. That's
Another Marlin.
we've managed to catch on camera before at 8-2. And Philip Mikolajic, we're going to be seeing him run it down on Zen in this head-to-head. So just made reference to him as a prolific ninja player. He is right where he needs to be at 8-2 right now.
This is a matchup I think has a lot of questions looming over it. Zen was not one of the more popular choices for people heading into the World Championship.
I don't know. Zen seems
what
really
it was
good.
like in Classic Constructed at various points. The power level clearly there. I think it needed some refinement, and the players who have done that refinement are finding success with the hero. However, we've not seen Marlin really play against a Zen so far, and Marlin was a bit of an unknown quantity for most of the more casual audience heading into this event. This matchup has a lot of questions I'm looking forward to learning about in real time.
Yep, let's jump down and start to get acquainted properly with our competitors in this game. First up, it's going to be Luke Magnussen going against Filip Mikulajczyk,
Oh, yeah.
of course, representing Team Poland. They've always got fantastic tokens as well to hand out, that squad. So
8-2,
always fun to play
8-2, let's go.
Luke Magnussen here at 8-2. This is his player history there. Only a loss to Ellie Bird there in round number 4.
Oh, he lost to Ellie, and that's it.
For
Damn.
Verdun's deck to handle. But outside
Beat
of that,
Thomas
very
Fasato.
high-profile names taken on the way here. A loss to Chain in that prior round. Maybe a little bit of a bump in the road here for Luke, but still 8-2 is a very good spot to be.
Certainly want to watch their Chain, known to be a bit of an issue for Marlin. On Philippe's side, Syndra all the way through the classic constructed rounds, found 2 gravy bones early,
he
exactly what you're looking for.
Syndra'd it.
Walked into a Kasai in the hands of Joshua Rath, a little bit unfortunate there, but managed to right the ship quickly enough. Luka Kramaric falling, Jack
He
Mount
lost
was
to
the
Jack,
upset in
and he
this situation.
beat another
Zen
Starvo.
Starvo, interesting.
Interesting.
Go either way, and we see that in real time with these previous 2 rounds.
So much
Here we
for the
go.
rest on the
Oh
ability
my
for us to
God,
find
it's
those
already
fusions,
started.
But he's not in this particular
He's-
game. No, we got Filip Mikulajczyk here on camera already with an inner chi in the pit zone. So
What
Zen
happened?
wave
He
his hands about him. Do
inner-chi'd
the Zen thing here
and
when
Zenned.
digging for a chase the tail.
Another card I want to look at in the pitch zone there, blue copy of Plunder Run. One that people often forget about in the Living Legend format, but the blue one particularly sweet in Zen. Just transcend off of it. Why not?
Oh, the
Pretty
Plunder
fantastic
Run.
also
You
out of Arsenal to
can
be able to draw
play
a
in Living
card.
Legend, I
First of
forgot.
all, here is a chase the tail. That will follow up, of course, that Crouching Tiger.
Next time we actually go to
Chance to leak some damage here on the first turn of the game for Filip. It's like Luke already having to mark that down as he will allow one.
I want to
damage
see a
pass
new
through.
LL game by the end of the
So I
day, but I don't
believe the
think we're going to
cards
see
in hand here
one.
for Luke Magnussen are 3 of a kind and some variety of gem. Can't quite tell which of those fables it is. So 1 no block available means some of this damage is going to be leaking through. 3 of a kind.
Do I
forced to
have
keep
blue
spending
plunder
on
runs? I don't think I have
defense.
blue plunder runs on me.
Does means we're starting at 37 though. Philippe's got to be pretty happy about this. Zen, very capable of leaking damage, but it's not a necessity, nor is it guaranteed in any way. So good place to be, making the most of that 0 block card found in the first hand.
Yeah, Ivophidia is the proxy there for Luke Magnussen. So won't be putting that in front of any of those attacks.
Oh,
We have
you
a
got proxies for that? I forgot.
golden.
I don't know how the
In the
high
blue
level
first,
proxy
blue
stuff
variety.
works.
Ivophidia goes into pitch here. That allows, of course, to opt for a moment.
So Luke here, very content to cash in that gold from Crown of Dominion on the first turn
Let's
of
get
the
a
game.
harpoon to throw.
Marlin activation, fuel this golden tipple, makes an awful lot of sense.
Alright, there we go.
We're seeing Marlin players in Living Legend much more willing to be aggressive with those gold activations. In this
Yeah,
case,
that's
tipple,
true.
No big deal. Cash-in's going to be online if you find it nonetheless. Little more
Is that a
risky for having to
bobble?
rely
Why
on
do you
the
have a
gold later
bobble?
to make things come together.
Still, of course.
I have
all
a
the conditions,
Fidia?
needed
Oh,
to
is his
fulfill
I have a
golden tipple
Fidia
have
like
been
not
done.
legal or
King
something?
Shark was
How
a
does
lot
that
of,
work?
yeah, okay, so catch the day maybe in the hand. The King Shark Harpoon, though, went into the arsenal.
Interesting.
Pretty premium situation here for Luke. Did find the harpoon to lock
Whoops.
and load with Marlin. Finds 2 more blues in the hand. So Hammerhead activation will be available if they would prefer.
I'm gonna throw these in the sleeve.
Gold actually getting popped here.
In the
We are
sleeve
digging
bag.
again. We found an Art of War off the top.
Okay, very interesting choice from Luke. Typically, got to be a little safer with the gold in case of cash-in, but maybe suggesting
See.
that we're not expecting to see that card in this matchup.
Look how
Instead,
sick this
marking
frostbite
that Art of War
chat.
in the
This is an
arsenal
altar.
guarantees an arsenal for
But look at
Marlin by
that.
cashing in that gold with the spare resources that would be available this turn. Just about efficiency, 10 overpower on the King Shark Harpoon. Attack actions pretty readily available.
pretty
to
sick.
Zen. This one likely to find some kind of bait at the end of its hook.
Yeah, it's another game we're going to be examining Zen's resilience to that level of disruption. What can he do off those smaller hands? There's obviously, you know, pretty
Looks
easy to
so
make
good.
these, like,
This is
relatively
garbage.
high-value
That's
small hand
ripped.
plays. We saw that was something that Cody Williams was sort of ready and willing to sort of operate under in his Zen game yesterday. Hunted wins, excuse me, the only card
Ooh, I've
allowed
got.
is
I
to
forgot. I got
here by
the.
Filip.
I got the
Look at
alpha.
the
Welcome to
M6,
Wraith
Harmony,
Scar for
Harmony, Hunt,
Scars.
and a Chase the Tail.
Or I don't know if it's alpha, but
Unfortunately,
it's like the
blue card,
pink
only one that is safe
ribbon.
from being ripped away. So by blocking this way, Philippe is guaranteed some kind of turn, regardless of which card is selected to generate gold for Luke. Worth noting that hook now means there is 2 gold available. Luke being rewarded pretty heavily, I would say, for their
I also
liberal
found
use
these
of
cool
gold in his
art
first 2 turns.
head
See, obviously,
jabs.
Marlon in Living Legend just has so
This is
much
all
access
bulk that
to
someone
top of the
donated
deck,
to
so
the
much
store.
access to
That
card
I'm just
draw,
kind of going
cards
through
like
and taking the
cash in.
stuff I want.
And, that
And
kind
then
of
we're
case is
selling the
pretty
rest in
simple
the
stuff,
store.
the kind of stuff you'd see
But
in
it's a
classic
cool
constructed,
art
right?
head
Like
jab.
Video, golden tipple, all the things you need to power Marlon, discarding away a harpoon. It's your bread and butter, but it gives you a nice overpowered attack with an
I have 3 of
effective and
them
relevant on kit.
in
Harmony the
blue.
Hunt is going to be the follow-up to Tiger Taming Kukara.
Very bread and butter turn here for Felipe Mikulajic.
I
Love to see Harmony the Hunt finding play in this format. Tiger Generation.
I also found a
decks, more Tiger payoffs
caved in.
found in
Like
the Living
Strider
Legend
Reprisal
version of the
here
deck.
as well. Yeah.
Absolutely. We saw as much as Territorial Domain from Cody yesterday.
Classic.
So all kinds of ways to make use of those Tigers. Happy to see additional generators facilitating those. Art of War found for Philippe will mirror the one we know is in the arsenal here for Luke Magnuson.
All right, we're going to make ourselves a harpoon here, Scott. Art of War out of the arsenal first. Reaches of Tropeldani Pit. So let's tick up that gold. We are living
All
large.
right, Art of War,
Obviously, we'll be banishing
the golden
harpoon.
tipple,
Draw 2.
or not the golden
Luke
tipple,
obviously has access
the
to a number of
the
pumps there. He's
fucking-
gonna have 3 of a kind. Is that
the
even necessary
harpoon.
on this already pretty card-dense turn?
Usually no. Depends on the rest of the context of the hand here for Luke. If they're happy with the harpoon they found, if they have a hammerhead activation on lock already, it's much easier to just fire the cannon, save yourself a,
Are you just
a big power card for a
gonna-
following turn.
what is
If
it?
we're in a spot where that's not the case,
Oh,
3
it's
of a
plus
kind becomes
3?
a lot more appealing. In this case, we're going to see
Pitch
take
the
aim
hammer?
and that hammerhead reach for here. Looks like 3 of a kind going in the
And
chamber to
the-
do this all over again next.
Oh no,
Yeah, Art of
I
War,
lost
of
the
course,
marble.
something you can only
No.
do in LL. Once again, just gives Luke an easy way to rip cards off the top, and it's you know, golden harpoon, goldfin harpoon is usually banished instead of being discarded to a tipple, but it's the same flavor
Nice.
of play. Fill your hand
14
with the blues you need
overpower.
to power these big attacks. 14 overpower. Is that good?
Holy!
Not half
I
bad.
really
This
want to
King
build
Shark
this
harpoon,
Marlin LL
surprisingly
deck.
painful
I
here
love
too. Strider
Ranger.
Reprisal very tempting in a spot like
What
this
a
when you
what a
draw Art of
fucking
War. We saw
silly
Luke Magnuson
list.
sidestepping that cost of
That's so
activation by
fun.
banishing a goldfin harpoon. You can do the same thing by generating that crouching tiger, funding Art of War with it, but you can't do that if King Sharp Harpoon is going to connect and theoretically rip that tiger away. So Felipe Mikulajic forced to play a much smaller turn, not going to get to leverage that Art of War right now at least.
I'm saying Luke is sort of guaranteeing himself the gold he needs to power these turns. Also, the 3
Lucas
of a kind
is
to make sure that he
online.
has
He already has
sufficient card
4
density. He's tucked
gold,
that now in
tunic
his
counter
arsenal
next
to
turn.
keep sending these, you know, very powerful harpoons. However, that's 2 King Sharks down. They're definitely probably the most premium on-hit effects you have in this particular matchup. You can't guarantee that every turn. But we'll wait to get there because, of course, we have a Plunder Run that comes out from Arsenal, and the aspect of Tiger Body will be empowered.
No red attack before this one, so no bonus available, but looking to just park that Art of War in the arsenal to find a window a little bit later on.
Now, Luke Magnuson,
There's a plunder
happy enough
run.
to offer up
Blue
that free
plunder
pop
run
with
is
Gold Bait Hook
interesting.
and probably an extraneous card there. And that's
Blue
not
plunder run
exactly
in
the
LL
attack
new.
to be sending. There's no sea lace here.
Perhaps.
It's quick dodge flexes for the Marlin players. So really opting into that in a strategy of leveraging those blue arrows.
Good
He's-
spot.
I gotta
think
get the-
Mitch. Quick
I
Dodge
gotta get the
Flex is
binder
a
out,
premium
chat.
piece of equipment against Zen. Notorious for going incredibly wide
there
as
we
their
go.
combat chains are filled with crouching tigers. Does mitigate a lot of that damage in a deck that is otherwise very blue dense.
And once again, we're just at risk of overusing the term. We're just doing the thing. Golden tipple.
We're just
shooting
going.
off
We're
and
just
half
doing the
away, up
thing.
to 4 gold. What are we trying to power here? Is that a toxicity in hand?
The toxicity of our
And the 3 of a kind. Oh, we're
city.
chilling. We are being chilled.
Oh,
Blue Toxicity been a pretty premium inclusion from
da,
these
da,
Marlin
da,
players
da,
over the
da,
course
on
of
the
the weekend.
border,
Evasive damage connecting pretty
disorder.
frequently. You would basically treat this as a blue +3 in those scenarios, which makes it much more appealing than other red
There's a
buffs
secret
that otherwise
silence
could
at
pay
sea.
for Hammerhead in a pinch.
King Kraken harpoon in the arm.
Somewhere.
A little less scintillating, I guess, as an option. Looking for
I have
non-attack action
3
cards.
rapid fires now, which is pretty cool.
Just kind of choose it. Lucas had full information.
On my way to fully
about contents of
having
every hand that Philip has drawn up here.
having
King
every
Kraken
single
Harpoon, as you
Ranger
alluded to,
card
not
ever.
Quite as impactful in this matchup as, say, King Shark Harpoon. But plenty of premium targets. We've seen Ancestral Harmonies. We've seen.
Do I have
power
the King
cards
Shark
put Zen
Harpoon?
together.
Oh, I have
There
2
are
King
things
Shark
that find
Harpoon
that
for
put
the
Philippe in a bit of a bind.
Marlin
In this
deck.
case, we see Unmovable in the hand here for Philippe to try and soak up some amount of
Do I
this
have
damage.
Endless
It's proving to be a
Arrows
pretty
in
popular
here
choice for
already?
these Zens this weekend. They understand the assignment.
No,
They've
but I
got to
can
play
put it on
small
this side.
ball and beat back against the harpoons when it matters.
I mean, his velocity, though, from Luke is pretty compelling. while this doesn't maybe pick an important card out of Philip's hand here, it still represents 13 points of effective damage with that toxicity inflicting life loss
There's
on hit.
N
Which at
Zero.
this point is going to be easy to
Do
pull
I
off.
have?
Unmovable? Yeah, that is good. You can obviously combine that with an action card from your hand and cover over most of this, but it's not an unmovable from Arsenal. That matters.
I guess I don't.
That's the power consistency offers with all these additional tools available to Marlin in Living Legend. As a
I thought I had more
wise
Threepa kinds.
Olympia once
Oh,
said,
knock the
gold is
death
in
whistle. I
fact
have a
payoff.
million.
Does allow
Knock the
these
death
turns
whistles.
to come together with startling consistency.
So is this unmovable plus a
How many?
card here?
How
Like
many?
Very
Red-
tempting. It depends on how much Philippe is worried about this on hit from King
Oh my
Kraken
God,
Harpy
I
and
now
the additional
have
life loss from toxicity.
one,
If they're looking to build, Art of
2, 3,
War turn of some
4,
semblance, perhaps they fight
5,
with Traverse
6.
the Universe and their Stride of
I
Reprisal.
have 6 red in the
Fund that
ledger.
big attack, grab the chi that we know is out of their deck. Maybe they decide it is go time, but having an unmovable in the hand is actually a little bit awkward if
Yeah.
it's go time.
Mm.
That said, there's universes where you like the rest of your hand and you love a resource card for this unmovable, so Traverse is interesting. Not
Oh,
typically
yeah.
how
You
you
got a
want to
red
spend that.
hand. Ooh.
Yeah, not normally how you want to spend that Traverse. It is meant to be a power tool, but it does allow you to keep the rest in theory. Instead, I like this from Philippe. This requires self-control, I'm going to say. It's very tempting to cash in that Traverse and keep some of these reds to try and find some kind of
Yeah,
return
this is
volley.
pretty good.
But this Crane Kraken Harpoon will not hit anything. It won't take any cards away.
No,
It just
is that
takes
the
them all
last
away
Crane
to fund your
Kraken?
unmovable.
I think it is.
And we're still waiting for Philip to really be able to play the game here. Obviously, he does get to do a little bit of that turn 0. There's some action early on, but these hands have all been very, very small. Now, what have we got? 2-hand. Oh, the cash-in drawn up by Luke. God, you can go digging for absolute days. Tunic
He has
ticked
Art
up
of
in
War.
case he actually needed that.
Art of War, cash
Art of War
in,
as well,
treasure.
allowing him to dig even further.
Holy.
This
No.
guy's going to see... It's like the Zach Galifianakis meme. He just sees all the equations. Wait, bro's going to be drawing cards for days. It's a second Art of War in the hand.
I was going to say, not a bad thing to use that Tunic counter on with a single copy of Art of War, but given
Holy.
that you've got 2
Holy.
of them,
He's just
maybe
gonna
you-
fucking
maybe
run
you
away
pick
with
a
this
card.
game. Dude,
Maybe you
Marlon is
break a goal
real.
and then
This
you
is
have enough
crazy.
resources available for your Tunic to pay for both of them.
Oh
But
my gosh.
Luke Magnuson is doing the thing TM, I think we've established so far over
Oh,
this weekend.
is that a conqueror
That
of the
is-
high seas?
That is a conqueror of the high seas. So we're going to be going wide and large and rather backbreaking. Pretty much
And
exactly how
rather
you wanna make them.
backbreaking.
The pure scale
See,
of this turn from Luke
alright.
Magnuson can't be overstated. He's flush with resources, has the ability to draw approximately 1 billion cards. Big game trophy shot's going to be the starter here. We just needed a buff. We can draw a card and discard a card, so more looting off that. Battering bolt represents a pretty decent arrow target. It's not harpoon though.
That is the pain point here for Luke currently.
He has
Battering bolt
so
would be an
many
arrow,
cards.
But there is no harpoon here.
Are you digging more with Art of War?
Very tempting. It's possible the War is the discard here. If Luke is intending to just crack some gold to find some additional options. Finding a harpoon here is really big game. You want to continue to provide evasion. Raw damage is not quite as appealing. Luke happy to just deal with the situation. He's going to rely on Battering Bolt to do the job.
Yeah, that's pretty
First up
good.
though, Conquer the High Seas. It is
Oh.
9, it is go again, of course, on that 8, pardon me, and
Additional one from the Art of War, I think,
true,
being
that's
represented
9.
there. So not entirely sure. Believe that's going to be a 9, but
Holy.
either way.
big rain trophy shot, obviously empowering a little further down the line, but we are now correcting that to 9. Arsenal being threatened now. Okay, the Tiger Stripe Shuko being proffered on defense. Philip is questioning that decision.
So Philippe does have a Flick Flack in the hand alongside numerous combo cards. So there is the option here to get full value out of this, blunt the problematic on hit of Conqueror of the High Seas, and gain some additional value on what is going to be a rather heinous Battering Bolt.
That's pretty
Yeah, I mean,
good.
Philip trying to be patient, wait for a stumble here from the Marlin, but in Living Legends, he has so
Holy.
much more consistency.
Tunic,
to
go to
access
2,
card
use
draw that
2.
I feel like those off turns are few and far between.
Big ass
See
fucking
the
numbers
shift
from the
Luke's
Marlon.
stands. Catch of the day. Just not a card you want in the arsenal. Going to filter that away for a Hammerhead activation and fire off a rather hefty 15 on this battering bolt.
Ugh. I want to build this Marlin
Phil is
deck so
looking
bad
awfully
now.
Tenderized.
This looks
at
so
the moment.
sick.
And it doesn't get much better. It looks like Luke's about to serve up some Tiger Schnitzel.
If there were any doubts about the power of Marlin in Living Legend, you got to look at a turn like this one. 24 points of damage coming on through with on-hits, with disruption, with 3 gold available.
He's been
What more could you ask for?
tenderized. He's been battered.
He's been bolt.
Exactly.
I'm glad we're on the same page.
He's been bolted. Yeah, I like that. If I was him, I'd be bolting away.
This is
from the
a
table
near
on the
mint
side of
rainbow.
his-
I blame no one.
That is a 24 damage presentation.
Threaten the arsenal, threaten the hand, some additional life lost if there's actions not available in the hand. Nice G card.
K-E.
Would be a pretty bad feeling to have that energy in hand if this
Yeah.
battering bolt rips you to shreds.
Yeah, this is not a good option here for Philip, folks. The prognosis is grim for our Zen player.
This is, in
This is very
fact, what they
overpowered.
call bad. Ooh,
Warlong's
I'm
Diplomacy,
saving that.
Pretty decent card sometimes, but Marlin has ways to play around it.
She does, but it is worth knowing we've seen a reasonable number of golden tipples and conquerors and so on and so forth.
Is he just
open
ripping
to
cards?
times.
Yeah, because the battering bolt is when it
Sometimes
hits, if they
way
reveal their
more
hand, they discard
interesting
all
when those
cards other than
choices
action
circumvented
cards.
are
But I guess
gone. I
the
like the fact Philippe is
Zen
taking
has
some
only action
consider
cards
this. I
unless he
think
has the
while
Art of War in
Diplomacy
hand,
is
I
the kind of
guess.
card that gives them the chance to get
Steam's
back
good
into the
still.
game. It is worth thinking about whether or not that's the route you want to take. An additional 3 life is going to go a pretty long way against the hero known for overpowering their arrows. So you are taking a pretty serious risk by letting yourself fall all the way down to single digits. Well, less so that, but more in the low single digits, I should
Yeah,
say.
Marlin absolutely has that inherent ability to close out the game. But Philip doesn't really have an option. He hasn't had a lot of agency when his overpower attacks have been headed his way. Hasn't been able to really block them effectively. Has been given Luke the option to sort of pick cards out of the hand. I mean, just having those 2 consecutive King Shark Harpoon turns really puts your opponent on the back foot.
This has very much been a case of a game where Luke Magnuson hasn't missed a beat. Marlin's consistency definitely amplified in a format like Living Legend, but if a
Yeah, I'm definitely building this Marlin deck after.
the 3 of a kind, the several draws
We'll
we
see
had
how many
this
people
turn,
are actually
this
interested in
battering bolt
LL
hand
after
appears
this
turn looks
Worlds, though.
significantly worse with a million cards to be found. And that's the power of gold. It allows these things to not fizzle. But that's what Philippe is looking for in a spot like this. I need you to have an off turn to give me enough breathing room to get back in. Does
He has not
choose to
had a
fall
single
to
off
one
turn.
and rely on Warmonger's diplomacy. I think this is a very, very professional
Like,
level
at
choice.
all.
This is not intuitive, but Philippe understands there is no point in playing not to lose. I have to play to win.
Just to be clear, that block was empowered there by the Flick Flack. So that's how Philip is able to
that makes
cover
sense.
so much damage up with just a single card.
Warmongers is
Again, good
annoying for
defensive
the
action
for
and
her
definitely
though.
Fortunate to have found a combo card to block with after it. Both players, of course, chosen War, because I'm pretty sure Luke woke up, chose that, and Gratuitous Violence. Golden Tipple, continuing to fuel the turn. Codex of Frailty, such an incredible card, completely unnecessary to Luke's plans of world domination.
Yeah, Codex of Frailty, far worse when you are committed to war. Does not function the way you would like. We'll look at the Marlin trigger here, and this Golden Tipple. I cannot understate how big of a deal this is. It is very difficult to load as Marlin without Golden Tipple when you're underneath war, and this card has enabled you to do so. We'll pop that Sleep Dart into the arsenal and allow for a second attack to threaten Philippe this turn.
Yeah, it had to be the Sleep Dart because he wanted the Hammerhead activation, right? Well, Warmongers did not a whole lot here. If I'm honest with you.
Maybe we would
Yeah,
have played a Codex of
Warmongers really
Frailty
helped
if
him
we'd
this
had the
turn.
option,
Yeah.
who knows? But I think this is the perfect example of what we've discussed numerous times over the course of the weekend. This LL deck for Marlin, not quite as soft to that All-Star Majestic as its CC counterpart.
Yeah. So it couldn't be the Bluefin Harpoon. Luke wouldn't have been able to both deploy that Harpoon and activate Hammerhead. The +4 buff is definitely something he wanted to tend towards. So Sleep Dart still presents a breakpoint, one that requires the Kasaya and the Traverser Universe to be offered up here on blocks alongside that Flick
Holy.
Flag.
Well, he does
So
have the
Philip
5.
He has a pretty dense hand.
Okay.
Philip still has a hand.
Philippe Mikolajic
Or Philippe.
may have found the window. We know that card in Arsenal is an Art of War. It's been parked there for several turns. And so we know now there is a 5-card hand alongside it, courtesy of the Tiger, generated from Stride of Reprisal, the Inner Chi found from Traverse the Universe. If there is ever going
Here's
to be
the
a
Art of War.
comeback
He's
salvo,
happening.
this is it.
He's at 1.
Okay, with the Inner Chi and 2 cards drawn up, of course, Crouching Tiger fueling the Art of War. Another Art of War drawn.
Second copy, a little less appealing in Zen.
Yep.
Don't quite have the free Tiger to use. But we can, of course, pitch away Chi here to search up our cards,
It's a way
find
to
a
make that
tiger
Tiger.
for the future.
Yeah. And we can go hunting now for a key piece of what has to be an immense combo here for Philip Mikulajic.
What is that
Okay.
one?
Tempest Palm Gustwave?
It certainly is. Tempest Palm Gustwave, the new expansion slot card from Super Slam. Not one many people considered in a deck like Zen, but gives you additional go-again flexibility on a true Turable card. More importantly, a Turable card that's rather good with Flick Flack. So,
tutorable card with
again,
Flick
another
Flack?
chain link here. No need for Surging Strike.
The fuck does that mean?
Potentially, but yeah, well, exactly. Yeah, getting go again. You don't need to play it after the Surging Strike for the go again. All right, we are going to the Art of War. We did, of course, generate a Crouching Tiger with that Zen ability. So Philip has been finding the fodder to fuel the fires of, I'm sure, the rage he's been brewing on as he's had to take a back seat in this game. Now he has a chance to step into the spotlight. And now,
5
the
whole
one
cards.
one question we have is that obviously
There's so many cards in the
that
Zen's
Tiger
hand, too.
generated there. Is it eligible to actually be banished away to Art of War? That's what we would need to have looked at.
Do you see the Bonds of Ancestry in the hand here? Tiger Swipe.
I mean, Zen
That's
creates a
Tiger
Crouching
Body.
Tiger in hand. The card that gets searched up gets banished. So you can obviously, you can banish
of
that
course,
Crouching Tiger.
of
So
course.
that second Art of War actually is fine here because there was the Stride of Reprisal Tiger and then the Zen ability Tiger. So Phil's been able to draw all the cards. But is it going to be a grim effigy, just a poor... Oh, he's not going to bother. He doesn't have it.
Whoa,
Philip does
you
not feel
just-
like
whoa.
He has what he needs to take the game, and so just extends the fist. The lead
He just
is too great.
extended
It
the
is a full
fist bump?
broadside fired off
He
by
just said,
Marlin.
"Fuck it, good
Turn
game,
after
brother."
turn. And Luke Magnuson looking at the board now, just trying to see what the Zen could even have done, but we now know it pales in comparison to the consistent pressure Luke was able to
Damn.
provide across that game.
I was trying to do some pocket math.
Well
We saw,
done.
Tiger Swipe in the hand, I believe. We had a Tooth and Nail, I think, in the middle of the hand there as well. Of course, that Tempest Wave searched
Damn.
Zen as well.
That's
There was
kind of
few
crazy.
Too many missing pieces. Not quite enough go again. Not enough to tie the room together. That second Art of War, where he had to find some tools there for Philippe to have a much wider turn. Drew those 2 cards. Didn't find those missing pieces and understands that 30 damage is just insurmountable from that spot. I'm going to eat a harpoon at some point during your next turn.
I mean, it's obviously a great performance there from Luke Magnuson. He improves
Well
to 9
done.
and 2. We managed to quickly take him aside and have a chat with him. Let's head over there now.
What's up, everybody? I am here with Luke Magnuson.
Oh, hey, it's
who just
Luke.
absolutely exploded someone again with a cannon on stream. Congratulations, my friend. X and 2, how you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I wish we could play more LL games, honestly. I love playing the Marlin.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, I remember watching you back in Milwaukee. You were honestly one of the first people in my coverage watching experience that took Slippy before Slippy really hit the mainstream in that time, in that era. I remember watching you in that team Battle Harden, just kicking some butt with Slippy, and now here we are at the World Championships. You're in striking distance of a World Championship top 8. We'll talk about that in a second, but first, you say you love the Marlin deck. Tell me how you landed on it and how you think it served you so well.
I was trying to figure out what to play for LL, and I've never played Rune Blades or Guardian, so apologies.
All
I
good.
didn't know where to start. So I started looking at Lexi because I played Ranger in the past. And then my brother took out Marlin, and he's like, wait a second, you get cash in. I wonder if this is good, and started destroying me with it. And I was like, I played Marlin a little bit when she came out and loved it, so I was like, I guess I'm going with this.
Nice.
And then kept tuning the deck. It kept feeling better, and it's just LL is such an explosive format that, and Marlin's a deck that can just win any match just by,
Being explosive.
Being explosive.
Using a cannon.
Which is
I've heard that cannons are rather explosive.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Which I think is a good place to be in this format. And so, yeah.
Cool.
It was good.
Well, talk to me a little bit about your CC deck as we look forward to the next 4 rounds of CC. What deck you on? How you feeling about these next 4 rounds?
I'm on Verdance.
Mm.
I'm feeling good about the next 4 rounds. We'll see. Maybe I'll actually play some meta decks because I had a very strange CC lineup. I played 5 Bravo, Arachne Huntsman.
Oh my gosh.
A
Couple out there though, Jacob Lance
and a Jarl. So
oh my god.
it was very weird. So
Yeah.
we'll see. We'll see how
I
it
have
goes.
to imagine in these rounds some of the more meta decks probably,
Yes.
probably rose to the top, but we shall see.
So maybe I'll actually get to play against decks I've tested against.
Cool. Hey,
Um,
it's worked out for you so
that's
far.
right.
Looking ahead, you are in striking distance. There is a chance you hit a world championship top 8. It's a great run no matter what, but what would it mean to you to be in that top 8?
It would be very surreal. It'd be very surreal. Yeah, I've done well at a couple like Collins Battle Hardens, but not on this stage. So it'd be really cool.
Well, we're all rooting for you. Congrats on
He's
the run
doing
so
really
far.
well.
You're
I think
someone
he's probably
I've been
getting in
this
there.
game a long time. I've seen you at a bunch of events, so I know you've been putting in the time, putting in the work. Again, whatever happens, it's a great run no matter what, but we'll see if we can get you into that World Championship top 8. All right, send it back to the booth.
Thank you very much, Sam. Yeah, they talk about the explosiveness of Marlon, and that's true, but for me, it's the raw consistency with which she can deploy these 10-plus overpowered attacks that can
I have 2 of
threaten to
these.
strip
Holy.
cards from hand. It feels like that level of consistency is actually kind of tough for a lot of decks in this format to find.
2
Yeah, I
near
think so. We
mint.
talked a few times over the weekend, and there seems to be 2 major
1
schools
near
of
mint
thought in Living
rainbow
Legend
foil.
right now. You can be the explosive deck, you can do the unadulteratedly powerful thing, or you can be the interactive deck that tries to punish those players, strip away cards, deny them from those big turns. Marlin seems to have been such a common pick because it rides the fine line somewhere in the middle. It has enough explosive potential to draw a million cards a turn, fire these gigantic
Ooh,
harpoons,
I have
get
2 of
games
these too.
over, but in matchups where it isn't the most explosive deck of the pair, it can lean back, it can focus on finding the right harpoons, and it can punish other players who want to be explosive. And that's why the deck is finding success. And I can't wait to play it and make it look bad at some point in the future.
I can't wait to play it and make it look. That's me. I'm gonna build this Marlin LL deck, and then I'm gonna lose every game that I play in LL with it because I don't understand how it works. That is gonna do it.
Dromai Ash Artist, a true
Ooh.
board state aficionado, going up against Jimmy
Dromai
Nero
and
on
Chain.
Dromai v.
Interesting,
Chain is a
interesting.
hell of a throwback here. I cannot wait to see these 2 masters of their craft go to town on
Fun.
This game is going to be a treat. Pheno Black, he's a known illusionist aficionado, but maybe a little underrated on Dromai, one of the best Dromai players I have personally ever seen. We saw Jimmy earlier in the weekend. He is, in my opinion, one of the best Chain players today. If you want great
really?
examples of what both of these decks are supposed to do, this is
That's
kind
kind of sick if he's actually like one of the better ones.
So, gold token here, of course, being paid into. I believe that's what Pheno is representing here. It's a great way
Oh,
to
yeah.
get some Ash generated. We're up to 2.
Immediate. I love the turn 1. It's always just gold. 2 of those. Let's go. All right.
Course of the game, but thankfully you are royal enough. And we're going to see that Rake the Embers making the most of that early Ash. This is very much textbook Dromai. These Ash Wings grating that Arcane Barrier, let us go a little wide, punish Chain for a lack of poppers. Really making the most of that gold in a way no other hero really has so far this weekend.
The temptation to cut to table mics for most of this round is going to be very high. Pheno is not only a yapper, but he's also got some funny mannerisms. With the flourish, he passes his turn back after declaring proudly that the, and I quote, boys are back in town. The Ash Wings hit the board.
I believe
The
it.
boys are in fact back in town.
Chain activation for a Soul Shackle. Not always the first action.
We are out
received
here
from Chain these
absolutely
days. Sometimes
loving.
There are some preamble on the first turn of the game. But of course, this Shackle going to give any Rune Blade
ST.
option go again. We've seen Jimmy's list earlier. in the weekend.
Supremacy.
Well, a very high density of 1-cost attacks to pair with 2-cost
You know those
interaction.
vexing malices.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw some Rift Binds, we saw some Snuff Outs even potentially. The Reaping Blade covering that gap when a 1-cost isn't found. Very much the sequence we're looking for here when blues are available. Chain, 1-cost piece, 2-cost
Here we
piece of
go.
interaction in a meaningful way. This matchup will be a little bit different because we're going to have to keep these dragons in check to some extent.
Does Chain have
Not
enough
very
go
many
again to be
poppers
able to
available
actually do
Chain
that?
outside of those same pieces of
I
interaction.
feel like he
So we'll
does.
need to beat back these Ash Wings,
Off
try
of
and
the
prevent some
Soul
arcane
Shackle
barrier.
stuff.
It looks like Jimmy definitely leaning
He's on
towards
Reaping
board control
Blades?
early
Oh,
in
Reaping Blades, so
all
she
of their
can't gain
resources.
life on the
Yeah, so
sigils,
obviously
right?
The vexing
That makes
malice,
sense.
malice physical damage portion goes to an
Because you
Ash
know
Wing.
that she's
You have to
running.
send the arcane at your opponent themselves. So
The
Fino can
Jormai's
drop
running the
38,
sigils.
and a Reaping Blade being used. So is there like a really easy way for Jimmy to interact with these dragons generally? Or does he have to spend these attacks on them?
It has to be done the hard way for the most part. You'll nickel and dime with some of the smaller attacks to take care
Nickel
of
and dime, the Ash Wings. Oh, we're playing the new hunted
Jimmy
shit.
understands that this game is likely
Interesting.
to be a battle of attrition. They need to keep the Ash Wings in check because they're not going to want to block very often when their big turns finally arrive with all of these Soul Shackles. So playing board control now while their resource density is low is a powerful way to go.
Okay. Wow. This is a Dissolve Reality being thrown out here by Fino Black. Obviously,
Dissolve Reality?
Oath of Loyalty is...
I don't know what the fuck that does.
Okay, I think, yeah, Fino tried to throw his Arsenal card there straight out. Needs to run this back a little bit. That's a, wow, double Blaze Headlock
Oh, I
in the
have
hand.
3
Obviously
Art of
following up
Wars,
this
that's
Oath of
good.
Loyalty.
I
So
want
this
the
is
Art of
actually a really
Wars.
attack-action-centric turn that promises some really high damage.
Yeah, so if you missed that there,
Is this a foil Garner? Oh, I have a foil Garner Flash. I'm just listing cards on TCG Player while I watch this. Because I'm trying to get... I'm keeping all of my Flesh and Blood cards. I mean, I'm keeping all of my Ranger and Assassin cards, but I'm trying to get rid of some other stuff.
How about we blaze headlong down the highway instead?
Yeah, no fealty tokens for you there.
Holy near mint rainbow! Holy near mint rainbow foil!
That Oath of Loyalty places on your turn.
Garner Flash is 23 buckaroos. That's fucking big money there.
The Dissolve Reality is going to hang around in the arsenal. Obviously, it does threaten to bottom Jimmy's arsenal and create a punish for
Fucking
everyone.
sick nasty.
Instead, here is Asvolai. First, though, it's the Aether Ashwing that's getting sideways.
This is a great example of the flexibility a deck like Dromai provides. You can play a more controlling role, set up towards these bigger dragons.
Oh my god, this Everbloom Life Majestic is
if you'd like. Alternative,
$22 as well.
4/4 Asvolai. Thankfully for Jimmy here, does find a humble in the hand. One of those many premium pieces of interaction. That one's got
Humble is
6 on it.
interesting.
Going to take care of an Ashwing when the dragon starts swinging.
Like to see Humble more commonly seeing that in like Iridex, for example, just when you want those generic attack actions with some relevant on hit. Here's Soul Shackle number 2. Chain is going to lay that one down. How from beyond into pitch to power. A Reaping Blade attack at Asvolai, clearing the board.
Humble, such an endorsement of the overall game plan here for Jimmy. I mean it when I say this team and players like Jimmy tested every piece of interaction you can imagine. Everything from Humble to Reek of Corruption, Erase Face.
Oh, maybe it is a first edition?
Anything on it,
I have one of each.
At some point. And Humble here, of course, a popper, plays very well with other pieces of interaction, continues this 1 into 2 play pattern, and ripping away hard abilities until the end of the turn.
Humble's pretty sick.
Absolutely. I mean, Dromai can't create Ash, and she can't.
Yeah, she can't.
Dragons go again.
She can't give him go again or create Ash. Humble's kind of a crazy little.
Dromai says if you played a red card this turn, dragons you control have go again while attacking.
It's been far too long.
So Storm of Standing is what allows you to actually attack. It's like it lets you swing
you
for free.
You are correct.
But so what's huge here is that Fino wants to make Ash. He doesn't have any. Can't power this dragon generation at the moment. Coming Gesture is an outlet. I guess if you wanted to make...
I guess he has to get 2 cards here.
It's ropey at best. It's simply an upgrade, I think, over Silken Form that we used to see in the arm slot there.
More importantly, Arcane Barrier, which is slightly important against Chain, and giving that up, a little bit sketchy. That's the line we're going to have to go with here, because Fino needs Ash. This is not a question.
Making a Spectral Shield. Okay. Yeah, so we needed an Ash, needed a way to make it here. Warmongers, Spectral, Flame Scale all get in. So,
interesting.
I say for now, the hero ability is online. The Ash generation was just incidental.
Okay, Aether Ashwing is going to have to do some work, or Fino is going to have to commit to a race here, I feel. Can make the most of that lack of arcane barrier as the game goes on. We do have a Mirror Guy in the hand this time around. Is actually a Mirror Guy. Will come on in for 2 points. First Dragon attack has no Phantasm. Now this one is a pretty important one for Jimmy's overall game plan. We've already seen a pretty high density of these 6 power, 2 cost interactive attacks. I believe there's a Command and Conquer in the hand here. Mirror Guy does make itself safe from those, provides incidental pressure without playing into that plan.
He's got all the fancy draw my shit.
Of reality that's now being sat on. So both,
That's fun.
Both players are going to be able to create ponder tokens here. Jimmy's going to have to bottom what he had in his arsenal. That does mean that the Command and Conquer that Jimmy is sitting on has a valid target to go after with that on hit.
He's got CNC in the arsenal.
To clearing away
Or
dragons
no.
as this game is played so far, building out those Soul Shackles. Unlike the Rune Gate version of this deck, Soul Shackle density is a bonus. We're not trying to keep these under control. We're not trying to keep them in check to play a longer game. We are looking to banish as many cards as possible, play these rambunctious turns. And so we're just building critical mass here, controlling the board while we do so.
We saw Ellie Bird, send a Vaporize at Jimmy yesterday, taking out those Soul Shackles, but it didn't, harm him too badly in the grand scheme of things. You're still able to recover from that, come back. This is a ghostly visit here with Go Again, followed up by a good old Command and Conquer.
What a
Seeing
turn.
this play pattern time and time
Well
again.
done,
One
well
cost
done.
attack, 2 cost piece of interaction. This deck is built to be consistent as you can imagine in enacting this game plan. It lets you be the aggressor, take cards away from the opponent, and in this case, you clear away Mirror Guy, you threaten the arsenal once more. It's all going to plan here for Jimmy.
This is just Ira envy, in my opinion. This is very similar patterns of play that Ira would look to go for, right? Normally like Hidachi, Edge of Autumn, then followed up with the 2-cost generic attack, or at least something with an on-hit. CNC into the pitch, Invert Existence is going to be deployed. I guess there's some relevance here. If Burn Them All is going to be a part of Fino's game plan, like sort of pre-banishing away these graveyard cards, meaning Burn Them All would in theory stick around for less long.
Fantastic shout out there, Mitch. Burn Them All, a very real part of the Dromai deck in its numerous configurations. Incidental Arcane, very powerful, given that Chain typically not guilty of presenting Arcane Barrier in this matchup. Does grant some reach after those aggressive turns. Less red fuel for that is definitely not a downside.
Yeah, it is Ether Ironweave in the chess piece here for Jimmy, promising a little bit of upside, but no potential on that card, at least to mitigate arcane damage. There you go. You can gain some resources, providing you've met those conditions.
Very telling, I think, of both players' expectations for this matchup. It is going to be quite quick and punchy. Immediate resources more valuable than any of the alternatives. Jimmy expecting Fino to take an aggressive stance, leverage those dragons for their immediate numbers in the bottom corner, push damage while the option is available.
Yeah,
use these cards like Billowing Mirage, Dust Up that we've seen.
Overcrowded here. I kind of like that.
Ooh.
That's snazzy. Overcrowded, playing very well with Soul Shackles and of course various other tokens.
Need Aura tokens to sort of you're powered up, but yeah, Soul Shackle. You don't get it for multiple, of course, only for the one of them. But like when there's Ponder tokens in play,
imagine?
Oh, yeah. I mean, that would be
thank you.
level egregiousness. Yeah. Basically exactly why she got errated. All right, Shackle, what do we got? At 3 here. Seeds of Agony makes its way into the banish.
Hit the high notes, disappearing there alongside it. So some tools available to Jimmy. We see Plunder Run in the hand as well. Another card that's been popping up at a surprising frequency in our feature match games, heading down the stretch here in Living Legend.
Jimmy's going to have to reach for some of these banish cards here. It's a bit of an awkward hand. Plunder Run wants to be pocketed before being deployed as an Invert Existence. So Seeds of Agony is going to come out. The next attack action card will cost 1 or less. Has that arcane damage ping. Of note, it's only at target hero, not at, an Ashwing, for example. Damage is damage.
Oh, this is a Seeds of Agony chain list.
Demigon earlier on. Now able to utilize it to pressure Fino in some capacity. No dragons available currently before exposing additional information from the hand. We know the hand is a little less than ideal. Invert Existence, Plunder Run, making things a little awkward to sequence.
Yeah.
But all in all, smoke screening information at its most powerful when you know your opponent is of a quality equal to that of Fino Black.
This guy's definitely appeared in some pretty high-profile scenarios for a long time. Definitely a veteran of Flesh and Blood. Member of Team Runaways.
Of course, Runaways, lovely folk. Happy to see him.
Oh my God, this is a literal scent.
Jimmy pausing here.
Jesus.
does tell you we have an unusual spot. Jimmy's probably played more games on chain than you could reasonably do so. And so he's having to pause and consider how to best utilize this hand. Reaching for Grasp of the Arknight. Invert Existence not of much use yet. And just sending this Unhallowed Rites from the hand. So less than impressive, but making do with a menagerie. Do love to see this Seeds of Agony being put back on the bottom here. We are unlikely to get to the bottom of Fino Black's deck, but it's not impossible we get to the bottom of Jimmy's with these Soul Shackles.
We are going to be,
fruition.
yeah, we are going to be grinding cards out from the deck at the start of every turn here with these Soul Shackles. Yeah, I mean, Fino's most recent notable result was back in 2024, a top 21st place at Pro Tour Amsterdam. 5th at US Nationals in 2023. When I first remember him, it was a finalist position back in 2022's Calling Indianapolis. I suspect would have been a Prism performance.
Almost certainly. And Fino's been winning some goodies with Gravy Bones on the independent circuit as of late as well. So good showing all around. Rake the Embers coming in clutch to make just the 2 Ash Wings here. Love to see the self-control. Understands that Ash is the bottleneck right now. He's going to need some of that available to play these other dragons later in the game. So not maximizing Rake the Embers, just making 2 Ash Wings and saving that resource for a little bit later on.
Yeah, no Tome of Imperial Flame spotted so far. So that's obviously one of the best ways to do so. Passing Mirage is going to be put down. This is something that is definitely going to demand some attention, especially with all these poppers in Jimmy's deck. Passing Mirage will allow that first attack to come in without Phantasm. And we are confirming that now as the chain player. Putting that aura squarely in our sights.
Whoa,
Minimal
this
blue
is
cards
like
available in this Dromai deck. Typically, they're very high value when they are found.
Actually,
Warmonger's
okay.
Diplomacy in hand in this case. Another one of those.
There's the Tome as well.
Passing Mirage, a similar story there.
Fino needs to flip his dragons, I think, for his next game. To make sure they're on the Invoke side.
We do see Humble being banished away there alongside Cull and Bounding Demigon. Now, Cull is at 1 in this format for good reason. Both a proactive and reactive piece of interaction for Chain. Can give it go again in many ways over the course of a combat chain.
Okay, this is a Bounding Demigon coming in for a whopping 7, and Plunder Run threatens a draw of a card here if this hits. Already Dragon Scalar Flight Path has been committed to help cover over this breakpoint.
nice.
Fino thinks against it.
Threat of Plunder Run here is very real, but of course Jimmy looking at a 4-card hand. Does include numerous blue. Shadow Versus, Seeds of Agony, or Riftbind there to pair with the Shadow if they would like. But of course Fino doesn't know that. This is 7 damage coming out of the Banish Zone before the turn feels like it's ever really begun.
A 2-block and a
Nice.
no-block in hand for
I don't
Fino.
really know how the Dromai keeps up with the Soul
Tough spot.
Shackle.
Warmonger's Diplomacy typically.
Can actually no? Can the Dromai just fatigue
Chain does shut down
the
those
chain
multiple
here
Dust Blade
if chain just
situations.
keeps stacking up Soul Shackles?
Does cause a bit of an issue with this hand, though. The Tome obviously doesn't play particularly well with these blues. Would require Fino to commit to a much slower turn. Try and strike Warmonger's Diplomacy to shut down the A+B that we see from Chain.
How many Soul Shackles? We're at
These are a
5
bit of a
Soul
tough
Shackles on turn
decision here. I
4.
like leaning towards Warmongers, but you would really like to get that Tome in the arsenal. So depends on what we see inside the arsenal right now. If it's a tool with Go again, the choice gets much easier. If not, we're playing defense in this spot, and the Warmongers is going to be the big block in this case.
Yeah, are you gonna? I think
This
he's just trying to fatigue him
47
down,
block.
right?
Jimmy has to think about his next step. Still gets to, carry on the rest of his turn with 4 cards from hand. Looks like he's happy enough with Fino getting defensive. Still plenty of action. Still that Cull sitting there in Banish. Shadow Aversa, though, banishing the Riftbind away. So
Ooh.
we're targeting an Aether Ashwing.
I like this.
Killing
Maybe
that.
control
Plunder
the
Run
small
draws
taps makes a lot of sense.
him a
And
We got a
card,
hit there,
right?
Fino.
I think that Cull actually plays a very relevant part in the blocking decision that Fino Black made.
Oh,
If
was
you
that a
tr-
Soul Reaping?
I believe it is, yeah. Soul Reaping there, pretty premium find from the Plunder Run for Jimmy. Back
Nice.
for a sec. I think the block here with the Warmonger's Diplomacy leads very well into the known call. I think if you try and take the line to keep one card in hand to play out a Warmonger's
You
Diplomacy,
might just lose it.
you get immediately punished for it. It's a good spot by Fino, well navigated, did not try to rely on that tool.
Don't tell Ethan. Oh wait, he's listening.
Yeah, sorry, Fino. We all are, actually. Cull, of course.
Several thousand people.
Yeah, Cull, of course, will allow Jimmy at an instant, if someone has lost life this turn, to play it from his banish zone. And it would say each hero banishes, each player rather, banishes a card from their hand.
This one's
Just
rainbow
confirming
foil.
that situation
Nice.
there as the turn continues. Needs to know where exactly they find themselves.
Little grasp here. Trying to make use of the full hand, as Soul Reaping can simply be paid for by a banish. It's pretty bloody good. Reaping Blade first, though, with a Rune Shard on deck. Going at that either Ashwing. And this will be the second Rake the Embers that Fino has worked his way through this game.
I'm intrigued by Jimmy's approach in this matchup. I think most players would lean towards taking care of passing Mirage when your deck has such a high density of 6-power interactive attacks. Make sure that Phantasm is on the table. Instead, Jimmy deciding to systematically remove these Ashwings. They have been the focus the entire time. Makes me think that now that Arcane Barrier has been removed in the arm slot, Jimmy sees a window. If they can remove Ashwings, keep them off the table, their Arcane damage is inevitable.
Dust Up is one of the best options, I think, for Dromai to go for a small hand. Either a Chain Ender as a one-card play and send off that 4 damage.
Allows Fino, of course, to keep that tome tucked away for a hand they are
This card is just
happier to
nuts.
keep.
I mean, like, it is crazy. You obviously have to pay an Ash, but Dust Up also allows you to create an Aether Ashwing from your Ash tokens and sends 4.
Pretty
Fino
good.
declines that, though, because he wants to kick this Ash around if there's a dragon that needs to be sent. Now, we know what this deck can do. There's a pretty important dragon in the hand for Fino, but I don't know if he's going to be able to get there.
So in that previous case, Jimmy actually dedicated 4 points of equipment block between Balance of Justice and Grasp of the Arknight to deny that Dust Up. I think that really doubles down on what we
it
were
has to
just
hit to get
saying
the Ashwing,
about
yeah.
the Ashwings. I think Jimmy is focused on removing Aether Ashwings here, denying Arcane Barrier. I think that's their avenue towards winning this game.
Evaluate resources while you're thinking.
Just a chum friendly first
Fino,
mate
he just wants
from
to have a look at the
SEA.
Banish Zone. Understand the non-blood debt cards that are now no longer in Jimmy's deck.
This is Banish, so I don't get it confused.
Couple of good finds here for Jimmy. Yellow Seeds of Agony, Shadow of Ursa, another go again source. I can't help but notice the copy of Eclipse in the hand for Jimmy Nero Demers. If you have never seen an Eclipse resolve, it is a
Holy
wondrous,
legendary
very
chain
hard.
specialization. Play Eclipse only if you have
Play
6 or more cards with blood debt. This turns. If you have,
But
you may
they don't
play
have to be all
Eclipse
for
from the
banish.
banish zone, and then you turn into that.
Deals with demons. It is
6
far
attack,
easier
6
than you
health, no
expect to
attack when it's
establish an
attacking.
Eclipse.
Here with one or
I
more
mean, if
cards
we
in
look
their
at the Banish
soul.
Zone right
Four
now,
of them in the Banish,
there are
Yeah.
4, and they cost a total of
Yikes.
1
Yep.
resource. If Jimmy's willing to sandbag some damage, use some life as a resource, as these Shadow Heroes tend to do, perhaps put some more blood debt
Oh.
cards.
Oh,
in the Banish
boy.
Zone.
Yeah, of course, because that's
Courtesy of
part of
Soul Reaping.
Soul Reaping's cost. Now that card itself doesn't have blood debt. Oh my goodness! It's
Oh.
It is Banish. And Eclipse, of course, can be played from Banish.
That's a lot.
So, Mr. President, we got there. We
We in fact
we
got
have the
there.
cards in Banish to get Ursa in play. Jimmy just needs to organize this now. But they are all blood debt cards. They all can be deployed reasonably. That's something Fino has to deal with after he answers the very small question of this 6 damage, a 5th of his life total here from Soul Reaping.
I cannot understate how important this Soul Reaping was, and Jimmy held it on the previous turn, knowing this was part of the equation. Made 3 resources in this spot, which facilitates these copies of Riftbind all
That's
by
crazy.
itself. There is no need for pitch cards. Suddenly, every shadow card you see in the Banish Zone can be paid for up front. Both players understand Eclipse is on the table. This is what the game is about to become.
And then Jimmy having access to an ally on board that is going to be more ferocious than anything almost that Fino could himself conjure from Ash. alongside a turn, honestly, that just promises to have a lot of damage. This 6 shackle is always a very scary moment to face the chain down. At this point, you try and decide if you can deal with the onslaught from the next couple of turns and be able to bleed this chain out of cards, or if you're just going to try and fight through it.
This is going to be such a difficult decision tree for Fino Black. The hand contains Dominia, which is easily the most important dragon for this deck to find now that Dragon Scalar Flight Paths exists. Rips the hand to shreds and leaves that Dominia in play. It is backed by a blue to fund it, but that blue is also Warmonger's Diplomacy. So the level of decision trees available for Fino here on offense, already difficult to
Into
start.
that. What is that one? Soul Reaping Event. Oh my god.
Because your opponent is playing with Devil Magic.
That
Our
is.
Bloodset Blade counter is
This
a
is
zigzag
chain,
followed
huh?
By Shadow of Ursa, banishing another Shadow of Ursa,
My god.
giving Jimmy access, of course, to that card should he desire it. This is 2 and go again with a ping of damage.
God.
Players just confirming life totals. Their damage from Soul Reaping missed, I believe.
I think
from
Fino
Jimmy.
went to 24. I've got him at 24 here on the life counter. I think they're just trying to make sure both players have actually annotated that. They've obviously got pen and paper there as well.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to me. Just confirming that their personal life totals match those that we have on stream.
I think that changes
Makes
everything
sense.
here for Mr. Demare. Fino bringing a shiny red apple to school and sitting in the front row, just trying to make sure that everything is copacetic here.
Nothing but admiration from me for people who want a sportsman-like game at this level. We're talking about the biggest stakes in Flesh and Blood today, and I'm glad that these players aren't blinded by that. It's all about playing great games in the Flesh and Blood.
Fino refused to alter his life total until Jimmy was actually able to turn back to the table after knocking a card that was in his banish zone. So very much trying to make sure that the highest standard of play is upheld here, which I think from, a prominent community figure is great to see. This is a pretty big Riftbind, oh my goodness. Riftbind getting powered up by cards played prior. The number of non-attack action cards will be added on, so that is 3 non-attacks to make a total of 6 damage. And there's another Riftbind there too.
The level of nostalgia I currently feel for Monarch Classic Constructed is unbelievable. These cards have been the backbone of Flesh and Blood for numerous years now. Riftbind, Seeds of Agony, a combo deemed too powerful for that format, on full display here in Living Legend, and it brings me so much joy.
I don't know if Fino would agree, because
God, that is so much
is about
damage.
to be in an extremely dire spot. That second Riftbind follow-up, Shadow of Ursa, Eclipse can just come out, Ursa can get across. This won't kill Fino outright, but yeah, his tools to get back into the game here
1 and then 6, right?
had to be masterfully applied. And now we kind of understand why Jimmy does not really care so much about the passing Mirage, as he did want to clear the Ashwing. Let's do 6 again. Why not?
While I agree this spot is unpleasant, I don't think Fino is out of this by any stretch, because the hand does contain Dominia, which feels like it's the most powerful dragon to find in this spot. That said, Eclipse will be the name of the game. Ursa will be joining us in the feature match area as all this blood debt is swept away.
Eclipse resolved. Ursa, the Soul Reaper, appears. This guy's pretty scary. Crucially, 6 health, but comes in for 6.
6 attack, 6 health, 0 attack.
Opponent has a soul.
Worth
If you
noting
looked into
here-
Fino's eyes, you know he doesn't. But
It's worth noting here that this Ursa did not get to attack because we ran out of action points to get there. Eclipse is an instant, of course, so while Soul Shackles can normally save it, we are going to have to see if Dominia has something to say about that.
What is Dominia again? Whenever Dromai,
Living Legend.
whenever it attacks a hero, reveal the top card of your deck. If it's a red card, look at their hand, banish card from it. Oh, okay. So you can start to try to take away cards from the chain.
But again, Jimmy's going to have access to a lot of action from his Shackle, from his Banish. There's also Shadow Versa still in there. So it's about being able to power that turn with pitch from hand. Still, Fino's going to get to have a look and take his pick.
That was a very real flip of the top card of the deck, by the way. Fino here obviously pitching 2 blues to facilitate this Dominia. There are blues in the deck. If it's a blue revealed there, it is an absolute uncertifiable disaster.
Yeah. Dominia has to flip a red to have its effect active. Ether Ironweave getting in front. Fina was able
Okay,
to
finally. Blocking with
go after
equipment.
the hand here. Howl from Beyond and Erase face viable targets. And of course, Dragon Scouter Flight Path will be activated to allow this to happen again.
So
Yeah, what is the flight path?
Not obliged.
Destroy this target. Draconic attack, it's go again. The next weapon or ally attack you play, you may attack with an additional time. Okay.
Strip away Erase face because there is a passing barrage in play. Not worried about this dragon biting the dust, literally and metaphorically, on the first swing. Can in fact rip that one away with the second.
So you
swing.
can attack twice with the dragon and rip 2 cards out of the chain's hand, which seems
From
good.
his hand. But being able to keep that blue, it's going to be pretty important. I think the contents of the Banished matter. A Soul Shackle could give Ursa go again. So that's not an issue.
I think this is a phenomenal decision from Fino Black. It's so easy to look at that Erase face and go, I would like to keep my Dominion around. Look how much work this dragon just did. Instead, Fino understands you need resources to play all the cards that are about to end up in your banish zone. If I strip away the blue, I leave you with reds. Sure, Ursa's a bit of a problem, but you can't do everything you want.
Yeah, you just have to take the resources from the chain because he's just going to play out the banish zone every time. Like, it doesn't matter.
Anymore. And so 8 life is not a healthy cushion.
No, not with these Seeds of Agony, of course, in play.
Oh my
Really,
god, why
Jimmy
is a
needs to
lightly
flip a red, but you
played
can take
thing?
any
That's
card
so
from your
weird.
opponent's hand. Fino just wanted to make it harder for Jimmy to power return. Now, these are not costly, or particularly costly cards.
Yeah, you just take the resources because Chain's hand is his banish, not his actual hand.
Zero cost and, you know, gives you that.
And he only has 2 resources to play with if he left him with 2 reds.
Attack action, but Jimmy has
Seems
access to
smart.
that. Bounding Demigon says, I have 4 go again, and I'm going to ping you for 1 arcane.
No.
Again, I love the sportsmanship between these players. Clearly, both know each other. You know what this card is. This is the last card.
you know what's
All the
happening
information
here.
you should have. Let's play a darn good game.
Yeah, we've got 2 ambassadors of Flesh and Blood here. Leaving it all out there to try and go to 9 and 2 after 11 rounds of play.
9 and 2 is
Okay, so
very
Sigil there in the
impressive.
hand.
God.
I think I've been Serakai, if I'm not mistaken, for Fino Black.
There's Billowing Sands and Yendorai as the other 2 cards that are currently available. Does mean there is reasonable defensive tools here. Will be the latter dragon expended to soak up a point of damage.
Shadow of Ursa here. The Howl from Beyond being banished. So this has go again. And having Ursa the Soul Reaper just sitting on board here is pretty nice for Jimmy. It's hard to imagine Fino really ever has the agency to go after it. Needs to amass 6 damage in order to clear that. Just not easy. You could do it, but you're committing multiple dragon attacks and you're certainly not pressuring Jimmy's hand. Thinking on this one. Does Jimmy want to do more this turn? No. It is going to be Ursa to round things out.
God.
And you're going to get the rest of these 2 cards.
There is something very poetic about asking the question, who is the ally deck now? If you had told me in this matchup, the Tromai chain, there's only 1 ally in play, what side of the board is it on? I'm not sure I'd have guessed that question correctly.
Yep. That was a pretty incredible banish on that turn with Eclipse involved for Jimmy. To come to Temptation there, pretty disruptive. Also Shadow.
It's a sigil.
Promises
Fancy
extra
sigil.
girth on that
That's
kind
pretty
of turn.
sick.
Fino simply played a sigil and passed, so it goes up to 7.
And now the game plan here is going to change pretty significantly for Fino Black, I feel. These Soul Shackles, arguably insurmountable at this point. 7 cards a turn means that I think the game plan has changed to survive. I think if Fino Black can find a way
Yeah, can
to
Fino...
stomach this assault, they're in good shape. Now, there
Oh,
are some
dear.
serious problems with that.
That is scary. With no arcane barrier.
Oh
seeing
my
another
God,
inverted
that's
existence
so
here,
many
means that Fino
fucking
can't really do
cards.
much to interact with that.
Those would be the serious problems being alluded to. Grasp of the Arknight, more seeds remaining. Of course, one more back on the bottom of the deck from that unhallowed right earlier in the game. We are going to see the deck being counted by Fino Black here. Understands we have 2 or 1 turn remaining. Couldn't quite get an accurate count on that. So it doesn't have to weather the storm for very long. But they
Yeah,
will
can he
need to
fatigue?
prevent
Can he
nearly
fatigue
all
the
of his
chain
physical
out here?
damage if they're hoping to stay alive. Now, these Seeds of Agony, they're not free. They do have to line up alongside the right attacks does require Jimmy to have the cards to make them function.
Yeah,
Same with
each
his House of
color, I
Leons.
think, dictates a different cost, right? So the blue is the 0, has to be 0 cost. So something you alluded to earlier on, and we kind of glossed over it here, is that, you know, Jimmy clearing those Aether Ashwings is important. Every Aether Ashwing has Arcane Barrier 1. Fino now, without the Calming Gesture, it's the only way that he can prevent that arcane damage. Jimmy's
Oh,
constantly
I
cleared
forgot
those
that they
Ashwings.
have
We
the
are,
arcane
you know, we've already
damage.
used 2 Rake the Embers here by Fino. He does have ways to create these Ashwings outside of that, but they require some degree of, like, Uvia needs to be there, right? There needs to be some setup in order to do that. So he is pretty much without that defensive out. And each of these Seeds of Agony, each of these inverts represents uninteractable damage for Fino, who fortunately was able to play a Sigil, because he could be dead right here, or close to, if that were not the case. He goes up to 7. I think what Jimmy's still representing, what, like 4 arcane damage based on what's in his banish right now. Plus, Howl from Beyond is a pump that is going to, you know, add some extra physical damage to his attacks if he can send them. Plus, Ursa's still here, so it's a very, very dangerous spot for Dromai.
Grasp for the Argnite, also part of that equation. Fino here, not only in pain from all the many things you described, but the lack of
Oh
Ash
my
means
god. What a
is
chain
found. There's no
turn. What a
guarantee
chain game,
it can be
honestly.
put together. We'll see Unhallowed
Deadwood
Rites
Dirge be damned.
once
He doesn't
again
fucking need
rebuying
it. Look at
a
this shit.
Seeds of Agony. Both
God
players
damn.
understand the assignment here. It will be the death by 1,000 cuts of the incidental arcane effects that put a Seeds on the bottom. However, good catch by Fino Black, just confirming that a non-attack does have to be played first to pop that on the bottom. But that is only the first ability of Unhallowed Rites. You can only play it from the Banish Zone if you've played a non-attack action. Perfectly fine to play it from the hand and still recycle those seeds away.
Yeah. I should definitely play around Succumb to Temptation this turn, right?
I do love that. I do, yeah. Quite often you see a player sort of pitch a pretty pivotal reaction, or a card that can be played at reaction speed virtually here. That's what Succumb can do. You sometimes expect there to be a redundancy, one in their hand.
In the case of Succumb, it is restricted in the format, so playing around it
Ah,
certainly less than
that's the
advisable.
joke. I get the joke now. Thanks, Fino. Yeah, extremely potent card. Here comes Shadow Puppetry.
I believe this is an erase face in the hand for Jimmy Nero Demers.
Coming in at a break point, no less.
It's going to line up real well with this Howl from Beyond and this Shadow Puppetry, but we are going to reach for the Rift Bind here to facilitate that Howl. Additional juice added just from the Howl being a non-attack action here to make the Rift Bind a little bit bigger for the trouble. Does allow that Seeds of Agony to trigger ahead. Worth noting, though, the blue, I believe,
Doesn't
not
work.
triggering on this Rift Bind, just playing the role of a non-attack action to turn Rift Bind into a hefty 11.
It doesn't mean, though, like, Jimmy has Shadow of Ursa, though, so that would be able to carry that arcane damage. I feel like Fino is in deep trouble here, folks. There's no other way of putting it. With an invert existence being demonstrated. Going for blocks. Sigil critical here.
Does he
down to
have
3.
the Sigil of
Invert
Solace?
accounts for 2 of that, and whatever carries that blue Seeds of Agony arcane ping should get him there.
No, we end the game with the Ursa, the Soul Reaper.
Oh,
we
yeah,
send
of
the
course.
demon. There's no other way.
For 6.
Fino reaching.
It doesn't matter. I'm just immediately dead.
He's putting the arm in front. He knows that he is absolutely cooked. Jimmy
Let's
Nero
go.
advances to 9 and 2. Chain
Nice.
bound by Shadow. Rumors of his demise.
Another
greatly
chain.
Overstated.
I want to play some chain. I am itching to sling some Seeds of Agony. I want to put myself in a Rift Bind, and that is in no small part thanks to Jimmy making his deck look powerful, making it look fun, interactive, and above all else, one of the best decks in the format.
Yeah, turn to turn, we see consistency in output from this chain deck, even at low shackle numbers, and many of those 2-cost, generic attack actions with on-hits felt very relevant here. Able to buy armor, able to buy blocks. There was one situation where Fino had to give up the Calming Gesture to get Ash, or rather just for the block value, ended up getting Ash incidentally there, but then was without his Arcane Barrier. Jimmy knew the game plan. He knew straight away he had to go after those Aether Ash Wings, and even though to us it looked like this was not efficient, right?
Ooh, this
Spending
is
3 damage from a Reaping Blade to take out 1 dragon seems strange, but that's Living Legend for you. Players like Jimmy have the matchup on download. They knew exactly how to get there.
That decision tree affected how that entire game played out for Fino. He took the risk, popped the calming gesture to find Ash because of a Humble that would otherwise deny Ash generation entirely. And upon seeing that button clicked, Jimmy, he understood the assignment. Now there is no
Very
arcade
good
barrier.
chain
If I remove every
game.
Ash wing for the rest of the time, I am inevitable. That was a masterpiece. That's the kind of game I want to watch at a World Championship because it makes me want to play Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, really exciting game. Great to see it. Of course, we need to check back in with our standings at the end of this
How the
round
standings looking? We
number
have
11.
Cody and
Cody Williams has maintained pole position
Jeez.
at 10-1 after the conclusion of our Living Legend rounds. He'll now turn
Florian
KO
Christian
Dangerous
at
and the rest of the field to try and
10-1.
lock up his spot in the top 8.
Brody
I want to
lost.
talk about so many players on this board, but I have a lurking
There's
feeling
so
in the pit
many
of my stomach now.
292s
I
and
have had a long-term belief
A3s.
that Margin Bay has plot armor.
He's coming.
There is nothing.
Oh, Margin
you
Bay's
can
at
do
9-2.
to stop
Let's
the
go.
inevitability of the U.S. national champion. If you've ever listened
Can
to
the
Host of
US
World Championship
national
story times, you
champion?
will know the world throws all kinds of heinous nonsense at this former champion to try and stop them, and yet none of it works. They're sitting in the room this weekend in a wheelchair with a huge cast
Nice.
on their leg. Does that matter? No,
B-E-R.
it was always inevitable.
That's it. Dangerous here
Oh,
sitting at
I hope
9th,
Majin Bay
in
gets in
these
top 8. That would
standings.
be
Mac
so
Link
funny.
Fighters also seem to have
And
done
pretty
quite well
sick.
for himself with Viserai in Living Legend. Will now turn that Verdance back on his opponents. Davidus,
I want to
Chipper
see.
Carlos
I want
also
to see
very
this
impressed with
new.
his
I want to
chain
see
performance
this
in Living
guy.
Legend. Perhaps
Give me
we have a
this
chance
guy
to
in the
glimpse
feature
this
match
Victor
area,
Goldblade
please.
and see what he can do
I want to see
in
the
these
Mario
upcoming
new
CC
player.
rounds.
This is
It's been
fucking
fantastic
crazy.
to see 2 days of Living Legend play from
This
these
is
teams. Now
sick.
they know, should they make it to top 8, they'll have to reach into that compartment of the deck box and go back to these Living Legend picks in our best of 3 format in those very important games. I'm over the moon, Scott. It's been a great time so far. Round 11 is done, but still much more to come. The CC portion of the day is right around the corner.
It's time to
Round
play
number
CC,
12 promises
boys.
to be explosive. So tune in,
I want to see that
stay tuned,
Mario that's
brother,
in
to
third
see how
right
it all
now. I
goes
want to
down.
see what that deck list is because I want to build Mario. If Slippy is just not, if Slippy is not it right now, I want to build.
folks, we want to hear from you, and we want to get you a random Diner Hero promo while doing. So if you're watching right now,
All right,
with
I'm
your
gonna
friends,
chart the
watching
high
your watch
C.
party with your friends, your family, with your sworn foes, go ahead and post a pic online with the hashtag FabPhilly and be in it to win a random Diner Hero
Fab
Hero
Philly?
promo from
Let's
all of
do
us
it, chat.
PSS. We've had some living legend, my friends. We've had some classic constructed earlier in this stream, but it is getting down to the nitty-gritty.
All right, here we go.
Damn it. It's getting down to the top 8, my friends, because we have got 4 more rounds of classic constructed before we can find our next World Championship top 8. And, I'm buzzing.
All right,
Fun
what
little
is...
excursion into the living legend format, Sam? There were lots of
Top
What is it?
foes.
Let's post using the hashtag. Why not? Streaming a watch party of worlds, and then it's hashtag Fab, hashtag FabPhilly. Oh wait, I fucked up. I didn't put the fucking... God damn it. Hold on. It's hashtag
Go ahead
FabPhilly.
and post a pic promo from all of us. A look at the meta game
All right.
from yesterday as we see everything that went down yesterday before we get into what decks are left today.
So we started yesterday with what a lot of people were expecting, the big 3 of the format being the 3 most represented decks coming into the weekend, Syndra, Verdance, Gravy Bones. However, there is still a little bit of a surprise here too because of the fall-off of Gravy Bones. A lot of people are expecting Gravy to match maybe the Verdance and Syndra representation, but he showed up at just about half the number of copies as the Verdances. I think a lot of those players ended up moving over to the Syndra side. And then we move on to what people have been calling the tier 1.5, or the heroes outside of this loose triangle that we have at the top. Prism, Kasai, KO, out at an Arachne Marinette, Dash.io, Acilia, all hovering in that 16 to 20 copies a piece. Very wide and diverse metagame. That was yesterday, at least.
Yeah, well, we've spoken of yesterday. I'd like to speak of today. Tell me what you are seeing as you take a look at the decks that remained as we came into today.
I think Gravy's performance sticks out to me the most. Yesterday, he was less than half the number of copies of the Verdances, but today, almost equal amount of representation. Now, this, of course, includes a whole bunch of LL rounds as well, but a lot of these Gravy players also brought Gravy for LL and CC. And
Okay, I'm gonna get lunch,
almost
chat.
the number of Verdances that are showing up in day 2. The other thing that sticks out is the jump of Arachne Marinette. There were 16 copies yesterday. 10 of them have made it to day 2.
Yeah, so this is not quite the conversion rate, folks. This is just the percentage of the decks that are here in CC that are the heroes that you see. Want to make that clear. That's why you're seeing a lot of 2 for the 2s and the 1 because there's only one of them, so they would be 1% of the field today. So as we look ahead, a fair amount of those marionettes did make it through, making up 8% of our day 2 field. I bring up the marionette because we might be seeing a very prominent one in the feature match in just a moment.
A little bit of a spoiler. I'm going to add to that a little bit. The opponent of this Marinette is going to be playing the hero right after them, KO, Armed and Dangerous. Yes, folks, we're going to have an Arachne Marinette versus KO match in the feature area, and that is table 1. Who would have expected that? None of the big three most represented heroes are showing up in a feature match in the X1 bracket.
Oh, man. When you look at the CC field, when you look at what is approaching for us, it just feels like a gift. It just feels like a treat. And you know what? That puts me in the gift-giving mood as the holidays are approaching. So we've talked about one giveaway. I want to talk about another. As we get to the last round of Swiss today, we are giving away a whole box of Super Slam for one lucky viewer at home. So make sure you stay tuned for all the rest of the CC rounds. Tell your friends to get on in here because we got a box of Super Slam we want to give away today. Oh, yeah, and tomorrow. So you'll want to stick around for that as well. You'll also want to stick around to see the players to watch as we see just how these players have fared over these last couple days of competition. And man, they're all still fighting. Brody
Spurlock, Jacob Clements,
going into these last couple rounds of CC.
Yuki Bender's still in, Michael Hamilton's still in, Arthur Trehay's still in, Michael Fong is still in at 8 and 3. There's some
trophy
big
that all these
names
players are fighting
still in
over,
this.
And right next to him, Justin Koo, Michael Fung, all sharing the 8-3 record. A whole bunch of gravies amongst these three players in both CC and LL. And let's not forget Arthur Trey, Michael Hamilton, Yuki Lee Bender as well in the X4 bracket. Probably out of top 8 contention, but still very live for the top 16 or top 32.
World champion and a couple of Pro Tour champions who have unfortunately not made it through this competition, but a whole host of the heaviest of hitters still fighting. Justin Koo and Michael Fung, those double Gravy Bones decks have taken them to an 8-3 record. They gotta probably win out from here to make it into the top 8, so it's gonna be a hard road. We'll keep checking in with these players as we look at our
God, I
standings
got
throughout
some
the rest of
balsamic
these rounds.
glazed
Man, it's
carrots
exciting,
and
man.
chicken
I
and mashed
truly,
potatoes.
truly so looking forward
It
to
is
seeing how
very
it comes down
fancy
between
and
not only
very
Jacob Cummings and Brooks
tasty.
Spurlock, but Justin Koo, I think he might be putting himself in a position to become the APAC Player of the Year.
We also need to speak about Michael Fung and Michael Hamilton, who are fighting for the second place of the Player of the Year in the Americas region. Brody Spurlock has it locked up for first place in that region, but Michael Fung, Hamilton are both currently exactly tied with the exact same number of points. Whoever comes out on top here will have that second place in the Americas region.
And as you look at it right now, currently Michael Fung just
Ooh.
1 win ahead. I mean, dude, if they tie with the same record, do they just end tied? Like,
I propose a death match.
what?
What? We get them on feature.
Jesus Christ.
No, not to the death.
My God.
Just
Pocket.
we get them into the feature match area,
Whoever
and it's
loses-
a best of 1, and that player becomes the second Player of the Year
I
in
like
the
it.
Americas region.
I like it. I like it way better than just executing whoever loses, whoever doesn't make it into the Player
Yeah,
of the
we
Year.
give them swords and we tell them to just battle it.
Yeah. No, we're going to be watching that race and all the other races very, very closely as the classic constructed rounds commence. And commence they shall as we begin to head down into the feature match area in just a moment. We've got some players that remain with near sterling records. One player in a position to put potentially themselves into the top 8 if they can win this round. Speaking, of course, of Cody Williams.
The winning in,
Still
boys.
X and 1, only a couple, literally, I think only 2. I think it's Cody Williams and Florin Christian Logan of Pro Tour 1 fame, who is still fighting, still able to potentially make it into that top 8 with a win this round. They didn't pair into each other for this one, so we are going to be following Cody for this one, and it's going to be a good one.
And he's had such an incredible run so far this weekend on 2 relatively less represented heroes, KO in CC and Zen in LL.
Yeah, it's going to be really cool to see for many reasons, not the least of which, let's be very clear, Cody Williams was at like either a game or 2 games away from getting into the top 8 last year in Osaka. And so to see him do such a great run to get here now, you have to wonder, how much is it starting to get to him? Are the nerves starting to come up? But when you talk to him and you look at him, dog, he's cool as a cucumber.
He is a stone cold killer, and I am done talking about him. It sounds like our players are ready in the feature match.
Oh,
area.
yeah.
Let's go ahead and check in with them live. Now, let's take a moment to talk about.
Yes, we saw
the.
okay, it's the Mario.
Have a lot of defense.
The
range,
Mario
a lot of prevention effects. Does not like
is
to be
so
disrupted.
cool. I want to. This is the match I want to
Cody
see.
Williams' teammate and close friend Dan Rutkowski is one of the biggest Arachne Marionette stands. So what Cody Williams might be lacking in terms of his deck choice into this assassin, I think he can more than make up for in terms of experience, because I guarantee he's played this Arachne Marionette matchup an incredible amount of times.
And we've
I'm
got
ready for
shout
this
out
guy
to
in Majin Bay.
This individual on the left side of your screen, 9th in the calling Shizuoka, just barely not making it into top 8 in that calling just a little bit ago. Still playing Marionette, the same, at least hero, that he was playing back in those days just a moment ago. And now with a double assassin lineup in CC and LL, is he going to be able to put himself into the top 8? He's fought so hard to get here. He's got Cody Williams in his way.
A man after my own heart, indeed, playing in LL, a hero that I thought should perhaps be a little more represented, especially because of the rise in Marlin. And can we take a moment to talk about the sleeves that Gaichi is sporting over here for his Hunter's Edge? Check
That's
out
pretty sick.
that, I'm not sure what to call it, the polka dot foiling
He's
glitter
got like a
foiling
star foil on
dissonance
him.
over there, looking really, really cool and definitely very chaotic to go with this Chaos Assassin aesthetic. As Cody Williams starts with a Mandible Claw and discards 2 wind-ups over here, ends up with 2 Might tokens, 1 thanks to the Mighty Wind-up and 1 thanks to KO Armed and Dangerous hero ability, and ends up with an Agility token as well. This was a fantastic turn 0 start for Cody Williams, but can Gaethje go ahead and disrupt Cody out of this Agility token?
Hunter's Clave comes in for 1. Some more context for Gaethje Yamada, LGS owner, out over there in Japan.
Oh, sick.
Part of our fantastic Japanese community that we've seen just rise to such prominence, starting with Shomi
He's
Yamamura
a
last
LGS
year.
owner?
Gaethje Yamada owns an LGS, taking those cards that he peddles to the metal.
A little bit of deja vu over here. There was a Tier 4 event somewhat recently where a Japanese player brought an assassin, is an LGS owner,
Oh, yeah.
and took out the entire event. That was
Fire.
Shoma Yamamura.
So
You have
fire.
Gaethje perhaps following in the footsteps. And I want to take a moment. Look at that graveyard, Sam. Dual threat
Oh, wow.
in Gaethje's deck over here. This assassin wants to kill his opponent.
Oh, fascinating. As we do see the mark get conferred from the Hunter's Clave, which is going to pair very nicely with the mark of the
Nice.
Black Widow. One thing I love about watching Cody Williams on screen, every time he is placed in a position where he has to make kind of, an interesting decision or a problem is faced, he leans back.
He
Okay,
hits,
Cody
he
Williams
hits the
leans
lean
takes a moment,
back.
comes forward once again, checks out the board, but you can really read it on his face when the thinking is beginning.
The lean back is a slight problem for us too, because we can't look at his hand cam because he brings his cards away from the table and close to his chest. Doesn't want to show any of us. This time though, not doing the Cody lean back. We can take a look, and this is Resource Light. Also has a Blood Rush Bellow in there. Does not want to be too disrupted. Bit of an awkward hand for Cody Williams here as he faces down the first piece of disruption that this assassin is sending his way.
And look at this. He might have sniffed this out perfectly, putting 4 block in front of the mark of the Black Widow, and it's the Snapdragon Scalers as the reaction of choice before an Art of Desire body comes down. Cody Williams must be much happier to see this as the chain ender versus the card that was just last played.
Well, it might not be the ender, because if this hits KO,
Why it's a
KO
snap?
is marked. Arachne Marinette will confer go again on hit if this card hits, and if it manages to red off the top, will draw Gaethje a card and gain him a life as well.
No blocks is the call. On hit. Gonna get go again.
Unmarked,
Managed to
go
top.
again
Let's
off
see
the
what's on
marionette
top for
trigger.
Cody. It's a yellow. It's Beast Within. Doesn't trigger because it goes straight to the banish zone. But that means no card draw and a leave no witnesses as the
Ooh.
follow-up and a little bit of a head nod.
Pretty
from
good.
Cody. Says, yeah, no, seems good.
Looks like the agility token will not be of much use for Cody Williams on this following turn. That'll be a little bit wasted, but if he has a way to at least convert these Might tokens, he can at least leave this turn not feeling too bad about it. The opponent did have to use a Snapdragon Scalers for this, so this disruption did come, but it came at a cost.
Flick Knives. The final action for Yamada, which means it's time for a roll on Arachne Marionette. We're seeing number 2.
Number 2.
Which means it is time for the Funnel Web to join the fray.
What does that one do?
Typically one of the weaker agents.
Okay,
to
well, he's the
transform
weaker
into,
one. That's
because if you
unfortunate.
tell your opponent, hey, I have Arsenal Disruption on the following turn, they can make the play of just not arsenaling. However, Cody Williams has a Blood Rush Bellow, a card that he wants to stick in Arsenal for a 5-card hand. So this Funnel Web actually could pose a little bit of a threat, not something you say often.
Agility and the Might. I think we're going to see that Blood Rush Bellow be pitched away for exactly that reason. Off the top, Bearfang's going to show a swing big. We're going to remake the Might token, so this one's going to be big. It's going to be coming in for a huge 10, along with the agility that, unless we have something like a Cast Bones in the arsenal, we're not really going to see much use.
Yeah, this is...
On Gaethje's side here, something Arachne Marinette always wants to do as early in the game as possible is create that Graphene Callistra. We saw him pitch a blue Orb Weaver Spinneret on that turn 1. Question is, has he found another copy of that card? You can imagine he's running 6 of those if he's dipped into the blue.
Yeah.
Does he have that now? Is he going to use the Mask of Deceit here to transform into Arachne Orb Weaver to just go ahead and have the Graphene Callistra set up for the rest of the game?
Yeah, it might depend on the context of what's in his hand. See him begin
Let's
to thump through.
see.
You can see there is the Mark of the Black Widow.
Mark of the Black Widow,
And of course, the opponent is
Art of
marked.
Body.
So Mark of the Black Widow will have its on hit. However, it is of the blue variety. So a little bit lower on power level. As he faces down this whopping 10 from the Bearfangs.
And this might buy a couple blocks from Gaethje. Seen another Art of Desire body. I think maybe no witnesses? Yeah, it is Elite No Witnesses. He's considering blocking with. The funnel web here is a threatening ability, but it becomes less threatening the less cards and have you hand to threaten.
Another aspect of this matchup that is worth talking about is the Scowling Flashback on Cody Williams' side.
Is it just me,
Assassins
or did they
known to
turn them
enjoy
down?
the reaction step. If you saw, they want to hold their cards back for the reactions, but Scowling Flashback will intimidate a card before you get to reactions, and that's a card the Assassin player always to think about if they are relying on the reaction step to land a piece of disruption. That's what makes blocking decisions like these very, very difficult.
It's like we might be reaching, just like you mentioned, for the Mask of Deceit.
Hmm.
And seeing the Blood Rush pitch here, if you're on Gaechi's seat, he might be wondering, is that another Blood Rush in your arsenal? That's why you've pitched this so important power card in your deck.
One from the Mask and two more blocking cards, meaning it's time for Arachne Marionette to change into the trap door.
Oh,
He's
you
going
can
to grab a trap here.
Could be Inertia Trap to just get rid of that arsenal from Cody Williams with him not being able to do anything about it.
Down bait.
Yeah.
Down and Inertia Trap comes forth. What a nice play here from Gaechi. If that's Blood Rush in the arsenal, that is an incredible read.
You know, who needs to be Funnel Web to disrupt your opponent's arsenal when you can just flip into Trapdoor instead and just send an Inertia Trap at your opponent and just make the Inertia token bottom their card?
Don't get to see what the arsenal card is. Again, no emotion from Cody. He doesn't let things
That's pretty
phase him in
interesting.
the feature match area. He might let things phase him on the podcast quite often, but he is unfazed when playing for a World Championship top 8.
That was an incredibly aggressive line from Gaechi over there, because now he does not have the Kalishra setup and he's already used Mask of Deceit. It was a lot of value. These past two turn cycles for Gaechi have been a lot of value, but they both came at pretty high costs. Snapdragon Scale is gone, Mask of Deceit gone, Graphene Kalishra.
Yeah, but this
not
game isn't
set
gonna
up
last that
as his
long.
Tunic is about to come up to 3. The Tunic on 3 with the Kalishra setup is a very, very strong line that Arachne Marionette has access to. This time Gaechi, though, didn't have that, but bought a critical piece of equipment from the other side. Flashback used by Cody Williams on that blue mark of the Black Widow, and I don't think Gaechi even had an attack reaction.
But he was marked, so on hit, he would still have had to discard a card or banish a card, and this, I think we're seeing why. It's a Blood Rush Bellow out of a 4-card hand, and against Assassins, that might be the best you're going to get. Let's see what the discard is here. I have to imagine it's going to be a 6 no matter what. Discard's going to be the Smashing Ground. Beaten Trackers immediately reached for it to gain an action point.
I think he's thinking on the trigger here. You have to decide whether you want the action point before you see what the draw is from the Blood Rush Bellow. So if you already have another card in hand that can let you go wide, you will choose not to pop. That looks like that is not the case. Cody Williams goes ahead and pops just back to back. We've seen both players pop both their feet pieces and their head pieces already, and this is turn 2.
They got their dancing shoes on, folks. They're dancing so hard, the shoes have come off. 3 cards in the hand, 2 floating for the Mandible Claw. Gaechi Yamada and Cody Williams both without legs equipment and head equipment. And let's see how the tango continues.
That was a very heads-up play by Cody Williams.
Holy.
He knows he's already pitched 1 Blood Rush. This 1 Blood Rush that he had was relatively uncontested. He doesn't even know if he'll find that 3rd one. So just pop the Beaten Trackers here. Make sure you can get at least this 1 3-wide Blood Rush and maximize the value and get the Assassin into a blocking position.
Take a look perhaps at the hand for Cody.
There's a Savage Feast in there, and he has the additional action point.
That's a nice rip. Savage Feast is the call. Not a lot of resources.
Important to note, he
doesn't have like
pop
any.
Savage Sash here as well. Could have popped that to be even more aggressive and have the Savage Feast come in for free. Has decided he'll save the Savage Sash for Savage Sash for a future turn. Discards the yellow in his hand though.
That could be
That's
tough.
the rip off the top.
It's another red.
I was worried about this for Cody.
Another red.
Just
Down to
looking at the
1
body
action
language there
point.
too. I don't think he's happy about that. If he found a blue off the top, could have gone claw into the swing big.
Or if he had used the sash, everything could have been different.
Looks like it might just be pitch the red into swing pick over here. Too wide Blood Rush, not where you want to be,
Oof.
especially when you pop your beaten trackers.
I mean, it's powerful. It's 8 into 9. It's 10 into 9. Excuse me. It's 19 damage off of 4 cards. But now we know there's one Blood Rush on the bottom of the deck. There's one that's in the graveyard.
Yeah.
Daichi Yamada unfazed by
Holy!
the damage that's coming
He
forward. You
said,
have to imagine
"Fuck
he's
it, we're
gonna be doing
going to
some major
21."
pumping on the next turn.
The road is clear for him. Once the flesh bag is off the table, Gaichi knows he can play his turn relatively uncontested.
Oh.
And here we have a Kiss of Death for 12 coming in, threatening 2 card draws because of the Saber Bloodsheds.
Bigger number, better player. Let's fucking go.
Cody Williams leans forward now, taking a moment to consider
Ooh.
what is on the table. It's an attack for 12, but there's oh so much more. 2 card draw stapled on, 2 more life, which means
Yeah,
it's
there's
back to
2
attack for
draw,
14.
2
And
cards.
my goodness, could it continue the chain further?
Go again on the Marionette
Unless
trigger,
I'm
right?
mistaken, the Arsenal might be a Tarantula Toxin,
Ooh.
which means the first card Cody blocks with basically blocks for 0 if he chooses to block at all. In this sort of position, you often just say, I can't play around anything, so he just goes ahead and says no blocks. T-Tox comes out because Gaichi wants to make sure he can at least use that card. He's going to draw 2 more cards. Stains of Redback coming in as well. Suddenly 18 power on this Kiss of Death.
Oh
Gonna
my
confirm
God.
extra damage on hit as well, thanks to its own effect. Going to draw 2 cards. Gaichi Yamada immediately flips the life total advantage.
Draw 2. Down to 15 goes Cody.
God damn.
Command and Conquer and
Oh!
Could just be 6 more damage. Could use the Codex just to even rip his own card, but who cares?
So you want to
Yeah,
make sure you
Calycera.
send another
Yeah,
attack
yeah, yeah.
over here before you close the chain so that you can flick the Kiss of Death, which will confer an additional 2 damage.
You flick Kiss
That
here.
is what we're gonna see. Here comes the
2
Hunter's
damage
Blade.
into
He's gonna get
Codex.
marked. He's gonna block with the vigorous smash up.
Sheesh.
Looks
This
to
deck
try to
looks
get a
fucking
vigor on
strong.
top. It's an attack
And
versus
kinda
not
sick.
an attack. So that is gonna be a vigor for Cody.
Interesting interaction over here. So now Gaichi knows that he's going to ponder into that blue stains of the redback. And
that is
yeah,
interesting.
he is not allowed to bottom it. Only Cody is allowed to bottom it as the owner of Vigorous Smash-Up. So Gaichi knows his arsenal going to be a blue stains of the redback thanks to a ponder token of this Codex of Frailty. And he did go ahead and flick the Kiss of Death as well to get the extra 2 damage. Gets the Codex into Leave No Witnesses once again. That assured nod from Cody Williams. He's not happy about how this
Let's
game
go.
He's already down 2.
This Mario
blood
looks
rushes.
sick.
He's down 8 life, and he's facing down a Leave No Witnesses off of this Codex of Frailty. Everything coming up Gaichi Yamada here.
What a game we have for this first return to Classic constructed at the World Championships here in Philadelphia. Cody Williams, 13, facing down the Leave No Witnesses, picking the card for the Arsenal, and then picking the card to discard. It's going to be a Bare Fangs.
So picking a red means he does not intend his Leave No Witnesses to hit. If you were going to decide to just let it hit, you would pick a non-red so your opponent doesn't get an extra silver. So he's going to discard a card here, probably going to give up a piece of armor and an additional card to block Leave No Witnesses and just send the Bare Fangs to keep the Might tokens, the Might token train flowing.
Vigor Smash Up again. Shows the same thing. Which means now you don't have to pitch into the Bare Fangs that's in the Arsenal. He's got 2 Vigors.
He's got 2 Vigors, you're
Yeah.
right, yeah.
Interesting, interesting. So you can keep
And it's a
Arsenal
Beast Wizard
here.
on top, which means if that is the random discard of the Beast of the Bare Fangs, no,
Draw.
he had an agility token, didn't he?
No, I don't
Oh,
think
no,
it
no
was
agility.
just
No,
yeah,
it was
yeah,
just
yeah.
mites. It was just mites. Okay, okay.
So now that means a Bare Fangs in the Arsenal and a Bare Fangs that comes from hand. So the Frailty token
Nice.
not going to matter. Cody Williams navigated that turn beautifully around the new inclusion of the Vigorous Smash Up card. Just being able to maintain the pressure and keep the pressure for his very next turn.
That was pretty good. That was pretty well played by Cody. No wonder he's 10-1.
Vigorous Smash Up, such an incredible upgrade for these KO Armed and Dangerouses from the Super Slam set. He blocked with 2 cards. Both those cards generated him 1 resource each, which allowed him to play his turn effectively pitchless. Gaichi had such an incredibly strong turn with a double Saber Bloodshed Kiss of Death into a Codex draw off the top. And Cody Williams still has a whopping 9 damage answer. 1 more Bare Fangs in Arsenal as well. And now Gaichi, we spoke about this. No Graphene Calycera setup. Some of the cards in this Arachne Marionette deck can be very, very awkward without that Stealth Dagger, without the 1 resource Stealth Dagger. And we know the Arsenal is a blue stains of the redback. He did just go ahead and park that off the ponder.
No block reaction. Sync below. No sync. Take 5 is the call. Down to 16 goes Gaiji Yamada.
Okay.
Cody Williams on 13.
He still has a
Gaiji
4-card
Yamada
hand with Arsenal.
Not out of this tournament with a loss. Cody Williams into the top 8 with a win.
Hunter's Clave.
Oh, Cody can guarantee his winning in here on 11 and 1. It's pretty sick. Good for him.
Although might have wanted to block just for the Vigor token anyway.
Tarantula Toxin adds 3. This dagger attack. Mark token conferred. Leave no witnesses now once again for the Bear Fangs.
Nice.
And this is scary. We haven't yet seen a shred.
Ooh, there's a pearl. That's a wild ride. There's a pearl in there. Only 3 of his hand blocks.
Of that
It
card,
looks
either
like.
in yellow or the blue. While most of the attack reactions, such as Stains of the Redback Tarantula Toxin, cannot interact with Leave No Witnesses, Shred is one of the few that can. Cody Williams needs to make the decision about whether he's going to respect the possibility of that card, as I believe he has found the 3rd and final Blood Rush.
Oh, he
battle
has Blood
in his
Rusher.
deck. That was another advantage.
Is that
of the
3
cards
wild
that we received.
rides?
We saw him bottom every single time.
He has 3
the card was
wild
revealed
rides
upfront
that
because
don't
it wasn't
block
a Blood
and
Rush. It dug
a
him deeper
Blood Rush
to this
Bellow.
3rd and final Blood Rush Bellow, which could
That's
be
rough.
his ticket into this game and into the top 8 of the World Championships in Philadelphia.
Can he just take 4 and
One block
destroy his arsenal and then figure it
Williams
out?
considering the no block. Down to 9 already. Take stock of the situation. No blocks is the call.
Respects the shred is Cody Williams. Does not want to get blown up by that card. Just loses the Bear Fangs of both players.
Yeah, he doesn't have block though. He has 1 card that blocks in his hand. I'm pretty sure it's 3 wild rides and a
5
Blood
lives
Rush Bellow.
on Cody Williams to 16
Right?
of Gaiji Yamada's, as Cody
Unless I saw that
plays
incorrectly?
what's likely to be the 3rd and final Blood Rush of this game.
Yeah, it's 3 wild rides.
Yellow. Pitches a yellow for it again. He needs to draw resources off of this. Needs to try and make this a 3-wide
This is
Blood Rush.
This time we have
an
the Savage
unfortunate
Sash
hand for
backup.
Cody.
Williams didn't use it next turn. This is maybe the turn he'll have to use that important piece of equipment. 1, 2, 3 is the call. Wild Ride. That's a go again piece. It's gonna hit the graveyard.
It was.
The
Have they
two more
not
cards are
seen
gonna
his
hit the
hand?
graveyard,
Have the
Cody.
casters not seen his
Given that
hand? He
has
had
yellow
3 wild
in his list
rides.
as well, and Buckwild's another upgrade to the KO deck from Super Slam. Does he?
Did he
have the
find a
token
blue?
source? He has
does.
another wild
He
ride.
has a Wild Ride
He
and
is-
2 blues in the hand.
Yeah, we're ahead of these fucking guys.
Now this
He had
brings
3
you to
wild
top
rides
six.
and
Or do you keep it
a Blood
around
Rush
to
Bellows.
make
He
sure
was
you
never
pitch one of
blocking
these
that.
blues into the Wild Ride, use the
Leave no
Savage
witnesses
Sash
next
afterwards,
last turn.
or at least keep something in the pitch, no matter what. A
So if
blue
you-
in the pitch.
If you use a Savage Sash here for the Wild Ride, you're guaranteed to keep at least 1 blue regardless because you're holding 2 of them. It might even be beneficial. You might want to convert one of these blues into a red.
Yeah.
You can find it off the top.
Yeah.
If that's a red 2 cost on the top, he gets to go Wild Ride Claw into that 2 cost, which would be discounted by 1 thanks to the Savage Sash if he chooses to pop it here.
God, what a game, Punkage. KO armed and dangerous. The terror of the heavy hitters metagame. Nearly taking down that tournament. But Dorinthia and Dromai got in the way. Cody Williams taking a hero that many expected to be the terror of this ProQuest season. It was good, but it wasn't dominant. It did well, but it wasn't decisive. But Cody Williams and the team Runaways feel as though they have figured out the sauce. They feel as though they know what they're doing. And for Cody Williams, in this case, that means no Savage Sash yet. It means pitching away the Vigorous Smash Up. It means drawing and discarding to this Wild Ride.
Doesn't even look at what that top card is. As
1, 2,
Gachi
3,
Yamada
card on
rolls.
the bottom. Show us the blue. Unexpected backhand hits the graveyard. Time to make a mite. This is going to be 9 go again, 2 floating. What is the card? in
9
hand?
go
I believe it's
again,
Fearless
2
Confrontation,
floating.
which, very importantly,
Wow.
is not a brute card, which means
Wow.
even, well, it won't even be
Okay.
discounted by Savage Sash, firstly, because it's 5. And Mandible, looks like Mandible Claw.
Is this
might
just
have the
like
default.
Mandible Claw Arsenal?
Of course. Correction, it will get discounted by Savage Sash, but it won't get the buff from Blood Rush Bellow because it is not a brute card. As Cody Williams leans back in his chair, a little bit frustrated with the brute variance that's been going on for him in this game as he fights for top 8 contention.
That is tough, man. That is tough. We have seen 2 times Cody Williams just be a little disappointed by the top of the deck. Another Sink Below and the Find All Spring Tunic put in front of this.
He's
attack.
saying that this game is not lasting 2 more turns, giving you
down to 12.
Tunic.
Activating the Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex. Closing the chain.
Mandible Claw.
The claw, and you can see the head in the hands for Cody. No blocks is the call, so 6 damage.
Here we go.
Down to 6 goes Gaethje. Cody Williams has got a pass. You can see the consternation on his face, a shake of the head. It
Yeah!
bloodshed and the kiss of death means it might
Let's
not
go.
his way in terms of the win of this game.
Is that another
He's
wild ride?
forced
That's
to
another
block,
pearl.
Which means he's forced to open himself up to a Tarantula Toxin.
Flick the kiss of death. 1
The
damage
Hunter's
over.
Glaive.
Excuse me, yeah. The Hunter's Clave.
Which will get the +1 from Erecti Marinette as well, because it goes up to 8. Stains of Red
8.
gets to be played for free now.
9.
9.
Go
we knew that
again.
card was there because it was revealed. Take 3.
Takes 3. Gaethje gets to draw a card over here. Cody Williams firmly
Down to
in Flick Knife's
1.
range now. However, Flick Knife's already been used this turn.
2 cards in hand. He has guaranteed Flick next. No, he doesn't have a Calicera. He doesn't have anything. Oh, there it is.
So the Kiss of Death on hit represented the 1 extra damage, and Gaethje finds our Reaver
Gaethje 10 and 2 on this Mario list is pretty fucking sick.
Fist bump is extended. What?
Oh,
Game between these
man.
players, a masterclass on both sides, but a couple wrong turns for Cody Williams means his
Oh, I'm
tournament
building this
continues,
Mario
and
deck,
he
dude.
Still has to fight,
This Mario deck looks
claw,
sick.
and scratch for that top 8 contention.
That's a little bit of the brute variance showing itself
Holy.
here in our feature match areas. Cody Williams, a little bit over the rough discards, but can we commend Gaethje's play this?
10 and 2 is unfortunate. Or 10 and 2 is still good though for top 8, right?
The immediate block of the
I don't
Master
know.
Deceit on turn 2 into
I
an
go.
explosive finish with Saber
Buddy.
Bloodshed, Kiss of Death.
Just such a game, such a group of competitors we have out there in the World Championships here live in Philadelphia. And I'm just like so excited for the next 3 rounds. I'm just going to be watching from anywhere, either in the booth or over there or at the table, because I just know we are in our 4th ever World Championship. Flesh and Blood is about to enter its 7th year at your LGS store and at your gaming tables. And that just means the level of competition, the level of play, the level of skill we are about to watch, it's just going to be at an absolute all-time high.
And it's just been
Oh, yeah.
increasing year after year. I thought 2 years ago we had reached the peak of skill level in the Flesh and Blood player base, but it just keeps going higher and higher to the point where pretty much all the names that we see here in Day 2 fighting their way for top 8 World Championships are known players at this point. That is the level of skill that these players have achieved.
And it feels as though Flesh and Blood is just about to welcome in a brand new era and a brand new swath of players with the debut of the fast, fun, and affordable Silver Age format. And your first
Boo.
chance to
Fuck
play
Silver
a calling
Age.
level event is going to be at the world premiere in London. And let me tell you, there are so many reasons why you
Oh, yeah,
gotta
the
get your butt to
Compendium of
London, bruh.
Wraith.
Oh my God! The world premiere in London is going to be absolutely unreal. There are so many exciting things to look forward to, not the least of which are these hot stamped cards. And let me tell you, they are hot indeed. Even Icelander, she's cold, but she's hot.
She's cold,
And
but
here's
she's hot.
what
So
World Premiere
true.
London is going to feature over here. For the first time, the calling attached to the World Premiere is not going to be limited, is instead going to be Silver Age. And folks, Compendium of Wraith will be legal for the Silver Age calling here. You can go ahead and add on a box or 2 of Compendium
That's
of
so
Wraith
fire.
to your calling ticket entry to make sure you have the cards that you need. And remember, it's Silver Age. You don't need to try and hunt for a bunch of Majestics. It's commons and rares.
Yeah.
It still remains as accessible as if it were a limited calling.
Yeah, you're going to be able to find your cards, and you're also going to be able to maybe open things like, I don't know, an Eye of Ophidia in the box of Compendium Erase or 2 that you grab. As we look here,
in the new Antiquity border as
Yeah.
well. And if you guys haven't checked that out, definitely go look at it. Those look sweet.
oh, and you know, if you enter into the world premiere, not only do you get 2 decks and 2 heroes with those hot stamps, you also
Oh.
actually just get an Antiquity pack just for, you know, showing up and jamming out with us at that first world
Nice.
premiere. You could open an Eye of Ophidia. before
Oh,
you
they're
even
doing
opened
the
a pack
gold
of
packs
Compendium
again.
Wraith.
And you get that fancy playmat as well,
Dog.
featuring
That's pretty
the
sick.
artwork from
Dog.
Compendium of Wraith. That looks
Dog.
absolutely gorgeous.
That's going to be like, that's going to be the playmat I just use for everything. My favorite mat, personally, that I have is from Worlds 1, the big mat. the big map. That one that's a close second. I don't know. I haven't even seen it yet. You get to look at the calling premium package. This is so up my alley. Arya is my favorite set of all time. The elements are my favorite talent in Flesh and Blood. And look at these sheaths, you guys. This is going to be so integral and important for Silver Age. I can't wait to see how these implement and influence the format.
The colors of Arya definitely in display here. Not only on the colors of Arya card to the right, but also that gorgeous elemental strikes. I don't know about you, but I want the playset of that one.
Come on. You know I'm going to need one of those. You know you guys can get them all at home by joining us at the world premiere in London and picking up your premium package, as well as perhaps a collection package. You want some Compendium of Wraith? Yeah, go for it. We got you. You want some extra sleeves that we don't yet have availability to show you because they're too secret and too cool? Yeah, we got you with the collection package.
Also featured at this
Honestly, they should have Sam do all the ad reads. Sam is so good at doing the hype
at these premier level events.
Ad reads.
Pack, and I can't wait to
it's
open
great.
A few of these, Sam.
Yeah, if you remember back, the Calling Premium Package, you get all of those fancy cards, you get the extended arts, you get the cold foils, and you get a tournament pack. Folks, I don't know exactly what's in these packs, but I have seen a couple sneak peeks. Yo. Yo, it's actually, it's like, I'm like, no BS right now. Like, it's like, honest to God, I swear, I am not, this is no shill. These tournament packs are the real freaking deal. I told you all in Montreal that Gem Pack 3, I told you Gem Pack 3 was the real deal. You saw what happened in Gem Pack 3.
That was true. It was absolutely true.
And let me tell you, tournament packs are the wave. They are the future. You are going to love them. Everyone will be happy with tournament packs.
Speaking of the future, 2026 is going to move away from Battle Hardens and have showdowns instead in place of the Battle Hardens and World Premiere London.
This is interesting. I'm interested in this.
On a Sunday. It is a Sunday showdown.
The biggest event that's near me is going to be Columbus.
For 2026 will be so go ahead, grab some of those Silver Age decks and go.
So I think we're going to be doing a lot of Flesh and Blood to get ready for that Columbus event. Because I would like to play CC in it.
Going to be all new participation for all
It'll be fun.
Events, the showdowns, the callings, everything you do on the World Tour with those big prize payouts at the end, the glory, the points. Yeah, you're getting some more sick cards along with it. Just like we here in Philadelphia are getting some more sick games of Classic Constructed coming up. We got 3 more rounds coming up, and we just got to witness a masterclass between two of this game's heroes. I cannot wait to see what everybody else has in store, because in only a short matter of time, we have got the 4th ever World Championship Top 8. It all comes down to this.
There's only 4? I did not realize that there's only been 4 Last 3 die 14 turns later. God.
Thank you, folks, for staying with us thus far. We're about to head into
Oh,
round
he's
number
back.
13 of our Flesh and Blood World Championship here in beautiful Philadelphia. They say it's always sunny out here, but I'm feeling the chill right now as things in the feature match area are starting to get pretty grim, pretty intense, if I'm honest with you. There's a lot on the line, of course, here, and there are players in this particular round looking to lock up their spot in the top 8. If you are X and 2 at this point in the tournament, a win means you're in.
If you're X and 2, a win in
These
in.
players
Yeah.
are feeling it now. Round 13 is a lot of Flesh and Blood to play. And we're talking about Flesh and Blood at the highest level across multiple formats. This is the time where you really kind of need to keep your head on your shoulders, and it is the most difficult thing to do.
Yeah, we've definitely seen some grim expressions on these players' faces here as it takes its toll. This much flesh and blood, so many decision points. Definitely saw it in the previous game between Gaichi Yamada and Cody Williams, and this next round promises to be very, very similar. We've scoured through all of our top players here. We found a couple of players at 9 and 3, promising a very interesting matchup. We will have our first opportunity here in Classic Construct at the World Championship to see what Victor Goldmane
Whoa.
is capable of doing.
Oh shit, we're
Okay,
playing.
Victor
We're doing the
Goldmane.
Victor. Also,
Not
this
a
is an
hero that
expensive
was
card.
massively represented in our metagame breakdown, but one that is commonly picked up as a effective countermeasure to Syndra Drakaev, Drakaev Retribution. I said Drakaev Aether there. That's the wrong Draconic hero. But yes, countermeasure to Syndra, definitely where you want to be as Victor. It does leave a little bit to be desired in the face of Verdance, which makes it a bit of a controversial choice. Wizard is problematic. Ninja is great. So bringing that deck to a World Championship, I don't know. I actually kind of understand the appeal. When you've got some living legend rounds to work with, if you feel very confident in that format, picking a deck that feels like it gives you free reign into the most popular deck in the format in Classic Constructed, it's a viable strategy, I think.
Yeah,
Makes
there are
sense,
a few
makes
matchups
sense.
that can be tough for Victor out here, to be fair. But fortunately for some of our individual, in fact, our individual in the next matchup, he'll have a decent
Let's
go at
see
it with,
the
a
Victor.
Sheffield
I'm
favourite. Let's have a look
excited.
quickly at our standings here heading into round number 13.
Cody
Eyes on Cody
Williams,
Williams in that previous round of the feature match area. He fell
10 and
to the
2.
hands of
There's
Gaichi
no
Yamada
X
with
and
a
1s
Ragni
anymore.
Marionette going full steam against him. Florian Cristiano.
Brody's 9 and 3. Get him the fuck out of top 8. Let's go. Tommy Tomaso Vicido going good. Majin Bay 9 and 3 and 12.
X and 4 here in the World Championship is going to make it pretty challenging to sneak into the
Come on,
top.
Majin Bay.
Well, that's going to be lights out if you cannot hold your own at the
This is my champion right now, Majin Bay. Also, this guy, kinda crazy. This is sick.
Spurlock now sitting at 9 and 3 in that 9th
This
slot.
that Marionette
Needs to
deck
chain
in the new
together
deck
a
is
couple
sick.
more victories to secure an untold amount of riches at this point. On the other side of things, Majin Bay taking an unfortunate loss regardless of the plot armor.
No, he's 9 and 3. He lost. That sucks.
Sitting in 12th. We've seen Filip Mikolajic, we've seen Justin Koo, Pei Tung Lao, Tommaso Vicido. These are all giants. I have to mention Matt Rogers, Ian Zhang. Unsurprisingly, everyone left on this graphic is a juggernaut of flesh and blood, and
Who'd have
none
thought?
of these players are going to want to let the World Championship berth go.
Yeah, crucially, they are all live for top 8 here. We're going to jump now in, of course, to our round number 13. Just as Scott put it, it's all on the line in this particular matchup. So let's head down to the feature match area and get this Victor Goldmane on our screen. It's going
All
to be
right.
Donis Chepakatis from Lithuania on Victor Goldmane, high and mighty, going up
all
against
my homies
Brody
fucking
Spurlock,
hate Brody
current
Spurlock.
Player
Let's
of the year
go.
in America's fighting for that global title. He'll be on Syndra, Drakaev Retribution.
No, but let's
Half
see
of
it.
This equation is exactly what Davridas is looking for. Staring down Syndra Drakaev Retribution, that's what you wanted to see. What you did not want to see is current World Tour leader Brody Spurlock needing to charge through you to lock that title up. If there is any Syndra in the room who can put the plan together, it might very well be this one.
Crown of Dominion here, no surprise to see Victor Goldmane with that particular headpiece. Tectonic placing, though. I haven't seen a whole lot of that so far over this
Interesting.
tournament.
Okay, he's
Already
on
being activated,
Crown,
going to turn
Tectonic,
0.
Civic,
Making
Tectonic
sure we get it.
playing, sorry, my apologies.
Bracers, Grindstone. Seems pretty normal, Victor.
You're really looking for that additional equipment block to kind of tie the room together, block off those breakpoints, deny Mask of Momentum, and we can see that in full force with the Iron Fist Revelation, the Civic Steps as well. Plenty of ways to soak up that damage when applicable for Victor.
So it looks like we've had an activation of the Tectonic here. It could be that a priority has been passed.
in that world, Brody does have the option to activate Syndra, of course, not picking up any daggers in the process, but just filtering through the
pitch
hand,
away.
finding something else to do. So they're not happy with the first hand he's found. He can dig away, find another one, chooses to decline on that opportunity this time around. We'll take up the Tunic as a result as...
Oh yeah, you could activate Syndra to filter your hand on turn 0, right?
Comes Brody, had the starter in hand, which is perfect.
Makes sense.
There is a Snatch, I think, an Art of the Dragon Blood there as well. So putting this all together is a puzzle. The Ignite is a very simple approach here for our first move. There's a Trounce in the hand for Davidas here. See, a very powerful block card. Signature for Victor will cause a clash, and then there's a lot of value to be gained on the victory of that clash. Kunai Retribution, our second chain link.
Trounce typically better saved for not only larger attacks, but of course denying masked relevant chain links, a big part of this matchup for our Victor player. Allows him to keep some amount of damage on the go. We're going to see a throw dagger here.
Nice. Throw dagger to get the...
defended. The chain link would remain open for that mask. But I love this from Davidius here, just holding on to that Trounce. Additional block cards. Knows they're going to have to pick a fight over chain link 3 and chain link 4 to deny that additional value. But wants to keep a little something around.
Well, this is stab wound. I'm going to keep that because it's an assassin card.
And 5-card hands to work with.
And typically the disruption that Victor can leverage here is a bit of a problem for Syndra. A lot of, like, you know, crash effects that make it really hard for Brody to extract value from these longer turns. Display Loyalty, though, is going to provide the fealty token. Now, whether that's going to be used for Art of Dragon Blood remains to be seen, but I think given that goal, it might be important as a chain ender.
Trounce
could be the option. Here comes a Trounce, though. So this is going to cause 2 clashes, and the winner is going to create a gold, a might, and a vigor token. Obviously, creation of a gold token for Victor. It's a card draw, but it's a visit. The gold main has stayed on top of the deck. That's a clash loss there.
Okay.
We're gonna have to
Yeah, he's going to break gold.
So we can re-roll. But we need to find something bigger than a 4. Okay, we're fine. Debilitate will do the job. So Trounce being 1 here from Davidius. I do want to acknowledge an equipment choice here from Brody Spurlock as well. Fiendal's Spring Tunic, not the default chest piece for Syndra right now. Blood Splattered Vest tends to be the equipment of choice, I should say. Tunic, very indicative that Brody believes this is a go-long matchup, will have to pick their spots. It's going to get more than 3 resources out of this at some point. Otherwise, it would be worse than that Blood Splattered Vest in theory.
Yeah, that's the expectation. We've got a longer game on our hands. Trounce, of course, virtually is a free block, given that Davidas eventually was able to draw off a gold creation, but had to spend the free gold that came with Crown of Dominion in order to reset the clash. Not really where Victor wants to be at this early point in the game. A fealty token here allows Art of Dragon Blood to gain that goal again and potentially discount things further down the line, but I don't think that part of the effect is going to be particularly relevant. Civic Steps offered up here with full knowledge that Brody only has 1 card in hand, but that card...
Nice.
That card could allow him to do a little bit more. That's a Quicken token offered over now. So Brody gets the
nice Quicken token. I like that.
Nice to threaten a card draw once more at the end of this turn. He's going to buy some more equipment from Davidius as a result. This is definitely a bit of a pain point. Normally, you would like to be able to give in these spots when that final attack is. Numbers, just block with efficient cards, save your equipment to cover up those mask breakpoints. Because Snatch is also threatening to draw a card, Brony kind of getting away with a bit of a punish there.
Yeah, look, it's just one of the spots where Civic Steps is a little bit weaker. That is the downside to making use of those 2 block boots. Obviously, they have Temper, so there's another opportunity to make use of those. But we have a Seismic Surge popping, so discounting a relevant attack. Vigor token obviously gives a resource, and the Might token will be buffing it. We're going to create another Seismic Surge token behind that, and it's going to be a Prime to Fight.
Prime to Fight.
What is Prime to Fight? Oh, I just have that.
Typical of Victor Goldmane.
If you control a Vigor token this turn, this costs 1 less to play. If you control a Might, this gets +1. Okay.
Significantly more.
It's like I have one of those right here.
Happy to see this card finding some play. It's a very cool one.
Oh. How much is Conqueror of the High Seas right now?
Directly at Brody Spurlock. Plenty of upside to this. Plenty of buffs. Obviously, a 5 cost that gets cheapened by Vigor, then gets paid for by Vigor plus Seismic Surge. It comes out pretty easily. Buys a pretty big block from Brody as it's a rather non-functional hand here. Multiple Hunters and an Ancestral
It's 11 still.
Used for their block value in this case. That's going to allow Victor to settle in a little bit more.
I'm actually going to hold on to this if I'm going to build the Marlin deck.
Awkward Hand
I can always just
Murloc
proxy it.
understands the assignment, needs to use those cards defensively, find a better window, save that life total for when you need to take the hits. We're seeing some really interesting cards in the hand here for Davidius. I believe that's a performance bonus in the hand. Love to see that one played normally against Gravy Bones, but some additional go again is very suggestive that our Victor player is eager to race.
Now, this is kind of what can happen sometimes if you allow your Victor opponent to get passed back to you with a full hand. He technically is representing Pummel here alongside this Command and Conquer with 2 cards in hand, but sometimes the Guardians can't really make use of every card at their disposal. They can obviously pitch Outlet into their Tectonic Plating to create that Seismic Surge token and keep it rolling. Command and Conquer still matters a heck of a lot here, though, to Brody. This was the singular Arsenal card that he sat on, the only card he didn't block with on the previous turn cycle. In theory, it's one he'd want to hold on to, but in order to do so, you'd have to pay the piper and get blocking.
Bit of an awkward hand to work with there.
2 lava bursts.
Rather wide to get full value out of all those cards. Little difficult to capitalize on both. Wouldn't be surprised to see a defense on this Command and Conquer here. Protect that Arsenal instead.
Given that first Lava Burst go again would require the Dragon Scaler Flight Path as well to be used, and Brody's not had a chance to cash that in for its block value yet. So both Lava Bursts, very powerful chain enders in their own right, put in front of Command and Conquer. We also saw 2 Hunters used. So a lot of these potent chain enders for Brody have already been exhausted on defense.
Not the type of sequencing Brody was hoping to see early, and they'll be even less happy to see both Trounce and Test of Strength in the hand for Davidius. He's well walled up for yet another.
Davidius is feeling it.
All right, Kunai of
Mr. Krabs.
When you see this from Syndra, you know that they haven't drawn a natural way to begin their turn. It'll be a Ravenous Rabble. This is sometimes a good use case for the Tunic counter, right? Blood Splatter Vest requires
Yo, what's up, Timborn? Welcome back to the stream.
To sort of get a resource.
What's up?
Here you sort of have a
Did you take off work for this, Michael? I did not.
An easy starter option.
No. It's Saturday.
Value, a big deal in this matchup. Need to find ways
Tomorrow I'm not going to run the Flesh and Blood event to stream top 8. So if you want to consider that taking off work, then yes.
Downsides, I guess, of pain in the backside. Well, I should say Ravenous Rabble in this case, revealing that pain in the backside. Just didn't know what was on top.
Yeah.
It's a pretty
Excuse me.
safe clash at that point.
Yeah, full info.
Midday streams are crazy. Dude, check how long the stream's been going. Check what time I started the stream.
See when we get to
I've been streaming since 9:15.
So it's another little go wide enabler. Often, yeah, we commonly see it for like those board state matchups where Victor needs to clear allies. Okay, Snatcher's going to get a 6 block, including the Trounce, and it's going to be disabled, meets a pain in the backside on the top. So once
I've
again,
literally just been doing the watch party for Flesh and Blood World since 9:15 a.m.
That one. Is it really worth the gold here?
And by golly, I've been having a fucking great time.
Because we have already drawn a card this turn from Victor Goldmane's hero ability. So resolving this Trounce and successfully winning, not worth quite the abundance of riches that it normally is. That said, you are still interested in Vigor tokens, Might tokens, the incidental value gained from this. So there is at least merit to doing so. Decides, in fact, I would rather just keep the gold I have, draw Riches of Tropeldani next turn.
Get a gold.
Absolutely.
But how is your day been going, Timborn?
On the top of deck anyway. Here is a Seismic Surge. So looking for that wider turn. First up, performance bonus played from Arsenal is exactly where you want to be with this card. When it hits, it will create a gold token. So there's a number of ways which Davidius is going to get himself an extra card this turn.
4
Riches
non-foils.
of Tropeldani, which would be pitched to create yet another gold. This matters. Having a nice stack of gold when those
I just got out of bed. Damn.
Again to really supercharge your turns with those Might tokens. It's important to try and go.
I've been up. Well, Charcoal has decided that she is going to wake us up at 7 every morning. I was up till 4 a.m. working on MC build and regret nothing. I assume you mean PC build, not MC build. Unless you're working on a MC playlist, which is pretty sick. Oh, Minecraft build. I figured it out. I got there. I got there. Minecraft. Yeah, I got there.
And the follow-up may well be a boulder drop. Another attack action in the hand, I believe.
Hell yeah.
Davidius will be able to deploy that. So here's the gold created. Brody takes the damage. And Brody knows that there's a Riches of Tropeldani on the top. He knows it's just gone into Davidius' hand, and our Lithuanian champion won't be able to create, I won't be able to draw another gold off this card, being pitched. So it's less of an enticing option, but I think he's still happy enough to get the gold.
Can you hear the
fueling this turn?
the stream?
Some upside from drawing it now.
By the way,
downside, not
I'm having it. I have it pretty loud, but I think I'm still
I really
louder.
find an abundance of riches to be a very real problem.
Yep.
And we do find ourselves in a spot where
Oh, by the
these
way,
goals start to
Cobblemon
flow
is
pretty
seemingly
quickly,
getting
naturally for Davidius,
its next
and Boulder's not
big
gonna come on in to just force
update
some
next week.
respect
If there's
from
any
both sides.
desire to update the server, audio is
This is
good.
a tough
Cool.
one. This will force Brody to part
This
with the card if
is
that
Super
crush
Slayer.
effect triggers.
2 of these.
Brody's going to have to put one of the cards from his hand on top of his deck. If he takes that 4 damage.
What would be how messed up would the server get if we updated it?
There as well.
Well-rounded hand, not a lot of, as I said, there is a lot of generic cards and just ninja cards, I should say. Only one draconic option in the form of display loyalty there. Cut through at its best if Brody is willing to flick, but would theoretically leave them without a starter following into the following turn. I guess above all else, selection of these cards also blocking too makes navigating this boulder drop very difficult. Chooses to just eat this damage, and I like this line quite a lot. You need to have some semblance of a turn here. You cannot let Davidius have full reign on Victor to control the game.
It's like 100
Your
new
life
mons
total down, you need to
cooking.
be returning some amount of
I would love to update it.
And this would have been the
Will
third
it mess up the
consecutive turn that
server? I
Brody's
mean,
had
is what
with
I'm
having to
asking.
block here. If he can have a pretty,
'Cause I wanna update it.
middling offense of his own. So deciding now it's time to actually do something. Start to advance the game a little more. Fire Tenet Strike first comes in, and as you pointed out, importantly, it's not a draconic attack action. It's a great way to start the turn, but that little asterisk sometimes can make it awkward to work around.
Makes me feel like we're looking at a draconic attack in the arsenal for Brody here to try and get some value from this.
Oh my
Fire Tenet.
god,
Choose
this
to
card is
display
so
loyalty on top of the
expensive.
deck.
Wait, what the
Might just
fuck?
be
Is
relying
this
on
a
that
foil?
kunai to gain some value.
Oh, it is a
Nine
foil
strike, playing
too.
defense here
Holy,
for
this is
Davidius.
$21.
Most flexible card in the matchup, I find.
And I
It
didn't
allows
have it
you
in
to
a
convert those four-card
sleeve?
hands
What a
sometimes get
fucking
stuck with. When
dingus.
Ginger is playing
Okay,
defense,
here we go.
more than happy to block out for you if you find
Whoops.
yourself in exactly this spot instead.
Yeah. Obviously a good 2-card play.
Do I have another? No, I do not have another
Front of
Ancestral
defense,
Harmony. It was a
turn
different thing.
extender. The world is
Depending
yours,
on
still
what
White
version
Strike.
it releases in, it'll either be
Probably gonna have to
risk-free
consider as
or it'll
well,
just need you to
the
wait a
presence of some
while
of those
and
troublesome
then
block
be
cards potentially
risk-free.
lingering in the hand.
Gotcha.
How much pressure does he want to apply?
I
here to-
will. You will be my Sherpa on this update excursion then. By the way, chat, whoever wins the current game, or no, whoever loses the current game is almost guaranteed not to get top 8. Did I pause it on accident?
Well,
Oh,
we
I
see the
did.
Flick
Oops.
activation here by the looks of things to score a little bonus damage.
Yeah, certainly
enable
thinking
that cut
about
through.
maybe digging too deep here. So like Mask of Momentum Trigger obviously is also something to play around, and having that Ancestral is a good
If
way
it's
to
the
ensure
latest
it.
modded version, then all
through
of the
here.
other mods should have
It's gonna be the
updated
follow-up.
versions to match
The
it,
plus
and
one
it would be
go again
fine.
because the dagger was hit off the
If they
foot knives.
update to a new version, then
Seen
the
some
rest of the
equipment here alongside
mods
prime to
we
fight
got
hand. Davidius obviously with a
mods, then we gotta wait.
redundancy of
Okay.
attack action. So this is pretty heavy blocking early on
Oh,
in the
excuse me.
combat chain.
These are non-foils.
Diligent, though, for
Damn,
Davidius.
these are expensive
We know that
too.
Chainlink's still
Why are
open
these
here for
expensive?
Mask
I've
of
literally
Momentum,
never seen these
courtesy
played.
of that flick on Chainlink 1. By blocking cut through for 4 here,
Excuse
there
me.
are no daggers left currently. Without a throw dagger or some other
Lunch is
surprising
coming back
trick,
to fight me.
there is very few ways to force this over the top and keep the chain link open. We happen to know Ancestral Empowerment is the best one to
Well,
do
I
so.
will.
I believe they've...
I
believe,
will
Bradley,
wait
he's
for
always
your
Yeah, that's
think-
the last one.
instruction
Brody's Spell
to
all 3 copies of Ancestral Empowerment. He's doing a fantastic job. of
vaporize
navigating
shock.
these
I will
turns
wait
so
for
far.
your
Does
instruction.
draw that display loyalty we know about, and now he's got a pretty clean way to utilize all these cards. Will gain value from both.
This
fire
is
tenants,
20
despite how
cents.
awkward this hand
Alright.
looked at the start of the turn.
Yeah, just making this, I think hit is something Brody probably feels is going to be a tough ask. There's still plenty of equipment left here for Davidius. And like, is it so bad? Yeah, okay. Like I thought maybe you get Civics involved here, but one card block will be enough. That's Fault Line getting put in front.
Fault Line is an incredible choice. Some unique attacks being displayed here from our Lithuanian national champion. I'm excited to see exactly what he's cooking up in other matchups as well. These are all very efficient into Syndra. Give you the flexibility to do what you want to do. They block 3. That's great. They cover up these head jabs if that's what you want to do. However, if your goal is to race, if you need to be sending return pressure, these cards are going to double up.
Oh.
Doesn't really matter what these on hits are.
This is
They're all
$2
pretty
for
clean
some
in terms of
reason.
numbers.
Okay.
If you're in Brody's position here, are you preferring just to pocket this display of loyalty and have the chance of that sort of 5-card turn? You know what you might squeak some damage through without like a relevant on
Do
hit.
you have the ability to
Better chance of ensuring
Syndra
master
here?
momentum
Oh no, he didn't
actually
have the
being triggered
draconic.
if you could play off a full hand.
I think that's a real decision point.
Alright,
5, 10 in there, of
me
course,
and the
providing
missus are
extra
gonna
point
go
damage
watch
if you're
Hell's
looking to do
Kitchen
so.
final. I'll catch you
Taking
later.
it out
Alright,
to go
sounds good.
wider, and more importantly, I
Have
feel
fun, Timborn.
rebuy
I will
those
see you
kunai
later.
contribution at some point. Draconic chain links are going to be important heading into these future turns to make sure we've got some starters.
I'll
available.
probably still be
Starting
here.
turn without kunai, not a really common place to see the Syndra in.
Risky. Risky is the word. Something you certainly can do when you're pushing damage, want to utilize flick knives at every possible opportunity, but it does mean you risk not finding a starter to get the turn to come together. Thankfully, Ronin Renegade going to bail Brody out here. He's
Charcoal cameo on the way out? Sure, here. Charcoal cameo on the way out.
So still very much online for a functional turn as Darvidas chose to put a card in Arsenal instead of maybe sending a Miller's Grindstone away. Definitely not looking to play any other sort of strategy. Could be like kind of like a visit a Goldmane estate. Could be pretty impactful.
That would make sense. Not very many cards will be prioritized to be Arsenal.
Charcoal, what do you have to say?
Something like Miller's Grindstone. It's pretty clear that trading life totals is something that Davidas is interested in doing. So choosing to Arsenal that card instead, very suggestive that it is a power piece. Speaking of power piece, the Golden Sun on top of the deck. Going to win this Clash of Vigor and generate that gold token coming on into hand as a result.
Right, so
Just a little charcoal cameo on the way out.
Darvidas is promising a very powerful turn with evasion on this Golden Sun. One also that isn't that hard to deploy. We have a Vigor token. So Golden Sun really only requiring a singular card to get out of hand. Means that Darvidas can be more defensive, preserve more, and then send a really meaningful amount of damage that Brody will struggle to interact with.
Taking a moment to read Burning Blade Dance here. Going to analyze how much that on-hit matters, of course. We are at 3 Draconic Chain links.
Just a little charcoal cameo.
Pull these daggers back after the attack has hit and flick one of them away in order to gain that value.
It is still just a different flavor of head jab. So Clash of Might now. Chokeslam revealed against, of course, that shelter that was there earlier.
The lady appreciators. Hell yeah. Toodles good serve. See you later, Timborn. We'll be live tomorrow for top 8, and that'll probably be more exciting because it'll be top 8 of the World Championships.
Righteous cleansing, similarly large attacks from
But
Darvidas. And now we're going to benefit from that.
enjoy Hell's Kitchen.
Our resource base with cards that benefit us on defense. Very happy to see these finding success so far in his list.
Ravenous Rebel here. Obviously showing that shelter, which we've seen a couple of times now. Just a discussion there about what attacks did and did not hit. Golden Sun being committed to blocks here. Perhaps Darvidas maybe valuing a disruptive attack action over one that just forces damage through to speed up the game.
I think so. This feels like a visit the Goldmane estate situation to me. This next follow-up turn is going to be play the visit the Goldmane estate, generate this stockpile of might. Hopefully Arsenal a disruptive attack we would prefer, or find one on top of the deck. Big setup, gonna get ourselves ready to start swinging this game in Victor's favor.
Okay. Might token pops, Vigor of course, visit the Goldmane estate, comes down as we expected. We're up to 6 gold and a very
This is an assassin card too.
Have enough tokens to represent this adequately. So a die will have to suffice. That's a lot of money.
Excuse me.
That's 7 power.
This is a generic. If you attack with a weapon
looking at the value that's been
exchange.
accrued on this turn here for Darvidas, not only can he gain that implied 7 power, still send an attack that wants to make use of the might token that was in play, paying into a gold token, as there is a surplus of them.
If you're unsure why that visit the Goldmane estate generated 7 might tokens, easy to forget, but Aura Magus is a gold, does add to that tally, sitting in the top left-hand corner of the board.
True.
Being created with that floating resource. That's another Golden Sun there. Okay, dude. All right. Fault Line instead is going to be the option. And with that Golden Sun being kept for later. Fault Line says if you have a card in Arsenal, it gets buffed. And it does threaten to remove Arsenals if it gets that crush effect off. 8 matters a lot.
Efficient attack feels slightly underplayed, in my opinion. Not common for Syndra to Arsenal cards very often anymore against matchups that are notorious for interacting with it. But Victor, it's not always the case. Sometimes it's just command and conquer to cause a pain point there. And this time round, punished by a Fault Line. Shell from the Storm, known about by both players thanks to those clashes. So Fault Line, educated
clash,
throw,
okay.
hopefully a better, more interactive attack being parked in the Arsenal. We did see that
Do I have more than one Jagged Edge?
with those
I
Might
do.
tokens next turn.
Calling it interactive is obviously
Excuse me.
a little bit of a fallacy, considering Brody can't do much but put 1 card in front. Flight Path here, it will join Shelter of the Storm to cover up 5 total of this damage and avert the crush effect. With the Filthy token in play, this Art of Dragon Blood for Brody represents a very reasonable way to get his turn started. Still on 4 cards, looks like he's happy enough to go to the races. Pain on the backside up first, though.
I think this is roughly where Brody Spurlock wants to be. A matchup like Victor is notoriously hard for Syndra, Drakaev Retribution. But Brody
This foil.
understands that swinging for the hills, probably
Yeah.
not the way. You have to build these bigger turns, find pain points to challenge. Davidius
Yeah, this is foil.
looking to go wider, especially when there is 7 might sitting in play.
On that note, do you feel that Mask of the Pouncing Lynx is a more attractive option sometimes in a head slot for a matchup like this?
I understand the appeal of Mask of the Pouncing Lynx. I think there is a lot of demand for Lava Burst, similar cards to guarantee damage in a matchup that otherwise is quite block heavy. I find a deck like Victor is more than happy if they do not have to give you these cards every turn to deny Mask of Momentum. It just makes the game even more of a race between cards like sometimes Zealous Beltings. We've seen performance bonuses, Enlightened Strikes. They're more than capable of converting those cards if they don't need to block. They'll let you have your 5 damage and send it right back at you.
Yeah. Okay, here's a Brand with Cinderclaw. This will guarantee a Draconic attack on the next chain link, which means that you wouldn't have to use a Filthy token for the Art of Dragon Blood if that was where you wanted to go.
You didn't flick S?
Pain on the backside, flicked a Kunai.
Currently have only
And obviously that Kunai Retribution on the chain link is not on the chain rather, it's not on the current chain link, so can be flicked away.
So Davidas just doing some quick math as to what attacks had hit once again, and I blame no one in this spot. He is playing for his life here in the top 8 qualifying rounds of this World Championship, and it'll be an awful spot to forget about Mask of Momentum or mistime your blocks accordingly. So happy he's taking the time to figure it all out.
Okay, fighting over it here, hoping that it's not another snatch that Brody has left for last. As the Quicken token is going to be given over by the second Civic Steps block, and of course the Kunai going to be flicked. Looks like we're headed for a chain endy here. It's going to be Hunt the Hunted coming in, and that will be a Quicken token that doesn't really get its value.
Worth noting, Hunt the Hunter here reduced down to 0 cost, courtesy of Brand with Cinderclaw, making sure our Art of the Dragon was Draconic, therefore offering reduction.
Wow, this is
All
actually
those
worth
feature
something.
attacks makes this turn all come together very nicely for Brody Spurlock.
Of course, there's no Vigor token in play here for Davidas. That might affect his blocking decisions. Obviously, Golden
How
Sun.
many might does he have? He has 7 might and a Seismic Surge next turn.
Does make it a little bit easier.
When this
but
hits you here, if you play another
definitely
red
hoping
card
to
this
keep
turn,
up
mark
the
them.
cards
That's
here by the
fine.
looks of things with awkward performance bonus here, having to
It's
be paired
A
alongside
lot?
multiple
A block?
pieces of
Okay.
equipment to deny this Mask of Momentum draw. This should show you how much our national champion respects Mask of Momentum, how much of a factor it plays in this matchup.
Priced into it, I think, by offering the Civic Steps on the prior block. Mask
Yeah.
Momentum trigger and allowing Brody to have an Arsenal target, that's probably not nearly as bad as potentially having to face it down. So a lot of
All
people
right.
being given up, and there's not much block left to speak
Plus
of. Now,
7.
but, yeah, there's the little issue of 7 Might tokens and a Seismic Surge.
Woo-hoo-hoo!
Pay for a Golden Sun.
That's
Coming
big.
across the board. This is very, very nasty for Brody Spurlock. Obviously, base 7, but destroying a gold token gives it 10 overpower, plus 7 from that might.
17 overpower.
It accounts obviously for
That's
more than
that's how
half
you
of
kill
Brody's
Syndra
Spellbox
right
life
there,
total,
boys.
And it's very hard to prevent this damage.
Golden Sun, won't you come and wash the pain away?
Golden Sun, won't you
Staring down the
come?
pain now.
Good
You
song
see
pool by the
a reasonable
caster.
hand on the other side of the table, that
That's
last
funny.
remaining lava burst for him. Fire Tenant strike first. Cut through, does have some daggers to work with. Rising Resentment
Is
here
this
as well. So
foil or
plenty of
no?
flavors of head jab plus, but 17 damage does ask some
is
questions.
it? I think it's foil. It's like so subtle. Oh, it's foil, but it's
And it
super
would not
subtle.
like Brody Spellbox to take his time here.
That makes it $5
Player who really
buckaroos.
likes to think through all of his possible lines, even on a pretty ostensibly straightforward strategy and hero. Has to consider
This is
maybe if there's
not
a chance to preserve life adequately.
foil.
What card will be used to that effect? Dragon Scalar Flight Path has already been used for its single point of block. Brody's not ready to part with any of his other equipment, so he just takes it. My goodness, plummeting down to 8 points of life.
Holy,
As the
taking
Golden
the
Sun, true to his
17.
name, comes clattering across.
I think this is a pretty spectacular choice from Brody. He's a bit priced in this scenario, understands that if 21 plays 15, 21 plays 14, this is still a very problematic situation if we're looking at these kind of numbers. You need as
Who's
many
Snuff
resources
out?
as possible to threaten Mask of Momentum. This is how you earn cards from Davidas. And as a result, I need these 4 cards. The hand functions. I can threaten multiple chain links. This is the
Charcoal.
only way I get
What's
back
up?
in. Might as well be on 8 instead.
Yeah, might as well go to 8 and have 4 cards.
Rising
He has a lava
Resentment
burst
being
at least to end the
set
chain
down
here.
there. That would be the final lava burst. We've seen quite a few chain enders for Brody, though, been able to still be used, but many of them have gotten in on blocks. Looks like Brody's done with that era in this game. Need to start asking for cards from our Victor Goldmane player. Fire Tenant strike first will get into the red zone initially. That means that Brody's next Draconic attack is going to get that +1.
We did see Brody debating sequencing here as to whether or not they wanted the bonus from this Fire Tenant now, later, if it wanted to land on Rising Resentment, land on Lava Burst, and these are the decisions that are going to make or break this game. Putting that breakpoint in the right place is going to threaten additional blocks, going to force additional armor to come out on defense, and hopefully allow a Mask of Momentum trigger to sneak on through.
Rising Resentment, of course, promises cost reduction. When it hits, get a banish an attack action card from hand. And it would be 1 cheaper. I think that really is playing into the calculus here for Brody. Love himself
Is
a
this
Mask of Momentum
foil?
trigger, so
No,
it's
it's not
likely a question of
foil.
how can I
Definitely not foil.
effectively get some breakpoints at my opponent? How can I make blocking inefficient? Fire Tenant strike first promises obviously a buff, but
This is a
cut
this is
through,
a
for
cold
example,
foil
is-
Mask of the Pouncing Lynx. Why is this not in a fucking sleeve?
This was a very real decision for Brody here. There is a fealty token in play. If he wants that cut through to be Draconic, it can be. The question is if sending 4 into 4 is more profitable.
Mask of
than
the Pouncing
sending
Lynx
5
cold
into
foil.
a kunai.
Is this
into a
first
lava
edition?
burst,
I guess this
trying to
has to be
prevent
first
more
edition.
Awkward numbers in order to make
The
Davidius
cold foil is $10
struggle
bucks.
with these blocks. That was a very real decision point. I think I'd have landed in the similar spot here. Rising Resentment. This effect is not looking to pressure anything here. We know the 2 cards in hand do cost 0. But our Victor player doesn't know that. There is the threat of not Hunt the Hunter, but other 1-cost chain enders. Are the Dragon Scale been fairly popular among the Syndra decks these weekends? So this is a relevant factor. Does choose, I believe, to let this one slide. Extra fealty being made.
Holy, these are expensive too.
Potentially Chainlink 4 again, denying that additional value from Mask of Momentum.
Yeah, so Brody, what is obviously important is finding those breakpoints. Flick Knives will, allow you to keep like a 3-power chain link alive for the purposes of, trying to get to Mask of Momentum. Those kunais can be used offensively, but pitching for them, it's a little trickier. 17 plays 8. And it's going to be the cut through to follow next.
Cut through sequencing throughout this turn definitely required some thought because it kind of demands the Flick Knives activation in order to grant +1 and go again to this cut through. That's why we saw
Is
Brody
foil?
pausing for so
No.
long. He had to consider not only about where that bonus goes if we made it Draconic, but
Oh, this is a
giving it the
buff.
Flick Knives
It's pretty
activation.
good.
So I can't necessarily keep the chain link open twice if I give it up now.
Oh,
They should be
I've
pretty
gone
face
through
up
all of
to-
the Majestics in this
Yeah, I
binder
see
and
it.
listed all the ones I'm not going to be playing on TCG Player. Feels good.
We're pretty aware that cut-throughs hit can
Feels
always be
good.
guaranteed if only one card is going to be offered. Here comes the flick.
Now I just got to go through all of my range. I'm going to transfer
Surprises.
all of
Let's
my
cut through,
Ranger
see one over.
cards
The 3 block we see.
into this binder. So I have two
Allows
different
final attack that
binders.
we know to be a lava burst to threaten Mask of Momentum. The question is whether or not our Lithuanian national champion is willing to dedicate both remaining cards to deny it.
But there's no go again option here, really. There was no fealty token used to make another Draconic chain link. So you'd have to pitch for the Dragon Scalar flight path.
No worries on the flight path. Just needed to deny that Mask. Didn't want to give up the arsenal value. Enlightened Strike not worth as much in this spot. And we see again, it's very tempting. When you have 7 of your own power in hand, your opponent is on 8 life to just, I can stomach a lava burst, you can have an arsenal. That is how the game slips away. We've seen Davidas time and again have the self-control to keep blocking out the Mask of Momentum, and regardless of how ahead
Yeah,
they
this
are
is
in
just the
life,
way he
they are
wins this
willing
matchup
to
is just to
stay the course in this role,
walk
leverage
Brody
Mask
down the
like
life
test of
totals
strength to find the
until
right
the Syndra has an off turn,
For
right?
Davidas, it potentially represents a free block. Gold token gain, so card drawn. Test of strength getting all
You just gotta
4
keep
of its
walking
points of
him.
value. Just not always guaranteed against Syndra. Oath of Loyalty now means Brody must play only Draconic cards. Now, those 2 fealty tokens in play will allow him to allow his non-Draconics to masquerade as such. Obviously, clean block here on chain link number 1 means Brody would have to get pretty lengthy to really be able to get a mask trigger through. This is look, let's just be clear. This is a very difficult matchup for Syndra. Not only do we see Victor, frequently blocking very efficiently, but then sends disruptive on hits back on small hands that really make it hard for Syndra to play the game. Hot on their heels will be the second accompaniment.
I want to talk about how important that test of strength was here on Chainlink 1, not only locking down that first attempt at keeping Mask open, but that gold generation draws that card for Victor Goldmane, grants more defensive options to Davidius as the turn continues. We will see the kunai flicked here to keep the chain open on Chainlink 2, but with 3 cards remaining in hand, there is a significantly higher level of control
Ooh, there's
about
3
when we
Codex
play
of Blood
defense
Rot.
and whether cards need to be kept.
And so Brown with Cinderclaw. Ask the question again.
My God, excuse
Ostensibly easier to cover up for the Guardian. Already given 2 cards here on blocks. Was able to draw a free 1, of course, off the gold. Happy to take the 3 damage now. Davidas down to 11. Last card in hand now for Brody Spurlock.
I like this a lot. Easy to pick a fight here and think you're closing off
Oh.
the chain one way or the other, but all you're doing is expending the same
I have
number
a-
of cards.
another-
So make Brody have a functional attack. Make sure that last card isn't a 1 cost and you don't need to deny Mask anyway. And more importantly, take them off an arsenal. Force the issue
Loyalty
now.
Beyond the
Make sure
Grave.
next turn
Do I
is a
just have
little
one of
less
these?
Wide. You can still commit
I
those
do.
blocks on this
Nice.
final turn and rewarded for holding Clash of Vigor in
Non-foil.
that spot as well.
Still $3 or
Pretty
two,
fair, Davidas, because
$2.50.
when the clash out here, knows what's on top, of course, for Brody. So can make a bit more of an informed decision when it comes to blocks. Here's the clash. Clash of Vigor.
That is not
It's a
big
4.
enough. Clash of Vigor only
We got
a 4.
gold.
We do, but would rather
Okay.
hold on to that gold here.
And that gold represents extra points of power when it comes to those Visit the Goldmane Estates.
Mm-hmm.
So what will it be from our Lithuanian national champion to send back? Another fault line here. Brody obviously off Arsenal. Damage is damage. It's going to demand respect.
How much is it? It's 7 if you have a card in Arsenal, it's +1. Like you said, 7 is 7.
Rather efficient in this spot, especially after 3 cards were spent on defense, courtesy of that gold token, providing an additional draw, and you can see the pain in the face for Brody Spurlock.
It's a stressful game for the Syndra to play. She's constantly trying to look for a way through. Wrath of Retribution in the hand, though. Ignite the starter you need. Blaze Headlong, an easy option to play after it.
This hand is gigantic. Wrath of Retribution is the power card in Syndra these days. Provides the level resilience you need to go wide enough and challenge multiple times with that Mask of Momentum from that powerful legendary specialization.
Fire and Brimstone could never, by the way, as its counterpart in Fang. It does not represent nearly as much ridiculousness. Wrath of Retribution, of course, it gets cheaper to play with each Draconic Chain that you control, but importantly, your daggers get +1 and are free to activate.
All kinds of tricks with that card. If you flick and rebuy the dagger, it is a new object. You can Dragon Scale a Flight Path. You can attack with it again after it's been rebought. So sometimes we see upwards of 4 dagger attacks on these big Wrath of Retribution turns. The problem with that, Brody wants to keep this entire toolkit to make the hand function. They have to fall down to 1.
It just means a strong wind blows them over, or anything overpower. Another Golden Sun found would functionally end the game. Macho Grande would also get you there as well. There's plenty of those lurking in these
I just realized. For Marlon.
Oh, we're doing it. All right.
Oh my god, he's going to 1. Just block it out.
There is no S key on this build. There is no going down gears. There is only upward.
Holy.
Ignite feeling like an apt start to this turn. Things are certainly about to heat up.
Ignite.
2 damage being recorded. Davidas doesn't really see the value proposition in getting on blocks there.
Kunai for 1.
Kunai of Retribution. The follow-up.
Big fan of this. Easy to want to hold on to every single dagger swing until after the Wrath, but reduction best spent here to provide another chain link. You really want to be threatening Mask of Retribution here as many times as possible on this big pop-off turn, because that is how you find
Blaze Headlong.
ridiculous level of damage you need to catch up here.
Okay, this is going to earn the Aura Mages, and there's yet another clash there. Boulder Drop meets Burning Blade Dance.
Okay.
That's a win for the victor for those at home.
Vigor created, of course. Breakpoint covered for now. Brody with the luxury of flicking that kunai to keep those on-hit triggers for the Mask in check if they would like. We'll debate if that's worth their time at this exact moment.
Clearly a decision he wants to sit on. As we knew, Snatch, Wrath of Retribution are waiting in the grip.
I am expecting this dagger to be flicked here. I would be interested in buying it back once that Wrath is online, swinging with it an additional time once it costs nothing free of charge.
Davidas has a Visit the Goldmane Estate to hand. Something that, in terms of trying to finish the game, might not be necessary or even necessarily what he's looking for. He's been picking up that pile, reacquainting himself with it, and putting it back down frequently.
Oh boy.
So at this point, Wrath of Retribution is free.
It's always that small mini game when you're in a board state like this. You want to understand all your options, but you don't want your opponent to think that you are thinking about those options. So
Flick 7.
hand down periodically, not a bad move. That kunai does get flicked here. We'll see Mask maintained as Retribution begins.
Yeah, here comes that Wrath of Retribution now.
Oh god.
This, of course, in terms of preventing a Mask of Momentum trigger, easy enough to block. It's what comes after. That's what should be terrifying. With that kunai in the graveyard being able to be brought back. Attacked with for free and for 2 each. Davidas is getting a little bit too low to stomach such a thing. Righteous Cleansing. One of the most metal arts in the game. This card is getting turned sideways, though, used for its block value.
Mitch, this is going to be tight. We see multiple kunai of Retribution coming in here. Again, those Dragon Scale of Flight Path are available for yet another kunai swing. Means that if all the daggers are taken, Davidius would fall down to 1, and then Snatch would read
Does he have the
die,
ability to
draw 2,
swing lethal
which might be
now?
the single best Flesh and Blood card I have ever seen.
And Davidas is out of armor. He has no easy way to cover over those.
Oh yeah, he is out of
damage
armor.
to the kunai of Retribution. He has to understand there's not much he can do about. And you know, should have been required that Snatch can be given go again.
This is incredibly tough. You really want to keep some amount of cards here to threaten Brody Spurlock. If you can't take cards away from him, he has free reign to utilize Flick Knives to pick away those final few points. But if you do keep cards, you're going to take a bucket load of damage. Wrath of Retribution was the piece that was missing. Brody Spurlock is firmly back into this game.
He still has a card in hand, too.
That's a shake of the head. Yeah, right look on the face. Davidas realizes they've got to take this damage. They do need to descend to 3. Knowing that any card left behind in Brody's hand, unless it was like a throw dagger, in which case you probably would have seen it earlier, will be representing lethal damage for the Lithuanian. Goldmane Estate on hand is great, but you won't be casting homes at 0 life, my friend.
Worth reminding, those Flick Knives have been used this turn. We did Flick on Chainlink 2. A gap in the middle of the Chainlink there from the dagger that was there once before. So no threat of losing the game immediately should this Kunai connect. But of course, a lingering threat in following turns. Flick Knives provides a sense of inevitability quite unlike any other piece of equipment in Flesh and Blood.
Crown of Dominion is quite the centerpiece, but it does not defend. It is purely for adornment. Dragon Scaler Flight Path. This is a different line, of course, enabling another dagger attack. It should go again, of course, from the current attack, but also allows you to attack again with a weapon.
If we take 2 damage, 4 to 1. Ophidius, he's obliged to cover the snatch in its entirety.
He's got to give it all.
But if you do block this Kunai, you might be able to survive. But Brody Spurlock will park an Arsenal as a result.
And at 3, Davidas knows that his time on this battlefield will be very, very short if he allowed his opponent, seasoned competitor, player of the year in America, to turn back around and put him out of his misery.
Quite the upset on the cards here for the Wunderkind.
Holy.
Fueled by pure determination and ham sandwiches. Brody Spurlock making sure that he makes it clear that Syndra and Flick Knives have been activated this turn. Gesturing towards the life counter is Davidas.
I think if I am Victor Goldmane in this spot, the correct answer is have it. I need that last card in your hand to be a 2-cost card. I'm not expecting you to play. The Tunic is still available here, so even 1 cost would do it.
Do you have it, Mr. Spurlock?
But to win the game,
well,
you need cards.
This guy always has it, by the way. Always has it. Here's the snatch. And the dismay evident on the Lithuanians' features. This asks for 2 cards. And Brody Spurlock at 1 life will get to turn around with a
Man, he wins.
Again, in a situation where Flick Knives will guarantee victory.
He just...
Not impossible, the Shelter from the Storm or similar card.
That's the game. Davidas knows. Riding on the wall. He's dead to Flick Knives on the next turn cycle anyway.
Yeah, he's dead to pitch 3 Flick Knives.
One of the most grueling challenges for any
God.
player
Alright.
Showing everybody how
Guess
to do
he's
it.
gonna fucking continue on.
I said it at the start of the game, I'll say it again at the end. If there's any Syndra player in the room that can vanquish Victor Goldmane, it is our player of the year, potentially, Brody Spurlock.
Now, turns out the melting point of gold isn't that high. Victor Goldmane unable to hold up.
Isn't that high.
The Drakai of Retribution was bringing on down. Very impressive stuff from Brody Spurlock, and this round was crucial. With that loss, Davidas is out of the World Championship top.
Yeah, he's out of the top 8. Damn.
For his opponent, Brody Spurlock, but it's certainly one giant step forward to guaranteeing that position, and also very likely
Unfortunate.
Overall player of the year.
Certainly looking good for Brody at this point in time. I haven't had a chance to peek at where Jacob is in the standings. I understand they've been 1 win behind for the majority of the race. So I think they are, unfortunately, not live for top 8 anymore. So Brody Spurlock's fate is in their own hands. If they can wrap this up, bring things forward, they will be our first ever player of the year.
Now, of course, around the corner, if you're seeing these matches, want to get a taste of the action yourself, want to get into the game of Flesh and Blood, or you're looking at maybe a different classic constructed option based on what you've seen over the course this weekend. Armory decks, of course, are one of the newer products designed to meet
No, there
such a
isn't.
need. Armory deck Pleiades
There
is
is
in
no.
store.
No, they're
What I love
not.
about these decks, I
Don't
got
listen
the
to
Pleiades
these
one,
fucking
cracked them open.
losers.
It's built for both Blitzing and CC. So there's actually a card in
There
there
is
with
no
deck lists that you take
cards.
into
There
Blitzing.
is
It's
no
actually split
Pleiades
up into
decks
those halves,
anywhere.
so you could just grab half the deck,
You
sleeve it
can't
up,
buy
and go
it.
with it. It's a
It's
fantastic product to get
obnoxious.
in.
I'm a really big fan of this one. Unsurprisingly, had the pleasure of building Pleiades over in Montreal at the World Premiere. Play that deck before it ever got any airtime.
You've been cooking on Pleiades.
I have been. I do enjoy the hero. It was nerve-wracking, very enjoyable. I feel like this deck has potential in the future when a metagame fits.
Oh,
a
this
little
is
bit
the wrong
better, but
card.
It does have innately powerful cards. Not only that, it's a great onboarding platform.
You
I think, for new
can't
players.
buy
Guardian,
the
a lot of
You
fundamentals
can't
put
buy
on
the
there, but there
fucking
is still some
decks
issues with
anywhere.
timing windows,
You
counter
can't buy
manipulation,
them
and occasionally teaches you how to take
anywhere.
some extra turns as well.
And of course, Armory deck Rhinar is
It's
now out
obnoxious.
and available to be picked up. And a
No,
lot of
it's
group
not.
players
We didn't
quite
fucking get it.
excited, about the opportunity to add
Is this
some new tools
foil?
to their decks, or
No.
those prospective brutes with a chance to get into the game. Talk me through some of these options.
Literally
now, because we're
can't
leaning
fucking
into
play it.
Just as a mechanic for Rhinar.
I'm so happy about it as well. It's so flavorful that we have Bear.
We literally
Destruction,
couldn't get
a
it.
card that cares not only if you've beaten your chest, but that you don't control a chest equipment. And that makes sense to me. If you've been
Just
beating
break
your
it
chest
open.
relentlessly, there's going to be some open space in the middle there. You need to be bare-chested and brute-like to make the most of Bear Destruction. Alpha Instinct, pretty phenomenal new piece of support there. Blue 6, everything those Rhinar players have been asking for. The other two cards here have my attention because they are rares. Bear Swing, Smell Fear, going to be all stars of the Silver Age format coming out of this deck. Means that there will be potentially 3 formats you can explore Rhinar in the near future.
Absolute Smell Fear, of course, not only having the discard of a 6, but Intimidate stapled to the card. And promising you a buff as well, pretty powerful. Now, talking about having an empty chest slot, this is why. Talk of Vim, especially I'm looking at, allows you to destroy this whenever you beat chest to discount your next brute attack action by 2. But in general, there's a lot of
I wish I
options
could
here.
buy
Also,
these.
a
I wish I
gorgeous
could buy
reprint
these
of the
decks.
Goliath Gore, the iconic arm piece in Flesh and Blood.
Love to see
But you
fanatic
can't buy 'em
armor
anywhere.
suites in these armory
They're
decks,
not
make these
fucking-
heroes come
you
alive
can't
a
find 'em
little more. I
anywhere.
find
But I
Torque
would
of Bear,
love to
pretty
buy
cool
'em.
card, perfect amount
But
of
you
resources
cannot
to
buy
pay for
armory
Bear
decks
fans
anywhere.
or pay for a wild ride. So some applications there.
So
Again, wanna
fun, so
highlight
cool.
Specifically Echo Cask in this case. Headpiece of choice in Classic Constructed tends to be Scowling Fleshback
Ugh.
for these brutes. That's a rare. It's going to be an all-star in Silver Age.
And nothing says I want to go nuts more than tearing off all your equipment. Fair enough. That's obviously what Rhino is going to be offering you. Let's have a look at Arachne, of course, in stores December 12th. Another armory deck, of course, for our beloved Arachne Slip Through the Cracks, or Slippy as he's affectionately known. And this card, Meat Madness, a stealth attack, 0 cost with a random on-hit effect. Seems pretty compelling.
Happy to see some chaos bleeding into this hero. If you want to meet Madness on December 12th, make sure that you pick up this deck.
I would
believe there
love
are
to
a
pick up
few
this deck
more
on December
cards from this
12th. I
one
sure hope I
revealed
get it
courtesy
in the
of
store.
The guide that we had given out here at this event, and I believe they've no doubt spread onto the internet at this point as well. So if you're more intrigued by what you'll find inside, go hunting. You'll have to dig deep into the cracks to find out what's inside this one.
Stay peeled for that one. And also, we've just had it announced, Armory Deck Origins features Hala in stores next year, April
Whoa,
17th.
every
For those
April
Warrior
17th.
fans out there, I consider myself amongst your midst. I'm very interested to see
Interesting.
what the weapon is. Obviously,
Sharpen
Warriors know
target
that their
sword you
weapons really are
control.
where so much of the
Sharpen
strength of
target
a deck
plus what
comes
kind
from.
of move
Hala,
on.
of course, being
Yeah.
able to put a counter on that sword during her turn at the cost of a blue. So very interested to see how that interacts. Obviously, old and new warrior synergy should play quite nicely here.
You know, I've been
That's
hearing
pretty
some
cool.
whispers over the course
That's
of the
pretty
weekend
sick
since Hala
looking.
And this armory deck were announced. Talking to some LSS staff, what do you think? Are you fans of the hero? How did it play internally? Or we think it's a benchmark for Classic Constructed. This one's a pretty powerful hero. I imagine
Really?
you'll be seeing some amount of it. And if you wanna get
Interesting.
involved with
That
how
means that the
to
next
into
hero,
Classic
that means the
Constructed,
next set
no
is
better
all
way than
about
picking up this product.
If like
Fantastic.
me and you simp for
Warriors,
bright, shiny
right?
armor, that is exactly where you want to be. Hala Blade Saint of the Val, of course, April 16th available.
Oh, there's a
in
vigor
stores.
token
now,
in
next
here.
round is going to be a very important one, of course. We, of course, sat waiting for our
Excuse
to
me.
come for us. Round number 14. It's going to be around the corner here. The very best in Flesh and Blood are still out there, giving it their all, leaving nothing behind. You guys should stick around to see how it all plays out.
God, I hope they fix the armory deck issue because I still can't buy in.
Hello everybody. I've been reliably informed that some of you are wondering why the camera isn't coming quite so close to my face, so I may have politely asked to take a seat down at the table and approach you directly, have a abrupt conversation about how we're feeling. Are you enjoying the World Championship? I am. It's been really cool to be on the analytics side of things for a change, but I miss you very dearly. It's not quite as fun not getting to talk to the audience at home, but you know what else is really, really fun? Talking to my good friend, Pankaj Vachwani.
It was me, Scott, actually. I was there asking for the close-up on your face, and I'm sure everyone loved that so much. So we are here to chat a little bit. There was a little bit of a pairings issue going on for the previous round, so we're here to just hang out and talk about how the World Championship has been going. Scott, what has been your take on both the CC and LL side of things?
You know, I expect to have a lot of fun, but I've had way more fun than I expected somehow, which is a strange happening. But above all else, I actually want to go home and play some Living Legend, which is wild because I've played hundreds of games of LL heading into this weekend across multiple pairing testing teams. Just kind of bring that knowledge up to the forefront to make sure you're ready for the game. Jimmy Nero Demers on Chain has just made me want to go back and play Monarch Classic Constructed all over again, and that's as close as I'm going to get. I want to resolve some Eclipse, I want to play some Rift Binds, I want to play some Seeds of Agony. I've missed it so very much.
And Jimmy was one with the Boomer Chain, right?
Oh, yeah.
And I know you were a massive proponent of Chain coming into this weekend. I was on the Doomer side of things. I thought the guy's death was not exaggerated and actually very legit, but so many other players showed us the exact opposite. Were the Chain list that performed, in your opinion, the ones that you were expecting to perform, or were you looking at a little bit more of a RuneGate version, a little bit more of a disruption version?
It looks like a mixture. I think Jimmy is definitely the signpost for Boomer Chain by the looks of things and the way that deck has performed, but I know they had worked periodically with other Chain believers who were more RuneGate-centric. I think Florian Christian Logan is still in contention here on a more RuneGate-centric version of Chain, so I think the verdict is out. We'll have to wait and see how that plays out. I am nostalgic.
Oh, they're starting the next round.
I enjoy RuneGates. It's all fun. It's fine. It feels powerful. But I've missed Seeds of Agony and Riftbind.
No,
It's been so long since I've played a Riftbind. And I think that's what I'm most desperate for coming out of those.
I'll take the dog out after this round.
We had some incredible games. I wanted to watch some more right now.
It'll be all right.
I see you guys had another fantastic feature match that I sadly
It usually
missed
goes
on.
way longer
Had a
during the
Randy
week without
Huntsman Verdance game back
going
in the day
outside.
There was a blast to call, and I'm reliably informed was a fan favorite as well.
It was a very good one for sure. I think it shows the shift that has been happening on the Verdance lists, particularly moving away from having all the combo pieces. Lucas Oswald, for example, in that match was only running 2 of the potions instead of the standard 4, which is what you need to have a very, very big combo. And that's kind of what ended up leading him to get fatigued, in all honesty.
Any particular highlights for you across the formats you wanted to share?
I really enjoyed Cody Williams' Zen. I think the Cody Williams Zen game against Justin Ku's Gravy in LL was one for the ages. There was so much back and forth in that game. It started off with Cody with that massive Sacred Art turn to put Justin to very, like a half life total, but then Justin Ku comes back with a massive hand and a gold advantage to bring Cody's life total all the way back down. Cody has a little bit of a break, but then catches Justin out with that Warmonger's Diplomacy, which basically made Justin IP 3 cards, and then he closed it out from there. It was such a fantastic game, masterclass on both sides.
Gravy Bones, not a deck I was expecting to see in Living Legend. I'm glad it found its footing in the hands of some very, very good players. You've clearly been enjoying yourself. I've clearly been enjoying myself. Let me know if you've been enjoying yourself in the chat. We're going to step away for a brief break and be right back with the games in just a moment. Stay tuned.
2 days of competition gone by here from the World Championships in Philadelphia, and 2 rounds to go. And you know what that means, folks. It's time for 2 win and ins in this round that we get to show you for 2 of our players. We got to make sure that that's all going to be, you know, copacetic with the standings, but that's what we think and that's what we hope. So let's check out these standings and see why we have come to that conclusion. It's because we got a couple of 11 and 2s left. Only 4 of them still remain, and they're doing battle all throughout the arena these days. Ponkage, what else are you seeing as we look at nearly our last set of standings before the top 8?
Well, the first thing that stands out to me, Sam, is that just a few rounds ago, we lost our only undefeated player. And now we no longer have any X1s either. The best record we have so far at the World Championships as we get into the last 2 rounds of Classic Constructed of Swiss before we hit the top 8, no one has an X1 or better record. We have 4 11 and 2s. If they win their round that's coming up right now, they are locked for top 8. So on that side of the feature match, it's a win and in for them.
Yeah, it's very exciting stuff happening all over our arena and our standings here from the World Championships. But this does mean, like you alluded to, Cody Williams and Jimmy Demirs having a bit of a tougher go these last couple of rounds. Cody Williams X1 to start the day, currently X3. Jimmy Demirs was X&0, now X&2, which means they've taken 2 losses so far. They can't take many more and still make the top 8. And you know they want it, being so close with those sterling records.
And also amongst these X2 players, 2 Gravies, 2 Verdances, and Classic Constructed. Where are the Syndras? The first Syndra that we see is all the way down in 9th place right now by Brody Spurlock. Huge shout out to him, by the way, taking down a Victor in that last game, the previous round on feature as well. That is one of Syndra's toughest matchups. Not a matchup you expect to see as well in round 13 of the World Championships. You don't expect a Victor to get that far in a field full of Verdances and Gravies, but Brody Spurlock went ahead and took it down with a final Wrath of Retribution turn. That was an absolute treat to watch.
Oh, hey, wowzers. There's so much Canada on these standings. You look at 1, 2, 8, 17. So much Canadian pride currently. 4, Matt Dilks as well. So much of these current standings made up by our friends up north from us here in Philly at the moment. But it's just a scrum, Ponkage. You look at how many X and 2s, how many X and 3s there are this round, all the way down to 17. It is going to be a mad dash to the finish line. We've got all of these players that are going to be fighting so close, tooth and nail, to get into the top 8.
17 players currently with X3 or better records, all fighting for contention, all
Had to
trying
take a
to make it to
dog
the
break.
top 8 for the 4th ever World Championships in Flesh and Blood.
Well, we've talked about it enough. I want to get down into the arena. I want to see if we can find our first top 8 competitor from the 4th World Championship in Flesh and Blood history. You've got a calling champ on the left side of your screen. Jacob Allen, we look over on the right. It's actually 11.
Is this a win and in? I assume this is a win and in.
Draw for Jacob Allen. It's not, you know, reflected as a draw on here, but it is basically the same thing. And we look across the table, a couple of Canadians facing off.
So not a full hard win and in for both these players. Whoever wins is locked for top 8, but it doesn't mean
whoever wins is locked for top 8. As soon as I put back on my headphones, nice.
In the Swiss rounds, we see him take down Aaron Shans round 1. Very, very strong opponent there. Only taking 2 losses so far on day 1 by Justin Koo and Jack Mountford.
Yeah, you take a look at the next day of competition. It's been a bunch of W's for Matthew Dilks. Was X and 1 all the way until last round. I think.
Oh, he lost to Cody Williams.
Does look like a bit. Yeah, it's a bit of a miscommunication here, but we'll move ahead and soon see the other set of results as we look at Jacob Allen's results as well. Man, taking out a bunch of Americans on the first start to the day.
That's right. Jacob Allen came into day 2 of the World Championships as one of the 3 undefeated players, but unfortunately took a little bit of the blemishes on day 2. He had a draw and a loss as well, so currently in the 11 and 2 as he fights for top 8 contention.
Well, both players here fighting. They are, as we see the beginning of the game, Prismatic ley line into a murderous rabble, and then the back alley break line just being taken care of by Jacob Allen. And interestingly, I wonder if Matthew Dilks was just desperate to filter, because in doing all of those kind of mopey attacks, all of a sudden Jacob Allen got a bunch of filtering. You see that Earth card staring at you from the top of the graveyard. You have to wonder, was it worth it?
Ever since the Tipple bans, the Gravies have sometimes struggled to find their allies to get their allies in the yard early in the game. Matthew Dilks is desperately hunting for impactful allies, currently holding on to a Scuba Salty Sea Dog. Not exactly the ally that you want to see. At this point in the game, before the Verdance is online, the allies that you want are stuff like Rigor Mortis, because once Verdance is online, she can just ping away those allies. But before then, she has a very difficult time dealing with his 1 health allies. Matthew Dilks wants to find that, not so much the Scuba Salty Sea Dog.
Wow, look at that. No gold. So all Matt Dilks can do is play a Scuba from hand, IP1, and pass. Pankaj, you have played a lot of Verdance. You understand the Gravy Bones deck from watching it so much here with me in the coverage booth. Just walk me through a bit of this matchup at such a high level, potentially playing for a top 8.
Priority for the Verdant side is to decompose as soon as possible. Once you are online, you get so much more freedom when it comes to clearing allies. You can
Makes
play a
sense.
Heartbeat, clear some allies, discarded fruits, clear Rigor Mortis, for example, and keep the board clear as you pressure the Gravy Bones' face.
And look at that. Just going to be another similar turn from Jacob. He attacks into the Enlightened Strike, he attacks with the Enlightened Strike into the Scuba, and then just passes. Maybe saying, listen, you couldn't convert your hand very well last turn. I'm not going to give you a chance to do so this turn as well.
He also had a little bit of an awkward hand on Jacob Allen's side. He had a Burn Bear, I believe, and just a couple of reds. I'm not even sure if he was able to resolve anything else in that hand aside from that E-Strike. I want to take a moment and talk about the equipment loadout that Matthew Dilks has chosen to present over here. Gravy Bones have been a little bit contentious on whether they want to present AB2 or AB3 for this matchup. Matthew Dilks has chosen to bring in AB3, which does confer some advantages and some disadvantages as well. The main advantage being that these days, Verdances have a lot of 6 damage arcane spells, and also some of them are running Channel the Millennium Tree. Having AB3 means you leak a lot less damage to those cards. However, not having access to gold-baited hook can severely cripple your gold generation, and it severely cripples your offense.
2 allies in the yard, joined by a third for Matthew Dilks. The Compass of Sunken Treasure going to be activated here. Still 1 gold remaining. Both Marvel heroes on both sides of the table. Back alley break line going to be pitched into the gold. We saw the card on top. We want it if we're in Matthew Dilks' seat. Let's see exactly what it was. Looks like it was that lone
shit, I
shark
just
that's
got an
about to
order.
be played. I saw it ripped off the top, so the lone shark was on the top of the deck. Matt Dilks said, I'm fine trading 1 gold for 2 in this spot.
I was just about to say,
Whoa,
going down
that's a
to
huge
0 gold is
order.
quite risky as a Gravy Bones.
What did
but
this
no
person
shark
just
up the
buy
top
for
is
me?
exactly why Matthew Dilks chose to make that play. Rigor Mortis hits
A
the field
massive
before
order.
Jacob Allen as
Oh
a
my
single Earth card
God.
in the banner zone here, so Jacob Allen will need to find a clean, honest way to clear this very pesky ally.
And take a look at the pitch zone. You can see
This
a
guy just
regular
bought
Humperdinck in the pitch from Matt Dilks. You know that's headed to
a
the bottom of the deck alongside
ton
of back
of
alley
my
break line. You have to wonder,
Flesh
is
and
he
Blood
setting up something
Majestics.
nasty with action points and a big ol' humper?
This matchup has seen quite a bit of churn in the past few weeks. Some
All right.
producers believe that the best game plan into Gravy is to fatigue them. Just get rid of all their allies. They run 15 to 16 of them. You remove all of them, and then you have inevitability, say, off of something like an Evergreen, for example, that you can just recur infinitely while the Gravy Bones has no weapon of their own. Whaler Humperdinck on Matthew Dilks' side insulates him from that potential endgame a fair bit. As we see the first decompose come out from Jacob Allen's side, that is very, very important. He needs to rush to that 8 Earth cards in banners as soon as he can.
See here. How is this Rigor Mortis going to get taken care of? Burn Bear goes straight to the face. Bear goes straight to the face here. Is the call for Jacob Allen. 36, currently playing 37. 50 minutes remaining. We have to know Jacob Allen's going to be a little more careful with the clock this go-round, given that it didn't work out so well for him earlier in our tournament today. But he says, I don't care about your Rigor Mortis right now. This Burn Bear is going straight at the dome.
It is so inefficient to clear Rigor Mortis before you're online. The best way to clear that is just a Verdance ping. So Jacob Allen wants to put on the pressure, get cards out of Matthew Dilks' hand, buys just sending a bunch of damage race. If you leak too much damage to these 6 damage spells, suddenly you're in Strider's range before you know it. We haven't seen a card like Felling of the Crown, for example, yet from Jacob Allen's side, which can leak quite a bit of damage too. So Jacob Allen knows that Matthew Dilks is very priced into at least preventing a bunch of this arcane damage that he's sending this early in the game.
So you've talked about the kind of contention in the Verdance plans coming into this weekend. Anything you're noticing about the way Jacob Allen is playing, or is it too early to tell about which kind of side of the coin he might be on?
Currently, it seems like he's going down the kill my opponent's plan with the arcane damage that he's been sending face and just leaving the Rigor Mortis on the field, of course. But of course, that could have just been a texture of his hand.
Yeah,
sort of
like
thing.
you said,
If you find these
the
arcane
Verdance
spells.
pings, yeah.
Exactly.
Golden Tipple blue here, the only Golden Tipple that remains usable for these Gravy Bones deck. A little less impressive without the gold-baited hook, and that's part of the problem of bringing in the AB3. You don't get the free hook activation on a turn like this, where the Oyston hits the
Oh
yard.
my god, I have
Golden
so
Tipple
many
attack,
Azalea
does just in time
heroes.
for one
Jesus
without
Christ.
That really important on-hit stapled on top. Let's see what the Dead Threads is going to power up. It's going to be a Saltwater Swell. Off the top, it's a Rigor Mortis, so no resources. You have to wonder, did Matt need it, or was he just happy to do this no matter what? The Dead Threads use made me think maybe he wanted those resources.
Red Saltwater Swell is an interesting inclusion in the gravy list. Some lists aren't running that card, but I know some players are huge proponents of that, mostly because of Prismatic Leyline. If the only red attacks in your deck are the Conqueror, sometimes you don't get the full 6 value from Prismatic Leyline, so Matthew Dilks has chosen to add some red swells as well, so that when he resolves the Leylines, of which we have already seen one resolve this game, those can come in for 6 instead of just 5.
Matthew Dukes as well here had the perfect blue for this Sawbones play. All of a sudden, 2 allies shamble forth, ready to attack and claw, trying to bring that Verdant Wizard down beneath the depths where she can choke under the pressure of the waves. But a felling of the crown, a nice response here for Jacob. It's going to be a decompose. We're going to see Earth. We're going to see Earth. We're going to see
3
Earth. Yeah, going 3 Earths as soon as possible because, like you said, we need that Verdance ability online for those pings.
Also, his arsenal is a Cadaverous Tilling. This Felling of the Crown is going to go to the graveyard now. I believe that it will be the only Earth card at the end of this turn. If he can get 2 more Earth cards in the graveyard on the following turn cycle, he can play the Cadaverous Tilling and go ahead and get up to 8 Earth cards in the Banish Zone, which would be a very, very quick clock for Verdance to come online. That would be a turn 4 or turn 5 coming online for the Verdance, which would be a massive benefit in this matchup. However, as we say that, Sawbones offers quite a little bit of a problem for that plan on the Verdance side. You need to get rid of that card before your pings are efficient, before they can reliably clear the allies like Rigor Mortis.
Fearless Confrontation utilized there to block alongside Sawbones Dockhand, freeing up that 1 damage prevention. It's going to be Call to the Grave, grabbing another Sawbones. It's going to start to get challenging for Jacob to deal with 2 of these allies if they both hit the field at the same time.
Multiple Sawbones is very, very difficult for especially something like a Verdance to deal with. I'm curious whether Jacob Allen is running a card like Scar for a Scar in his Verdance list that has gained some popularity for this matchup, also has some incidental value into the Prism matchup. Some Verdances are favoring that card, would come quite in handy. It comes in for 4, so it still gets through 2 Sawbones prevention effects. It doesn't get through both its prevention effects and a Fearless Confrontation, but at that point, I'm not sure if you can actually play around that reasonably.
Ivophidia pitched away. Looking at the top 2 cards after the Sawbones. Did leave him on top, I was looking at something else.
I think he went 1 up, 1 down.
And Avasti here going to be joining the fray to give go again to this Rigor Mortis because the Dead Thread's available for the Sawbones Dockhand as well.
More than just go again, gives him an extra piece of gold as well. And without the gold-baited hook, all these incidental gold pieces that you can gather can be very, very important for the Gravy Bones game plan.
Matthew Dilks took this Gravy Bones deck, currently 11-2, waded through the field of Syndra that came to this tournament, and it did not slow him down for a moment as the Dead Thread resource powers up the Sawbones, and Jacob Allen can do nothing but say, yes,
This guy
I'll
thinks
have
he's
some more. Down to
this
19
guy thinks
he goes.
he
Got an E-Strike in hand.
his
got that
flesh
Cadaverous
as
Tilling.
well.
They go in
This
face,
guy thinks
they
he's
go
flesh
in
as well
after
as
I
blood.
think you have to clear
I
at least
am
once.
a little bit of flesh,
It's
but
just
mostly
too much
blood.
value to leave 2 of them up. That just means Matthew Dilks is healing 2 life turn after turn for the entire rest of the game.
How was the
Go again at Sawbones is the call.
how was the finale, Timborn?
Jacob Allen does have the Tilling in arsenal and a plow in hand, but doesn't have enough Earth cards to decompose. So it looks like this Tilling's just going to be for 6, and I believe he pointed at the Sawbones.
Lovely. Yo, I'm full of blood.
So this would be the 2nd Earth card going to his graveyard, and he's arsenaling the plow under, and yes, that is carrying the Sawbones. Sawbones is such a pain in the side for Verdance Thorn of the Rose here, especially as you get the endgame. Verdance wants to get the opponent into Stratus range as soon as possible, but aside from the AB3, if there are a couple of Sawbones lying around, that messes with the Stratus math completely as well. You need to get rid of that ally. Jacob Allen has recognized that, cleared both the Sawbones off the field, just 1 more remaining in the game that he needs to contend with.
Golden Tipple discards the Chum here. Draws another one.
Lovely.
We see a question answered. Scar for Scar in Jacob Allen's hand as he goes ahead and hides it from us. Would have loved to see that return cycle Pride. That would have been a much more efficient way to clear the Sawbones.
God, these are so expensive. Why are these so expensive?
As Jacob Allen tries to keep enough cards and tries to
My
utilize
God.
that Verdant's ability to ping away some of these allies.
I was sitting on so
Raiding
much
deck
flesh
to
and
just
blood money.
absolutely soar out so much damage, just ride the conquer of the high seas along the waves, and it might be too much for Jacob Allen to deal with as he still has to worry about that
I don't think this is a controversial opinion. Honestly, the Sam and Conkage
doesn't have an extra in his
duo
hand. He has a
for
decomposed
casting
in Arsenal.
is the best in
He doesn't
Flesh
have
and
extra
Blood.
Earth card here
I'm not
to
gonna
get
lie.
into the graveyard so that the Plow Under will get him to 8. So he might need to wait one more turn cycle before he deploys that. Does have the equipment to cover up the Conqueror though, and this is why Stonewall Gauntlet has been quite favored in his matchup on the Verdant side. With the equipment that Jacob Allen has presented, Crown of Providence can fade one Conqueror, and then Stonewall Gauntlet effectively lets you fade another Conqueror by just giving 2 additional cards on top of it. That's what Jacob Allen just did. So that's 2 Conquerors that you can fade. Barkskin can help you with a third one as well, or a defense reaction in Arsenal, for example.
But what do you do about the Rigor Mortis coming in for 6? Scar for Scar's an easy 1-card play. It looks like he might be lining up a couple blocks on this. There's a Scuba around as well. Jacob just taking 6. Down to 12 goes Verdance here as Matthew Dilks can smell a Pro Tour top 8. Excuse me, a World Championship top 8 potentially in his future.
Might be Scar for Scar into face, it looks like. And did a third Earth card hit Jacob Allen's graveyard and we missed it? I counted there's just 2 left. So the Plow Under won't turn him online, but he might just send it for 6.
Matt Dilks are going to activate Gravy Bones, hit a big old whaler Humperdinck into the graveyard. Now look at the top with the Compass of Sunken Treasure.
Unfazed is Matthew Dilks as he just takes the 4 from the Scar for a Scar. And it looks like he's just 6 at Gravy Bones.
I think it is, and there are...
Double checks 2 Earth cards and that chooses not to decompose. I mean, Matthew Dilks doesn't have an arsenal, so this is just 6 damage to the face. Jacob Allen is just trying to raise, just trying to get Matthew Dilks into the...
By the way, chat, whoever wins this is locked for top 8 tomorrow. Whoever wins this is guaranteed top 8 tomorrow.
Arcane Spell, for example, starts to make Matthew Dilks sweat and not able to resolve a full 5-card hand against Jacob Allen.
So pressure's on here.
That is a fascinating question that Jacob Allen is asking, given that he sits at 12. It'll take some time to set up that endgame. More importantly, it'll take some cards in hand that he's got to keep.
And he also got rid of his Decomposer in his arsenal, which means he needs to find another Decomposer and another Earth card to get in the graveyard for him to get online, and that might be a little too late. 5 Earth cards in the Banner Stone for him, though, does mean his Barkskin of the Millennium Tree is online. That can allow him to block reasonably well for a couple of turns. But I think Matthew Dilks smells blood, Sam. He sees his top 8 in the future. He wants it. He is rushing for it as a Conqueror of the High Seas hits the combat chain, the second one that we're seeing this game. No arsenal for Jacob Allen, but 8 damage while Jacob is at 12. He needs to worry about this.
No arsenal, no problem for Matthew Dilks. He's throwing damage that Jacob Allen is accepting, taking 5 down to 7.
Taking 5?
Verdance Thorn of the Rose player. 3 cards in hand. It's E-Strike. It's CNC. I believe it's a blue. It's the Emeritus Scolding that Jacob Allen holds.
Still no Earth card here for Jacob Allen, and that is also just 1 non-attack action. So even if the Barkskin comes out to block, they'll just confer an additional 1 block on that Emeritus Scolding. Jacob Allen needs a little bit more than that if he wants to survive this onslaught. Matthew Dilks already on face-up on the board, has at least 6 more damage in front of Rigor Mortis. Is that the 3rd Conqueror in his hand?
No.
He puts it down just as we tried to take a look at it.
Let's see, Oyston comes out.
Holy.
Go again. It did.
It is.
The High Seas at the table again. A little bit of a shake of the head and a laugh from Jacob as he takes a look at the second time in as many game actions that a Conqueror of the High Seas is attempting to crash across the table and knock Verdance off her thorny heights. And watch as she plunges deep beneath the waves.
This is 14 more damage on this turn from Matthew Dilks' side. Double Conqueror and a Rigor Mortis follow this up as well. Jacob Allen might be the end for him in this game at least.
Oh, and it's so interesting for Jacob, who's 1-1
This is a
in the
rainbow
loss and
foil.
draw column respectively. It does make things a little
No.
funkier when you look towards
Hi,
cutting
bud.
to
What are you
top
doing?
8. So we'll have to see if Jacob Allen does take the loss here, where it ends up.
He can see the math ahead of him. He knows there's going to be 6 more damage coming his way. I think you have to wonder if you're in Jacob Allen's seat at this point, do you just hope that with your gravy opponent at 0 gold, can you just hope that they brick? Try and block as much as you can on this turn. I mean, you have to, because the Rigor Mortis is lethal. Maybe you just fold a hand and say, I hope you just draw a little bit of a brick, which Gravy Bones can do post-Tipple ban.
6 more damage, and Jacob Allen falls down to 1. Matthew Dilks at 18 life, and it feels as though he is in prime pole position to move forward in the victors column and potentially secure his spot into a life-changing Flesh and Blood World Championship top 8.
No gold was created that turn by Matthew Dilks, so the Loan Shark did come and ask for its dues, dealt 2 damage to Matthew Dilks, which does inch him ever so closer to the Stratus range, and an aggressive line from Jacob Allen. They're choosing draw a card on this E-Strike over here. Verdance.
Damn,
not
there's
the
no,
best
this card
counter
is
deck. A
just
whole bunch
straight
of
up not
mopey
listed.
blue earth cards in there. Fruits
Which
of the
is
Forest,
kinda
Autumn
crazy.
Touch. Fruits of the Forest he could at least discard, but stuff like a blue Autumn Touch, not what he wants. But he is taking risks. He knows his back
Ravenous
is against
Meat
Warrior. He
Axe.
needs luck to be on his side if he's going to come out ahead. Choose a draw card. We missed what that arsenal is, but if you're a Jacob Allen fan, you're hoping it's something that can convert well.
I think it might be a Rootbound Carapace. I saw literally like just the edge of the border, but I think he might have been rewarded for playing for the win, looking for something impactful to actually secure his spot as a Saltwater Swell comes down and once again asks for the final block on the Barkskin or a card from hand.
Barkskin block looking real tempting here. Covers this up, creates the embodiment.
Down to 11 is Matthew Dilks. Any more damage and it starts to get dangerous.
But as the Sawbones
Damn,
comes
this
out
just
as
does
well,
not
it's
exist
yet
on
more
TCG Player.
effective life on Matthew
It's
Dilks'
Spectral
side. Either
Shield,
you clear
Ravenous
the
Meat
Sawbones
Axe
and he gets
promo.
free damage prevention, or you clear the Sawbones and it's soaked up a bunch of damage.
Which is kind of crazy that it just straight up
The Rigor Mortis
doesn't
here
exist.
coming in for 6.
Matthew Dilks lines up what looks to be an overblock over here, blocking for 8 on this Rigor Mortis thanks to the embodiment of Earth. He wanted his non-attacks on the previous turn cycle when the opponent went Conqueror, Rigor
Yeah, that would
Mortis.
have been nice. That would have been nice.
That would have been good for Jacob Allen for sure. This time though, gaining 1 life, getting up from the 1 life total to 2. However, Verdant's not online yet, so this ping will be non-existent.
It looks like Jacob might have represented the 1 ping in the Arcane, but only the 5 Earth cards in the Banish. And so that turn is play 1 card, gain 1 life, get 1 value, and stare down the ever-growing armada that slowly grows on the side of Matthew Dilks. Chart the high seas. Will it do more than 2 things? Will it put a blue in the pitch? Will it put a yellow into the graveyard? And will it show Matt Dilks the way into a World Championship top 8?
And will it create a gold token and also have the dead threats be alive? These last few turn
So
cycles
many
coming up,
things.
Matthew Dilks.
The Chart the High Seas does everything as the Whaler Humperdinck comes down and 2 more blues hit the pitch. The whole hand has to be folded in front of this. But now, perhaps the most important ally available to Gravy Bones. Jacob Allen can do nothing but pass
He's
the turn.
got the
Will there
whaler.
be enough resources, enough action points, a way for Matthew Dilks to finish this game?
And now Matthew Dilks also has a gold token as another Whaler Humperdinck hits the graveyard.
Holy.
Tilling, meet Jittery Bones. Whaler hits, handshake extended, and Matthew Dilks takes the win.
He's in the top
In
8,
doing
boys.
so, secures himself a place in the World Championship
Top 8.
Gravy Bones versus Verdance, a matchup that is firmly in Gravy Bones' favor, and Matthew Dilks shows us why, locks in his place in the top 8. Not the end of the road for Jacob Allen, though. If you are a Verdance fan, he still has one more shot to make his way there, but for now, it's all coming up Matthew Dilks.
That was fantastic. You watch Jacob Allen, who's had a tough day 2, came into this thing without a loss.
Yeah, he hasn't lost, but now he's
he needs
not having a good day, huh?
To fight. He potentially has a chance if he wins his next one. But the story of that game, Matthew Dilks, he was in a favored matchup, but he took advantage of it. Nothing is guaranteed in this game, not when you're at those top tables. And for his passion, for his pride, for his skill, he is at the top 8.
And we see exactly why Jacob Allen was in a position that he was in. So confident. He knew from the beginning his plan is to just go face, sending scars, sending E-strikes. All of the Gravy Bones' face recognizes win condition. Unfortunately for him, 3 conquerors from the Gravy side is a little bit difficult for the Verdance to survive. The Decomposers and the Earth cards not quite going his way. Not the end of the road for him, though. For now, Matthew Dilks, though, we have 1 Gravy Bones in the top 8.
And Matt Dilks is no stranger to taking down a tournament at a Tier 4 event, as he is the champion from the Calling in Los Angeles, which had a Pro Tour attached to it. So he was still winning an incredibly impressive tournament, but looking on from afar at the big dance next door. And now he has moseyed his way inside. He'll be busting a move with us tomorrow, as I cannot wait to see that matchup play out, as I also cannot wait for the next set in Flesh and Blood's Compendium, the Compendium.
Whoa!
That hits
in stores February.
Right after the world premiere in London. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think it's an all-timer. I think it's an all-timer.
And this
Dive into the untold stories of Wraith, designed for
Trusted
CC and Silver Age.
Will not be offering limited, but don't worry, limited fans. The future sets will come back to that format. For this one, we have the all-new Silver Age format, which is getting a whole bunch of competitive support for the 2026 Flesh.
Wow, the competitive support.
Here, yeah, it's a premium booster pack experience because there are so many goodies for you within these packs.
Oh, Shelter from the Storm and Balance of Justice reprints. Let's go.
In the
Humongous
booster packs. And if they're anything like the ones that are on our screen, yeah, no, I'll call it a premium.
And these cards, people have been asking for reprints of these cards for quite a while. Shelter from the Storm in particular as well. Going to be featured, going to be a possible pull in these Compendium of Wraith 9 card booster packs. Aside from that, we also have a few Antiquity frame cards available in these Compendium of Wraith. Not quite
fancy.
Antiquity packs is what they are called, featuring
Antiquity packs, not treasure packs, but they're treasure packs.
Not only are they gorgeous, yeah. No, there's treasure. Treasure from beneath the waves, indeed. You saw it pitched in the game before. You might have seen it at the shelves of your LGS and thought, sheesh, maybe one day. But now you can open one in the Compendium of Wraith set.
Nice.
An exciting time in the Antiquity pack. You can
love to see it.
grab an Eye of Ophidia. And boy, oh boy, perhaps the story doesn't end there. We hope you'll head to your LGS when available to grab.
I will. I'll be going to my LGS when it's available.
Silver Age and Compendium are right around the corner.
That's right. Make it out to the world premiere in London, where the calling attached to it will also be Silver Age, and you can go ahead and use the cards that you open in your Compendium of Wraith booster boxes to fuel your Silver Age decks.
And, I mean, we've talked about the world premiere. We talked about it last time we were on here together, but dude, the world premiere has some crazy swag. I mean, actually, as I'm looking at it, I'm like, I hope we get to make it to that one. I get to make it to that one.
It's also just such a fun vibe, and it really supports the casual player base, especially when a Silver Age, which is meant to be the accessible format, but also going to feature at the Premier Play. Your $20 ticket to the $2 million World Tour.
Unbelievable. And when you talk about big paydays, you talk about big old paychecks, you are talking definitely about a World Championship top 8, and especially the person at the top who takes down 100 big ones. And by big ones, I do mean $100,000. And for our next 2 players, they want a piece of that pie, and you might recognize one of them. Let's get down to the table because we've got another win and
oh yeah, it's a win and in.
And yes,
it's
Max. Opposite side of the table. Wait, we got 2
Maximilian and Jimmy.
Either one of these folks can make it in.
All right.
As we look at both of these players, they have such a story. Max Klein, a finalist at the Pro Tour in Los Angeles. You take a look
Yeah,
at
he
his
was a Pro
record
Tour
here,
Los
and he's had
Angeles.
a pretty up and down road with a majority of wins and a lot of different heroes that he's taken down.
Taking a loss in round 1, never something that feels good starting from the back foot, but coming into day 2, Max Klein suffered
Oh my
2
God,
losses
this
on
is
day
a
one,
$25
0
cold
losses
foil.
on day 2. Let's see if we can keep that up and clench his way into the top 8 as we go ahead and take a look at Jimmy Demir's
Big
record
money.
here. Near perfect record on day 1, just losing once to Jacob Allen, who we saw take an unfortunate loss in the previous round as well, but getting a win against current U.S. national champion Margin.
Oh, he lost to Cody.
Day 1 into day 2. Taking a loss into Cody Williams, very impressive.
No,
Zen, and
okay.
winning it
I
out from
really want this player here to win. I really want to see the Mario in top 8.
Players, as we saw Verdance unable to answer the Gravy Bones problem. But if there's any player that can rewrite the script, it's Maximilian Klein on the left side of your screen. Our second match from round 14 here from the World Championships in Philadelphia. It's underway.
We are seeing once again the same matchup, Verdance versus Gravy, but already there are so many differences. The first thing I want to talk about, AB loadout on the Gravy side. As we spoke about in the previous matchup, this is contentious. Some Gravies believe AB2 and Hook is the way. Some Gravies believe AB3 is the way. Jimmy, of course, on the AB2 side, wants the Hook to continue the pressure. Max Klein also has a difference in his equipment loadout, not running the Crown of Providence that Jacob Allen was favoring, instead running the Balance of Justice. Telling Jimmy, you cannot draw too many cards on your turn. You cannot use all those gold pieces the way you want to, otherwise I will punish you by getting an extra card myself.
Chart the High Seas only converting for 3 resources, just like you pitched it. As we look towards the rest of Jimmy's turn here. No gold to start, loot the hold, it's the yard, and a pass from Gravy Bones. A completely non-functional turn, and Max Klein has all the space he could have asked for. Let's see if he can convert his 4 hands, his 4 cards. That's not a given either, but channel the Millennium Tree is a perfect way to start into the Waning Moon, as there's the Earth card in the pitch.
Already such a difference in the first few turns of this game. Jimmy with no ally being, being represented over here. No ally in the bin. No goal to speak of as well. Can only AB2 of this 5 damage Waning Moon because of the equipment loader that he has presented. Also, Maximilian Klein is arsenaling a Burn Bear. That is going to be 9 damage on the following turn. And if he can find 2 Earth cards, this Challenge the Millennium Tree will stick around for 1 more turn. We saw Jacob Allen try and race down his Gravy opponent in the previous game. Can Max Klein do it here? Discarding a Chum. Now that's an ally in the yard that Jimmy does have access to.
We good? Oh, okay, yeah.
I love it, dude. We've just gotten 4 Marvel heroes in 2 games, showing that not only are these players committed to their heroes, they bling out a deck that they have such skill with, sitting here with only 2 losses in a World Championship and doing it in style. Murder Trouble showing a red, Fiddler's green, so it only comes in for 1. Still no gold in the coffers of Gravy Bones. Dead Threads, thanks to the Chum getting in there.
No gold, and he's going to draw into the Fiddler's green. So if Max Klein doesn't send any physical damage, which I don't think he is, he has a Burn Bear in Arsenal and a Challenge the Millennium Tree on the field. That Fiddler's green might be just a little bit of a brick on Jimmy's side, or he might just be forced to pitch it for AB so that he can at least get it out of his hand.
4 damage comes in with the Chum. No blocks.
And you cannot be feeling good if you're on Jimmy's side to see your Verdance opponent just take all that damage as you resolve the Chum and they have a Millennium Tree on the field. Will Max Klein be able to keep this tree for yet another turn?
Dramatic Leyline, Wheeler Humperdinck, a little awkward. Here comes the Burn Bear. From the Arsenal is the Burn Bear, and from the hand, 3 cards pitch, but they're doing more than just pitch. They're keeping that Millennium Tree around as 9 damage comes. Now, here's the downside. You don't get to follow this up with the Waning Moon, but you do have the ability to keep
the tree, though.
Millennium Tree around and get a potential 9 points of value from that card played early in this game.
That's
missed
crazy.
2 points here because of the unfortunate all red draw from Max Klein's side, but you still have to be happy that you get to send 9 at your opponent, who's at AB2, currently still has no setup, no gold on the field, no further allies in the yard to speak of as well. Make no mistake, Jimmy's back is against the wall here, despite Max Klein pitching 3 reds for this Burn Bear.
And there's so much that cascades in these first couple turns. Because Jimmy's turn was not that impressive, Max is not punished for those 3 reds nearly in the same way. Had he been under pressure, he might have thought to himself, well, not nearly worth it to try to keep this Millennium Tree around. But Jimmy just coming in for a Mopey 5. Yeah, you develop develop a chum, but all of a sudden, Jimmy's down to 26, Max Klein at a healthy 35, only one ally. We know there's a Fiddler's Green in hand, and currently there's no gold, so no way to get rid of it other than by pitching it away. But these Gravy Bones decks,
this
they are
is
so
15
good
bucks.
at charting
Gotta
a
get this
path
in a
through the
fucking
seas and finding the
sleeve.
perfect way
Alright.
forward. For Jimmy, he's got a big old tree in his way.
Does have a prismatic ley line in his hand as well as a saltwater swell, so still might be able to convert this hand into some form of damage, but he needs a little bit more than that. He needs some setup, he needs allies in the yard, needs to resolve more of them. Something like a Sawbones is something that he really wants to try and get out at this point, or even a Rigor Mortis, just a higher damage ally than this 4 damage Chum. An evolution of this matchup that has happened these past few weeks is to just ignore the Chum from the Verdant side. You just let the opponent say, okay, sure, you get a 4 damage hammer. That's not what this matchup's about. I'm just racing you with Arcane anyway. Activating Chum is always a bit of a risk in this matchup because they can just send Arcane at your face, and you might have just wasted the whole Chum activation ability. So that's an ally which I wouldn't be surprised to see Max Klein fully ignore as we move on to these further turn cycles.
A little bit of a judge call. Prismatic Leyline powering up the Saltwater Swell. It will also power up the Chum. That will be sure to follow, so got some good value out of it. But it is sometimes such a treat to see the same matchup in back-to-back games because they just never look the same in Flesh and Blood. There's always nuance. There's always skill expression. In this one, at the very beginning of this game, we are in for a different ride.
There's also deck choice differences, and I think that's a big thing we've been seeing. A narrative of this weekend is the churn in the deck lists that have been happening in these top 3 lists as we approach World Tour weekend, and the strategies that people are enacting into the mirrors, into the bad matchups. And here we see already the same matchup, as you pointed out, Verdant's Gravy, but both players with different equipment loadouts.
Yeah, no, this will be an interesting one to see. We saw Matthew Dilks make his way into the top 8 for both of these players. A win would mean the same. Max Klein potentially feeling good at moving forward, but both these players are so good at what they do, and we know Gravy Bones is never out of it. If you think Gravy Bones is out of a game, talk to Justin Koo, you might change your mind.
I mean, we saw the Gravy have a terrible break there. We just loot the hold into pass. Verdants can absolutely do the same thing. You draw a hand of Scour, Mental Block, some other Mopey Blue. It's not guaranteed that Maximilian Klein can even convert, can even leverage the Challenger Millennium Tree that he's kept for an extra time because he's brought Waning Moon as well instead of Aethertide. Sometimes you just don't find a non-attack. You're holding Blue Autumn Slash, Blue Flutes of the Forest, can't convert that.
So as we look, we've seen both of these players, at least from what we've seen.
But someone had to use the bathroom?
Just trying to shoot a lot of Arcane, shoot a lot of damage, and blow up the Gravy Bones. We'll have to see if that strategy pivots as we get back down to the game, given that the judge call has just been completed.
Oh, okay, no,
Let's
we're
see
good.
how these players want to continue.
As I thought Max got up and like used the bathroom and shit.
4 damage from the Swell into 6 from the Chum, as long as the Arsenal doesn't get involved over here. No goal to speak of means no way to cash in the extra resources on that front, so it would have to be the Arsenal coming in as we take a look at Maximilian Klein's hand, and he has found another arcane damage spell, has found a Burn Bear, which will come in for 9 thanks to Millennium Tree as well. He is representing burning down Jimmy Nero's life total this early in the game.
Rootbound Carapace from the hand. Taking 2 down to 32.
That's an exact decompose for Maximilian Klein over
Finger.
there. 2 Earth cards hit the banner zone.
Oh, I actually already have the hero card for Marionette.
Well. Jimmy happy to see a Felling go, but
I didn't
definitely
realize
not
that.
going to be happy about this burn bet is going to be coming in for 9 thanks to Challenger Millennium Tree.
Trigger. Millennium Tree in response. It's going to be an activation of the Chum. First, it's going to be an activation of the Compass.
Chum, very risky activation, does have the priority window over here, but Max Klein, if he has an arcane damage spell, can just choose to send that face. Of course, Jimmy might want to activate it anyway just to get allies in the bin because he's currently struggling with the lack of gold.
It's a Burn Bear. It comes from hand. This time, just 1 card comes into it, so 9 more damage across the table.
Damn.
Unless we find something like a throw caution to the wind, which I'm not sure we've seen so far. It was a portside exchange off the top of the deck. But from hand, we're going to see a card pitched that might change the whole timbre of this game, Ponkage.
Creates a gold token thanks to the Riches of Tropaldani over there. He has been struggling.
Oh, he finally has a
against
gold, thank God.
Jimmy Nero, but now finally has found that very important piece of currency. Have to note, though, the activation of the Chum there, while it got an ally in the graveyard, the Chum is tapped, which means it cannot attack for free on this turn. It cannot attack at all. It's already tapped. He'll need to find a way to deploy the Swabby, probably, to go ahead and have a little bit of offensive output on this turn.
But what's so interesting and so important as Jimmy heads down to 19 to Max's 32 is that because that happened on defense, Jimmy has the gold right now to start drawing. If Jimmy hadn't been able to pitch that gold on Max's turn, he would have had to find another pitch outlet, and all of a sudden, it's starting to churn. We're starting to see the game actions chain together. Once Gravy Bones reaches that fell hand down and grabs his first piece of glittering treasure, it all starts to come together.
Because he's got to remake that gold this turn off of Portside Exchange, which means he gets a free hook activation, which threatens yet another piece of gold to keep the gold train going. Jimmy Nero just one turn ago had 0 gold. Now he's already at 1, representing the creation of a second one as well, thanks to gold baited hook.
Let's see just how Max Klein wants to deal with this.
Did also get his first decompose, and the Child of the Millennium Tree also hit the bin once his channel flow effect was not able to be met by Maximilian Klein. So he does have 3 Earth cards in the graveyard, which would be the ideal way to decompose after your first one. Typically, Verdance players want to decompose in the order of 2 Earth cards first, into 3 Earth cards, into 3 Earth cards, to get to the 8 requisite Earth cards in Banner Zone with the fewest number of decomposes. So Max Klein can get the second one here. Has already blocked with 1 felling, though, so we need something like a Rootbound Carapace.
Chad, it's the middle of November and it's 70 degrees outside. It's so fucking warm.
Swabby coming in for 7. You have to think about this gold.
It's so silly. Why is it so warm?
Quickly snowball out of control. We've seen it happen on stream multiple times just this event.
So for Max Klein, as he stares down this Swabby, you're in the
Brother, how? I don't know. It's like 30 here. I don't know.
We can take a look. Max Klein looking with a block with that Voltic Bolt. Lightning Strike has another one of those plow.
What's the temperature in Cincinnati?
The foiling just looks freaking gorgeous on our feature.
69 degrees.
Tell me what's going through your head as you think about what's going through Max's.
It's so fucking warm.
You're thinking about how you can get to that 8 decompose, 8 cards in Banner Zone as soon as possible. This plow under a little bit tricky. I didn't quite catch what is in Max Klein's arsenal.
I don't even understand how either.
Have to tuck their own arsenal. So I think Max Klein is thinking, can he deploy his arsenal and tuck this plow under safely into his own arsenal? He also is in a bit of a fork over here with this E-Strike. Could just choose to take the damage and just say, Jimmy, hey, we are racing now. E-Strike face and just send more damage phase. Get him into that uncomfortable position as soon as you can.
Buckle up, folks. It's about to get quite intense.
I'm buckled, Sam.
It's an important call.
I'm buckled, Sam. Don't you worry.
At you is the call from Maximilian Klein, and now we know what time it is, folks. It's time to go. We're not interested in clearing these allies with this E-Strike. We're interested in winning this game. We're interested in a top 8 berth.
And Jimmy Nero has drawn a no block. We spoke
about
the
Remembrance
in Verdance's approach in this matchup. Some Verdances are choosing to fatigue, and for that reason, Gravies have felt compelled to bring in that Remembrance. You tuck more Conquerors into your deck, you can go ahead and overcome the fatigue. But if the Verdance just runs at you like Max Klein is doing right now with this Tilling, second decompose of the game, going to be able to put 3 Earth cards in the Banish Zone if he chooses to, and Jimmy Nero is just holding on to this non-blocking Remembrance. This is a bit of a tough spot for Jimmy.
Oh, and this is an important thing to notice as well. Max says, I'm leaving an Earth card in the graveyard, even if it means I'm a turn away from finishing my decomposed train, because I am not interested in pings. I'm interested in decomposition on felling of the crowns, on the plow under that remains in his hand for next turn because of what it could represent. And the gold-baited hook has to get in front of this because the Cadaverous Tilling is just too much damage for Jimmy to think about. He's blocking with the whole hand.
And here's what we spoke about earlier. Max Klein just choosing to ignore Chum. That ally is a little bit of a trap. If you try and just send 6 damage at it instead of 6 damage face, you give the Gravy Bones a lot of space in the matchup. Max Klein saying, sure, have a free hammer. I don't care. You're at 17 with AB2, and I'm a wizard with a whole bunch of 6 damage arcane spells in my deck and Child of the Millennium Trees. I will just burn you down.
4 damage from the Chum. No ally to discard. Last turn, we got rid of the Remembrance,
it's also so risky. His only priority window was after the E-Strike was declared for Go Again. And if you discard an ally and then Max Klein says, okay, here's 6 arcane damage phase, then you're just left looking like a little bit of a fool. So that Chum activation just isn't as threatening as a matchup.
Jimmy got the nice sweater on. You see the tat poking out. It looks like a penguin. He ain't looking anything like a fool. He's looking like somebody who wants to get into the top 8. But first step for Max Klein, gain 3 life, come in with 2 more arcane damage. You have to imagine he is considering, or he had a good plan for the rest of those cards. We know he's got the Plow Under available. Could just be a 2-card play there.
Waning Moon coming in here as well.
Oh.
And an additional 2 arcane damage. And you see this on the Gravy side. Jimmy, checking the graveyard situation as well, knows he very possible for Max Klein to follow this up with something like a Felling of the Crown.
Oh!
Activate Chum. Put the Rigor Mortis in the bin. And AB2.
Now does Max Klein have the arcane spell, or is this Plow Under going to go to the Chum? Yes, it is going to go to the Chum, so Jimmy does strike gold over here. Max Klein forced to send the 6 physical damage into the ally, not something he wants to do. So Jimmy does get away with that, and I believe does not have a Fearless Confrontation to save the Chum, so this Chum will die.
And importantly for Max, that doesn't say when this attacks a hero. It says when this attacks. So on attack, the Decompose triggers no matter to what or whom it is attacking. So as Chum hits the bin for the 2nd time, that arsenal for Jimmy, gone. Tip the Barkeep, making a Gold Kiss rum. Gravy Bones still enjoys to drink like many other pirates. Looks like we might just be attacking with Swabby. No, we're hitting a chart the high seas. What did we find? Oh, interesting. An Oasis Respite that immediately hits the graveyard, but 3 floating now for the remainder of this turn.
And that Oasis Respite has to ring some alarm bells in Max Klein's head over here. Normally you can do your perfect Stridus math when you know your opponent's AB situation, but now Max Klein knows there's at least 1 Oasis in Jimmy's deck. Is he running more copies of that card? Because that will absolutely stifle this burn plan that Max Klein has. And we can see Jimmy feeling the pressure over here. That chart, the high seas, he had already played a blue on that turn off that Tip the Barkeep. Could have just resolved the Rigor Mortis and attacked with the Swabby still, but he went for the chart play, is trying to get something better. Has realized that he's a little bit on the back foot over here. He gambled, he just trusted his deck to give him that blue, hopefully give him a yellow as well to just push himself a little bit ahead. A life deficit against a Verdance, against a Wizard with Storm Striders who has all her armor up, not where you want to be.
You're listening to 2 certified Wizard enjoyers who have both been happily on the side of the deck with the Storm Striders time and time again. And we know how it feels to be on both sides. And you can see Max here, a bit of a shake of the head, a bit of a grimace. Cool, calm, incredibly kind player on the left side of your screen. And I think I can see why. As we look at the hand, we can see there's a fair amount of cards in there that do nothing in the blocking side of the equation. It's a bit of an awkward one.
This is awkward on so many fronts. This Swabby is coming in for exactly 7, which means even if Max Klein takes it entirely, the Scar for Scar still will not confer Go Again, and the remaining cards don't block either. Rampant Growth lives can be used to go ahead and amp 4 total if you play both of them and sequence them accordingly, but does he have a spell to go ahead and get that amp effect on?
And importantly, Max Klein said, listen, I'm not going to decompose as aggressively as possible. I'm going to go ahead and try to make this happen in other ways. And in doing so, now we have to wait. Is he able to find the ping?
Wait, this is so much damage. Heartbeat, heal 3, and double Rampant Growth life in his hand. Each of them will amp 5. Waning Moon's going to come in for 12, if my math is correct.
Rampant Growth life hits the table. Gain 1 life.
Oh,
We've currently gained 4.
And you respond to the other Rampant Growth by playing the second one. This is your 5th point of life. This amps 5. The other one amps 5. He has played a non-attack in the form of the Heartbeat of Candlehold. So Waning Moon is legal to be activated over here. 12 damage when the opponent has
12 arcane damage. This ain't
That's
really
a
combo.
big.
Max just drew it off the top, but he knew how to sequence it. He knew how
That's
to
big
get
arcane.
the most value out of these cards. You saw a grimace. I'm not quite sure why. Maybe he was thinking about what he was about to do to Jimmy.
Maybe he's thinking about arsenaling a Scar for a Scar as he's about to go, as he's about to heal 5 and deal 12 to the opponent. That Scar for a Scar, a little bit brick, does not have Crown of Providence to get rid of it either. Just going to be parked there for a little bit, we can imagine, but definitely going to be very happy presenting 12 damage to the opponent.
Oh, excuse me.
This means even if Jimmy Neuro AB2s this, goes to 7, that is Strider's range.
That is Strider's range.
Cards left to pitch. It's going to be the AB2 as the Scuba hits the pitch and is soon to hit the bottom of the deck. It's down to 7 goes Jimmy. And the Scar for Scar can just come out.
Of course, he had his action point.
Let's go again.
I was heartbeat waiting when he absolutely had his action point there. Then yes, I'm with you. I'm not entirely sure what the Grimace was about. That was a
no, he's probably thinking
fantastic
like,
turn cycle for Max Klein.
He's thinking, dude, this is going to suck for you. As he hits the cards down onto the table. Scar for Scar comes down. Sunken Treasure means it's time for another gold for Jimmy. But one more damage over the top. And those Storm Striders are looking more and more fiery.
6 health now for Jimmy. Max Klein, though, cannot be too excited to pull the trigger because he has seen that one Oasis Respite in Jimmy's deck. This is not open deck list, so Max does not know how many Oases Jimmy might be running. So he needs to be careful, but with this life lead and the armor lead as well, can just take a little bit of extra time, can take the space, perhaps try and resolve another Millennium Tree or resolve his first felling of the game. And the pressure is absolutely on Jimmy to make Max press the button. Jittery Bones discarding Sawbones' Dog Hand off the top. Sawbones, another ally that can go ahead and mess with the Strider's math on Max Klein's side. Take a look at what Max Klein is working with. The number of times our players have just hidden their hand from us as we go ahead and zoom into the hand is kind of funny.
Make your resource.
Dead Thread's activated here.
Sawbones.
Sawbones comes forth.
Does he have the Arcane in hand?
Swallows. Take stock of the situation. Take a look and see.
I think he
Another
does.
Rampant Growth, Life, Findall's Fighting Spirit, a couple cards. Swabby comes forth as well.
Does not have the arcane damage spell at this point, but does have a Fighting Spirit.
And a Rampant Growth Life that can hang out in the arsenal and make something so powerful that Jimmy won't be able to deal with it.
Once again, whoever wins this chat gets into top 8 tomorrow.
Max takes the full 7 damage, but still 7 damage to the face on the other side when the opponent is at 6. I'm sure Max wouldn't be too upset about that.
Block 3, take 4, Scour for the block. Max down to 16. It's feeling like this is firmly Max's game to lose at this point. Findall's Fighting Spirit. 1 life gain for Verdance. Still not enough Earth cards, right? This isn't a ping?
No, there's no ping. There's no life gain either because the Verdance is higher life total.
That is also true. That's very true. This is just 7.
Which is still lethal. And the opponent has no armor except the Death Threads, which they definitely do not want to block with. Currently holding 1 no block in the form of that Chum. Can go ahead and discard it to Gravy Bones' ability. Draw the Sunken Treasure off the top. Refresh the gold. But you can sense Jimmy is just fighting for his life over here. Needs to find a way to progress the game state. Maybe make Max Klein feel a little bit of pressure, but that's so difficult to do with the full armor suite on the Verdant side completely unblemished right now. The Barskin as well is online. There are 4 Earth cards in the Banish Zone, so it will create the embodiment of Earth if it's blocked with.
Chum hits the graveyard. The Gravy Bones activation.
And these breakpoints, these 7-power breakpoints, 2 turns in a row, we've seen Max Klein just leak the extra 1 from the Scar for a Scar on the previous turn. The Fighting Spirit on this turn promises to leak an extra 1 as well, getting Jimmy closer and closer to Strider's range. Does have the Sawbones though.
Yeah, he can tap Sawbones, right?
Prevent that breakpoint or reaches for the Death Threads instead.
Wants to make another goal to the Sunken Treasure. 3-6-7, Threads, Treasure, and the Big Boat. We've seen one pitched in this game for Jimmy and one blocked, with so different than what we saw in the last round, when not only did we see two boats, but we saw them back to back on the same turn cycle, doing what they're supposed to be, attacking and crashing across the table. Different story here for Jimmy, and looking like it might be a different ending to this one.
Call to the Grave. You can go ahead and discard that Fiddler's Green that we know he pitched back into the deck, which will gain him some life, and thanks to Sawbones, that will actually put him outside of Strider's
He's
range.
just looking for
Unless
the
there's some
ability
amp
to
on the Max Klein
blow
side,
him
which
up,
we know
right?
He actually has a Rampant Growth in Arsenal. But Trigger on the stack, I believe he's thinking of whether he wants to respond to this.
Ah, yes, a trigger from the Fiddler's Green on the stack.
So with a Rampant Growth in Arsenal, even with no other sources of life gain, if he has found the 6 damage Arcane Spell, can represent a full 10 damage, which will get past a blue in hand and the Sawbones activation. You have to be careful. You don't want to pull the trigger too early when you're a wizard. Many a wizard player has lost to activating Striders one turn cycle too early when they don't have to.
Heard Max Klein say trigger on the stack. He reaches, he looks across the table, looks at the board, looks in the arena. 2 gold, 2 AB.
Is he gonna pop off?
Allies. Tapped Gravy Bones, tapped Compass. 3 life gain on the stack from the Fiddler's Green, hitting the yard thanks to the Call to the Grave. 6th place, 16.
He's trying to see if he can pop off the Storm Striders and just win here before the Fiddler's Green.
Monumental top 8. And
he still has a lot
legendary story in the game of Flesh
armor.
and Blood.
But also, is he going to draw into another Oasis Respite?
Of some incredible chain play. Continue his fight in the top 8 tomorrow and stay alive on this turn.
And he's thinking, does he even need to go for this? What if he just continues on with his pace of play until he's more sure about the Striders line? Considering has seen the Oasis Respite, but there's no way for Jimmy to resolve one right now with the current way the board state is. Death Thread's already blocked with. Must be careful. Top 8 contention on the line here.
Jimmy can do nothing but stare across the table.
He does not have resources for Striders plus
reds.
Spell and the Waning Moon.
Too many reds.
Had the lethal there, but was short a couple of resources.
Oof.
So Jimmy's life gain does resolve.
Was not able to find the lethal there.
Range for a little bit as Rigor Mortis comes and attacks for 6. I can only imagine how fast Jimmy's heart was beating there as you face down the wizard player who contemplates whether you are dead to Striders.
Both of these heroes just need to win one more game. Or both of these players just need to win one more game and they're into top 8 of the World Championship starting tomorrow.
Down to 10 goes Max Klein. And I think he is about to just try to undo what was just done with that Fiddler's Green. Burn Bear.
That is the 4th 6 arcane damage spell that we have seen Max Klein resolve this game. In response to that, Sawbones going to be tapped.
Sawbones in response. Here comes the Waning Moon. Activate Gravy in response to the Waning Moon.
So not entirely sure if Max Klein decided to respond to Sawbones with a Waning Moon or Waning Moon after the Sawbones has resolved.
No, I believe we are responding to the Sawbones. I think so.
Either way,
Maybe
Jimmy's
not.
going to
It's the
prevent.
same thing.
Either way, Jimmy's going to present as much as possible.
Sawbones now hits the yard.
So AB2 can cover the Waning Moon fully, so he still has a Sawbones damage prevention floating for the light of the
Is this cold
but will
foil?
still leak 3
Yeah.
unless he has found another Oasis or something to throw caution to the wind that you called out early in the game.
I've seen a lot of cards now. I'm not sure it's in the list for Jimmy. Sawbones now resolves. Compass now resolves as well. Top of the deck, I think, is another Conqueror of the High Seas. Can he get there on this turn? Max has so much equipment still sitting over there. Verdant's well and truly armored.
Jimmy does have a gold piece, does have the blues in hand as well. Could resolve the Conqueror, but that would mean he taps out completely after he already takes 3 from this. Goes down to 6.
Holy.
Sawbones Prevention used already on this turn. So at most, he can AB 2 on the following turn on 1 arcane damage source.
Down to 6 after taking that 3, preventing 1 from Sawbones, 2 from the arcane barrier.
Does have 1 Sawbones in the yard as well. Can he access it? Can he resolve it?
He can play a Vasti.
He can play it and just look at Max Klein and say, did you find it? Did you find another arcane damage spell? You found a lot of them so far this game.
6 go again on hit gold is the question. How does Max Klein want to deal with this? Does he have what he needs? Looks like he's maybe lining up some blocks.
I see a Voltic Bolt.
Does he not have the Storm Striders yet?
It's starting to get hairy for Maximilian Klein. We said it's his game to lose. It's starting to get pretty intense.
And once Jimmy sees the first one blocked with, he might say
he's-
the road's
I'm
open.
good, yeah.
I'll resolve the Sawbones now. You're unlikely to kill me since, you know, you put some blocking cards on the chain. Probably don't have a very strong hand, which is something that Verdance can be plagued with for sure. We saw that happen to Jimmy himself earlier in this game. Perhaps saying my out is that you have found one of those Verdance bricks as well.
2, 4, 6 with the Sirens of Safe Harbor making the embodiment of Earth.
Embodiment of Earth confers no value since no non-attack is being blocked with.
And they're just not even taking the damage because the Sirens of Safe Harbor would have gained the life.
So Jimmy has 2 options here. Could just attack with a Swabby. The Rigor Mortis did have go again. Or he could resolve the Sawbones and just pad the life total up a little bit. Play a little bit more defense.
The 1 life was gained.
This is close.
To the brain malfunction. Activate the hook.
Putting the pressure is
And
Jimmy.
here comes the Swabby.
He said, here's 7 on hit
Striders.
gold. Oh!
Pushed forward. Blew in the pitch. No pitch floating for Jimmy.
There he is.
From the hand, it's Voltic Bolt. That's going to be arcane damage, 3 arcane damage, 1 life gained, 1 amp from the rampant growth. And the Siren life gain as well, adding an additional point of gain
The Siren life
to
gain
the
on the
amp.
block. I forgot about that.
for this Waning Moon to finish the job.
He got it.
And with head in hands, Max Klein looks to the
Top
sky,
8 to
perhaps
Worlds.
looking for the great boughs of the Millennium Tree as he gives his thanks to the many forces of nature that have guided him
He
and
got there.
Verdance to a top 8 in the World Championships here in Philadelphia.
Back-to-back Verdance Gravy matchups over here. In the first one, we saw Gravy Bones take it down in convincing fashion with 3 Conquerors being resolved there, but Max Klein in the second game shows us that Verdance Thorn of the Rose can absolutely overcome the undead army of Gravy Bones.
Got to see it both ways, folks. First game, it was Gravy Bones.
The guy who
Down
just
to the
won
second.
was the
Verdance was ready
second
for
place
what was to come,
finalist
and it
for
was
Pro
starting
Tour
to
Los
get hairy
Angeles
for
at the
Max,
end.
but he found the path forward.
Or
and
no,
he
the
needed
beginning
those
of this
two
year
Storm
or the
Striders
end of
and the
last year.
Sirens
I
of
can't
Safe Harbor
remember.
and a little bit of
But
amp
pro, he
prepared
was
to
the
answer the call.
And it
he
a
was
blue
so
Voltic Bolt to finish things off as well.
close
Of all the cards,
to
blue
winning
Voltic Bolt,
Pro
one
Tour
of those
Los
cards that
Angeles, and
recently
now he
were
is
added to
in
these Verdance lists. We've been talking about
top
Chilling
8
these lists
for Worlds.
all over this
So
weekend.
cool.
The Sirens of Safe Harbor as well to give
Pretty
him that
sick.
extra amp
Good
in
for
that
him.
matchup and just clinch it out in a convincing fashion.
I actually just like personally, just for you and me, I love this because we were like a week and a half before this tournament on a call together. I was like, I want to hear from you. Talk to me about what you're seeing. And you said, well, the Verdance decks have these Sirens of Safe Harbor now. They have these blue Voltic Bolts. We started to see them maybe first on stream, Jacob Clemens tournament in Australia, but then we started to see they used for multiple different reasons. And we saw both of them on that turn. How much did arcane damage dominate that game? Channel the Millennium Tree, the amp at the end, and it was the key for Max Klein.
And of course, the double rampant turn. We can't
Yeah,
forget
yeah.
that, which was heal 5, deal 12, and just put Jimmy in the Strider's range lock.
Well, folks, we have one more round after this with a couple more win-ins. But before we get there,
One more
I
round?
wanna
Okay.
hear from the player that just made top 8, one of the nicest folks you'll ever meet. Let's actually, on both sides of the equation, both sides of the interview chair, they're just about the nicest folks you'll ever meet. Let's hear from them both. We're hearing an interview from Max now.
Yet another member joining our illustrious top 8 at the World Championship here. Max, congratulations. I'm reliably informed America's been pretty good to you so far.
Yeah, like I wasn't too sure, to be honest, about this tournament. Like my practice was not the best, especially in LL. I was like slacking a little bit, but like every time I go to America, I make a top 8 in a top tier 4 event.
Good
And
place
it's
to
like,
be.
yeah.
I wouldn't be complaining. I was lucky enough to get a bit of a bird's eye view of your testing process this time with the guys at Table 1. Really helped. I'm sure the folks at home are very happy about how good the show's been, thanks to the help you guys offered out. I know the testing was all over the place, a lot of deck choices being selected by numerous players. You ended up on Verdance and Viserai, which were not the choices the majority of the team made. Do you want to walk me through how you ended
Oh,
up
he's on
these
Viserai?
decks?
Yeah, since you were like observing our testing process, you probably saw that I'm like the crazy testing guys. Like I try my weird decks. My Victors will always be tested, and I like some Fatigue LL Florian. I had like a very spicy Florian list. I'm a little bit sad I couldn't test it more because it was like a no decompose and Plume of Evergrowth stack Florian list. And like the idea was pretty simple, just get like to 18 to 20 rune chance, and you can block with a Germinate once, and then just draw like a Mordetide, and then you kind of win. And like this was like the idea, and I thought it's like pretty simple to do. And like I would have loved to test that more, but I'm very happy obviously with the choices. Like the Viserai performed so well for me. Like I had like 2 Viserai mirrors, and my Sonatas did hit better. Like they were like
Most
very
important
good.
thing in the matchup, for sure. Verdant's a deck that's had a bit of a weird weekend. We've seen people very much performing with it at the highest level, but also not much in the middle, really. Are you still happy with that choice?
Yeah, so to be honest, I think that Syndra is the best deck. And as a Verdance, I'm unfavored into Gravy Bones and like a little bit unfavored into Syndra. But I like to play the matchup from the Verdance side. For me, it's I have to feel comfortable with the deck. And I like my Earth Heroes with Florian, as I mentioned. And so Verdance just felt good to me. Also, like, I got beat very badly from Verdance in Hamburg. So when you can't beat them, join them. And I did that.
Makes sense to me, fair enough. Any standout moments from the weekend you want to share with the folks at home?
To be honest, like my last game, I hope it will be streamed. Like, I don't know. We were in the middle.
No, we got there. We're good.
But if it will be streamed, that was like a big high roll from me. Like, if I ever saw a game where the Verdance just rolls the gravy, like I wasn't even decomposed, and I just shot all the time in his to his life.
Lovely stuff.
Yeah, I think that was like the most hype game for me. And like also I knew like I would qualify and lock myself for top 8.
A lot of stakes there as well.
So yeah.
Fair enough. Anyone you want to thank?
Like I have a lot of people I work with also outside for the team, like especially so for the Victor side I was also talking with Filippo Babani to since in my team there's no one really interested in working with Victor, so you have to source it a little bit out. And also I was meeting Gianluigi Lia, which is also he became a good friend of mine. We faced in Copenhagen for the first time. And he was on a defensive Dory, and I really enjoyed the match. And later we started talking and also reading, chatting about the Dorinthia deck. So yeah, I had like so many good moments this weekend. I really can't believe it. Like I still have to comprehend all of this.
It'll set in tonight, I think. Over
it takes some time, but like when the day started, I was like, oh cool. I tried to get into cash. Like I'm hopeful I will make it this time. Since I also have to tell, like my last World Championship was like the worst day 2 I ever had. I started 7-1 in Osaka, like pretty good. And then I finished at 7-6 or 7-7, I'm not sure. And we even played in the World Cup where I was 5-0 with my Briar Living Legend deck. And we couldn't get like the last win, and we were 4th on the tiebreaker. Like the other third place team had the same points. So it was really, like the last World Championship really broke me a little bit. I also took a break after it, so I'm really happy that I made it, and I gain a lot of confidence from this. And
I'm happy to hear it. So from the biggest beat all the way to potentially the biggest win of your career, fingers crossed we get there. Max, congratulations. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. I look forward to seeing who else is joining you in that top 8.
Thank you for having me.
we too are really happy that Max Klein has decided to join us and grace us with his presence again in the World Championships in Philadelphia as he locks his position in top 8 for the return to the US for the World Championships.
Yeah, I mean, you heard it from him. He does well when he comes to the States. Yeah, a couple of top 8s, a couple of tier 4s for Max Klein, and it just illustrates the player's journey, right? Ups and lows, highs and downs. That's how you say it, right? Ups and downs, highs and lows for Max Klein, right? Like you see incredible success making to second place on the tour. Next year, you're going to the World Championships. Apparently, really hard time, really hard road. Needed a break and took a break, which is healthy, and many players do. Came back stronger, better than ever, and for his diligence and for his patience, his reward is a World Championship top 8.
I really like that he brought up that he needed to take a break, and he went ahead and did it, and then now he's back at the top 8, because I've heard many a pro player, I mean, these players pour their heart and soul into these training sessions, into the practice, pour a lot of money too to fly out and play in these events, and sometimes it can be crushing to not get the result that you're expecting. And just taking the break to take the mental reset, realize that you are still worthy of our top 8, and to come out and show us that you can do it after taking a break just must be so inspiring for all the Flesh and Blood community out there.
100%.
Is that inspiring for you, chat?
Do
you feel inspired?
Other top 8 competitor that has been locked. It's Matthew Dilks. Let's hear from him.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm happy to be here with our very own conqueror of the high sea, Matt Dilks. Congratulations on being the first player locked for a spot in the top 8 of our World Championship.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, pretty phenomenal game on camera there. Gravy Bones, a deck people had some reservations about. Heading into the weekend was third deck by quite a sizable margin. What made you land on Gravy?
I mean, if I'm honest, it was pretty much vibes, but I think
just vibes. I'm so inspired. Good. Be inspired.
Obvious top choices can be very coin flippy into a lot of the meta. So I wanted to pick a deck that was more like had solidified good matchups, and you had game into those 2 decks. Syndra's very bad, but it's winnable. I've won it twice. So
sounds good. Okay, so Living Legend was chain for you, I believe.
Yep.
Was that a testing process of its own, or were you pretty certain that's where you wanted to be?
I really liked the Runegate chain deck before the bans, and basically once the bans hit, I did this with Gravy as well. I wanted to see where the deck would go after the bans, and I felt like it had a lot of legs in the format. It's still reasonably fast, has a lot of disruptive cards.
I wish they would bring the microphones closer to their mouths, chat. I can't fucking hear them most of the time in this.
And I thought it was powerful enough for the format.
Makes a lot of sense. Anything you're hoping to see in the top 8 bracket on the other side of the table in either format?
I would prefer not Syndra, and so I would like to see Verdance primarily, I would say, in terms of CC matchups. LL, I have a lot of plans for Dio, but the Dio combo deck is very strong, and I don't know if I want to play against that. But I don't know. The good thing about playing Chain and Gravy is like they just kind of have game into everything. Everybody can arsenal cards and get blown up by Widespread Destruction or Conquer the High Seas.
Not a bad place to be. Have you given much thought to the choice of going first, going second, picking the format at all in the top 8?
I honestly haven't. I mean, it was kind of like we'll think about it if we're there. Like I don't know why I would put too much stock into the decks I chose based on that. It benefits me because if I have a bad Syndra matchup, and if my opponent's on Syndra, I can always win the 2 LL games. So I haven't thought about it at all, and that's for later tonight.
Decision for tonight over dinner, I think, is a good place to be. Well, congratulations again, Matt. Happy to have you locked up in the top 8. Looking forward to seeing you on the stage tomorrow, and I'm looking forward to seeing what's next in our feature match area.
Thank you.
Well, folks, we've heard from both of our competitors. Such a huge congratulations to Matthew Dilks, another just OG of the TCG space, right? Just somebody who's been around for a long time, took down a tournament, a major one in Los Angeles, and is looking to add something unbelievable to his resume.
But we have a few more top 8 players to figure out whether they're going to make it there. We have one more round of Swiss.
One more round, chat.
At the edge of my seat to realize who is going to be at the top 8 for our 4th World Championship.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one, folks. Well, let's go ahead and get ready for the final round of Swiss before we find out everyone remaining in the
one
top
more
8.
round,
Folks,
chat.
it's going to be one of the best games of Flesh and Blood ever played. You want to know why? Because it determines the top 8 of a World Championship, and it's next.
Oh, this Fine though. Honestly, getting it listed is way more tedious than mailing it out.
Two of our top 8 players for the World Championships in Philadelphia.
We're back for the last round. Last round of the day.
Just about to end.
Who's the play-by-play caster, okay? What's going on here? I'm not used to being in a job role where I sit down next to Pankaj Pujwani and you get the intro? No, surely that's meant to be my job. What's going on here?
Scott, did no one ever teach you how to share?
Who runs this show?
Some guy called Ethan or something. But we are here to talk a little bit about what's been going on in the World Championship so far. We have 2 players locked already. We're about to get into our final
2 players
round
locked already.
We
Wow,
had
wow.
2 Verdance Gravy games with different results. One Gravy winning it out and one Verdance winning it out.
Honestly, both were great games to watch from behind the scenes while waiting to take care of those interviews afterwards. I think the consensus is obvious here that Gravy is favoured into Verdance ahead of time, but seeing both results come up, different loadouts on either side, it feels like we've got a ton of questions to answer still heading into the top 8 of a World Championship, which isn't a common occurrence typically.
And Max Klein mentioned it himself in his interview. Such a great, humble guy, by the way. If you haven't checked out the interview, go back and watch it. He himself said, I high-rolled the Gravy, which is, you know, when you are in a bad matchup, that's just sometimes what you have to play for. He had that heartbeat double rampant, which kind of just sealed the deal for him, but that is a high roll. There's no other word for it. Getting 2 rampants, and you have a life gain spell in Arsenal as well, and then he took it down. But if that's what you need to hit the top 8 of a World Championships, you know, that's what Max Klein got.
Need some skill, need a little bit of luck to get anywhere in an event this large with this much prestige going on. Want to give a huge shout out to the guys at Table 1, clearly dominating this event. Max Klein and Jimmy worked together on the testing process heading into this event. Max now locked, Jimmy going to be playing for it heading into the next round, and I'm informed they're not the only member of Table 1 who's still alive going into this round, so we could be saying a lot of that team making their way into our
They
top
have
8.
Table 1
Huge
having a
shout out to
good
that team
show
for
out.
The team I want to
Pretty
give a
cool.
shout out to is PCG Invasion, because we have Margin Bay of that team who is very much live for top 8, going to be playing for his win in next round. We also have Ian Zhang on
Let's
Prism,
go.
one of the CC heroes that
Let's
people
get
know
Majin
now.
Bay in there.
And also live for the top 8, and Michael Yasker as well, someone who has made top 8 at a tier 4 event before on Syndra, also live.
Okay, I have to stereotype just a little bit here. Michael Yasker, anything could happen. Very believable, could make top 8, I totally understand. Ian Zhang, 9th. Guaranteed, that's just the way this works. We know Ian's reputation precedes them. It's going to be online again. And if you've ever met Margin Bay, you know that no human alive has more plot armor than Margin. Sitting in a wheelchair this weekend, wasn't stopped by that, hasn't been stopped by food poisoning, IV drips, any of the marvelous stories that have taken place over the course of story time. They've already won the World Championship as far as I'm concerned.
Has a torn Achilles heal or something, which, I mean, for Majin Bay, that is usually just a buff.
That's
usually,
a Tuesday.
yeah, when he has an unfortunate lead up to any sort of event, be it a Battle Hardened or a Calling or something, that's when he does his best. And here he is in a wheelchair. He's been table locked, by the way. We were sort of missing him. He's just been a table 49 at the edge of one of those long rows, so he doesn't need to move around too much. And his opponents have always had to go to him. So he's just been sitting there in one place, playing all his opponents and beating them into the ground on Verdance.
If you have been wondering why you haven't seen Margin all weekend despite the incredible record, it's because we didn't feel particularly human dragging him into the feature match area. But of course, we'll sacrifice that for you if Margin manages to make the top 8. I'm sure we can make it work. It sounds to me like pairings are going up for this final round, so we're going to have a couple more feature matches on the way from that round heading into it. One of those will be the winner in for one Margin Bay. Stay with us.
Let's go! Majin on stream! Majin Bay on stream.
Delighted to have you back here at the commentary desk at World Championship Philadelphia. It is our last round of the day and our last round before we head towards the top 8. That's right, a lot to lock in, a lot to finalize here in round number 15. It's more classic constructed play for you folks here. Welcome back to this. You've got Scott Mines and his decidedly blue-collar looking compatriot Mitch Leslie here. Great to be back with you. I mean, look at me. I look like I've come off the work site, mate. You in the three-piece? Resplendent.
You in the three-piece?
That's all I'm saying. That resplendent hairline is something I could never compete with, making me look bad on camera all day. But for the benefit of the folks at home, don't worry, I'm back on the other side of the table now. I get to be all serious and not as fun as I was with Pankaj, but that's okay. That's my job. I can live with that. What I can't live with is the idea of Margin Bay missing a top 8 after toughing it out all day in some less than stellar conditions.
Yeah, I would say Margin Bay has a legacy of triumphing over
Did
some
you say
form
legacy?
of a legacy.
Oh God, no.
Of overcoming some form of adversity. Basically, every event he has. In fact, if there wasn't adversity, there'd be no content for him to cover on his streams at all. So glad that happened to him. Sometimes I wonder if it's invited. But, I mean, well worth, I think, drilling down a little bit on our standings here heading into this last round of regular Swiss play.
All right, what
For
is it?
many
It's
of our
Max
players
Klein.
here, it's winning in time.
Matthew
are
Dilks.
locked if you're Maximilian Klein and Matthew Dilks. They have found their place in the top 8, but there are a number here of 11 and 3
Oh,
players
Thomas
searching
Fasaccio
for
is
those
still
final
in.
spots. Those, though, are dwindling fast, and it is an incredible array of
Oh, this
competitors.
guy went 10 and
Jimmy Cabela,
4.
Jimmy
That's
DeMare,
rough.
Florian Christian Lowen,
This is the guy I was talking
on
about.
camera, really, but has performed fantastically representing Austria. The aforementioned Margin Bay, Tommaso Vecito, Ian Zhang there as well on Prism in CC. To see a Prism in top 8 would
Holy.
be quite interesting. And Sean Nolden there at 9th, a countryman of yours, and I'm sure someone who you're very much hoping he can just take this last step.
Got my fingers crossed for Sean. A name not many folks will know. A very potent player coming out of the UK, yet to have a really big breakout result.
Chocolate.
Hopefully, a top 8 of the World
Thanks.
Championship awaits them. We've got so many
How was
story
it?
threads to follow as we make our way through this. To be clear, this is going to be 2
Nice.
Locks players and a whole lot of winning in.
This is the last
losing out.
round.
No questions asked. There is only a certain amount of slots here. We had Jacob Allen, our last undefeated player, still in the mix at the top of the standings there. 3 members of Table 1, Max Klein, Jimmy DeMille, Florian Christian Logan, all going to be locked up and in contention. Margin Bay, of course, our US national champion, still hanging in there. Tommaso Vecito, we saw them on camera a few times yesterday, the Assassin Master. Wacky Marionette has been treating them very well in the classic constructive round, which means they are still in contention. And I do have to note Ian Zhang, currently sitting in 8th, notorious for finishing just 1 spot underneath that. Going to have to wait and see if they can hold on to that berth.
Yeah, fear of the bubble, of course, and it's a moment, I guess, to sort of lament the loss from top 8 contention of some of these top players as well. Gianluigi Lia here at 10 and 4 with Dorinthia Ironsong registered for CC, and also heartbreak here for Cody Williams, who looks like he's just missed the cut for that top 8 contention. Same as you said of Brody Spurlock. Man, that last round was absolutely devastating. Some incredible talent.
Oh,
that will
Brody
find themselves
Spurlock
on
isn't in the
outside
top
looking
8.
Into the top 8. For those that make it in, though, there is a heck of a lot.
All the
on
homies
the
say
line.
fuck
Here's our
Brody
prizing,
Spurlock.
$100,000 US for first place, alongside, of course, the Golf 4 legendary PTI.
He's fine. He's like
and the
19.
coveted Champions Prize cards.
Fuck that kid.
Of course, both heroes that you take into LL will earn you one of those Champions Prize card, an heirloom in flesh and blood terms, one of ones, many of them. Some of them never to be seen again.
No harm in dreaming big, of course. These numbers are mind-boggling, but worth noting, the players we're following here, even if they do come up ever so slightly short of that top 8 berth, Pro Tour invitation locked up for the next Pro Tour or World Champion of their choice, and $4,000 in cash for a 9th to 16th finish, which is not a bad paycheck for a weekend's work.
That's got to cover the Chili's bill, that's for sure.
Just a bit.
On the outside, so obviously, yeah,
You
nothing
think,
to sneer at. A great chunk of change. Crucially, that PTI to keep rolling into these
$4,000
top
will
level
cover the Chili's
events.
bill.
Of course, the Champions Prize. Yeah, it's
Maybe?
pretty incredible
Okay.
stuff. We've seen, of course, you know, our world champion Pablo Pintor holding this particular card
Oh.
aloft excuse me.
I just
not
gotta get
Pablo
top
Pintor,
32.
but Enigma, of course, the one
Is
here
that-
as an example. Having
That
that stand with
Tinkerbell?
Pro Tour champion, we're not going to see too many cards
Oh.
like that at all.
Long
It's wishful
live the
thinking. Poor
People's
Pablo was, I think, 0
Revolution.
and 4 at one point in this tournament. Won't be making it. But importantly, 32
Oh my
World
God.
Tour points. That race for Player of the Year globally still very much under contention.
All I know for sure is that Mitch Leslie can see the future, because Pablo Pintor, no doubt, a world champion at some points down the line.
recoil when I said that. Like, Pablo Pintor, oh my
That's
God.
so
That wasn't,
funny.
that wasn't
nowhere.
a recoil from pain. That was me wondering if I understood the
Why's he
history of
bald?
Flesh and Blood for a moment.
Listen, the World Championship would not be complete without Pablo Pintor from
Oh,
the
I
top row
see.
dropping in and recovering from the submarine of X2 to win it all again. Unfortunately, that is just wishful thinking on my side. Big shout out to the guy as well. Hope he's doing well here in Philadelphia. So there you have it. Those are the stakes. A lot on the line. $100,000 for first place, and the rest is just quick math. Let's jump into this next game.
All right.
In addition, and
Let's
maybe
see Margin Bay.
Life total is going to be required here. Caleb Van Patten, otherwise known as Margin Bay, host of your World Tour
Yeah.
Weekly, will be going up against Sean
The
Nolan
US
here
national,
from the United
US
Kingdom.
champ,
Cedric
nationals
Dukai of
champion.
recognition for the Brit
Majin Bay.
Dawn of the Rose for
I
Majin
watch
Bay.
World
Let's have a look
Tour
at Majin's
weekly,
run so
weekly.
far. Will roll as he's been in the wheelchair over the course of this weekend. Here's how his first few rounds went. Not a great start. Sunflower Samurai, Daniel Correa stood in his way in that first round, but suffice to say, an incredible recovery to 6-2 at the end of day one.
Day 2 here, Ian Zhang was the victim of Majin Bay. Jacob Clements, another countryman,
Lucas.
Jack Mountford, so the Brits not proving to be a challenge so far for our US national champion. Recently had to get through Syndra twice to get to this
Oh
spot.
my God,
And
he's beat
Filip
2 more
Mikulášek and
Syndras.
Peitung Lau, both notorious Syndra players.
Now, Peitung, we saw him, of course, competing at that
And he's on Syndra.
Here's Sean Nolden's record so far. Gets off to a blistering start.
Majin
with
Bay, the
4
World
Ws
Tour
to
Weekly.
his name. Evan Herndon definitely a
Little
high
they
profile
them
man to
boy.
get past there as well. Managed to deal with Joshua Lau when it got over towards
He's
the
gotta
legend
win it
part of the format. Deals
to
with
get
that
in.
dash IO comfortably. Then runs into some trouble. Sean suffers a difficult end to that day one, and many in his position might have felt that well, they were out of luck. However,
Imagine the
a
World
sterling
Tour
performance
Weekly
in
that
day
comes
number
out
2
after
so far.
Worlds if
See
Majin
Sean
Bay
still
wins.
with a crack at the top cuts.
Gotta pull that attention again to
All
that
right, here we
final
go.
round. Got through, Verdant to be here. Both of these players
Winning
familiar
in.
with the matchup they find themselves in will need to best the opposing hero one final time if they want to
The
join
winning
the top 8 of this
in.
World Championship. Can Majin Bay break another leg? There is only one way to find out.
That's our way of wishing him luck, don't worry. Clorovin Serekai here, of course, probably one of the most important card of this entire matchup, right? Being able to, spell void some of that arcane damage away and potentially recall it on the
I
same
made
turn
ice.
if things line up for you. Really important for
It's
Syndra
not
to
frozen
stay
yet.
high enough life to keep themselves in the game.
Atypical suite of equipment for both players here. No arcane barrier on the side of Syndra, relying on that claw, buy and rebuy to suck up some amount of arcane damage over the rest of the game. The rest of it.
Oh yeah,
will
you
be
could
coming
rebuy
through,
the
and that's gonna be
dagger
the
with
game
Syndra
plan here for
ability, so
Majin
you could
Bay.
just
It's
keep
gonna be
flowing
a
it up
race,
over
needs
and
to be
over again.
strategic blocking to deny
That's
massive
smart.
momentum, enough cards left available to pressure with Burn Bears, pressure with Light Up the Leaves, and these big attacks like Findle's Fighting Spirit. Mental block on the first turn of the game here for Majin Bay, not half bad, soaking up a kunai and providing a ponder heading into that first real turn, exactly what this card is designed for.
Finding these efficient blocks is not always easy to do for the Verdants. That's why she wants to rely on some of those defense reactions to cover at the breakpoints. Here, though, this really elegantly accounts for the 2 damage presented by the buffed Kunai of Retribution, and of course promises a ponder token.
Very small sequencing trick here as well from Margin. Could have used this mental block on that first chain link, the Fire Tenant, to make sure it was going to be used and that Sean wasn't going to pass. Instead, knew it would either cover a break point from the following attack being bolstered by the Fire Tenant, or trying to encourage Sean to use those flick knives to use that mental block in response. If Margin can get out of this first turn without taking any damage, that's a serious win.
Yeah, we're going to resolve here that Kunai of Retribution. Sean moving on to the next chain link there, so Margin making sure that mental block is accounted for and that ponder token is earned.
Nice.
The Clorin Vinserakai, importantly, doesn't have go again. That's something so we often see used in this fashion towards the end of the turn. Sean obviously wants to exit this turn 0 with an arsenal piece. Second card pitch means that Majin Bay
Makes sense, makes sense.
To offer up the block.
Majin can filter here, right?
Well, acknowledging Clorovin Zerakai also does not break, much like the Kunai of Retribution, so it won't be going anywhere. No doubt we will see this Kunai flicked away here from Sean, and unlikely to be rebought, unfortunately. That Fire Tenant, not a Draconic card, so it will have to sit around and wait for another time here. Margin debating the block makes me think there are 2
Yeah,
cards
he's just trying to
interested in
filter.
keeping in hand for his first turn volley, and likely not just a free Earth card to follow. And we see that right now. Emeritus Scolding, not exactly at its best in his hand, but the alternative is using a Rootbound Carapace you would rather save to decompose with later. We are going to take that line. I like this quite a lot given the Ponder token. I think if that wasn't there and we were unlikely to be parking an Arsenal of some capacity anyway, Rootbound Carapace, far more appealing to keep.
Makes sense.
Of course,
Okay.
it's not going to really advance the decomposition part of Majin Bay's game plan, but still, that is an Earth card that goes into graveyard for later decomposition. Emeritus Scolding, maintainer Sean Nolden moves to his end step, pockets that card, have an arsenal. Majin Bay, it's a question of how well he can actually get use out of this ponder.
To be
He
clear,
ate
getting that
finally.
Verdant's hero ability online, not a massive part of this matchup, just something
Scar
that
for
happens
Scar.
incidentally. It's mostly going to be
Nice.
a race, and that is why we see cards like Scar for a Scar.
Scar for Scar.
Margin Bay,
He knows, man.
no stranger here.
4 go
Flick
again.
Knives going to be a real factor when you are going second in the matchup. That means you're on 39, the opponent's on 40. Scar for a Scar's online.
Yeah, definitely aware there's a
Nice.
chance he draws into that Scar for a Scar, and it can make use of the fact that he's gone down one life. This is about the best scenario to ever make use of this card. Just
Yeah.
allowing life totals to be walked down. That's something that Verdance wants to do. Play that sort of game until you get your opponent into
Ooh,
Storm
that's
Spider's
a
range, where on
reaction
their
out
turn
of the
you can sort
hand.
blow them up with a flurry of spells. So Ancestral Empowerment often being reached
That's
for,
good.
For blocks. Doesn't always convert fantastically. Going to be an Everbloom life played out after the fact. So Margin Bay is going to tick himself back up in life now that he's gotten everything he needed to out of the life deficit itself.
Felling!
The crown that comes out here in Hello, there's a lot to decompose with this.
Okay. So
Here we
no
go. Majin on
gigantic
the
felling.
run.
We're not lucky enough to have an 8-power felling just yet.
He still forces the bottom
But
of the card.
No,
yeah,
well, I
turn
guess on the
like this,
roll,
on the
because
first
he's
turn of
stuck
the
in a
game for
wheelchair
Margin,
for this
it's
tournament.
about as good as it gets.
And the
This
Ponder
was
token has value now.
100%. This was
Mm.
a live Scar for a Scar into this felling. The
Ponder
token gonna
cracks.
park
Ooh,
something.
that's an
It's
E
the
strike.
Lightning strike.
Oh my god. Margin Bay has put honestly a perfect card to extend the turn, or at least allow him to potentially block heavily with a hand and still send back some very respectable damage.
The plot armor remains strong
It's
for
just-
our US national champion.
It's so smooth.
Running pure as this ravenous rabble tries to get Sean Nolden back into this game. Pretty premier aggressive threat here. Small hand being played by Sean. Take the tempo.
Yeah,
and
what is he
empowerment.
on?
Not exactly functional.
He's
tools in that
on
previous hand. Did
one
stymie
card
some
in
defense.
Arsenal.
Getting through a felling of the crown and only taking 2 damage is not something we should sniff our nose at. It's a pretty big win.
Ooh,
there.
light up the
Play out
leaves
the
getting
loose
putting
being
in
used
front
on
of it.
defense, a little bit more alarming.
Yeah, if I see this, and I'm Sean, it's the first copy of it, I am worried about, potential 2 chain.
Oh, no, he was on-
attack
he was
actions
on-
from my
yeah,
opponent.
one card plus
Potentially there's
Arsenal.
redundancy of light up the leaves in hand. That's also something you've got to look out for.
Burn Bear.
Burn Bear also being put on blocks. These big, tall, arcane attacks. Obviously, Margin can't part with them both on the same turn, so decides they're better used here.
Oh, a felling.
And those alarm bells,
Oh, no.
they should
Yeah.
have been ringing. If your opponent is blocking with arcane spells, either another is waiting in the wings or your life is about to get worse.
8.
It's the second felling of the crown. This one is worth 8. And it makes an awful lot of sense as to why we did not see a triple earth decompose from Margin on that first turn. Meant there was plenty of fuel left over
nice.
for this one.
And again, it feels
That's
like
funny.
11 value or so, forcing your opponent to bottom a card, and then Lightning Strike can stay safely tucked for the time being. Already, Margin Bay, like I mentioned, the decomposition part of Verdance's game plan is just some upside. It's not really the main objective. But we have decomposed a lot already.
Now we have decomposed 8.
Figure out how he's
What did he
supposed to have
bottom?
functional turns here.
Now, these turns have been backbreaking for Margin. This is very impressive stuff, but I do not think it's the end of the world for Sean here.
Yeah, that's
Take
2
a more
fellings in the
defensive
first 2
stance.
turns already.
Martin Syndra, very powerful, but often quite replaceable. 3 power attacks that have go again. Less required to be
Taking
kept in guard,
8.
Don't have to be held around. You can choose to take a defensive stance if you want to.
And he
Sean
still has
here,
E-Strike in
way
the
more
arsenal.
experience from the Syndra side than myself, decides that this 3-card volley is worth more than enough to just take the hit, and you can see why. Bram with Cinder Claw here, going to offer some draconic goodness. That's going to be a bit of a smoke screen for this Art of Desire, Art of the Dragon, I should say. There will be 4 go again. An Ignite left over might find its way into the arsenal, might threaten a Mask of Momentum trigger, depending on how Margin
Interesting.
chooses to
I feel
Interesting.
like Sean has to want to try and set up his turn with a guaranteed
Does
start with
Margin
Arsenal,
respect
also
this,
has
or
that
does he
cost
just
reduction.
allow
Just seems so good to be leading off with
Sean to
something
walk
like
the like totals down because he
This
just
card-
has
this
so
card plays
much
fine for
health?
Sean, if that's the way
Or I
he's
don't know
going.
if he has so much health
Autumn's Touch here,
regeneration in this
very
Verdance
often
list.
used on blocks. Another Earth card to decompose as well.
Oh, that's right.
I like this a lot from Sean. Is suggestive that we will be going 3
Flick.
wide here. Going to flick to keep the mask active.
For
off
mask,
Art of the
that makes
Dragon,
sense.
Send Ignite on the end, which will allow us to pull back both daggers and theoretically pay for another dagger in the process. So, threatening Mask of Momentum off this 3-card hand, and most importantly, getting that kunai back, which has been stuck in the yard for a few turns now.
Yeah, Sean probably feels like he just doesn't really want to take a back seat on this kind of turn. He has an opportunity to push some damage. Also, we know the contents of Margin Bay's arsenal. If that E-Strike is going to come out to play, he probably wants to combine it with something else. Maybe just sending 7 is not really where his bread's
Ignite for
So here's the
2
Often
Syndra
five at the
triggered.
start of these turns,
Yep.
a very reasonable
Makes
third
sense.
chain link as well.
Minor detail here. Draconic Card is the text on Ignite, so you don't want to accidentally reduce Syndra's hero ability. It's going to grab back those daggers once there are 3 Draconic chain links. Leave that reduction available.
Everbloom
just in case
Life?
you'd like to throw the Claw of Insterikite on the end. Threaten an extra point of damage for the
Oh, I thought he was. I was like, he already flicked. No, he's just swinging it.
Himself down now. 30 for Syndra, plays 33.
Okay.
So Margin Bay with a
Still no Arsenal and a 4-card hand.
And the
Autumn's Touch for 6.
comes out. This
Oh
is
no,
recently,
7.
I think it's something about Raging Onslaught there. It's Autumn Touch to come forward. 7 power.
That's pretty
presented.
good.
If you squint, they're the same card. Autumn's Touch, a Earth Raging Onslaught, I'm sure.
I mean, I believe I said it looked like a McChicken yesterday, but that was like a hunger-fueled delirium. Was that today? No, I don't, I don't believe that.
That was
Ethan's
today.
telling me it's today. That can't be true.
The McChicken joke was
I
today.
wholeheartedly digress. Here it is, the Dragons get a
Ooh,
flight
putting the
path.
flight paths in front
There's no
already.
need to be concerned about covering up. Sean is potentially thinking about making use of this flight path.
Oh, that
Doesn't
makes
wanna
sense.
Send it
If-
packing without getting that block value.
Fair.
Suggested
Give yourself
there.
1 life.
No threat, and
Oh, yeah.
so likely
Makes
to be
sense.
looking to utilize that one in the near future.
Aha. We see a snatch in hand, so that likely may be where it is. utilized.
Brandless Cinderclaw.
Well, even if the trigger isn't pulled on the snap,
We have a life total advantage here, up by 9.
You see an interesting hand here for Sean as well, alongside that.
Take
Brandless
some
Cinderclaw
damage on Majin
snatch.
Bay's
You
side.
see that Fire Tenant strike first here.
3.
Maybe Draconic itself to keep those Draconic chain links going, and a little bit of extra juice to chain link number 3.
Yeah, importantly as well, if there is a flight path play, you need to be able to fully discount it. You don't want to be pitching to that.
I mean, like,
doing
if he
an
just
extra
walk,
Draconic
if
attack
Majin
here to
Bay
get up to
just
3 means that is
blocks
be
with
costless.
2 cards, sends a big attack. Oh, there's a Carapace in hand.
Beat a Scour here.
Well, he actually has a bunch of
Good against
defensive
field
cards
control,
here.
because any Fang player will have
Because that's
advantage
a
about it.
sigil, or that's a Shelter from the Storm in hand too.
Yeah, I've been scoured 3 times in one game was enough for me.
I can imagine. Rootbound Carapace in hand.
Flick.
I think this has been a nice little
Keep the mask
I'll
going.
say sequence from Margin here. We saw multiple times over those previous Felling of the Crown turns, just 2 Earth cards being decomposed. Margin aware this matchup, the hero ability is nice, but it's a non-factor for the most part. We should be expecting a race to be more back and forth. So it's left plenty of fuel.
This
in
is
regard to
a
make sure
mask
Rootbound
trigger.
Carapace is going to be alive when a breakpoint of 4 needs to be covered.
Yeah, this is going to be crucial.
Yeah, this is a
On
mask
heels,
trigger.
we'll say, this gets go again. And importantly, when it hits a hero, mark them. Getting the +1 from the strike first takes us up to 4. We saw a Shelter. Rootbound
There we
Carapace
go.
there as well. Decomposition still underway. And yeah, I mean, that you know. That
Is
context
Verdance
may be the
online
most
now?
Important, but if there's ways to chip in some extra value here and there, that's totally fine. Sean says, right, well, snatch it is then. Margin can read cards. I think he's just looked directly at the flight path there and he sees what it does. So this is elegantly covered up. And Sean has 0 incentive to pop the boots. Margin says, I know. Whatever you rip off the
Pretty
top is
good.
likely going to be used.
That's pretty good.
So not today.
Perfect.
Keeping
So,
on a
it
4-card
does
hand, no
double
Arsenal for the
defensive
Syndra player.
reaction for Margin, gives enough breathing room to use that Enlightened Strike that we've seen.
E-Strike
path
bottom,
away
draw a
from
Would have
card.
been a throw dagger off the top.
Throw Dagger is such an interesting card in this matchup. Very
Is it
high
7 or
value
is it
if you
draw a
make that
card?
Dagger connects, but between Mental Block and Shelter from the Storm, very risky to take that flick. If they manage to prevent the damage,
Yeah,
do not draw
draw
a
a
card,
card.
do not pass go, do not collect $200.
And it's nice here that Margin Bay has
That makes
had this
sense.
Enlightened Strike set in Arsenal for so long because we just saw a turn where Sean was able to amass a couple more of the more problematic
5,
cards.
walk him down to
That required
19.
More committed blocking from the Verdance player. So being able to send this at Enlightened Strike here, it still have card left over.
You put a card in front for 3 and he
Pretty
walks
darn
him
good.
down
So being able
to...
to draw up a card from that gives him an Arsenal option.
Gives you an Arsenal, still take 2, go down to 22. You still have an 8 health,
Flexibility allows
8
Margin
health
to
total
pick
with
spot
healing
where he
still
press
left in the
serve,
deck
either
for
extending a
Verdance.
turn or being one, all by
Seems like a
itself.
pretty
For now, just a single
immaculate
card
spot
deployed
for
by
Majin
defense
to be
from
in.
Sean. That Throw Dagger better used for its 3 block value.
Oath of Loyalty now.
He is just going
Starts
to
to turn
send
for
3
Nolan.
cards
All
here.
cards
Again,
played
risking
must be Draconic.
mask.
There's no fealty tokens in play yet to make those non-Draconic cards play by the rules.
Hmm.
We don't know what.
What is
Arsenal
it?
actually
Shelter.
Oh, he's got a double.
That's a
trigger in
lot
hand.
of...
So hopefully that Arsenal card represents some action.
So he could just play defensive here
He
still,
can do
right?
For sure, that hero ability not currently online, so Heartbeat of Candlehold not at its
Oh, is he not
best,
online
but
yet? I thought he
fine block card,
decomposed.
another fine piece of earth
I guess he
nonetheless.
decomposed 2 earth 3 times, 6, so he still needs to decompose 2 more earths.
There's some awkward decompositions, but we'll be fine. I believe we're there next time, however you cut the mustard.
Something worth tracking.
Yeah, regardless, next decompose, Vernus will be online.
Sean is thinking on this. Looks like Margin may not have declared any blocks. Or that we potentially move to reactions, and Sean is considering deploying that Ancestral.
Well, no Ancestral here because of the Oath of Loyalty, which is part of the pain. Looks like Sean either representing that there is thoughts to be had, but we know there is, of course, the ability to flick here if you're looking to push a little bit of
What are we
extra
on?
damage,
We're in
go
reactions,
wide
I
enough in the
assume,
scenario.
in Sean's
Not a
priority.
bad place to be.
It's funny, like quite often this restriction that Oath of Loyalty imposes is pretty uncomfortable. Not only for, you know, I guess, not only for Syndra in some spots, but like Fang in the same vein. Both decks do find sometimes it's makes it a little
flick.
bit to meet those conditions.
Very powerful card, comes at a very real deck building cost. We do see Sean.
You probably just take the 1 and put use the shelter on the 4 block instead of the 3 prevention, right?
On damage prevention duty for this flick and upcoming.
No,
flick.
he is.
Exactly that, and no doubt look to deploy that second defense reaction on Oath of Loyalty. Unless they're willing to save it for later. Gonna just take a point off of this Oath of Loyalty. Brand new shiny shelter from the Storm artwork on display there, of course.
That's from good artwork that chat's blocking.
Yeah, looking forward to getting my hands on that one in Compendium of Wraith. Okay, so here's Blaze Headlong.
Blaze Headlong
Probably
for
happened to see
4.
a shelter here as he knew there was no real prospect of getting a Mask of Momentum trigger on this turn. A Heartbeat of Candlehold. Gets sideways. Tries to gum up the works.
Okay, he's arsenaling. He has a real turn. Majin has a turn, I think. No, it's a sink and a
very makeshift turn there.
It's a sink and one of the mermaid cards. What is it? Oh, it's Cadaverous Tilling in the arsenal.
From the Arsenal.
Which means that Verdance is online.
Bay does not miss. Every hand finds a threat. There is now another defense reaction in the Arsenal, and the hero card will turn over. Sean Nolden.
Here we go.
I'm online. There is more damage coming.
That's it. Cadaverous Tilling definitely hurts. Sean's going to take it. It's an Ancestral Empowerment correction.
Holy, okay. He's going to 14. Majin looking good here. If Majin wins, he's in top 8.
On every single one of these Verdance turns, and has been able to keep the Mask of Momentum quiet. So that is a very good sign.
Yeah, Mask has definitely been quiet this game,
low in
which is
life
good.
Now. Sean didn't see a good reason to offer cards up to that.
The glance at the camera. The smile and the glance as Throw Dagger is the top card. The power continues for Margin Bay. He's just insurmountable.
He's just constructed alternatively. Maybe from the wrong
constructed alternatively.
Life disparity here of 13, pretty significant in a matchup like
that
this.
sucks for Sean on the Syndra side, revealing the blue. That's so rough.
The Burn Bear, light up the leaves alongside that waning moon. If the claw is
oh, now the blue covers this up perfectly, and he's going to gain life.
Can get it in and out after preventing that first source of arcane. So the real magic number, kind of 11, that we're looking to watch Sean falling underneath before things start getting really dangerous.
Getting a little close. The Ronin Renegade. This hand sings pretty well. This is not going to be hard for Sean to deploy. With
Take 3.
Plus that Ancestral Empowerment.
Take 3.
Might be hoping to get himself an extra card.
Unless he has D-Reacts in Arsenal, right?
Spicy head jab, as I've heard it
or not in Arsenal specifically, but just D-Reacts available for Majin.
Signs of safe harbor block there on that Rapidus Raffle.
That's so criminal.
It's just too good at the game. Obviously, that card, when it hits the graveyard as the combat chain is closed, will earn him a life. No blocks here called on the Renegade.
Difficult spot here. Worth
this
noting,
is
that we do look. Well, first
Burn Bear, Scour, and Pawn and Mental Block.
Mass trigger on the horizon, so likely only going
Pretty
to
good.
One more card to defenses here, and we're going to see Sean debate whether or not now is the time to flick to get the most value out of their hand.
10 life lead here for Majin.
Okay.
Ancestral Empowerment, we're going to go to 4 draw card.
Let's see what we get, Sean.
The Throw Dagger, because of the
just topped it earlier.
The
Here comes
Ravenous.
the Sink Below now to cover this Renegade up.
Sean's reaching for this throw dagger, and we know there's a mental block in hand for Margin Bay. It will be the blowout.
Yeah.
Oh,
Majin Bay prevents Ponder.
Throw dagger here, the mental block deployed on defense, going to leave Margin with a blue card and a burn bear to throw arcane damage and then trigger that Ponder token all over again.
We're trying to figure out how Flick Knives and Throw Dagger are going to work in this scenario for Sean.
Oh, like, is this an additional cost? Let's make sure.
Because like the dagger that you throw, I guess, can you flick it is the question. It's a quick judge call to clarify that.
So, spoiler, you certainly
Interesting.
can throw dagger throws. If you want a mental block in response, you can. If you're in reactions, which is where we are currently, the important part, Flick Knives, attack reaction, grab that dagger, chuck it first, get in that extra point of damage. I'm expecting that to be how this is resolved, unless I'm unsure about exactly where we are in reactions, but that's the answer I'm looking for from the judges.
Yeah, it's a very similar story coming from the floor. Mr. Mines has laid out the situation pretty adequately, so we're going to head down. And yeah, that mental block does end up coming out. Throw dagger, that is some rough stuff. Here we go. Blaze headlong.
I have 2 prevention floating.
2 prevention floating?
This has mask active. It's got mask active,
This mass trigger?
Barkskin
Yeah, because this is hit,
and the knife
hit,
brought back up here by
hit.
Sean Nolden.
But he was able to
Wait,
prevent it,
Bluffin
so no mass
Blaster.
trigger.
Still a 10 life difference now. Sean's going to have to start thinking about how he
That makes
gets
sense.
himself above those critical thresholds.
Now it is
And he has no
Margin Bay
cards.
forced
Yeah,
to
he's
block
4
with
cards,
2
no
of those
arsenal
6 damage
here.
effects early to
Burn
facilitate that
Bear
felling of a crown turn.
for
Which means
6.
He's going to be the third of these. Good number left.
Is
They are
that
the premium
take
arcane effects
5?
that we're looking for to tie that all together. Going to need to find another one if we want to take this game away.
Yeah.
And then Ponder
Nothing
cracks.
left in the deck though, as far as we've seen. But Burn Bear and
Arsenal.
blocked in the same turn a couple of turn cycles ago. Was Margin Bay looking to make use of them when
1,
they
2,
were
3,
relevant?
4.
Here drawn to the hand.
Has Majin played off Arsenal this entire game? I don't think so.
But no blue. So worth noting, no blue card available currently. Crown of Providence might be able to fix that, depending on
Oh yeah, try to find
how
a
they
blue.
sequence their turn.
Crown to
Looks like we're
find
looking
blue
to pitch a
here.
Snatch, which is never exactly where you want to be.
Oof.
We don't have a starter? Pitching to Kunai to begin this turn for Sean would be devastating. No fealty either. Otherwise, that Iron Dragon Blood would be the perfect place to begin, but it's a snatch pitch to the Kunai. That's backbreaking.
Barkskin snapped off here to block off this dagger, try and stymie.
Makes sense.
that
Makes
massive
sense
momentum
here.
For as long as possible. Of course, no flick available here to keep it open. The dagger itself is on the combat chain.
Yeah, he can flick the dagger
Back,
after
he
this
had to use
combat
the
chain
Portal
though.
Serekai, obviously, to mitigate some of that arcane damage he suffered in the previous turn.
Sirens of Safe Harbor. I blocked, and then it was just a really long turn.
Players just
That
confirming.
nice little 2 block there on that that first attack from Margin was a very comfortable choice.
Shout out to our judges, just making sure the game is, in fact, being played correctly.
Helpful for playing it correctly.
Another spicy head jam, 3 points of arcane. Not the case here. Physical is what we're working with.
Yeah, where we are like the Baskin Robbins, the spicy head jab emporium here in Syndra. They all do something a little different. Getting to mark Margin Bay would have been nice a couple turns ago, possibly for Sean. Get himself that fealty. Here it still matters.
He's flicking on there.
From a blood splattered vest here, so looking to leverage at least another 1-cost card.
Yes.
Potentially, in the worst case scenario, activating Syndra to pull back those daggers once more.
It's expensive.
2 cards in hand still.
May be required. Yeah, there's just been some clunkers here for the Syndra. We had those 2 turns, sort of almost back-to-back, where we had Felling of the Crown actually getting to force Sean to bottom a card. That really slowed things up. Hard for Syndra to get off to the races under those conditions. Hotton Hills does mark.
Sean
Oh,
is
okay, he
painfully
marks him.
aware that they are at 9 and do not currently have
Ooh.
daggers available. So if they
Those
threw
are not
Hard
great
Dragon
cards to
Double
have.
M, would have made a resource to keep us safe.
Uh-oh.
Breaking point. If we throw a breaking point, there is only that 1 resource line of defense. So not entirely safe if they want to get fruity with Dragon Scaler, Fright Breath, try and do everything in the turn, will expose them to that Burn Bear in theory. So having to walk through the explosive lines, and this is my favorite part of this matchup when Syndra is behind. You have to understand, can I still win this game if I don't take the risks, or do I say, hey, Verdance, you got to have it?
Yeah,
Mm.
Sean's saying I'm kind of functioning at 1 here. Given that Claw of Serakai can be recalled, should be required. Yeah, just making sure he's indicated that there was a Draconic Chain Link before Hot in their heels. It was a kunai that was flicked away.
Breaking point for 5 here.
Does he want to crown right now? Could he try to crown away a card, find a blue, and blow him up with...
No mask hit either, thanks to that Barkskin in the Millennium Tree.
Just not seen it triggered at all this game. Too many of those elegant blocking patterns from our Verdance player, where they mental block at 2, damage from shelter, or just a nice good old 4 defense D-reacts.
Margin here doing the math himself, no doubt. Understands this Burn Bear very premium, maybe worth keeping additional cards around to facilitate, but will only leave
gamble.
Arcane effects in the deck. Might have to rely on
Crown of Providence, sink the arsenal, draw the blue.
Resource card to make this
yes!
Because we just never punished.
And that means that Enlightened Strike will tie this hand together. It will be 5 again.
Holy.
And force all the
Margin got it.
At Sean Nolden.
Margin found it.
3 is Margin Bay. I'm sure he's had his fair share of ups and downs over the course of this World Championship, but right now, this deck is purring. Everything playing out like he drew it up.
Oh, you have a field team. I mean, it's not going to have go again anyway. But, you know, I don't have any in the deck. I don't believe in them.
Yeah, that's a hand that is absolutely going to go to work here. Yeah, fealty token. Sean opting not to make use of it here. Kind of wishing that, you know, supplication to the Emperor actually garnered him some protection from the Arcane Winds. That's,
nothing is more terrifying than being on the Syndra side of this game. Your Verdant has 5 cards in the hand. You go, like 4 damage? Yeah, no blocks, that's fine.
It's like, why couldn't I just get an Ashwing or 2 out of this?
Oh. An Ashwing or 2? That would be helpful.
Sean Nolden at 9.
I'd be shocked if you didn't win this game. I think I'm still going to get you.
Yeah, Martin's like, it looks, listen, you know, professionally, I think I'm still going to get there. Here's an Enlightened Strike. 5, go again.
5, go again. Burn Bear. Waning Moon.
Sean, a couple of block 3s available. We see.
Let's see it.
A card that was so pivotal for Brody Spurlock earlier in the broadcast. It is the kind of card you're looking for to swing the matchup against a deck like Verdance. Unfortunately, arriving just a little bit too late.
Oh, the
Plow Under.
Yeah.
Park the Burn Bear in the arsenal.
Yeah, why not? You know, you can end the game in that fashion. Okay. Plow Under here sends the arsenal away. Sean's like, yeah, that's a shame. Would have liked to have made use of that card.
Plow Under for
Not
6.
to be. There, of course, are 4 more Earth cards in the Banished Zone. So this is a 6 power attack that sent the arsenal straight away.
This is not
Burn Bear
really
in the
a window
arsenal?
where you can say, hey, Margin, I need you to have it. He has it. He chose not to block with a 5-card hand on the previous turn cycle. That's not accidental here. That arsenal is very important. Sean knows that's not a risk you can viably take, and so he's going to have to block here instead of risking things to keep cards.
Okay. Display Loyalty gets sent off. Sean knows he's at 9 here with that Claw of Serakai in play, and he still wants to try and force some damage. Margin Bay
He's got to find it.
Pop Storm Striders and tries to go for it here. He knows the thresholds. He knows he needs to spend another turn just knocking Sean down 1 more peg.
Oh, he needs to get him to 8. I thought 9 was the life total.
Heartbeat of Canterhold will satisfy that requirement.
Sandal's Fang Spirit in the hand here as well. Not going to be online for Margin, unfortunately. Winning by a little bit too much. But 7 physical damage is still very much the name of the game in this spot if you want it. We're going to see Margin leaning towards
there it
is.
is.
Instead. I like this quite a lot.
He got it.
Turn off. No need to block. Use that shelter that is normally a defensive tool. Gain 3, deal 3. Send that Fighting Spirit.
I love this. We have tokens that represent the Verdance trigger.
That's pretty sick. Verdance trigger. That's nice.
Brilliant. Okay, so Claw has to go away to one of those.
Takes 2 to 7. There's the Find All. He's going to pop it. Margin Bay is going to get to top 8. Let's go.
Margin can't use the foot token anymore because his foot's busted.
I see. Yeah, okay.
Oh, he got there.
Yeah, look, if I had to be able to match the athletic capabilities of my certain hero in Flesh and Blood, I'd be playing a different game.
I'm not sure I can match the athletic abilities of Margin Bay right now.
Oh, this guy is making moves across the field. Final Spider.
Let's go.
Of course. Also,
U.S. national champion.
To it, which is
in the
nice,
top
high
8
value option.
of
Put a
Worlds.
premium card in this matchup specifically was included by a lot of these players to win these races. You want incidental arcane from Verdance. Once you're online, you're typically behind in a lot of spots. It's much like Scar for a Scar. Lets you kind of claw your way back into it. Let Stormstriders do the rest.
Yeah, Sean's just trying to do the math here. He kind of knows he's fallen into the dangerous threshold anyway.
This is the spot you go. I need to make you have it, but can I get away with making you have just Burn Bear, just like other Leafs? Can I beat Emeritus Scolding? Can I beat any of these other cards? The answer, unfortunately, in this situation is going to be no.
Ignite,
Emeritus
Pop
is-
Stormstriders.
Waning Moon still should get you there. I mean, Sean's like, can I fist bump you now or later? Like, what's the
Yeah!
Margin Bay seals the deal, advancing to 12 and 3. There's always a story for this guy, and his is
Majin Bay, top 8 World Tour.
Makes it into top 8 on the
Let's go.
The U.S. national champion is not satisfied.
Incredible.
To just one championship title. They are now 3 best-of-3 games away from becoming our next world champion.
Yeah, a fantastic result.
US World
for Margin
Champion.
Bay, a consummate professional, quite a competitor. Sad moment, of course, is, you know, UK representative Sean Nolden will have to bow out of the competition here, falling at the final hurdle. But that game started so well for the Verdants. Margin Bay was able to sit back on that and say, look, I've managed to resolve Felling of the Crown for its impactful effect twice consecutively here. I'm going to keep poking damage. It felt like Syndra never was given the space to get close.
Yeah,
to
that Syndra
threatening
did not
basket
play the
with a
game,
trigger.
really.
That was just a fancy 2-block blade break for the entire game.
It really was. Huge commiserations to Sean. They are a fantastic player. This won't be the last you see of them on the big stage, I assure you of that. But we were making jokes about the plot armor for a reason. As much as these games are played out, there are ways people to sneak in and steal wins from anywhere. Margin was running very, very good in that game. The Fellings came up early, the arcane effects came up early, even the heartbeats were on.
Margin was running hot.
Tilling was found to keep the pressure on, so was that Enlightened Strike. So just every time a question needed to be fulfilled, Margin found the answer.
Funny story, because he obviously doesn't sneak around. He's not very stealthy in this current mode. But what happens is you get placed at the table number that corresponds to your score. And we didn't realize that Margin Bay was still live for top 8 because he's further down the list, because we had to seat him at the end of the row, right? So he's like a table, he's a much lower table than his score suggested. So we had to look down the page and realize, wait, Margin Bay's at 10 wins here, but he's at table like 32 or something like that.
That's
So
so
he
funny.
literally snuck in as far as we're concerned. So we found him, we put him in the most important seat at the table, of course, at the feature match area, and I'm sure it's not the last time we're going to see him. Let's talk about what's coming, because it's not the last time you'll see fantastic flesh and blood in the near future either.
What's
We've
top
got
8?
Some fantastic events coming your way as part of the World Tour, because, you know, we're never really done here. Here we go, 36 pro level events, $2 million on the line. That's the World Tour that we get to look forward to for the next calendar year. Exciting time to be a flesh and blood player, to play the game, to see the world, and to make all the friends along the way, and also be the butt of every wheelchair joke possible. But that's Margin Bay's cross to bear as it happens. It's fine, because you know what? He's going to be fine soon enough. Going to be able to get back up and get back walking around. We've got some great locations to go and visit very, very soon.
Absolutely. I need to mention.
Let's go.
Margin,
Columbus is January 16th through the 18th. I got to put that on my calendar.
I'm looking forward to
16th through the 18th.
Looking forward to several of these events. Vegas in November, big battle hardened for the US community there. Valencia over in Spain, you're going to get your first early access taste of Silver Age. The calling will be classic constructed, and I'll be in the booth for that one, so quite excited to bring that show across to people.
Valencia, beautiful location. I'm jealous you get to go and enjoy.
Oh, it's Vienna.
Plenty of others
Nice.
on the list. Back to Singapore in December, of course. We're visiting
Excuse me.
South Korea. Finally heading over to Seoul for a classic constructed battle hardened. Hong Kong's on its Gdansk as well. This time of year, it's going to be a beautiful time to visit that city there in Poland. Akihabara as well. Back to Japan, and then Columbus, Ohio for a classic constructed calling and a Silver Age battle hardened. That's what we've got in store for you folks here at our World Tour as it keeps on rolling. Ton of fantastic prize money on the line and some great destinations. So it's Valencia, Seattle, and Hong Kong. Those are going to be live streamed. YouTube.com/FabTCG. And of course, these are your broadcast teams. Scott Mayans will be alongside Gabe Shear in the booth with Carlotta there, joining them in Valencia. And then we're headed off to Seattle. My good friend Bryce Platts is going to be in the booth.
I have it
Michael
in
Fung
my
as well, so we
calendar.
look forward to hearing from
16th
on the
through the
broadcast.
18th of
Star-studded
January,
lineups, stunning
Columbus.
locations. What more could you ask for?
I could not ask for very much.
Calling.
It's a pretty good suite of people joining me in Valencia, and some even better casters on the other side of the pond for Seattle and Hong Kong. Very jealous I can't be at all of these events, but happy I get to some of them.
Yeah, and Valencia, absolutely beautiful location. Also, you and Gabe have teamed up before. Really enjoyed your coverage there, guys. So very excited to see what Valencia has in store for us. And then, yes, back to Seattle. We had a battle hardened, I think, there in Seattle, Tacoma recently. That is definitely a region that loves their flesh and blood, and we're excited to serve them not only with that event, but also with a broadcast to cover all of the action. And we're not done here. We've got more for
What's
you.
the top
We're gonna hear,
8?
of course, from the winner of that previous game is Margin Bay advancing to the top 8. And, of course, we had to stick a mic in front of him and extract some insights.
This is a good bit.
Congrats, bro.
Welcome in, everybody. I am here with your World Tour Weekly host and mine, and newly crowned member of the World Championship Philadelphia Top Frickin' 8, my dog. Congratulations, Mr. Majin Bay. How you feeling?
Oh, I really can't tell you how excited I am. I feel like you couldn't see it in the actual game.
Yeah.
Because I got very fortunate in that game, and you can't pop off on your dejected opponent right after you win. You're like, yeah, I played Bellings. They were really good. Your hand sucked. Woo, top 8, baby. Right? Like, you can't do that. So I was like... But inside, I'm
gonna make sure this doesn't fall. Internally, show me the pop off that happened.
Okay, well, it was a lot of popping on one leg. Not a lot of dancing.
Totally.
Yep.
Well, man, it has been not. I think this year can be characterized for you as the exploding of a star that was already high in the sky. You already had such a fan base. Already were such a respected player in this game. But then a couple important things happened. One, you started a very beloved channel or show on the Flesh and Blood channel, World Tour Weekly, where you help so many people stay up to date with Flesh and Blood competitive coverage. And then you did this little thing where you won the U.S. National Championship.
And then you did a little bit of winning.
The year of Majin Bay. And then now, sitting here in Philadelphia, you add to that resume with the World Championship Top 8. Just run me through what's going on in your head.
It hasn't really settled in yet. I mean, like, I've always considered myself a good player, but, like, I've always thought that there was, like, a solid chunk of players that will always be above me. I'll never crack into that. And this is, like, US Nats was, like, a taste, right? It was like, oh, I could compete up here. And then, but I never topped a tier 4 before. This is my first one, right?
Pretty good one.
And this is a pretty good one to top 8. And then, yeah, I just, like, every single round, it was like, okay. And, you know, as my opponent had to come to me because I'm stuck in one seat.
Totally.
They come to me, I play my game, win more often than not, and then go, okay, well, I guess I got to keep winning. And it's just like next round, try not to think about it, try not to think about it, try not to think about it. So it really hasn't sunk in. But as far as the year in total, it's been very, obviously rewarding, but it's just been nice to have, it's been validating. It's like I put in a lot of work.
Yeah,
I know I'm good at what I do.
Yes, dude.
And it's like, it's paying off.
Yeah.
Here I am, right?
Yeah. Well, talk to me about the top 8 tomorrow.
Yeah.
Talk to me about your deck choices in both formats. Don't talk to me about your strategy necessarily because, you know, we want to keep some things secret, but just talk to me about how you're going to approach the very first dual format best of 3 top 8. You are one of a very, very small group of players that will get to participate in this specific format. So tell me how you're thinking you might approach it.
Yeah, I mentioned that I was really hoping I got to do the best of 3 because I thought it was really cool.
Yeah.
So lucky me. I brought Verdance, Wizard. I love Wizards, well-known Verdance player. In LL, I rotated between a lot of decks. I was not sure what to play. We kept going like, this deck's really good, and then oh no, actually this deck beats it. This deck's really good. Oh no, actually this deck beats it. And then when I was losing too many in a row in our testing house, we have some very strong people in our team. I could hear Kano. In the Green Goblin mask speaking to me. Wildfire them, right? Like, just play Kano.
Okay.
And I'm like, no, I can't. So, like, the day before, I'm like, I'm going to log
No,
in
that's
Marvel.
okay.
And I put Peter on chain. And
Have fun.
Just stomps me 3 times in a row. And I'm like,
No, don't do stuff.
give me another deck. I'll play against chain. And so I play that deck against chain. He stomps me again. I'm like, give me chain. I'm going to play chain. So that was like, I don't know, 30 hours before the tournament, and I was like, I'll just play chain, I guess. This deck seems fun. It puts a smile on my face to play the deck. I really enjoy it. So, Verdance, I thought really hard about it. I put a lot of time into the deck. Chain, because I happened to win the day I submitted my deck list.
Yeah. Well, We're so happy for you. We're so excited. I can't wait to see what you do tomorrow.
Mhm.
Anybody you want to shout out, you want to thank, not only about this tournament, but the whole year as you look ahead at your top 8?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I got to shout out the gang, Team PCG Invasion. They've helped me out so much. Just super huge. Also, I've been testing a lot with all the Stroopwafel people. They're awesome. Just everyone that's helped me, really. I got a lot of people who helped me get cards, who helped me get testing, who literally pushed me around in my wheelchair, right? So thank you to everybody so much for helping me get here.
Yeah, unbelievable. And, you know, maybe also somebody who helped you, you know, cast or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Honkaj.
Yeah. No, it is good to be here with you, man. Congratulations to you, my friend. We're so happy for you. We'll send it on back to the booth.
Great to hear there from Margin Bay, of course, taking a moment with Sam to celebrate that top 8 finish. And, of course, I'm sure he's still looking higher. We are at the top of the mountain, but only halfway up. That's right. Still a lot more work to be done. Don't think about it too hard.
I don't want to.
Yeah.
I'm scared of where you were going with that, honestly.
I mean, listen, for Margin Bay, I love just the feeling that he had from playing Chain on that one sort of singular day. Said, oh, like I went through so many different options and ended up picking the deck that trounced me. You know, it is obviously, you'll feel like you're really playing with power when you have that chain deck, and especially when it's really humming along. We've seen that put on full display here, and it's definitely something that his opponent's going to have to look out for in that top 8, because we're dealing with a best of 3 multi-format rounds there as he tries to advance further.
I can't begin to tell you how much I sympathize with that experience. The amount of times I've been very confident about my deck choice heading into an event, and 3 days before I'm slightly less confident, 2 days before I'm not confident at all, and then I'm playing a deck that's been clapping my cheeks for the entire weekend, which is not the best place to be heading into a tournament, but hey, it does work wonders sometimes, I promise. I'm very excited to see Margin representing Chain as well. I've been a very vocal advocate of the deck before this event, heading into this event. Thought the death was massively overrated. Bound by Shadow is just a real... If you put Go Again on a hero text box, it's only so bad at any point in time.
Yeah, not only Go Again, but also the ability to see deeper into your deck and have access to those cards is a very good reason why Chain hit Living Legend in the first place. But on the CC side of things, right, the Verdance pick seems, great for Margin Bay. He's been a Wizard player. I love that Kano is in his ears, sort of, the shoulder devil, beckoning him to come back. He and teammate Peter Bedensic have always had that sort of element of irreducible rascality inside them that is pushing them in that direction. So, I mean, I think Hayden Dale suffered that same issue as well in the past. So there were a lot of players that end up going back to that first love. And Kano's still legal, hasn't hit Living Legend yet. Still, of course, an option. Unfortunately, Kano won't be seeing too much of him for the rest of our World Championship run in Classic Constructed or even LL, but maybe in the future. Let's jump down, speaking of the future, and look ahead to our next win-and-in match here, of course, in this
there's another
round
match?
of the day.
Oh my god, okay.
Florian Christian Logan going up against New Zealand's Thomas Galbraith. It's KO versus Syndra.
Oh, this is a new matchup. We haven't seen this.
Of Table 1 playing for a spot in this top 8. Florian Christian Logan did stick to the default logic of the team, chose to bring KO in Classic Constructed. They firmly believe Syndra and Verdance, both very reasonable matchups, gives them a lot of play.
Yeah, because the Syndra can't block the KO very well, right?
Who has no doubt experienced this matchup a little less than KO has experienced Syndra.
Florian might have got what he asked for here in his run. 4 Syndras in his first 5
Damn,
rounds.
that's pretty good.
Goat Kevin Murphy also suffering with the Brute matchup there.
He lost to Cody Williams.
Then looking towards day 2, a
and
little
he
bit
lost
rockier,
to
of course.
2 Verdances.
Causing Florian Christian some issues. Jacob Allen, Maximilian Klein get the better of him, but he downs Brody Spurlock to make it into this game.
Let's go.
Literally all on the line for the Austrian tank. Could be said, of course, off the Kiwi. It's Thomas Galbraith here on Syndra. And a run, a pretty solid start for him. He managed to deal with the KO in his very first round of the tournament. For the rest of day 1, didn't have to deal with Mr. Armed and Dangerous.
Not so much. Did
Connor
get through
Bryant,
Verdance, Dash.io, Syndra,
Quintang Lao,
calling winner Francesco Giorgio.
Martin.
So no small affair. More importantly, we see a chunk of losses on that first day. No losses at all for Thomas on the second day of competition. And I cannot help but notice round 14, Cody Williams on KO.
Looks like Thomas Galbraith is ready to take that matchup on. And again, it's a little bit harder for KO to get Syndra to really interact with him. Tough to find that level of disruption that maybe the Verdance can sort of show, like we saw in that previous game. His turn 0 play, of course, he's a Bear Fangs come out from Florian Christian. He's not even going to bother putting a dice on it here as Thomas snaps off the blocks.
Not the best hand for Thomas Galbraith to see here. He does have a pair, I believe a trio, in fact, of block 2s. Means we'll only see 6 on this Bare Fangs as the follow-up attack does start the game.
All right, here we go.
Rather
Last game of the day, maybe.
32 as a result of, I believe, tail in from Limp.
Oh my God, okay. That's not where you want to be at all. Florian Christian, pretty bloody good start. It's going to be a Bramble Cinderclaw now to start the turn for Thomas.
Bramble Cinderclaw, a nice way to start. Not quite as nice as the Blood Rush Bellow lurking in the hand already for Florian Christian Logan. He's found exactly what he's looking for at the start of this game. Hopefully Thomas has found the same. We do see Lava Burst in hand next to this Lava Vein Loyalty. 3 more go again. This one, another spicy head jab, just making sure it gives itself go again, but does block 3. And an interesting choice from Thomas here on Syndra, prioritizing some cards that defend a little bit better in his variety of head jabs.
That's not an auto-occlude in Syndra lists, that's for sure. But we have seen the deck start to slant a little bit more defensively in recent times. Maybe feeling the need to answer some potential disruption. We've even seen some, you know, it was a Gordon Coe's list, you know, from that calling in Sydney, featuring a number of defense reactions, like 6 of them at least. And we've also seen Syndra's looking to find, like, you know, some tech options against
another
well, like
display
some poppers.
loyalty.
There's like 8 power popper from Super Slam that, you know.
I forgot
gives
that
a
card
lot
was
of
in
equity to
Outsiders.
match up. Always about finding these little edges. The deck is still evolving.
Florin here debating their blocks if they want to try and deny Mask of Momentum or not. Do want to acknowledge the beaten trackers on this one. We have beaten trackers available in the foot slot for Florian Christian Logan. Not the choice you might expect. Scabskin Leather's block value at a premium, trying to shut down that Mask of Momentum one way or the other. But this one, you're going to need an extra action point sometimes when you need to play explosive hands. It's going to be guaranteed thanks to beaten trackers.
Thomas says, well, Austria and Australia, they're close enough together for me to carry my rivalry on here and try and, you know, aim that straight at you. People make the spelling mistake often enough anyway. As far as I'm concerned, you may as well be a rival from across the Tasman. Give me some blocks? The answer is no. I will, in fact, not do that. Florian Christian knows he certainly needs to hit high velocity in this matchup, figuratively, of course. And Rising Resentment will be the follow-up here. Spicy head jabs of all varieties.
And this will be the ultimate decision point here for Florian Christian Logan. He can commit that powerful Scowling Flesh Bag to make sure there is no 4th attack, deny the Mask of Momentum trigger if he's so inclined alongside another piece of equipment, have the biggest Blood Rush Bellow turn possible. Alternatively, are we willing to pick a fight on multiple chain links? It looks like we might be leaning towards the latter here. Going to deny Mask of Momentum at least once. The Flick Knives activation will come in to keep the chain going, means there will be a 0-cost attack, and it's going to be Lava Burst from the hand as the final attack here. The perfect chain ender for Thomas Bailey Galbraith.
Yeah. 3 into 3 into 3 into 5. Those are pretty good numbers. And Savage Sash and
Pretty
Big Track
decent
both
numbers.
blocks here to prevent it from being any
To say the
worse.
least.
Florian Christian does not want to give any cards here to Thomas Galbraith. None from his hand anyway.
Blocking with Savage Slash there instead of the Flesh Bag, a very interesting choice to me, even over the Gauntlets, potentially. Savage Slash being blocked is indicative of maybe this Blood Rush Bellow turn needs the resources to really fuel more expensive 3-cost attacks to come out of the gates blazing, depending on the variance of the discard, of course. So leaning towards the chess piece, maybe looking with a little bit of regret.
All right, there's a might.
Bag, not denying the Lava Burst in the process, but the fact Savage Slash was the choice makes me think our attacks are a little expensive. We'll see. The blue pitched away.
Again, the cost basis for a 3-wide turn is normally 6. Claw into sort of 2 costs, but there are some cards that sort of break that. Okay. Stronger Survive getting discarded off this.
Makes a lot of sense.
Rate of might, draw 2.
A 3-cost card. So Florin playing it safe, making sure that the turn would function.
Whoa, he's kind of going crazy.
In beaten trackers. So wants that second action point right now, using the information of the discard of the more expensive attack to be able to do so. And we're going to see a huge turn coming in with multiple attack actions.
He's kind of blowing his load here early, which is interesting.
+2 for all of it. Now we need to decide what the next step is.
A blue and 2 reds and
Bare Fangs and a swing big in hand. So both of these red attacks can be thrown. The risk, of course, in doing so, Bare Fangs discarding might fudge the numbers a little
holy
bit. So
moly.
Reaching
Sash,
and
trackers,
everything will be
Blood Rush.
Yeah, just discounting these.
He's going all in right
How
now.
about the cost of Mandible Claw? Just want to make that clear.
He said, I will take every single card from your hand
In theory,
and
if
more.
it's the Buckwild that gets discarded, we're fine to deploy both those attack actions.
Well, this makes for much more appealing sequencing if Florin wants to. Makes they can lead on this swing big here, have the resource floating available, means they can pitch the other blue into Bear Fangs. I apologize, they cannot. There's one resource still floating.
It's
My
cost
math is off.
reduced. Yeah.
Savage Sash doing its thing and throwing my numbers to pieces. So a little bit of a risk here. Thankfully, Mandible Claw is going to be able to come in here. So you pitch the blue off to the Mandible Claw, send the Bear Fangs on the end. No need for any risk whatsoever.
We'll let the table talk for a moment. I'll be back with you shortly.
Oh, something happened at the... Oh, he has 2 action points. So swing big not having that go again is fine.
We should have 2 pitch. Because it was 1, 1, 4 when I pitched.
Okay, there we go.
Close the chain.
Close chain.
We are back. Of course, that pitch
Gauntlets.
sequencing was important to make sure that there would be a claw and a Bear Fangs made use of.
More importantly, the gauntlets of Rex there as well, able to facilitate a little bit of an extra bonus to make this Bear Fangs into a nice hefty 11. Pretty significant pressure here for Thomas Bailey Galbraith.
What a disgusting amount of damage in this turn. What was it, 11 into 5 into 11?
That's some big fucking numbers, boys.
Quick math.
That's 27 damage. Now we know why Florin's not trying to give any cards up on block. They made perfect use in his hand with that Savage Sash activation to unlock one of the filthiest Blood Rush Bellows turns you can go for in this deck. Thomas now is starting to become a little concerned. His life total plummeting. He's obviously struck a number of blows on his Austrian opponent here, enough to knock him down to 28, but this might just be more than he'd otherwise like to do. But blocking attacks that don't have on-hits feels terrible as Syndra. You want to make use of that full hand, but can you pressure your opponent enough to put them on the back foot?
I'm going to flick my eyes over to that turn counter in the corner of the screen for just a second. I do double checking. That does say turn 1.
Yeah.
Turn single. So if we don't block
not
this
wrong.
11 damage, which I'm just check, that's 2 1s in quick succession, would bring Thomas Bailey Galbraith to 7. 7, a life total I don't commonly see on turn 1, although it does look strangely like a 1.
That's quick math. And
That's
maybe some
scary.
squinting
My eyes
involved
aren't
there.
great.
Yeah. Here's the Dragon Scaler Flight Path. As good a time as any to make use of it. And 2 cards. Thomas needs to maintain his life total. Perhaps there's some extraneous cards here. Out of Dragon Blood. So hot on their heels, if I'm not mistaken. Thrown in front of this.
Holy,
Keeps him up
only
at
3-card
14,
hand for the
but
Syndra. He gets
very
the
small
full
hand.
draw here.
In
He has the
fairness,
might set up.
Florin Christian Logan has done the thing where the brutes just take off all their accompaniments and swing for the fences.
Now he's got to facilitate the rest of the game. Oh my god, he doesn't even have a starter!
By so many players,
He's going for
Williams
Kunai.
Zephyr, the table 1 team who brought this deck like Florin. He knows that Syndra is a favorable matchup in their eyes. It doesn't hurt when you can draw multiple copies of Blood Rush Bellow, though.
I also, that's pretty good. Also,
Take
Scouting
one.
Fleshbag is still on the field. Something that can
Take
Thomas
one.
has to play around that can be very, very destructive. And he's taking a very conservative line on this turn. Doesn't feel good to maybe throw a Fleshbag on a small Syndra turn. Oh, geez, another Blood Rush Bellows. My goodness.
It's worth knowing, it seems like the hand is full of blues alongside it. No, red high-pitched howl there, the signature of this table
Well-
version of the deck. Additional vigor generation available to make these turns really flow when you need those cost curves of 6. You see the second kunai here being taken will be a Hunt the Hunter as the final attack here off this resource. So no go again here. Mass Trigger is real, but not likely
really.
to see the turn extended. Dragon Scaler Flight Paths can keep this going. We did see them commit on defense, so certainly a line that will be on the mind of both of our players, but not exactly the optimal use of that piece of equipment.
Yeah, I'm not sure like we're getting people on their feet for a 2-card 7 at this point in the game. Thomas obviously was able to throw some blocks in the previous turn, convert the hand with 1 card left over into 13 value.
You see Florin here reaching for one of those blue blocks, 3 attacks in the hand alongside those gauntlets. Deny that mask and remove all doubts.
Fearless confrontation.
Yeah, Fearless Confrontation, a really cool inclusion in this deck. Not mandated by everyone, but another way to enable Mandible Claw in the reaction phase if you want to discard it. We also saw it doing some nifty stuff against Dominate in the feature match area, courtesy of Bravo earlier in the weekend. So some extra flavor there as well.
Yeah, it didn't stop him from throwing crippling crashes to win the game. Obviously.
No, but it was cool.
Yeah, it was. It was. And the Fearless Confrontation is, if required, it is still an attack for 5. It's a blue as well. There's other scenarios where this can work. It is a 3-block. So enough flexibility that it finds a home in these lists.
He's really thinking on this 5.
How would you see Florin deliberating this here? This is a surprisingly tough decision. Committing a card here makes a lot of sense. Turn off the mass trigger, make sure there's no use for that Dragon Scalar Flight path. Not going to encourage Thomas to go any wider unless that last card in their hand happens to be exactly a snatch.
Unless you just like.
To that effect. However, giving up.
I think he's thinking about committing flashback here, honestly.
Cards that can be drawn by
do you give a card and flashback?
Don't allow maximum value. Doesn't gain a second attack. Maybe can't squeeze in a Mandible Claw, and so doing so comes.
Or he's probably thinking about his Blood Rush turn. Yeah. He already knows his blocks.
Without the cost reduction from Savage Slash available, you're a little bit more constrained, especially on smaller hands. And Florin Christian might hope to, on these draw discard effects, find something a little bit more potent to make use of the +2 buff from that that key card for KO. Blood Rush Bellow, the centerpiece on the biggest of brute turns. No blocks, flick knives will be the call. And it's going to be
6
bought back by Thomas.
Thomas there.
Mask of Momentum trigger.
Vocal about thinking on resolution, wants to make it clear that they are indeed considering these Dragon Scalar Flight paths. Looks like they will be reached for here.
Going for it.
And the pain will continue, I believe, with a Blaze Headlong, which was the find from that Mask of Momentum draw. 4 more points of damage, hard to argue with.
Yeah.
Just 21?
Well, first we'll account for that 5 damage that Florin Christian suffered, then the draw trigger yielded a 4 go again.
Do it again.
Here committed to the line once you decide that you're not.
He's just gonna Blood Rush him, right?
The Hunter, you are not picking a fight at all. You are now committed to this Blood Rush Bellow.
Yeah.
A difficult choice to make with literally thousands of dollars and eternal glory on the line.
Yeah, exactly. Into the top 8. You are very much in the money.
Pitch, Blood Rush.
$100,000 is what you're playing for. So here's the Blood Rush Bellow being deployed. Fearless will be the pitch. I want to see what happens here amongst these draw and discard triggers.
Okay, the high-pitched howl was the hit, so there is no guaranteed red in hand. Florin drawing 2 cards. Let's see if we can get a look at what they found. Red Wild Ride smashing ground. So there is the ability to go a little wider here with this Wild Ride. The claw
That's
can
not
be
bad.
paid for. A turn that comes together in a pretty reasonable way, truth be told.
Yeah, especially if he's at 14, that Blood Rush gets.
Florin now.
It gives a Wild Ride +2, so what? You're swinging like
by the palm.
8.
A difficult decision.
8 into 5 into something else.
With this Wild
Seems
Ride,
good.
Increased variance here. That high-pitched tower, nice premium red to follow the Mandible Claw. Sadly, did lose it to the equation. Instead, now
He almost recoiled when he flipped the card. I think he saw it. It was very evident that that was not the result he was wanting to see.
Now, you can lead on the claw, you can follow up with that Wild Ride, but then there's no chance of you finding a better attack to line that sequence up.
Right.
Alternatively, you can lead on the Wild Ride now, get more information before you pay for Mandible Claw. And this is the sequence
Wild
that is now being
Ride
considered
for
by
8.
Florin.
Discard, draw, discard, see what you get there. Go into Mandible Claw, you go again, figure it out. No, he's going to Mandible Claw first. No blocks, take 5.
This in with go again.
Oh, it's 6. Oh, it's 6.
This does feel like
Because
the
of
safer
might.
route here for Florin, less risk required.
Makes
Less
sense.
chance for
I forgot about the
things
might
to go
token generated last turn. Wild
Wild
Ride.
Ride, of course, drawing discard trigger.
Now hoping for a red to be left in the arsenal after this, or an attack that can be played for 1 resource.
Run Roughshod would be one of those attacks.
And it was in the
5.
hand prior to this. Does it disappear? It
Oh,
does.
the punish. Would have loved to have capped off the chain with 7 damage.
What's
Not
the card
this
he has?
time.
He's go again
Too
though.
many other options that that card could be.
Oh, he doesn't have resources. This is
Worth
definitely...
noting,
No, he has
equal
one
damage
resource floating. Is that a 1?
on the chain here. Florian looks at that final
it's too
card
quick for me, man.
the very first time. But you know who will not be looking at it? Not us.
Not
The
us.
people at home will
Try as we
find out
might.
at the same time as everybody
This
else.
is still,
For
like,
now,
great, though. This is
Thomas
presenting
Bale got
lethal.
raised in the
Syndra
center.
wants to play with the full grip.
Head on
She's not going to
hand.
get the
I
full
see low
grip. She has
flames.
only one
That is a
kunai.
kunai of Retribution.
Yeah.
You have a
red
little
and
bit of
orange in
health
the
to
hand.
play with, because she's definitely...
Unsurprisingly, this is a tough choice. Not
She
in a
definitely
disposition
can't...
where 0 blocks can be
I don't
committed.
think Syndra can present
Of course,
16
Bloodsport
on,
advance,
like,
enough
3
momentum,
cards.
They can serve as one
Right?
final barricade. If the
Surely
hand does
not.
enough. We saw Brody Spurlock doing exactly that with Wrath of Retribution earlier in the weekend. There are windows to be found.
No stain counters on that blood splattered vest. It's practically
Oof.
freshly laundered. And Thomas Galbraith wants to keep it around. Nice good momentum.
That's down to
Even with
6.
5 cards, Thomas doesn't either believe in his chances to trigger it again this game or feels like the extra resource is more important.
Massive momentum, I think, has served its course at this point. Florian Christian Logan unlikely to block unless they feel warranted. That Scowling Flesh Bag is still available. It's gonna
Oh,
be
yeah,
very
he's still
difficult to
Scowling.
force through a mask trigger. And on the following turn cycle, Thomas is going to be on such a low life total that keeping more than 3 cards is going to prove very, very difficult.
Functionally, Florian Christian feels 5 life higher than he is because of that Scowling Flesh Bag. He's basically at 21. And Thomas is
Oh,
looking at
that's
that
true.
thinking, even if I can draw a card,
Oh my god, going to
how am I
2.
supposed to put together a tall enough turn to get respect for my brute opponent? This Scowling Flesh Bag is going to just knock a card out of my hand if I don't play around it properly.
The iconic legendary from Welcome to Wraith does shatter, leaves Thomas Bailey Galbraith with just 2 life to work with. He's got 1
Okay,
full
here he
salvo of
goes.
damage, and it is Oath of Loyalty to start. We will be
Can
Draconic.
Florian
This is
survive
about
this
as good
turn
as first
and be
chain
able
can
to
get.
send lethal damage?
Yeah, just 3 more of these. And
Probably
we're
the
golden.
flesh bag. Probably the flesh
Not so
bag
sure
comes
about
out
that. Would be
quickly here.
Illegal in numerous ways.
Sorry, three more flavors of 0 for Force would get us there.
Someone put Mitch in card design. I want Flame of
Yeah,
0 for 4.
get me in there. You know, yeah, you guys know. You tweet at me. What do you want? What do you guys want in the game? I'll make it happen.
Interesting hand here for Florian on the other side of things. Unexpected backhand, joining a variety of blues. We see Show of Strength and Bare Fangs of the red and yellow variety, respectively. So some big, chunky attacks, but no easy way to enable go again. Would expect some amount of defense here, given there is no Scabskin Leathers to stare down. Vigorous Smash Up going to be the block here to hopefully provide a Vigor token for Florian to utilize. We'll take a clash to find out.
Nice.
6v4.
Yeah, that's going to be a win for Florian. Bigger token created. Getting Blaine Dance covered up.
Not terrible here.
That will wind up going to the bottom here, of course. Remember, the Vigorous Smash Up, not quite like your other clashes, does give you the ability to control the top card, move it away.
Really underrated aspect of that card.
Oh, yeah. Some upside there of making sure you guarantee your 6 for your draw discard effects. Alternatively, dig towards that Blood Rush Bellow if the power turn is what you need.
Of course, there will be no dagger hits here from Burning Blade Dance.
Thomas Bailey Galbraith debating the flick activation. I got a feel for him here. You can see the amount of emotion somehow through a hand, which is not an easy feat.
And it's really hard for him to generate a lot of pressure from this kind of hand. Rising Resentment joins Snatch, if I'm not mistaken, but no way to give it go again. Kunai's getting flicked.
We'll see the blood splattered vest cashed in, I believe, to generate a resource there.
Got to
Put
trigger
in
that.
The resource zone, even though the dice has not been put on there. Florian
very good.
helping out his opponent, just making sure that board state remains clear.
Resource, what? Likely.
I just fucking flicked this thing in my eye. I fidgeted it
Not
into my
impossible. Feels
eye.
like maybe a 1-cost chain ender in the arsenal, perhaps trying to save the snatch for later on.
Oh, that Snatch ain't getting played unless it's Draconic, so that's the cost of the Filthy token that would have to be paid. 1-cost chain ender, though, definitely a more attractive prospect to sink that resource into.
Did he take the 3 on this? No, he's still thinking about blocks on the Rising Resentment.
Very far ahead, has had Fortune on his side during this game. And as much as these
Go to
decisions
9
seem
or
elementary,
8,
when you
I
can put your
mean.
foot down, gas up, send your final brute barrage into your Syndra opponent.
Ooh.
The moment of deliberation is the important part to make sure you do not find yourself getting caught out by a power card like Wrath of Retribution.
I mean, playing around this is really challenging for Florian Christian Longen. I mean, he can think about this Scowling Flashback, but unbeknownst to him, Thomas has no intention of playing that last card, and he wants to keep the Austrian in the dark to that fact. Theoretically, it's 7 damage here between the 2 kunais and the Wrath, but as far as Florian Christian Longen knows, it could be a way to round out the turn with a chain ender that would present lethal damage. So how does he respond?
So no Dragon Scaler flight path here means no cheeky additional dagger swing.
There it is.
We will see that Scowling Fleshbag that's been so carefully
Take
held
one.
throughout this game.
It's gotta
by
go here.
Florian. Eating the last card, we'll see those kunai rebought.
2.
And those gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex soaking up a hit as well.
2.
We know everything face up now. Final
7.
dagger swing will likely earn a card here from Florian, and we will see that big show of strength or bare fangs that is remaining in the hand coming up and across into Thomas Bailey Galbraith's face.
He does have a vigor and a might as well.
Sending tall attacks is the game plan now for Florian. Vigor and might.
Pitch bare
Preferring a
fangs.
buff to this
Ooh.
first attack, and show of strength
Big.
is the decision. This is really quite immense. Obviously, you can block with this equipment if you would want to as the ninja player.
Humongous.
But it goes bye-bye. 9
9.
damage in the show of strength. And
Minus
Thomas will have a
1 for
chance
each
to
card with 6 or more
reduce
defending
his
it.
power. That's not really something that Syndra could do. So hits 9 and it stays 9.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Seems good into this meta right now.
From
Or I guess into
Galbraith across this
Syndra.
game. He does have those options available, but
I guess all of Gravy's 6 or mores don't want to be blocked with.
rather awkward when staring down show of strength for 9. Not a clean way to spend 3
Seems
cards
good.
very often. 2 health, obviously, significantly more than 1 does mean there is a little breathing room to keep 2 cards. And we know that Snatch in the Arsenal is a pretty good 1-card play here, so not stone cold for our Syndra player.
We'll see what
How much block does he have?
we're working with. Okay.
He's got
Display loyalty, second
3
place,
block in the armor.
Ravenous Rabble. I mean, otherwise a very, very solid selection of cards.
Excuse me. Sorry.
Okay.
Ravenous Rabble, Blaze Headlong, both equally interesting. Blaze Headlong, difficult to enable.
Holy.
Ravenous Rabble comes with some risk.
3.
7, 9.
Mm-hmm.
9 block is good.
Pretty good.
So the
He's
Blaze
got a
Headlong
1-card
follows the
hand,
rest
and he
of
gives the
team
KO
on
5.
Ravenous Rebel flips a red. Oath of Loyalty on top of the deck for Thomas. This means this is a 4-powered attack coming across, accounting for more than
Again,
half
whoever
of
wins this
Florian
match
Christian Longen's
gets into
life.
top 8 for tomorrow.
As good a 2-card hand.
Big,
For here with
big
Snatch to
deals.
follow on the end.
All right, we're going to duck back out briefly here to the desk just to resolve a very minor issue down there at the feature match area. So should be jumping in just a moment. It is 7-2 in life totals, and quickly we're going to be able to get there.
That was
Oh.
cool. I like appearing on screen for a
was
second.
very good.
That was quaint.
And a quick little
That is nice and easily handled.
bounce.
Love to see it this late in the event.
So what? Rabble, Snatch, draw, sticking an Arsenal.
Okay. No blocks declared. Draconic Snatch. Just for flavour, because otherwise the Fealty's going to leave play anyway.
That's true. Got to play a Draconic card to keep it in.
Making it spicy.
Vigorous Smash Up means we have another clash. Oath has been on top. Loses
Vigor
out to the
top.
Makes a
Wild
Vigor.
Boar Vigor for the Vigor King.
Love these yellow copies of Vigorous Smash Up in the Table 1 version of the KO deck. They've been overperforming against the Syndra all day.
Pitch
Agile wind-up
for
with
an
this card
agile
here to
wind-up.
Generate an agility token, I believe, at the end of Thomas Bailey Galbraith's turn, which means we are locking, loading, and spending Vigor
There we
tokens
go.
and this agility to try and get this game over. We're going to start with that high-pitched howl, replacing that Vigor token for the next barrage as well.
Yeah, that means if by some mechanism Thomas is able to survive this turn, well, he's going to be in the blender.
6
and
go
he's
again.
Going to struggle to find his way out. Card with 6 or more powers in the pitch zone, so a Vigor token is created.
Nice.
Gonna eat the 2-3 blocks that were there. Here's a
Bear
Bear Fangs, and that's
Fangs.
a break point that Thomas Galbraith cannot overcome.
Okay, we got a KO, armed and dangerous in the top 8. All right.
Great showing on KO, armed and dangerous, putting the off-maligned Brute into the top cut.
Interesting.
I think KO was very under-respected heading into this weekend. Numerous of the biggest testing teams in Flesh and Blood came to the conclusion independently of each other that the Brute did get enough new support from Super Slam, had what it took to tangle into both Syndra and Verdance, and we're seeing a copy in the top 8 of the World Championship because of that belief.
Yeah, great to see. Obviously,
Nice.
Christian over the course of these last couple of days playing expertly through both Classic Constructed and Living Legend rounds. But that's a great display of how KO can hang with the Syndra. It was a putrid Blood Rush Bellow turn, though, obviously, with that Savage Sash pop to go for that 27 damage salvo. That's tough for Syndra to keep up with. You know, we saw Thomas Galbraith thinking, I'm going to offer these 2 cards here on blocks because I can't keep up with this level of output. Unfortunately, he was never able to get back into the game. Folks,
Dang.
this rounds. That's it for our first 2
That's
days
it.
of play. We have
Tomorrow's
for you
top 8.
our newly minted, fresh USDA Prime top 8 for you here for World Championship Philadelphia. So let's bring it in and let's get acquainted with the
Who
competitors
is
we'll be
the top
tracking over
8?
the course of tomorrow.
Majin Bay in 4th.
First seed with Gravy and
The
Chain.
only
That's Lion, your second
American
seed.
is Majin
Lauren
Bay.
Christian Logan here advancing to 3rd seed.
Chain,
Majin
Chain, Chain,
Bay,
Marlon,
followed by
Chain,
Ethan
Dio,
Zhang,
Viserai,
Michael
Starvo.
Jasker, Jacob Allen, and Jimmy Miro.
Gravy.
DeMeo. What a matchup in that first game. 2 Canadians going at it, both on Gravy and
Gravy,
Chain
Verdance,
across both
Prism.
A phenomenal showing for
KO.
Table 1. Margin Blaze Pot Armor
Oh.
continues into the top 8.
Tomorrow's
Ian
gonna be fun,
Zhang
chat.
breaks the curse. There is no 9th place at this World Championship. They will have a chance to join us in that elite roster of players.
That's a hell of a matchup. Prison into Verdance. In the past, definitely favoring the Prison.
Verdance, Syndra, KO. Only one Syndra in the top 8 is kind of crazy. 2 Gravy, 3 Verdance, and Prism, KO, and Syndra.
Michael Jasker here, Syndra and Dash just wants to go fast, go hard. Will be going up against the player we just saw. Florian Christian Logan will be taking on the Syndra again
Holy.
with that KO. And then Max Klein, Jacob Allen to round things out in that last of our quarterfinal games. These are all best of 3s across CC and LL.
Huge shout out to Jacob
Tomorrow morning
Allen,
at
our last
8:15.
undefeated player on the first day of competition. The wheels.
It's been
almost
8
came
hours
off. It
already
was a
today.
Canadian Nationals top 8 that qualified that player for this event. That was their biggest finish to date before this. Now they have a top 8 at the World Championship on that resume.
Damn.
Looking at the full breakdowns here.
Maximilian in
formats as
second
well.
is pretty
2
sick, too.
Gravy, 3 Verdance, Prism, KO, Syndra. Variety there. Curveballs joining the established status quo on the Living Legend side of things. 4 copies of Chain Bound by Shadow, Marlin Dash, Starvo Viserai. The 2 big kings of the format heading into the event. No longer the death of Chain. Over-exaggerated. Marlin is real. Dash is real. Starvo and Viserai might just be the underdogs.
And can I just take a moment to appreciate that we have 4 Canadian players in our World
1, 2,
Championship top 8.
3, 4. Oh, yeah,
This
they
is a
do.
region that was so feared over 2023 and 24. Here in 2025, they remind us just how good they are. We have a sole hope for the United States there in Margin Bay, of course. And there's a question of how far the Plot Armor can take our World Tour weekly host through this tournament. The stories
Pretty
as they're
sick.
being written are proving to be compelling. We're going to be tracking every single one of them over the course of tomorrow's play. We have a chance, of course, to have a look. These are best of 3 matches again to remind you guys. So it's going to be a banger. It's going to be a top 8, the likes of which you have never seen. in
Literally
Flesh and Blood.
never
I'm very
seen.
excited to have a chance to preside over some of those games. Let's check our final standings though after 50
okay.
grueling rounds of Swizz. It's Matthew Dilks at 13-2 leading the way. And Sean Nolden falls out there just in 10th place. Tommaso Vecino doesn't quite sneak in
No, I
either.
wanted to see the
There's a star for the
Tommaso.
top 8, but every single one of these top 10, 20 players should be congratulated on incredible showings.
Lucas
This
Oswald.
is a remarkable showing. I'm very happy
Oh,
for all these players.
I
Some good
really want to
fortune,
learn the
total
Mario
reputation
list.
Secured all the way through, but my heart breaks for Tommaso Vecino. Arachne Marionette would have been a lovely deck to see in the feature match area in our top 8. I know it's treated him well, of course, across the event, and they are the new Alluring Desire Advocate. I was so hopeful to see them squeak in, but no dice there. Heartbreak for Sean again. Did have a win in him. We knew that was likely going to be the case. Similar story for Thomas. Cody, wheels kind of came off a little bit towards the end there. And again,
Oh, yeah,
Giovanna,
Cody.
fantastic feature match earlier on. Another Arachne. Number 14 on this board, though. I think our story, well, one of our stories, may have finally come to an end.
Yeah, Brody Spurlock with a really impressive placing here, though, all things considered. We'll be, of course, checking back in with our Player of the Year race, of course, as our World Tour wraps up for this particular leg. 2 11-4s made it in. They'll be thanking their lucky stars for the chance to duke it out with the very best in the flesh and blood world. 15 rounds of Swiss across Classic Constructed and Living Legend finds us here now with the top 8 locked in place. But there's so much to look back over the course of these last couple of days, and we'll be back right after this to break things down, to set our sights on tomorrow. Brian and Pankage in the booth right after this.
I do not need a breakdown. I just watched the whole thing. I do not need a breakdown of what just happened, but hopefully you all enjoyed. If you did, make sure you leave a like and subscribe. Follow on YouTube, follow on Twitch. Tomorrow I will be here at 8:15 a.m. for top 8 of Flesh and Blood Worlds. I have some chores to do. I've been sitting here for 8 hours, so I've got some stuff to do around the house because unfortunately it does not clean itself. But I will see you all in the morning. Have a lovely rest of your evening.